All right. Good morning to everyone, especially Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau. I'm Emerson Latzia, hosting a daily DraftKings program we call The Sweat. We will dive into that golf thing, NHL and NBA. But first, let's cover the bases with our MLB panel consisting of DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne, Stan Son, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Pretty simple stuff here, dudes. Give me your favorite play in the following categories. First category, first base. Your top DFS hitter tonight, Gare Bear. You are batting leadoff.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins. It's a little hard to imagine what the Twins lineup might look like tonight against the Orioles and Dean Kremer. They've got just so many nagging day-to-day injuries that, we don't know if Nelson Cruz is going to be in there. We don't know if Max Kepler is going to be in there. Jorge Polanco is also a question mark, but I do think when everything shakes out, it would be shocking to not see Kirilloff hitting in a high leverage spot in this lineup, especially considering how much Kremer has struggled this season against left-handed bats. He's giving up 3.21 home runs per nine to lefties. So if Kirilloff's in there hitting like third or fourth or even fifth at just $4,000, he's got positional eligibility at both first base and outfield, so that really helps. And he's also got a 453 expected WOBA so far this season. So he's really been crushing the ball since he's been up at the major league level.
Stan, who's your top DFS hitter tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I usually like to punt at catcher, but I'm going to go with one today. Buster Posey, 4.5K at Arizona. He bats second in the lineup for a Giants team that's 11th in runs scored. They're also 7th in ISO against right-handed pitching. Posey, he has 9 home runs with a 290 ISO on the season. Slash is 355, 436, 45. Now, he gets to face off against Corbin Martin in the Arizona bullpen. Martin, in 24.1 innings of MLB experience, split over 2 seasons. He has reverse splits, as the FIP is 12.47 against righties. The K per 9 is much lower, and 8 of his 10 home runs have been to right-handed bats. So, once he's out of the game, then when they get to the Arizona pen, they have the 5th highest FIP and the 7th highest home runs per 9.
Okay. That leaves you, Mr. Eric. Talk to me.
Yeah, out of all of the players on this large slate, I think Gary and I ended up on the same guy. Alex Kirilloff is my top guy as well. He's not going to settle in as a $4,000 player if the scouts are at all right about him. Top 20, according to both Fangraphs, MLB Pipeline. I'm sure basically everywhere else didn't go by the check in every scout in the world, but consensus top prospect supposed to hit for power and contact, and he's actually maybe already doing that, even though his line doesn't show it. He's only hitting 237, but his expected batting average in his 16-game sample is 346, 20.5% barrel rate, and a 56.8% hard hit rate. If he had enough batted ball events to qualify, those would rank 3rd and 4th in the entire league. So this is a guy who's already crushing the ball, and he's got an easy matchup and a great park too in Baltimore. So I think easily would be happy with him if he was, several $100s more expensive today.
All right, guys, we continue to cover the bases here. Second base, DFS pitcher. Who is your dude this evening, Stan?
To me, it's Clayton Kershaw. I don't understand the price. He's at 8,000. He's been at over 10K every game this season except for the opening day. He was 9.5. Last season, the lowest price was 9,000. I mean, I know Houston, they're a good offense, but this price is a little crazy to me. The Astros, they are 30th in strikeouts against left-handed pitching, but only 17th in ISO. Kershaw has a 2.64 FIP, 17% swinging strike rate on the season. He's only allowed 5 home runs in 56.2 innings. Outside of that one inning debacle against the Cubs, where he scored negative 5.4 DK fantasy points, he's gone over 20 DK fantasy points in every other game, with 2 of those over 30.
Okay, Gare Bear, what about you, buddy?
Yeah, this is a really weird slate for pitching. As Stan kind of mentioned, you look at a couple guys and you're like, I don't understand why they're priced this low. Kershaw is definitely one of those guys. Corbin Burns is 9,100, and that makes no sense considering who he is. But I'm drawn in by a much cheaper pitcher, and that's Kevin Gausman, who is just $7,200, despite the fact that he might have been the best pitcher in baseball the past month. If you really just look at the statistics, his last 6 starts, He's got a .90 ERA. His FIP is just over 2 at 2.03. And it's not like he's just been a run suppression guy. He's also striking out 32% of the opponents he's faced in that span of time. He's using his split finger fastball more than he ever has. It's up at like a 36% usage rate. So he's just been incredible. And I really can't wrap my head around how you can get him this inexpensive on a 13-game slate. It just doesn't make any sense to me, especially when you consider his opponent, Arizona. I mean, we talked about Corbin Martin earlier. It's a high win expectancy for Gausman in this game. And Arizona so far in May, they are getting healthier, but they've got just a 74 WRC plus as a team. It's the third worst mark in all of baseball. So I think Gausman checks every box on this slate. And I would probably be willing to pay for him if he was $9,000, let alone $7,200.
Eric, does your top DFS pitcher tonight also check all the boxes?
Yep. My top two are Gausman and Corbin Burns. And since we've already been over Gausman, I'll gush about Burns for a minute here. I don't know why he's only the fifth most expensive pitcher on the slate. He's second in points per game behind only Jacob deGrom, who has maybe some workload questions in his first start back from injury. Burns has a tough opponent and park here. He's facing the Padres at Miller Park, but he's transcended to the level that we don't care. He's usable every single time. He's already had 10 strikeouts in 6 shutout innings against these very same Padres. He's incredible this season. His ERA is 175, I think it is, and that's actually an underachievement if you look at some of the ERA estimators. FIP has him at 0.84, so he's actually giving up twice as many runs as he should be, and his ERA is still well below 2. I mean, we don't see things like this late into the season. If you look at minimum 40 innings, because he doesn't quite count as a qualified starter because he missed time due to COVID, his strikeout rate, 44.7%, nearly a coin flip. That's trails only deGrom of pitchers who threw at least 40 innings. His 1.3% walk rate. He's finally walked 2 batters after walking none in his first, 6-7 starts. That's the best in that sample as well. And he also gets ground balls too. He's doing everything. He's quite possibly the best pitcher in the league. And you can get him as only the 5th most expensive on this slate.
All right, to the hot corner we go. Gary, and money line or run line bet you're chasing on this 13-game slate?
Yeah, this one's a bit of a coin flip for me, but I think the fact that St. Louis is plus 123 on the money line up against Chicago, I would say in a vacuum, the White Sox are a better team. They're at home. In general, I understand why the Cardinals are underdogs in this spot. However, for as good as Lucas Giolito has been so far this season, I think you could make the case that Jack Flaherty has been better. And while all good things must come to an end at some point, so far this season, St. Louis is 9-0 in games started by Jack Flaherty. They've yet to lose. So I'm just going to keep chasing this. I'm going to take the plus 123 in the money line, and I'm going to trust Jack Flaherty. It's not a spot where I'm like, oh my God, I'd be so shocked if the Cardinals lost this game. But again, they have not lost yet this season with Flaherty on the mound.
Eric, which money line or run line bet stands out to you?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Cleveland over Detroit. It was at minus 139 last I pulled it up. And that's because I just don't have any faith in Tarek Skubal for the Tigers. He was a guy I liked as a prospect. He had crazily high strikeout rates, like regularly in the high 30s in the minors or even higher. But none of that has translated so far through parts of 2 seasons at the big leagues. Just a strikeout rate of 23.1% this year, and it was lower than that before a couple decent outings recently. So he combines, a slightly below average strikeout rate with an 11% walk rate. That's well above league average, and most worryingly, a 25.2% ground ball rate. Just giving up way too much contact in the air. That's the lowest among pitchers who've thrown at least 35 innings this season. On the other side, Aaron Savali is not at all exciting. ERA of 3.30 isn't quite backed up by the estimators. He's a low strikeout guy with good control and good grounders, but that should be enough to not give up many runs against a pretty poor Tigers team. And Skubal, I'm going to need to see a lot more good starts before I think he can win many games.
All right, Stan, you're up.
All right, I like Oakland minus 1.5 at plus 120. Cole Irvin, he doesn't throw hard. The average is 90 miles per hour on the fastball. Swinging strike rate is only 9.5%. That said, he does have good control. He doesn't walk that many batters. His overall numbers or season-long numbers are inflated because of 3 games against Houston. He allowed 5, 4, and 4 earned runs in those 3 games. In the other games, he allowed a total of 8 earned runs in 6 games. So, he has 4 games with 6, 8, and 9 strikeouts. Seattle, they're fourth in strikeouts against left-handed pitching. On the other side, Seattle's got Logan Gilbert on the mound. He's got a 5.85 FIP. He's allowed 2 home runs in 6.2 innings. Oakland bats, I mean, they could get busy here. They're fourth in ISO against right-handed pitching.
Stan, we are rounding third. We are heading home, and I need a game total from you that you like tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to stay here. The Seattle-Oakland game, under 8.5, minus 120. I do like Irvin to shut down the Seattle offense. And, while I think that the Athletics will score some runs, I don't see them going nuclear here. Both teams, they have really good bullpens. The FIP is 3.9 for Seattle, 3.77 for Oakland. The home runs per 9 are 0.91 and 0.79 respectively. So, I like the Athletics to win here, but I like the total under 8.5.
What's your game total, Garion?
I'm going to go to Kansas City against Tampa Bay. The number right now is 8. It is minus 118 for the over on the DKSB. I wouldn't be shocked if this maybe moves to 8.5 before we get first pitch, but this is mainly about the Rays and Brad Keller. Tampa Bay has won 11 straight games, and in that span of time, they alone are averaging 8.6 runs per game. They're just an offensive juggernaut right now, and Brad Keller comes into this start with a 7.28 expected ERA. So I really don't think he's going to shut down this Rays lineup, and 8 of the last 9 Tampa Bay games have gone over the number. So all the trends are pointing in the direction of the over in this spot. And then you've got Rich Hill going up against a Kansas City lineup that I always prefer going up against a left-handed pitcher as opposed to a right-handed pitcher. And even though Rich Hill's been very good recently, we know that Rich Hill can sort of be a different version of himself on any given night. So would I be shocked if Kansas City strung together 3 or 4 runs against Rich Hill? No, I wouldn't. And I think the Rays have a legitimate shot at scoring 7 or 8 runs in this game. So I think we get well over this number.
Okay, Eric, what game total do you like?
I'm going with the under in the Giants Diamondbacks game. It's set at 9, and I just don't know how you can set it at 9 in the game that has Kevin Gausman in it. We already talked about Gausman earlier. He's just a true ace now, I think. I think he's done it long enough that we can say that. 1 or fewer run allowed in 8 of his 9 starts this season. 1.66 ERA. It's a little bit better than the estimators have it, but he's got the full package. Strikeout rate just shy of 30%. He got it actually over 30% last year. So it's very sustainable for him to stay at that level. Low walk rate too. On the other side, Corbin Martin is not at all proven, but he's not, some terrible pitcher that I think the Giants are going to get 9 all by themselves against. He's only had 1 start since returning from Tommy John surgery, so not a lot to analyze there. But before the surgery, he was a decent prospect, 50 future value in most places, which means potential mid-rotation starter. Had a 3.13 ERA and a strikeout rate of 28.5% in AAA in 2019. So I think there's enough there that I don't think he's going to get blown up. And then I don't think Gausman's given up more than 1 because he never seems to.
All right, guys, we got some extra bases here. Need you very, very quick on the prop. So, Eric, have at it.
Yeah, Steven Matz under 5.5 strikeouts. That's just too high for me. He's hit the over 3 of his last 8 starts, 5 of his last 15 over the last 2 years. And his strikeout rate this year is actually slightly down from last year. So even though it was hot early, I think we could look at last year's numbers too. 5.5 is just not a number he normally reaches.
Gary, and quick on the prop bet.
Yeah, I actually have the same prop. Matt's 33.3% strikeout rate against left-handed bats, just 20.8% against right-handed bats. The Yankees only have right-handed bats. He's not getting 5.5 strikeouts in this game.
Wayward son, talk to me.
I'm correlated. I'm going DJ LeMahieu, home run, plus 675. You guys, both of them alluded to Steven Matz struggles against righties. He's allowed 1 home run in 6 of 9 games, 6 of the 7 to righties. I'm swinging for the fences on the swing for the fences props.
That's the way to do it, baby. Baseball dudes, your job here is done. We'll dive deep into a shallow NHL slate after this. All right, just 2 postseason games on the menu around the NHL tonight, and here to preview everything in a fun little segment we call Opening Face-Off is RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. Paul, Toronto holding a 2-1 lead over Montreal. Who is your favorite DFS play in this game?
You know what? In such a small slate, you have to go with the winning goalie in a game where you don't expect the opposition to score much, if at all. And yesterday I pointed out that Montreal Canadiens have scored more than 2 goals only 3 times in their last 9 games. Well, after last night, you can make that 10, and you'll make it 11 after tonight's game. I think I take Jack Campbell for $8,100 as the most important DFS play in this game.
All right, AJ, game 4 between Montreal and Toronto. Who's your guy?
I'm actually going to look to the other side of the ice, and I'm going to look at Cole Caulfield. You know, he's coming in at 7,000 in the showdown, 10.5 if you want to captain him, 4,500 in the classic slate there. Didn't score in game 3, but he had 3 shots on net, almost 3.5 power play minutes. This kid is going to get plenty of opportunities, no hesitation about shooting it. I'll take it even a step further here. He's plus 275 as an anytime goal scorer tonight. That's 8th best among all the players in this game.
All right, yeah. Let's go dive even deeper here into the sportsbook side. You got a favorite bets for game 4 of this series, AJ?
Yeah, outside of the Caulfield player prop I just mentioned here, I'm going straight up money line in this one, and that's the Habs at plus 148. It's tremendous value when you consider how closely matched these teams are, game 2 notwithstanding. And I think if you're taking Montreal in this game at all, I think you have to take the under here at minus 118. As Paul said, Montreal doesn't score a ton. If this game hits over 5.5 goals, it's almost no way that the Habs are the winner. So I'm doubling down on both of those, get the value for the money line and take the under as kind of a stack, if you will.
Paul, what's the bet for this game on the DK Sportsbook you like?
Look, I don't like the over-under. I don't like the money line, and so I'm looking for a prop bet here. The teams have played 2 very close checking games, as AJ's pointed out, out of the 3 total. And tonight we're on back-to-back nights, so I'm looking for it to be another grinder-type game where a grinder-type player emerges. And the guy who best fits the bill for me is Zach Hyman of the Leafs. He plays a regular shift with the big boys on the first line and the first line on the power play as well. And around the club, he's known as the king of the empty net goal. And that could be a situation where it makes it very, very easy for me to collect when I take him. Just score a goal tonight at plus 188.
We've also got game 5 here, guys, between Nashville and Carolina. This series tied at 2. Who's going to crack your lineup from this one, Paul?
You know what? In a limited slate, selecting the big guns is key, obviously, but grabbing the productive foot soldiers is just as important. So I look at Jordan Staal as a great value play tonight. He got 3 goals and 1 assist in the 4 games played in this set and has thrown 13 shots on goal in the series so far. I like all of that, noting also that he centers a potent first power play unit and will only cost you $4,500 for all of that.
AJ, what about you?
Like, I think you have to pay up to captain Sebastian Aho in this game and showdown and absolutely get him into your classic lineups as well. Yes, it's a big price tag to pay for him all around, but look, you go back all the way into their final 2 regular season games, which were also against the Predators. Aho has put a ridiculous 29 shots on net. That's, obviously just south of 5 per game over that stretch. That's a fantastic floor. Yeah, sure, he's got just the 3 goals to show for it right now, but Carolina's heading back home in this one. If you're looking for some value, at least consider Nino Niederreiter as well. The offense hasn't been there with just 1 point in the series, but he did register 4 shots in Game 4. He gets power play opportunities as well, is on the second line with Vincent Trocheck, and it feels like just a matter of time for him.
Oh, AJ, what about your favorite bet in this game?
Well, I got to stick with Aho here to score a goal at plus 143. The aforementioned Niederreiter comes in at plus 188 to score a goal. That's third best of anybody in this game. But really, my favorite bet across the board is actually Aho with 2 or more points at plus 185. Look, for my money, if I'm going to use the guy in DFS, why not try and double down and take him in player props as well? So Aho is all my money on him tonight.
Okay, Paul.
You know what? Oftentimes there's great value on players of the underdog team. So tonight I'm looking at the Preds' Michael Granlund after seeing him tally 3 points over the last 2 games and knowing that the guy's a streaky scorer. And if this club has any hopes of extending this series and doing well tonight, he has to play a big role. And he's primed for that. He's left winger on their top power play unit, as well as centering their second scoring line at even strength. That should give him ample opportunity to hit the score sheet with a goal and pay out at 330.
Gentlemen, wonderful work as always. We're going to watch Kenny play with building blocks right after this. All right, 3 playoff games enter our lives tonight around the association. Let's see who DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen are building their lineups around. Kenny, who's your building block at guard?
You know, Emerson, it's a difficult decision for me, but I think I can't pass up Devin Booker at $8,100. The reason I say it's difficult is because, you know, the last time, obviously, they played the Lakers, he had a great game in Game 1. He went for 7 times value. But, you know, other than that, he's kind of had a little bit of a struggle against the Lakers this season. They've had a good defense. But this defense, you know, is just not the same as it's been all season long. The Lakers down the stretch had a mid-tier defense, and I thought we saw a little bit of that in Game 1 as well. Booker, the usage here is just, it's ridiculous. It's you know, it's undeniable, over 34% in the last 2 games. And I just think that this guy's going to continue to get shots up here. He showed and proved that in Game 1 that he is a playoff performer. And the Lakers, they're just looking a little lethargic on the defensive end. And the fact that they have struggled so much on offense, I think they are opting now for some weaker defenders to make up for that. And that should allow Booker to, have a little bit better of a time than he did during the regular season against the Lakers and have another good game here. And also, of course, there's the Chris Paul factor. We don't know if he's going to be 100% healthy. So I like Devin Booker.
Okay. Nick, who do you like as your building block at guard?
I think there's a case to be made for James Harden. You're going to have to pay up. You're going to pay more than $2,000 more than Devin Booker. But, watching that game one against Boston, it felt like Harden just coasted his way through it. And then, when he felt like he needed to turn it on in the second half, he was able to do it in an instant and turn in a great James Harden-like fantasy performance. So, the fact that he's able to do that really at the drop of a hat, makes him a really appealing option. But I'm going to echo a lot of what Kenny said. I think saving the $2,000 and getting Devin Booker at 8,100 after torching the Lakers in game one, that was his best game in more than a month. I don't know what the Lakers were doing defensively in that game. They were scrambling. They're sending doubles seemingly at random. Booker had open shot after open shot. And, unless the Lakers completely change up their scheme in game two, which is possible, I don't really see them slowing down Devin Booker. That they were constantly failing on switches. Guys like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope just were not able to hold up. And while I think this Lakers defense can play better, it's a little bit deceiving. The Suns didn't even get to 100 points in game one. So, if you're the Lakers, you can look back and say, well, at least we played okay defensively. We didn't hit a lot of shots. I mean, Jay Crowder went 0 of 7 from 3, and all 7 of those looks were pretty much wide open. Cam Johnson didn't shoot the ball overly well. Cam Payne was 1 of 3. This game could have been a lot worse. So I don't think the Lakers defense really comes out of game one with all that much confidence.
Nick, if you were going to build a lineup around someone at the forward position, who would it be?
I like Luka Doncic a lot tonight. And of course, you're going to have to pay up for Luka. He's at $10,600. But I think he just loves playing this Clippers team, which on paper has two guys in Paul George and especially Kawhi Leonard, who are kind of ideal matchups for someone like Doncic. But those guys can't guard him. That was the case during the regular season. That was the case in the playoffs last year. And that was certainly the case in game one the other night. So, chances are Doncic doesn't hit 5 3-pointers again, but he's going to take probably 11 or 12. And if he's hot again, that's going to open up a lot of other things for him. He also had 2 blocks in game one. Again, not something you can count on night to night, but the floor that Doncic brings as the guy that basically has the ball in his hands at all times when he's on the floor is huge. I will say I'm going to fade LeBron at my own peril tonight. I don't like how he looked in game one. He's had a lot of game ones like this throughout his career. But I thought he looked heavy. I think he got lucky with a few long threes early on that made his line look a little bit better than it actually was. But he didn't want to attack the basket. He didn't want to take advantage when he had smaller guys like Mikal Bridges on him. I just really didn't like what I saw from LeBron. And I think he does bounce back, but I don't think we get a monster LeBron game tonight.
Okay, we've got a lot more LeBron talk actually coming up a little later when we take a sportsbook look at tonight's slate. But Kenny, who is your for forward building block for this evening?
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be Kawhi Leonard at $8,300. I'm going to continue to save money here. And look, I'm the first one to admit, I have not been a big Kawhi Leonard guy in DFS all season long. I have not liked playing him. I don't think that he is a particularly valuable fantasy player, but I cannot deny the game that he had in game one. I mean, first of all, we know that he, again, returned 7 times value, just like Devin Booker, and had 26 points. But the biggest thing to me here was the 10 rebounds. When you look at Dallas, one of the ways you want to attack them is on the glass. Dallas does not rebound very well. They were 16th in the league in rebounding rate this season. And Kawhi Leonard able to snatch up 10 rebounds. And I just think that speaks a lot to the way that the Clippers play. They are pushing the tempo just a little bit now in the playoffs. And, they're going to have guys like Serge Ibaka, who's back, get back out onto the wing and shoot in transition. And I think Kawhi Leonard here could get another 10 rebound game. I think he gets you a double-double. And again, that's just something that he hasn't done a lot. But if he can get you a double-double, this is tremendous value here at $8,300. And again, there's a guy who's going to be on the minutes here are going to be unquestioned. And the usage here bumped back up to almost 31% after down the stretch. He just kind of took it easy. So I don't know if Kawhi Leonard was just like chilling and then now he's turning it on and getting more of the ball and taking more shots in the postseason. But honestly, I think that might be the case. The Clippers really did not look like they wanted to win games at all in the last month of the season. And, again, they lost, but Kawhi Leonard was certainly very involved. I think that he could have even a better game tonight. And I love the savings here at $8,300.
What do you do at center for your building block, Kenny? One of these guys is not like the others. I'm looking at Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I'm not. I was looking at Anthony Davis, and I saw that he had 7 rebounds last game, Emerson, which is a little troubling to me. Yeah. I think DeAndre Ayton here, in a game where the Suns, I fully expect them to win the battle on the glass again, is a good value play. Now, we know Chris Paul's involvement. We don't know how much he's going to, if he's going to be 100%. I think he might have just had a stinger. We're not really sure. He's had shoulder issues in the past. But as long as he's on the floor, I think that Ayton's going to get his fair share of lobs, and the rebounds here should come in bunches. The Lakers, just like the Mavericks, not really a great rebounding team all year long. And the difference between the Warriors, who have one of the softest front courts in basketball, and the Suns was $2,000 for the Lakers. They got knocked around. I think they were used to being able to dominate, smaller forwards for rebounds in that last game. I don't know if there's going to be an adjustment here, but I also do know that the Suns are serious about rebounding when it comes to DeAndre Ayton, especially, and the Lakers have had a lot of struggles there. So again, I don't think they're going to be playing. Marc Gasol's not magically going to play like 20 minutes. Montrezl Harrell was his action was limited. I think DeAndre Ayton here has a lot of upside just with the rebounds that he can get you.
Does your building block at center also bring a lot of upside to it, Nick?
Well, it kind of depends. I think center is where I might try to save some money. There's a build you can get, Luka Doncic, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker all in your lineup tonight if you want to go that route, but it means saving up at center. So I'm looking at, Robert Williams at 4,600. I think he's going to be really popular tonight coming off of that 9 block game. But a decent chance that, he regresses significantly just based on the fact that he's not going to block 9 shots again. I'm also looking at Tristan Thompson at 4,900. He's got 25, 33, 23 DraftKings points over his last 3 games. Obviously not a guy with a super high ceiling, but pretty reasonably high floor, should play 25 to 30 minutes for Boston. I am with Kenny on favoring Ayton over Anthony Davis, though, just based on the cost differential. I do think Anthony Davis bounces back. I don't see how he couldn't. I honestly think that was maybe the worst that I've ever seen him play from start to finish. Didn't even have a rebound until like the final minute of the first half. He was beat by Ayton 4 or 5 times for offensive boards throughout that game, a couple of them in key spots. You're not going to out-talent Anthony Davis on most nights, but he's definitely a guy who could be outworked, and that's exactly what happened in game 1. And I think he's going to be more prepared in game 2, but I also think DeAndre Ayton saw what worked in game 1, and there's really not a whole lot of reason to think that he won't do the same thing in game 2. Does that mean he's going to go 10 of 11 from the field and have 16 boards? Maybe not, but if he can get you even 80% of that, I like the value there at that price.
Nick, if you were brave enough to build a lineup around a value play, who would be your building block?
So I mentioned Robert Williams, 4,600. Again, 9 blocks in game 1 should be a popular play. When I start to look at guys in the 4,000 or 5,000 range, it's all about minutes to me. And Marcus Smart is going to play a ton of minutes. He's at 5,800. Hasn't really been playing all that well, admittedly, over the last couple of weeks. But that's someone you plug in and just hope that he plays 42 minutes and does something with those. McCall Bridges, also in that category. He's at 5,300. Played 41 minutes in game 1. I don't see any reason why he won't continue to see huge minutes. They need him defensively. And then KCP was arguably the worst of all the Lakers in game 1. Missed like 7 wide open 3-pointers, was just horrible on both ends. But he's the primary guy to guard Devin Booker for better or for worse. So he's another player that fits into that category of, he plays 35 to 38 minutes and you just hope that he gets hot from 3.
Kenny, what about you? Building block, a value.
Yeah, I've been infatuated with Tristan Thompson all series long. I wrote about how I liked him in the series showdown, and I don't hate playing him at 4,900 either. I just think that he's going to continue to get minutes because of his playoff experience. Another guy, and you mentioned it, Nick, about the minutes. 36 minutes last game for Maxi Kleber. I think that he is a great value play here at $3,400. His money actually went down from $3,500 to $3,400. And again, it's a guy that back-to-back games, he's had over 6 times value, and he is on the floor a lot. He didn't take enough shots for me to really be too thrilled about playing him. But the one thing here was the Clippers' rebounding rate was 45.7% in game 1. They just really struggled on the glass, and Kleber was able to clean up with 9 rebounds. The guy's just going to be out there on the floor. We've seen him hit clutch shots before for the Mavericks, so they do trust him with the ball in his hands. I actually think that he has a ton of upside here. He's not really a guy to me that's going to get, 15 to 20 points here. I really think he can get you 30 points. I think that he might shoot the ball a little bit more in this game. It's also worth noting he had 4 fouls in game 1, and, potentially his minutes were curbed even. Maybe he plays 38 minutes in this one. I don't know. But I can't deny the fact this guy's going to be out here all game long. Pretty good matchup. $3,400. All you're really asking for is 15 fantasy points, really. Fire him up.
All right, you two hang out. We're going to put on our DK Sportsbook goggles and take a look at tonight's slates coming up right after we price check around the PGA Tour with Jeff Ulrich. All right, people, we have a ton of golf to talk about and not a lot of time to talk about it. Jeff Ulrich, it's good to see you. Real quick, what'd you think of that video? Brooks losing his train of thought, the hard eye roll when Bryson was walking by. It's trending all over the world right now. People are loving this.
Yeah, they're loving it. Let's get more of it. We need rivalries in golf. I don't want this, shaking hands after. Let's get at it here. Let's get some animosity on the course. I love that these guys don't like each other. Brooks's disdain is so evident. It's great. People obviously have takes about Brooks. He's a little polarizing, but that was fantastic reaction. Just natural. It's what he was feeling. And you know what? Bryson coming back, posting stuff on Instagram. Let's do it. Let's get more actual rivalries going.
Dude, Bryson was just mashing in the gym, like combining like these shrugs and curls and calf raises all in one exercise. It was amazing. Like absolutely epic. It really was. Also, by the way, give me Brooks, Bryson, and Reed as a trio at the U.S. Open next month. That would be like must-see theater. If the USGA doesn't do it, the USGA deserves to crumble. Okay, so this week it's the Charles Schwab Challenge. I need you to price check for me here, dude. We got 5 guys at 10K or higher. Who would you roster in that group?
Yeah, so I like taking Justin Thomas here. I mean, whenever you can get Justin Thomas in a non-major event when he's not the most expensive player on DraftKings, you're getting a good deal, and B, you're getting exposure to a guy who, quite frankly, can just blow the doors off a course like Colonia. We've seen him do it at a course, at the Sony Open in the past where he shot 59, won by like multiple strokes. He can do that here. That's just what Justin Thomas has in his ability. And I like Colin Morikawa a lot. I think a lot of people are going to flock to him here, and I think you're going to get like half the ownership on Justin Thomas. Certainly, it looks early in the week like projecting, we could see that type of disparity in the ownership. So I like grabbing Justin Thomas here. Ultimately, like these guys over 10K are very, very close this week, but I think JT at 11K is a really good deal.
It hasn't looked right, though, since winning the Players' Championship.
It's true. Putter's been a little bit cold, but, that iron play can spark up at any time.
How about the 9K range, dude?
Yeah, 9K range is insanely close this week as well. We've got a ton of good young ball strikers. Again, Corey Connors, Scheffler's in there. Obviously, Joaquin Niemann. These are all players people are going to like. I like just going with Answer. All these guys are going to be popular, but Abraham Answer at 9,700 is the guy who's just been there all the time. And I think Answer sets up so perfectly for this course. He's firing with his irons. He's gained strokes in like 7 straight events. He was absolutely on fire with those clubs at the Wells Fargo. You saw him close with a 65 at the PGA Championship last week. It's a little bit of fear, maybe a fatigue from that, but I mean, all these guys played last week, and you just look at what he's done with the putter as well recently. Really heated up with that club. Colonial as a course, it's iron play and it's getting hot on the greens. That's exactly what Abraham Answer is doing every week right now. And as not a big hitter, I think that this course gives him a much better chance to succeed. I could definitely see him pulling out his first win here. So I'm going to say Answer at 9,700.
Yeah, I like that pick. T8, that was his third straight top 10 at the, this past weekend. Made it three straight top 10. 9th straight finish of T26 or better, dude. Take me to the 8K department, please.
Yeah, this is like the exact opposite of the 9K range, because while there's about 5 players I feel like you could target in the 9K range, I don't even really feel like there's anyone that you absolutely need to play here. Charlie Hoffman is playing really good, but I don't know if Kelowna is going to set up as well for him, maybe because it's a little de-emphasizes driver a little bit, and his putting just isn't as high end as some of the other guys. I'm going to say that this is probably an area where taking a shot on a guy like Matt Wallace is a good idea. He played extremely well the last time we were in Texas, gained like 11 strokes at the Valero. He's been kind of all over leaderboards all sort of early spring here. And Wallace is a player who, he's not uber long off the tee, but he can get hot with the putter as well. And, there's just a bunch of names here that either look overpriced or I just don't really want to play them because of their form. Brian Harman at 8K certainly is a good play. He is going to most certainly also be the most popular play this week. So I think Matt Wallace here for me offers a lot of appeal for the big tournaments on DraftKings because you'll get him at lower ownership.
Yeah, and I don't think, and we talked about this in everyone's favorite edition of Get the Green each week, Monday edition, when it's Reed and I, not you and Reed. We talked about it yesterday with this course as well. You don't necessarily have to be a bomber because there are so many like dog legs and like just tree-lined fairways on this course.
It's true. And as the third best golf analyst on DraftKings, I concur with that statement. Yep. Power off the tee is just de-emphasized here. Like guys typically average 5 to 10 yards less in their driving distance just because of the setup of the course. You can't just rip driver because the trees overhang everywhere. You get yourself out of position. You've got to have a line into the green. So accuracy off the tee, definitely a bigger deal.
It would not be a strength of Samir's behind the scenes here. 7K, the $7,000 department. I mean, we're going low here. Who stands out to you?
We are, and there's some interesting names this week. Like you've got Sergio down there at 7,500, exceedingly cheap for him. Brandon Grace played well last week. He's down there too. I'm going to go with another guy who made the cut last week, and Harold Varner III, though, at 7,400. Played pretty well. He only finished T49. The only place he struggled was on the greens. And quite frankly, a lot of people struggled on those Paspalum greens at Kiowa. They're just a little bit different. I think the speeds gave some people trouble, but Varner tee to green was fine. He gained like over 6 strokes tee to green. It's a player who finished second at the RBC Heritage like 3-4 weeks ago. And look, Harbor Town and Colonial, very similar to courses, old courses, lots of trees. You can block yourself out if you get too inaccurate off the tee. Varner's done very well at those type of venues. He was T19 at Colonial last year, opened with the 63 here. He's playing good golf. Tee to green is playing very good golf. Yeah, he's got a spike with the putter, but he's shown a little bit more ability to do that this year. I really like Harold Varner this year. I think if you get a dark horse winner, he could definitely be it.
Oh man, under 7K. But you know what? I feel like in our 3 years, like working together here at DK, this is really where Jeff Ulrich shines. Like you find that diamond in the rough for people.
Look, 2 weeks ago, I hit 175 to 1 winner at KH Lee. I mean, if this is, I'm just going to I'm going to brag about that for like a year, by the way, but look, this is my time to shine. The scrub, going down into the pits here.
Yeah. These are the peasants. These are the peasants on DraftKings right now.
Exactly. This is where I shine. But look, there's 2 guys at 6,700 I'm very interested in this week. Where does Henrik Stenson? He gained over 6 strokes on his approaches last week. Now, Stenson still struggling a bit around the greens and with the putter, but like when that pops, the iron play is back. I mean, old hit the ball at the pin every hole here. Henrik Stenson is back, boys. I mean, don't shy away from this guy at this point. I think we might be catching him at a really good price this week. It's a good ball strikers course for Henrik Stenson. Again, don't have to worry about off the tee. But I also like Patrick Rogers there at 6,700. Also coming off a good week in Texas at the Byron Nelson. Didn't play last week. Really picked it up with his irons there, though. And this guy's an elite putter. Like Patrick Rogers, like Harold Varner, if you see a guy, maybe pop up on the leaderboard, I could see Rodgers being it. Coming off his best ball striking week of the year, he can go nuts with that putter. And he played well here last year too. He's T14.
Okay, so you and Reed are going to have a lot more coming up today after the 2 o'clock sim. So roughly around 3 o'clock here on the Dream Stream. We do it every week. You and Reed, get the green. Everyone bring your questions about the Charles Schwab, because yesterday we mainly looked back at the PGA and that historic weekend with Phil. Good stuff, Jeff Allwork. Appreciate you, man. We're going to take a sportsbook look at tonight's NBA action right after this. All right, back for more. It is our NBA panel, DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. It's NBA high or low, so are the following spreads, totals, or props, like too high or too low on tonight's playoff slate, so like too short or too long. Brooklyn favored by, it looks like it's 9 now on the DK Sportsbook. Brooklyn favored by 9 over Boston, game 2. That too high or too low, Kenny?
I think that this number is too low. I think so. Now, here's the thing. I thought Boston was going to be competitive in this series. I thought that they might steal game 1. I thought that they might, maybe win one of the first 3 games. And then, once the Nets started to figure them out, they would just kind of run them off the court. Well, that whole feel out period was not like 2 games. It was like 2 quarters. And the Nets just completely steamrolled the Celtics from there. So I do think that this number is a little bit too low. I think the Nets will probably win this game by like 12 to 15 points. The biggest thing here, and I shouted it from the mountaintops, I said the Nets can't play defense. They're going to stink in the postseason. Well, their defensive rating was 100 in their first game against the Boston Celtics. And that is the 3rd best defensive rating so far in the postseason. So I think as long as this defense continues to play like this, it's going to be pretty fruitful to bet on the Nets. 9.5. I could see this going up to like 13 points by game 3.
Yeah, and Tatum didn't make a single bucket and a single field goal in the second half. It's also kind of crazy too, Nick, when you think about it. It was just the 9th game since Harden was acquired in that blockbuster trade that Harden and Kyrie and KD were on the floor together. So it really wasn't a shocker to me. It took them a couple quarters to warm up.
No, me neither. And I'm surprised that this has moved from 9.5 to 9. I'm with Kenny. I think it should be going in the other direction, if anything. I think game 1, I definitely didn't think the Celtics were going to steal it by any means, but I felt like the first quarter, especially in the first half, went about as well as Boston could have asked for. I mean, they held Brooklyn to 16 points in the first quarter. They hit a ton of threes early on. Boston led that game by 6 at the half. And then it felt like Brooklyn said, okay, we'll actually start trying now. And they were able to coast their way, to a double-digit win. So I think we get a Nets team that's a little more ready this time around. I don't think they're going to score 16 points in the first quarter. Again, I think they want to come out and send a message. And Jason Tatum played really well in that first half. But, like you said, he really had no field goals in the second. I think I would take the over on one Jason Tatum, Kevin Durant fight at some point in the series. I think KD was able to get under Jason Tatum's skin. And it was just abundantly clear that, especially when Kemba Walker doesn't have it, and he certainly did not have it in game 1, with Jaylen Brown out, I mean, if it's just the Jason Tatum show, it becomes pretty easy to defend, especially when you could throw a 7-footer with a long wingspan like Kevin Durant on that guy. Boston just doesn't have a lot of other options. Like Evan Fournier can't be your number 2 guy in a playoff game against the Brooklyn Nets. So I think this one actually probably ends up in a blowout. I think game 1, based on how that first half went, was probably Boston's best chance to steal one. And I think the Nets have woken up and are probably going to steamroll these next three. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this game ends up looking a little bit like last night's Heat Bucks game.
All right, guys, need to speed it up a little bit. Lakers Suns game total was 208.5 this morning. It's now 210.5 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Too high or too low, Nick?
I have over on 208.5. I think about it a little more at the new number, but still probably over. I know game one didn't break 200, but this feels like maybe a little bit of an over adjustment. Neither team shot the ball well, especially the Lakers. I mean, their role players were horrendous in that game. So I think by virtue of both teams just shooting a little bit closer to their average, this one pushes over.
Kenny, what do you want to do here? Too high, too low?
Yeah, I agree with Nick. I would take the over here. I think this is a little bit too low. The shooting is going to come back to normal. And also, I mean, while I am a little bit concerned about that Lakers offense, the defense there was not great. They've not been great down the stretch. They were not great in that game. And I also know that the Suns during the season had been known to push the pace a little bit in close games. I think this game's going to be close. I think the Suns need to be trailing in this game, and I would not be surprised to see them revert back to their up-tempo ways that we kind of saw them, veer into in the middle of the season in kind of a shock. So I do think that the pace could be a little bit higher. I think this goes over.
Kenny, Clippers favored by, it was originally 6 this morning over the Mavericks, now 7 on the DK Sportsbook. Too high or too low?
I think that it's too low still. I think that the Clippers end up running up on the Mavericks. Look, I think that you could say all the nice things in the world that you want about Luka Doncic. He's a great player, but I do think that the rest of this team just lacks a punch on the glass, and they lack a punch on the defensive end more importantly. And the fact that they don't really run at a very fast pace here, I think that puts them at a huge disadvantage. There's going to be few chances to really create a bunch of offense against this Clippers team. And again, the Clippers didn't want to win a single game in the month of May, I'm convinced. And all of a sudden now they are like back to normal. We've seen it with the Lakers, we've seen it with the Nets, and now with the Clippers, these teams that just didn't try for 2 weeks, now just all of a sudden they're good again. I didn't want to believe that it was going to happen, but I am quickly admitting that it is happening, that teams can just snap and flip on a switch, and then there they go. So I think that the Clippers are back. I think that the Clippers roll over the Mavericks. They're one of the best teams in basketball.
Nick, too high or too low?
I think it's about right. I would actually take Dallas to cover. I'll take the Clippers to win this game, but I think Luka is going to do a good job of slowing things down, controlling the pace, and keeping the Mavs in this game. But I think the Clippers bounce back overall. I mean, Kawhi Leonard, Marcus Morris, Reggie Jackson, Serge Ibaka combined to go 1 of 17 from 3 in game one. I don't think that's happening again. I think better shooting is really going to open things up for the Clippers. But like I said, I think the Mavs have a good chance to keep this close, especially if Maxi Kleber plays in this game. He's questionable, sore Achilles. That's been bothering him for the last couple of weeks. Rick Carlisle, said that, Kleber barely practiced yesterday. So it does seem like something that's a real concern. If he doesn't go, that's a pretty big blow for Dallas on the defensive end, especially.
Okay, Nick, LeBron James, 41.5 points, rebounds, and assists total. I remember you said earlier, you're not picking up what LeBron's been putting down lately. So you just want to tell me why this is too high?
Look, I have to go over here. I know I said that, but this number is just lower than I thought it would be, to be honest. Okay. I mean, he's averaging 45 points, rebounds, assists for his playoff career. So, while I didn't love what I saw from LeBron in game one, the fact that he was still able to get to 10 assists, despite, KCP blowing every single wide open three that LeBron set up for him, says a lot. I don't like LeBron to come out and go for like 38 points in this game and just dominate like we've seen him do in the past. I think he's still going to have to feel it out as a scorer, but he's always rebounded well in the playoffs. He turns it up, another like 50% just in terms of effort on the glass in the postseason. So I think he can get to 10, 12 assists, 8 to 10 rebounds. And then if he can just get to 25 to 27 points, that's probably enough to push him over. So I'm not super high on LeBron. I'm more so just, low on this number, I guess.
All right, yeah, minus 125 on the over there. Kenny, what do you think? Is this actually too short?
It's way too short. And when you look back since 2018, Emerson, I did some looking. There are only 2 times where you can point to a game 2 where LeBron didn't increase his scoring output over game 1. One of them was he had a 51-point game. So obviously he's not going to go more than 51 points. And the other one was a game where he played just 26 minutes in the first round of the postseason last year against the Blazers when he was, obviously 26 minutes, you're not going to improve over 23 points. I think that history tells us that LeBron's going to have a better scoring output here. I would not be surprised to see him hit 30, 32 points. And if he does that, yeah, I mean, of course he's going to get, 9 or 10 rebounds and assists, considering the fact that this battle on the glass has been, the Suns, they are good at rebounding, but they're not the best at rebounding. And LeBron certainly can make a dent there. I think that he could have like 35 points, and then this is an easy cash.
Gentlemen, very, very solid work this morning. We really appreciate it. We are out of time, though. I've got the first of 6 Madden Sims coming up. It's the 49ers at the Lions with Zach Thompson. You got about 5 or 6 minutes to fill out your free roll lineup. See if you can beat me, which there's no way you can. Adios, people. All right, what's up, everybody? It is an absolute pleasure to see all of you seeing us. I'm Emerson Latzia, Zach Thompson, Kyle from the op scene behind the scenes, producer Terrelyn with us today, Bry Guy on DOS, 1s and 2s, first of 6 sims on the slates. And it's a good one, Brotato Chip. First off, before we dive into 49ers at the Lions, as lineups now have locked, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Where is that? Like a little office you're in or something, huh?
Yeah. Different. Had to kind of pivot and go to some backup equipment, and had to come get the backup equipment from this location. So yeah, we're
good.
We're good. We're good. Just hanging out, ready to do this. Do this little sim here. Part of the season. Hopefully, everybody's enjoying the new Madden season that started yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it started yesterday. Christian and I and Terrelyn on the noon sim with the Cowboys and the Bucks. I saw you sent that link along in our Slack channel. I'm like, all right, what did my Jags do? And the Jags lost. What did they lose to Houston? That's ridiculous. That's not real. Jags would smoke Houston 10 out of 10 times. Get the hell out of here with that.
Well, this must have been the 11th time, I guess.
Okay, yeah, most likely. What'd you do with your lineup, man?
It's all good. So I built it a couple different ways, but I ended up going back to Mostert as the captain just because the Lions can't stop the run. So I think Mostert could be in for a monster game.
Oh my God. Perfect
on
timing.
cue. I think he could be in for a huge one. We've seen some really big games against Detroit on the ground. Lamar Jackson had a crazy 300 rushing yard game. I don't know if we'll see that, but I think it'll be a huge game for Mostert. Then built around him with George Kittle, TJ Hawkinson, Swift, Bourne, and your boy, Matt Prater.
Yep. Good call, dude.
Who'd you go with?
Okay, so I went ahead and captained Danny Amendola. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Indeed, I did. So I got Stafford on there. I learned my lesson last time when I did not roster Mostert, and what a bad decision that would be. And clearly in our contest that we made, 124 entries, 92% of the people also were smart like me and decided to roster him. I got a tight end stack in there, Kittle, Hawkinson, and then, of course, built by UCF, Mr. Matthew Prater.
Yeah, so a lot of similarities between our lineups. The main difference there, of course, in the captain spot.
All right, Mr. Dante Pettis on the receiving end of that one. Jimmy G in the house, everybody. It's 1st and 10 from the 26. Why not? It's been working this whole game. Just keep giving it to Mostert. I thought he was going to break that last one. 3 carries already, 44 yards, and 1st and 10 coming up from the 10. So you get to the 1-inch line, maybe they get a first down here.
Just rolling.
All right, so Terrelyn just put some ownership numbers. Wow, okay, so it's much lower, the ownership in the big free showdowns. It's 80% for Mostert. Jimmy G's at 30%. And this is the opening drive of the game. If you're just joining us, it's good to have you here on YouTube or whether you're on Twitch. And that's Kittle and...
Touchdown!
Actually, hold on a second. Is that Kittle? Is Kittle 82? No. Oh my God! Wait a second.
No, I think we've got a vulture.
Is that Ross Dwelly?
I think we've got a vulture.
Is that really the tight end 3 for a second? Wait a minute.
What?
They went ahead and skipped over Kittle, skipped over Jordan Reed.
Kittle who?
And then Ross Dwelly.
Oh boy.
What?
Ross Dwelly. Good luck finding
That's
those
annoying.
ownership owners.
That's really annoying.
0.
What the hell just happened? This isn't last year's version of Madden, right? Where, that was the joke.
Yeah.
It was like one of Emerson's superstar traits. It was like depth chart diver. It'd be the tight end 2s and tight end 3s.
Yeah, we haven't seen that nearly as much.
When's the last time a tight end 3 scored a freaking touchdown in these sims?
Not on one that I've been on in a long time.
Right?
Yeah, I can't remember the last one. And I'm not seeing any lineups in our smaller contests that have them.
Oh, God, no. No
crazy.
way.
Anybody got Dwelly? Anybody got Dwelly in the chat?
Yeah, dude.
If you,
did anyone do it?
If you don't have Dwelly, just go ahead and like this, and then we'll know you did not have Dwelly. See what I did there?
I do see what you did there. Smash Lana saying hello, my sweet chinchillas over on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Good to see you, Smash. Good to see everybody else here as
and
slowly
fumble.
waking up. Oh, no. It'll stay in the possession of the Lions.
I believe that was Nick Bosa.
Providence Pack says, damn, I rostered Reed for the Vulture. Yeah, they went ahead and just went straight to the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Jordan's like, Dwelly, wow, you're reaching Rossi levels of mush. It's pretty bad, dude. Although it's no secret, the past few, noon sims I've been on, especially with Christian, they've been awful. It's been, terrible, man.
Terrible as far as blowout or just low scoring?
No, low scoring, ugly, gross games, field goals, turnovers. Not pretty, man. Just really, really gritty and ugly. 3rd and 7.
Kind of like that pass.
Yeah. So just 1 for 2, 8 yards on the opening offensive drive for the Lions in this game. They're going to punt it away with under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, give it back to Mostert. That's what the people want.
Damian Williams asking on YouTube, who scored? All right, you may want to sit down for this. Tight end 3, Ross Dwelly.
Yeah, Ross Dwelly. Everybody knows Ross Dwelly.
Can we find his player card? Has he done anything?
That's a good question. We'd have to find somebody that owns him.
There's the top tight end though. So Jimmy G's 3 of 3 to start this thing off. George Kittle's first grab for 8 yards.
All right, so let's see. The leading lineup in the free showdown does not have him. But he's 1.1% owned in the free showdown. He has caught 19 passes now. And this is his 3rd touchdown. So it's happened before. He's never one game he had multiple catches. And this
was
is his
hell
third
froze
touchdown,
over.
Weird, man. Yeah, so he's the tight end 3 behind Reed and Kittle, right?
Yeah, yes, he is.
Crazy. Just what everyone expected. But hey, congratulations to the 1% of people that have him in the free showdown. 1.1%.
So many people dude, I had Reed as my vulture guy.
Wrong vulture. You saw the vulture circling, but you assumed the wrong one.
Congo Cab saying, yo, what's up? Elm, what's up, Zach? What's up to you?
What's up, Congo Cab? How you doing? How those
59,
Raiders?
59 yards for Mostert on the ground. Just under 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. Full slate of Sims today, Zach. Vikings at the Bengals coming up at 2. That's Kaufman and Kenny. Kaufman and Rossi for Jets at the Panthers. Cardinals at the Titans. Glash and Christian. Broncos at the Giants. Glash and Tom. And then Jeff and Tom for Madden After Dark. Dolphins at the Patriots.
Dolphins and Patriots. That is the 10th time we've seen Miami, New England, which is a record for most times playing head-to-head. They play each other all the time. And they play each other week 1, which is why now that we're following the upcoming NFL schedule, we get to see them one more time. They just played last week.
Indeed, they did. Was that complete? No, he was out of bounds on that one.
But it
looks like we got some pass interference. So
yep. Don't get the yards.
You're doing a great job. I was going to say, people, if they want to follow, the standings, follow this Madden 21 simulated football season, the results and standings. You've got a great place for everyone to go, right?
Yes, head on over to the playbook.draftkings.com, and you will see there with the overhead view of last year's Super Bowl, the Madden standings page. We'll be updating that throughout the season as that continues, and you can see how your predictions, hopefully you were able to get your predictions into the free pool, over 30,000 entries in that pool. So that's exciting to see. People will be very interested in following along. I put my picks up, and of course, I said it might be because I've hung out. Oh, look at that. Seriously.
Yeah, he's been owning it, man. He's going to run for like 300 yards in this game.
That's what I'm saying. I had him in my captain spot, and I was like, this is too obvious, right? Like, it's too obvious. And so I switched it. I went with Hawkinson. And then I was like, wait a minute. What am I doing? He's going to go off. The Lions can't stop anybody on the ground. And that trend continuing to this point. It's still in the first quarter. And he's already, what's his yardage total at now? Like 70?
He's at 65 yards and 1 rushing touchdown. Yeah, like Kyle in the ops scene, absolutely on top of it. Guy's scoring. He's already adding the scores, has it all accurate. So your lineups, your rosters, everything should look really good right now. In the captain spot, he already has just under 19 points.
Crazy.
Yeah, again,
so yeah, you can check out the standings there.
Yeah.
On Playbook.
Putting a smile on 80.5% of the people's faces who decided to fill out a lineup. Almost 9,400 of them in the free showdown, then 124 in our free showdown that we made.
32% in, 32% in the free showdown have him in their captain spot, including the leading entry. Right now, we've got a 2-way tie between Patrick Fryer and Ultimate. At least I think that's how you say that, but if not, sorry. Almost picked off there. Stafford off to an ugly start. Speaking of bragging rights, sir, congratulations. You beat me. We both picked one golfer head-to-head last week, and Jordan Spieth beat my guy, Justin Thomas, who decided to not play the weekend.
Yep. Oh, I know, pal. I was keeping a close eye on it, and to be honest, I totally forgot until you were honest. And you were a man, and you reminded me. You reminded me that I won a bet against you, and I didn't even remember. Like when you mentioned that the other day, you're like, "Yeah, and I owe like Emerson lunch now." And I was like, "Wait a minute, what the hell is he talking about?" I was like, "Oh yeah, you're a good dude. You are a good dude. You know what?
I didn't know it was that easy to get. No, I will.
Dude,
I will
you can get away with
promise.
anything with me. Like you can ask my wife. Like I just don't remember anything. I have the worst like memory in the world. You could tell me any top secret information.
I
just won't
Jordan
remember
Spieth.
it.
What do you mean? That was my guy.
Yeah, I would seriously believe you. Like it's totally fine. That's why like people always confide in me, man. They always tell me like
No.
their deepest, darkest secrets because they know it's someone who will listen to them at the moment, but won't remember a single thing.
There you go. Yeah, so Thomas missed the cut by 1 stroke. I was like, oh, you gotta be joking me. Hope Emerson doesn't want anything too expensive.
No, you know what I want? I want to come over for Taco Tuesday. That's what I want.
This is what I was going to say. Like,
what?
I don't want to buy you lunch and have it sent to your house or whatever. That's cool. I mean, that's fine. That's what I'll do. But I'd rather have lunch with you and pay for it. Like, that's what I'm about.
I agree. Dude, I'm 100% on board with that. Plus,
right. So
I need friends. I need to be socialized a little more. So I'm totally down.
All right. We'll figure out a time to make that work.
Okay.
But Hawkinson with the catch there. Yeah, it was a great tournament, though. Did you enjoy the PGA Championship? This is our first game together. It felt so good.
Yeah. Totally agree. Which, by the way, our first game together, even first time playing Fortnite, said ZT and Emerson, this is a throwback game. I know we were together. Was it last week? I think we were because we talked a little bit about PGA preview. But yeah, it was an incredible weekend. Never before has like a course received and was pulling in so much like attention leading up to like a PGA Championship before. And I would be 100% fine with this course with Kiowa Island being in the rotation like every 5 years. Like coming back to this course, it's so beautiful to watch. It's such a challenge for players. It makes some of them look like superhuman. Like when you got guys like JT who can't like make the cut, the wind is challenging. But I had a blast watching it. Yes,
I mean the top two golfers. Top 2 golfers in the official World Golf Rankings didn't make it to the weekend. We had a fun champion. I mean, Phil getting the win. I said on our broadcast that I felt like it was a week for the grizzled veterans. I said, don't fade the older players. I didn't realize it was going to be quite that old with Phil. Like I was thinking
like historically
Matt Kuchar,
old.
Right. Yeah, exactly. When you're 3 years older than the guy known in history as old Tom Morris, and you're 3 years older than him when you win, yeah, that's pretty
dude.
impressive.
Oh,
Speaking
my
of impressive,
God. I'm telling you, I called it 300 yards. This guy is going to run all over this offense. You said in the beginning,
you kidding
got to
me?
roster all the running backs against Detroit because they just can't stop the freaking run. 73 yards to the house. Like we're 14 seconds into the second quarter. This guy's in the bonus. Raheem to the stream. Mostert, second rushing touchdown already. Good golly, man. Like save some for the rest of them.
Well, that's the thing, too. Now that San Francisco's up 21-0, they're just going to keep feeding him the ball. So we could see, a 200-yard easily performance. They don't take him out for, rest purposes. There is fatigue, which I guess maybe 71-yard runs will wear you out eventually. But a very nice run there for him, putting the 49ers up big. 49ers trying to join the Seahawks, who also won their first game here in the season as 1-0 in the NFC West.
I mean, Raheem Mostert was 16,500 to captain, and he's been worth every single penny of it so far. Again, 14 seconds into just the second quarter, and he has 138 rushing yards. He's got the bonus. He's got a couple scores. He's got north of 43 points in the captain spot. And if he's just in your flex,
we're barely into the second quarter.
And if he's in your flex, he's got you 29 points already. Problem is with the high ownership group, you're just kind of fluctuating. You're moving up and down with everybody else.
Right. Yeah, it depends on the rest of your roster, depending on. And as we see it, is that Kerryon Johnson with an answer now?
Yeah, carry on, wayward son. 27 yards on his first carry.
Has he found a team yet?
I don't
remember. I don't think so, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Eagles? Oh,
the Eagles. Yeah, join the Eagles
here. That's a crowded backfield there, though. Miles Sanders, Boston Scott, Kenneth Gainwell already there.
Yeah, got to be careful of that Gainwell. Hey, look who that is.
Hey, my
Sorry
captain.
to interrupt. But your captain just scored a touchdown.
Yes.
A long one.
My man. I'm back. I know. I'm sitting here reading about the Eagles backfield, and I miss the most important play of the day. Danny Amendola, the Italian stallion, all aboard, baby. Let's go. 21-7. So much for like the low scoring garbage sims I've been on.
I know.
It must, you know what? This is proof. This isn't me. This has nothing to do with me. This has everything to do with Christian DeAndrea because look, we lose Sister Christian. And I got nothing but love for him. That's part of my best friend squad. But we slide ZT into the chair, and you're bringing points. I don't care if it's maybe not the best game, but in terms of points and
Fantasy
scoring,
Fantasy points. We here for the points. That's what we're here for.
Bro, that shot me up from like 90 something to 17.
There we go. Yeah, you jumped all of us that have Mostert in the captain spot. I'm in 50th right now. So you just right over my head and up ahead there. We'll see if you stay there, but congratulations. Great long touchdown for Amendola. We've seen him have some big games. A lot of times what happens with these elite cornerbacks like Richard Sherman is they take out the top option. Like you might not see Kenny Golladay in this, but what happens is some of these other players further down the depth charts turn into great plays. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because tonight, the Patriots play the Dolphins. I said we've seen that a ton. But Jakeem Grant in the Classic is barely over the minimum. He's like 3,300, I think. But Stephon Gilmore is going to lock down Devontae Parker. And Jakeem Grant could be an awesome value play. And he's got all that speed. I mean, you know Jakeem the Dream. He's a great player all the time. But especially in a matchup where the top cornerback for the Patriots is going to focus on taking out the Dolphins' top receivers, he could be very busy and in line for a big game. So there's your tip for tonight. You can see more of my picks over on the playbook for tonight. Just look for the picture of Julian Edelman, now retired, but still very productive in these things.
First time playing Fortnite, asking, wait, who scored for the Lions? I missed it. Danny Amendola. Also known as your boy's captain, dude.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And there's Kittle with a catch too. More help for you. You said you have both tight ends, right? Because I do. I have both tight ends. I think we both stacked tight ends.
Oh, I certainly do, my friend. I certainly do. Just a friendly reminder of the lineup that'll finish atop the free roll contest will be Danny Amendola in the captain's spot.
Yep.
Will be Mr. Mostert, Matthew Stafford, Kittle, Hawkinson, and Prater. Let's go. Okay, the Lions will be cooking once again. Jimmy G, that's just why. Just give it to Mostert.
Why are you not just handing the ball off? Why are you not just handing the ball off? Kyle Shanahan getting a little too cute.
Okay, there we go.
Hey,
another point for
TJ.
Hawkinson. Yep, another point for Hawkinson owners.
This has been a very action-packed second quarter. We had the long touchdown from Mostert. We had the long touchdown the other way from Amendola. And now we've got the turnover. I think Kyle Shanahan is missing his hat. He's not wearing a hat. He always wears a hat, even indoors. I feel like he should be wearing a hat. Maybe that's the problem.
Brendan Glasheen in the chat with us right now.
Back to your boy.
Hanging out. Yes, please. More gruels. Amendola, his second catch. First one went for that long, chunky, thick touchdown. Glash in the chat. Always reminds me. I love when he hops in too, especially on these San Fran games. We all are reminded of the hashtag Raheem to the stream. That had to happen close to a year ago. As Matthew Stafford hanging on the football, he gets rid of it. And there's Galladay for you.
There he is. Yeah, where Raheem Mostert scored a touchdown for, I don't remember, who were the 49ers?
I think he thought it was on the Chiefs, right? I think it was 49ers Chiefs. Because I'll give it
That's
to
right,
him
because it was a rematch of the Super Bowl. It was a rematch of the Super Bowl. It was one of the first sims we did. And the Chiefs scored, and he said it was Mostert. And the rest is history.
So I don't know if you were able to catch our sim yesterday. I got to send you a picture. I got to send you a picture of Glash. It ended up being a topic of conversation for most of our noon sim yesterday.
Oh, no.
And it is...
How are you sending me said picture?
Yeah, I'm going to text it to you. So the one I just sent you is the one that was on his Instagram story. You got to look behind the Cheez-It box to really find the treasure, to really find the juicy, cheese-filled treasure. But also what I'm about to send you after that is just one I received separately from Glash. It was straight direct text message. It's very risque, as Matthew Stafford tried to throw an interception there, but he failed on 3rd and 1. And if Raheem didn't come to the stream before, he's never going to come to the stream now after Nipplegate yesterday.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
That looks like a wardrobe malfunction right there, and not a good one.
Did you get the second one?
I did, yes.
Yeah, that thing is popping, right? It is like a mountain. Yeah. All right, Matthew Stafford. We're talking about Brendan's nipple because he sent me. Look at this picture of his nipple he sent me.
I can't delete this fast enough. I don't really want to delete your text, but do I have to delete you as a contact to purge this?
No.
I want to purge this from my eyes.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't blame you. I know. Who knew that I'm sitting here next to my wife. We're both working from home, and we're celebrating our 8th wedding anniversary today. And the topic of conversation is all about Glash.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We're celebrating our 17th this Saturday. So
are you really?
Yeah. My wife is a very gracious woman for putting up with me for that long.
What do you do now, like for a wedding anniversary, when you have such a large family like you do?
That is a good question. I have not figured that out yet. I've still got a few days to figure this out.
Wait a minute. You haven't figured out what you're doing yet for your 17-year wedding anniversary this week.
Okay. First of all,
okay,
we're going to dinner. I just have to figure out where. Like I have to find the right spot. So if anybody's got recommendations, I'll take them.
I'm with you.
It's
like noon right now, and I don't know where we're going tonight. And I keep asking her. I said, "Where do you want to eat? You got to tell me." I told you I wanted to go to that delicious Mexican joint, and you shot that down. Okay. All right, we'll figure it out later.
Oh boy,
we can't do this live in front of the world. There's millions of people watching.
This is not good. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I
brought
this up.
I got a couple great gifts behind the step and repeat banner here. That'll make up for everything.
Okay, good. Good to know. They better be good. It sounds like they better be good, my man.
We are going to have ourselves a fantastic supper. That we've hit the 2-minute warning here in the first half.
And you're going to pick a great spot, I'm sure. And it's going to be awesome.
I've never been more confident in myself than this very moment. When the pressure is on is when I shine.
It's true.
All right. My pipes do not burst. My pipes do not burst under pressure. Okay.
Your perps, on the other hand.
Oh man, if he jumped that off to Raheem.
There you go. Hey, let's get him a catch.
Yeah, Garoppolo 10 of 11 in this one. So his only incomplete pass then would be the interception.
Exactly. No passes on the turf.
Thanks to the 400 people who are watching with us today. Zach Thompson, Emerson Lotzi with you. So Bry Guy on the ones and twos. Kyle from the ops team. Producer Terrelyn with us as well. It's 21-10. So yeah, this is more points than that we've seen in a noon sim combined in I think quite some time. These tend to be the only games I'm on.
And I mean we're not even
during
it's
the
not
day.
even halftime yet, man.
I know. I just hope it continues. Like I hate the ones that start off so hot and give you the points and start bringing that energy.
Keep rolling.
Yeah,
we're gonna get a third touchdown for Mostert here. I think we're gonna get a third Mostert touchdown, or maybe a Kittle. You want a Kittle score?
Yes, yeah. Give me a Kittle score. Just you know what? I'm good without the Robbie Gould field goal. Like I don't need that. I already got my Prater fix in.
Yeah. Are you okay? Are you in trouble? I feel like I got you in trouble.
No, not at all. I'm petting my dogs right now.
Okay.
Everything is good. You didn't get anybody in trouble, man. There is Kittle on the reception, though.
Hey, there he is. I mean, on your anniversary, I don't want to get you in trouble. That would not be good.
No, dude.
Never good to spend your anniversary in the doghouse.
We are good to go. We're almost good to go in the likes department. We got to hit that Century Club, boys and girls. Okay, you got to like to give. We'd love it. Tickle that like button. Do whatever you want to do to it. But do it together, baby. Come on, DK Sim fam. That's a first down. Kendrick Bourne on the reception.
Squeaked it out. You ready for Kendrick Bourne in Patriots colors this year?
What do you think? Because I don't think they gave a lot of money to their wide receivers. Like
they did. They sure did. Him and Aguilar.
Yeah. Raheem. They have one timeout to go. Maybe let some clock burn off here.
Yeah, do it again.
I'm more excited for the tight ends, man. That Hunter Henry, Jonnu Smith combo, by far, heads and shoulders, best tight end duo in the league. Oh man, if Cam can't work with that,
I think
Cam can't work with anything. Right down the middle. How about it?
Mostert.
Third freaking rushing touchdown of this game for Raheem Mostert. It is his sim land. We are living in it.
Boom. He now has, are you ready for this total? This is his 79th sim. 79 sims. How many touchdowns do you think he has?
All right, 79 sims.
Yeah.
How many touchdowns does Mostert have? I'm going with 123.
Yeah, you went a little high, but that's okay. 82.
All right, that was close.
You were
should have done $1.
More than one per game. And one of the few running backs that averages more than one touchdown per game. Another one of them in action tonight for the Titans. Derrick Henry, nice play against the Cardinals. He just had a 5-touchdown game a few sims ago against the Cowboys. We might be in for a similar 5 rushing touchdowns for Henry. Maybe we get that. I mean, he's on pace for 6.
Dude,
quick math tells me.
Was I on that game? No. I was on like another blowout, I think. Was it the Packers and Cowboys? There was a team that either blew out the Cowboys or the Cowboys blew out.
Aaron Jones did have a big game. Yep. So the Cowboys actually won. They gave up 5 touchdowns to Derrick Henry and still won.
Wait. So who had a big game for the Cowboys then?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I wasn't on the game. I just saw it when I was writing about Derrick Henry for tonight. Hey, the other way, TJ. TJ broke out of the tackle and went the wrong way. But he gets over 50 yards.
Yeah, 5 catches. Okay. I'll take it. We're nearing halftime here, folks. 10 seconds to go in the first half. We'll have a re-air of the sweats. So we had a good little sweat this morning. Tons of baseball talk as Stafford is sacked. Lions take a timeout. And we took 3 NBA playoff games tonight. So we took kind of a DFS and sportsbook look at that.
Nice.
We took a DFS and sportsbook look at the 2-game playoff slate in the NHL. We do some price checking around the PGA. Yeah, Jeff Ulrich's here for that. And DFS really in baseball. So
anything
pretty
yet for the what is it this week at Colonial? It's the
the Charles Schwab Challenge.
Schwab, that's right.
Yep. Oh my God! Wait, that's intercepted. Picked off.
49ers
that sucks.
Defense.
Yeah, 49ers defense stepping up. Also kind of sucks if you have Matthew Stafford just with a little garbage pick there. But yeah, so we talk about that a little bit with Jeff. We also off the start of our golf segment, we dive into the DeChambeau and Brooks Koepka kind of rivalry. Yeah, I don't that like the video. If you got, I'm sure most of you have seen it. If you're on Twitter or Instagram, just the hard eye roll and Brooks breaking his focus on an interview with some not safe for work language as well. So make sure there aren't any kids around. Yeah. Just because it's that rivalry of Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau. And we talked about it before we came on here. I am all about a big beefy rivalry like this in golf.
Yeah.
The PGA
I feel like Brooks has a rivalry with multiple people.
Oh, 100%.
I agree. Brooks is like, I don't care.
No, he doesn't.
Don't have time for this.
I think he's either like a guy like you love him or you like him because of it too. Like look in the comment section of all these things. People are like, man, I love him for that. Right. Man, this guy, all he does is like moan and groan and, complain about things.
Bryson's the same way a little bit, very polarizing in that
he is.
A lot of people love him and he's a lot of fun. And then other people are just like, are you kidding? Like, are you seriously? But the good news, like you said, people are talking about it, right? Which is always a good thing. If you're the PGA, you're like, yeah, bring it on. Talk more about golf. Golf definitely getting plenty of attention this past weekend, both live and in person on the course with all those fans, which, I mean, that was crazy. That was crazy. The crowd there on the 18th. And Brooks involved in the controversy there as well, because apparently his surgically repaired knee took a few shots in the, what would you call it, a melee? In the scrum?
Yeah, dude, people just like swallowing him up. He and like, dude, at one point, remember when Phil was walking down like 18th fairway, 72nd hole, like people were like grabbing him. He had to like stop, take a few deep breaths. I think some of it had to do with like just calming his nerves a little bit because he knew just what a historic moment he was in and about to complete. But also it's like, okay, relax. People were just grabbing you. You're okay. You're alive.
Yeah. It's going to be okay. Yeah, for sure. It was wild, man. I'm glad nothing awful happened because it definitely felt like they kind of lost control of it a little bit. But thankfully, everybody was okay. Hopefully, Brooks didn't get too jostled. There was a part there where, like, you couldn't tell where Brooks was. They kind of showed Phil and everybody following him and running up to the green. And Brooks apparently got stuck back in the crowd.
Yeah.
Because everybody's running up and crazy town.
Yeah, it was a lot like 2018 Tour Championship. Tiger Woods finally, winning a big tournament and kind of everyone surrounding him as well. I mean, that's what they did back in the day too at those tournaments. Everyone would just kind of follow the leaders into that final green.
Right. And you can kind of, they usually let the crowds kind of fill around the green, and people obviously want to get a good spot. So they run up to the edge of the green, but they just didn't leave any place for the players to get through. And got a little dicey, but everybody emerged, and Brooks able to finish tied for second. But Phil, obviously the big story. You do a bunch of interviews and discussion leading up to this. Did anybody even mention Phil's name? I mean,
no, dude, because he'd been playing like absolute garbage. Like, that's it.
Right. The only thing I heard was people were mad that he was in it, right? Like, they were like, how can he still be? And I know there's been a lot of discussion about his special exemption that he received to the PGA or to the US Open, right? Like, they invited him to the US Open special invitation. Now he doesn't need that. But there was some debate as to whether or not he should have been given that. Same thing with Ricky Fowler for this championship, and he did pretty well as well, able to finish in the top 10. Kind of cool to see those guys.
I think Fowler too missed a putt on that last hole or something that would have gotten him into the Masters, right?
Oh no, he's in the Masters.
He's in the Masters.
With a top 10 finish, he automatically qualifies for the Masters. He dropped from T4 to T9 with that cut or with that missed putt. So as a result, he dropped further back, but he's still top 10 in the PGA Championship, automatically qualify for the Masters. He missed it last year. He'll be back next year, and he's got a good course history there. Obviously needs his game to round into form a little bit, but he's another one that I feel like the more he can be in the spotlight, the better for golf, because he just brings so many of the casual fans with him.
Yeah, he's the guy where it's the neon colors. I think he's got a lot of the kids out there looking for autographs and stuff like that, which is what you want if you really want to
a little bit Steph Curry-ish. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe a little overrated at the same time, but if he can turn his game around, it would be nice, because it's golf is better. Yeah. It's a little more fun when he is at the top of his game. But going back to Phil real quick. I mean, he looked like he was getting closer and closer and closer to just being full-time on the Champions Tour, because he couldn't hang at all.
Yeah, right.
Like with the PGA Tour bros, but holy hell, 50, almost 51. I mean, way to do it, man. Way to represent.
So cool. Really is. And I mean, Tiger winning at Augusta was unreal, and probably one of the most unexpected wins. But this one came even more out of nowhere, because Tiger was actually playing decently before he won at Augusta a few years ago. But then this one, I mean, he had won on the Champions Tour, but so what, right? I mean, this isn't a Champions Tour event. You're playing against the best golfers in the world, who are, is it fair to say, a lot younger?
Yeah, and
significantly younger.
Bro, pressure-packed moment of the second major of the year. Yeah,
know, right?
Champions Tour, and I love going out to those Champions Tour events too. Guys are a little more lax.
Yeah, they're fun.
And it's 3 rounds unless it's a major.
And they play
no cuts.
Right.
Yeah. They're chilling. They're gonna realize
they play fewer rounds.
I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna leave with even if you're finished bottom of the barrel, bottom of the pack, you're gonna leave with a $10, $15, $20,000 paycheck. It's really nice. So fans can go out there and you can literally look at the champions of the past, of the game, and actually have a conversation with them. Super good, great dudes.
It's a little bit of an exhibition, right? It's a little bit of an exhibition. A little bit, hang out and see some great historical golfers like Phil. But now he was wait, not ready for that yet, guys. Gonna go out and add another major championship.
Yep.
He's been playing in professional events for 33 years. 33 years. He played in his first professional event. He wasn't a pro yet, but as an amateur 33 years ago, which is just unreal when you think of how many of the top players are less than 33. They've literally been alive for less time than Phil's been playing in professional events.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
I know. So he won, winning his 6th major, and I know I had Spieth I thought dude could complete like the career Grand Slam, trying to become the 6th golfer to do so. Phil can become the 6th golfer.
He's got a few years to do it now.
Yeah, Phil can become the 6th golfer to do so with the U.S. Open coming up next month. That is a tournament, the only major he has not won. He's finished 2nd or T2 there 6 different times, 99, 2002, 2004, 2006, 2009, 2013. Like always the bridesmaid there in that tournament. Back in the end zone, George Kittle, welcome home, big boy. Tight end 1 on the board.
There you go. That is not Ross Dwelly, people. That is this guy named George Kittle, who's pretty decent.
Let's go, baby. Kittle now 7 catches, 51 yards, the receiving touchdown, north of 18 points in your flex. Mostert, though, has been the story of this one. He's got 44 points in the flex. He's got just under
65.
Yes, he has just under 66 points in the captain spot.
So with that Kittle touchdown, where are you at, man? You've got to be pretty high.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm 28. 28.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I have
Problem is,
Kittle
like,
as well. So I'm up to 12 now. But we'll see. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, what's going on here, man? I should be way higher than this. Oh, yeah, because Stafford's just crapping himself.
Oh, see, yeah, you played
That's not
Stafford.
helping.
I stay away from him. It will be interesting, though, to see how he does on the Rams. I think that could be, as far as in the new game, when we do switch over and Matthew Stafford joins the Rams, that could be fun.
Isn't it Rams and Lions week 1 as well? Am I right on that?
Sorry, what was
that? No. So because this is going to be the week 1 matchup then, right? When is Rams schedule? I'm going to pull this up because I think Rams and Lions play each other at some point next season. Yeah, here they go. October 24th, Lions at the Rams. So we're going to see the 2 teams that exchange quarterbacks.
Yep, that'll be cool. That will be cool. You think both of them will still be starting at that point? I mean, I think Stafford we're sure of, but will Goff still be starting?
Yeah, I don't know. Did they what's their quarterback room look like? I can't remember off the top of my head. Did they draft anybody? Did they draft any kids? They sign anybody?
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's Goff, at least for this year.
Let me see.
Let's pull that up here.
Yeah, it's
they do start
Goff.
Obviously with the 49ers. That's the game we're watching here, the week 1. Yeah, I mean it's Goff, Tim Boyle, remember him? Yeah, I mean and David Blau. That's their depth chart. Nice.
Okay,
punt.
nice little punt down at the 3. It's a 25-point gap, but
Mostert. Let's go 96 yards right here.
Take it.
Oh, that would have been so awesome. Oh, well. Still 179 yards. Not bad. Let's see. I mean, he should be able to get to 200, right? We still got a whole nother quarter.
Yeah, he can do it.
He could do it before the end of the third quarter if he breaks another long one here, which he's been doing with regularity against these Lions.
We got 99 likes. Someone hit me with that hashtag 100 likes right now. Let's go. Be that one. Carry us.
Who's got it?
Put us on your back like JanSport, baby. Let's go. 430 fantastic members of the DKSN fam watching on YouTube. I see you over there as well, Twitch fam. Almost 50 of you.
Hopefully,
Smash Lana saying, Debo is my kryptonite. Every time I fade him, he goes off. And when I take his inconsistent behind, this happens. I feel that pain.
Yeah,
I
Debo's
feel
a tricky
that
one.
Frustration.
Yeah, wide receiver 1 works out of the slot, can be boom or bust. A lot of that has to do with his quarterback, to be very honest. Jimmy G can be kind of inaccurate. But today he's been fine because he's been handing it to Mostert. 181 yards for Mostert on the ground, and just 36 through the air as well. So over 200 yards all purpose. Not a bad day's work for Raheem to this point. Still got another quarter to go. Ross Dwelly with the one catch early for the touchdown. George Kittle with the other score for San Francisco, and the one Lions touchdown, Denny Playoff Amendola.
Over on Twitch, Heavy Kevy, Julio to Dallas. Any truth to that? We touched on that like a little bit yesterday with Christian DeAndrea, who I believe wrote up some stuff for it on the post route. And I think Julio would go from one team in cap hell to basically another. I don't think they can squeeze him in anywhere.
Yeah.
The teams that I've seen listed, I know Nuke in Arizona has been trying to recruit him. That could possibly make sense. The Packers, people say, hey, maybe that'll help turn Rodgers' frown upside down. The Broncos in there, Colts, Pats, of course, are in the conversation for literally everybody. And then I see the 49ers listed on there as well. John, if it's true desire,
being floated out.
If Jones's true desire is to join a contender, the Niners would be a strong fit, man.
Yeah, I think that the quarterback situation is the question mark there. But yeah, definitely.
And Kyle Shanahan reuniting with him. You got to think about Kyle, coming from Atlanta. Wow, and he led the league in receiving yards per game in both years when he was under Kyle Shanahan as the offensive coordinator there in 2015, 2016. Those were his each of his 2 first-team All-Pro honors.
Yeah, Julio doesn't have a no-trade clause, though. So it'll be interesting to see how much say he really has in where he goes, right? The only thing he has is the threat of a holdout, which, is a real threat. I get that.
His contract is an absolute threat to anybody who wants to take on that cash.
This is true. And maybe that's what it is, right? He will agree to renegotiate with some teams and not with other teams. So maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, Germ mentions on Twitch too, Julio pretty much said there's no way he's going to Dallas yesterday with Shannon Sharp. Yeah, I think I saw a clip of that this morning.
So weird.
Did he tell Julio? So Shannon Sharp, if you guys don't know, had on his live show, had Julio Jones on speakerphone. And
what was that?
I don't know if Julio knew that.
That seems shady to me. You do live shows.
There's no way I would ever put anyone in that position without saying, hey, you okay? If I put you on speakerphone and we'll just hear straight from your mouth.
So do you think this was pre-planned? Do you think he told Julio beforehand and they were like, yeah, let's do this?
Or no? Have to. You absolutely have to. You can't put him on blast that. Lord knows what he would say.
So you think it was intentional?
I think it was established early on. It just still kind of came off this is different. I'm not used to this.
And the first thing I think you now?
No, yeah. The first thing I think of though is man, I certainly hope he told Julio what's up here. And also someone better have their finger on the dump button in the back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine how much he would get if it really was he cold called him, put him on the air, and didn't say that he was had no clue. No NFL player would ever talk to him again.
Yeah, Another reason to believe, I know no matter how many silly things he may say and takes that you may disagree with, I don't think it would be worth burning a bridge and having other guys be like, man, I'm never calling this guy. If he says call me or something. I'm never answering his call.
Right?
No.
Nobody takes his call if it really was that situation. If he's really cold calling people from on the air, yeah, that's not a great look. Even if you had Julio Jones' number, would you call it right now and ask him?
I wouldn't call him without telling him I'm going to call him and put him
That's
on.
That's what I mean, right?
No.
I'm putting you on, and you're on the Dream Stream, which is awesome as it is not a national televised
Like this
show.
isn't like times where like I've called Glash, or Glash, calls me, and I pick up the FaceTime and you could hear him through the mic, and we're having some fun. And even then, I'll be like, "Hey, just a heads up, we're on the Dream Stream, so like, don't say anything stupid."
Oh yeah, he's like, "I'm out. I'm done." Like, whoa, buddy. All right then.
Bry Guy on the ones and twos says, "Pretty sure that's illegal in nearly every state, calling people on the air."
Yeah, right.
I think there's a reason that's the first time we've seen him do it, and if true, Bry Guy, 100% will be the last. But here we go, 4th and 2 here, folks. They're going to keep it on the ground. Oh man, I don't think they pick it up, but we got a flag on the play.
Yeah, let's see what the flag is. It's holding, so they should decline that and get the ball back. So he held and still couldn't open up a hole big enough to get the first down. So the only good news here is more time for that man, Mostert. We want some Mostert.
I am just checking my phone real quick, and I have a couple texts from Kenny Ducey. It says,
"You want to be live on the air?"
It says, "Why don't they put us on Sims together anymore? I am crushing my day, and all I want is to share that same energy." Last few times, Kenny and I were supposed to be on a sim together. He had to pull out for whatever reason. One time he was going apartment hunting. That apparently was more important. And then last week he had to pull out because he had to do something, I think, for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship, which I'll let that slide. But putting apartment hunting over like the DK Sim fam and calling a sim with this kind of real life drama to it, like, get out of here, dude. Anywho, 3rd and 4, Jimmy G just backing up, and he's going to take a sack. You kind of just know that's coming when they've held on to the football for 20 seconds. They seem to make it up and make up their mind that they're just not going to get rid of it.
He did burn a lot of clock. I mean, that's about all I got on that one. Yikes, not a great possession there for the 49ers. They did get a little bit more for Mostert, but still south of 200 rushing yards.
Thanks everybody to getting us past 100 likes. We love you.
Talking about. You can always
we
count
love
on the
you.
Sim fan.
Absolutely. 35-10 here. A couple minutes to go in this game. Lots of fantasy points in this one.
Oh yeah. So we have a solo leader as of right now in the free showdown, which has 9,318 entries. There's one that has risen above the rest, and it's Brow 212 or B-Row 212, depending on how you want to read that. But a nice performance out of them, holding a very narrow lead at this point. Mostert in the captain spot, Jimmy G, George Kittle, TJ Hawkinson, your boy Amendola, and of course, Dwelle.
Dude, but I'm looking in the hashtag Megerson anniversary special.
Yeah.
Top 5, Z Thompson. What's up, dude? I see ya.
That's right.
Look at you, big boy. That's an incomplete pass, as expected.
Still too much time here. Of course. We'll see how this plays out. Happy anniversary again to you and Meg. Hope you guys have a great time at the restaurant to be decided. See what you do.
Thanks, dude.
Just tell her
she went back in the bedroom. So like what should I do?
Surprise, man. Tell her it's a surprise. You've been planning it, and then you can just make it up last minute.
No, dude. Did you hear it earlier though? As Matthew Stafford going way downtown. Oh my God. Who is it? Okay.
Kenny G.
Mr. Jones, Dr. Jones.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Who is now on the America's team, the Jacksonville Jaguars. So there you go.
A little Jaguars connection there for you.
You got Marvin Jones Jr., you got Matthew Stafford. There's some garbage points for you. Well, bro,
nice catch,
it's what I'm saying. Like last night,
coverage.
And I even put that on like my Instagram post today. I said, it's been 8 years of just basically like going back and forth with each other of what do you want to eat,
Yeah.
And I asked her last night, I said, what do you want to do? I said, there's a nice Mexican restaurant around here. I said, let's go there. We both like Mexican food. I'm kind of craving some enchiladas, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she's like, no. And I said, well, just tell me what you're feeling and I'll take it from there. You know, like get the spark, be the spark, and I'll be like the lightning strike that takes the spark and makes it like this huge romantic wildfire. Like you saw in Bambi, you know? 5 woods are burning, animals
Very romantic.
running for their lives.
Very romantic. I love that scene. It's my favorite romance scene. Did you see Bry Guy's suggestion? You ask her to guess, and then her first guess, you're right. How do you know? Boom.
Bry Guy.
Problem solved. That's Bry Guy.
Bry Guy, don't hate it, buddy. When I get off this sim, I'm going to say, hey, guess what? Guess what I just did when you were in the back room? Guess where I just got reservations at?
Yeah.
Now,
just guess.
The beautiful thing is being a Tuesday night, like I could probably make reservations last minute anywhere. So that's a benefit.
It's true. Oh,
damn,
boy.
Mostert. No freaking way. Okay.
I wish he got that corner. That would have been awesome.
Yeah,
210 yards on the ground, though. 210 yards plus another 36 receiving because, 210, not quite enough. Bring on some more.
Germ, apparently a huge fan of Tebow. Reed Tees, did you know this is very un-Emerson-like, a high-scoring game? What's next? Bryson and Brooks living together? You know what's funny is everyone on Twitter yesterday was like demanding. They were like, give us Bryson and Brooks on the Ryder Cup team together, like that Sunday alternate
Them
shot.
together. Yeah. I like it.
I said, just let's not overlook like the U.S. Open coming up here. USGA needs to put these two together. If they know what's good for them, put these two together for the first 2 days, for the first 2 rounds, and throw Patrick Reed in there too. That's what we need.
Yep. Or Brett. Yeah, but yep, that would work. Or Rory was the other one who had a recent, he was saying not great things about Bryson, right? Throw him in there too.
Who's that, Patrick Reed?
Well, yeah, Reed, and then Rory was also it was just saying how his game has been messed up basically by Bryson.
Yeah, that was like, well, what are you doing? Here's the thing. So many guys on tour are like trying to emulate like Bryson's game a little bit. They're all getting a little more analytical. It's like, dude, it's not you. It's not you. And you could just help Brooks.
Getting a little more
stuff.
So
here we go. I'm gonna rip off some stats here. You start thinking about I know who your crusty copper player of the game is going to be.
I was going to say
2 touchdowns for each quarterback, 1 interception for each, 244 for Stafford, 203 for Garoppolo. The story of this game is exactly who your crusty Coppin player of the game is going to be. I know it already. 25 carries, 216 yards, 3 touchdowns. Raheem to the stream Mostert.
You know it. What a game for him. Had him in my captain spot. Just too much for these Lions. Remember this, when you see the Lions on the slate, you have to go with the opposing running back. Too many points on the ground given up by Detroit. A great matchup to take advantage of. A nice game for George Kittle as well. Honorable mention, 7 catches and a touchdown for him. The Not My Kid award, though. Come on down, Debo. Debo, 1 catch, 11 yards. I know he's the wide receiver 1, so 1 catch, 1 yards, but no, get that out of here. Got to be better.
Where were you when the legend of Ross Dwelly was born, everybody? 1 catch for 10 yards and 1 touchdown. He is my crusty Coppin player of the game, but my crusty Coppin player of the game does not matter at all. That was a good time, though. We got some points. We got to see a dude just run all over the Lions. So, Zach Thompson, good spending some time with you again, man.
Yeah, good to see you as well. Look forward to having lunch with you as soon as we can. And we'll talk more about golf and all other things when we are on another stream together. Happy anniversary to you. Enjoy your to be announced later, your huge plans, which I know you have all in place and lined up.
I will let you know what we decide to do. Everybody keep an eye out for whatever contest you're in, because Kyle, I believe, has ripped through scores already. So check it out. Congrats on your top 10 finish, Zach. I had top 25. And over in the free showdown with north of 9,000 entries, looks like a 4-way tie. for first place. $17.50 going to you. Thanks for filling out a lineup and hanging out with us, everybody. We got a replay of the sweat coming up next. Bry Guy on the ones and twos, Kyle on the ops team, producer Tara Lynn, Zach Thompson, Emerson Lancia. Next sim coming up at 2, right after the sweat, which starts right meow. right, good morning to everyone, especially Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau. I'm Emerson Latzia, hosting a daily DraftKings program we call The Sweat. We will dive into that golf thing, NHL and NBA. But first, let's cover the bases with our MLB panel consisting of DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne, Stan Son, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Pretty simple stuff here, dudes. Give me your favorite play in the following categories. First category, first base. Your top DFS hitter tonight, Gare Bear. You are batting leadoff.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins. It's a little hard to imagine what the Twins lineup might look like tonight against the Orioles and Dean Kremer. They've got just so many nagging day-to-day injuries that, like, we don't know if Nelson Cruz is going to be in there. We don't know if Max Kepler is going to be in there. Jorge Polanco is also a question mark, but I do think when everything shakes out, it would be shocking to not see Kirilloff hitting in a high leverage spot in this lineup, especially considering how much Kremer has struggled this season against left-handed bats. He's giving up 3.21 home runs per 9 to lefties. So if Kirilloff's in there hitting like third or fourth or even fifth at just $4,000, he's got positional eligibility at both first base and outfield, so that really helps. And he's also got a 453 expected WOBA so far this season. So he's really been crushing the ball since he's been up at the major league level.
Stan, who's your top DFS hitter tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I usually like to punt at catcher, but I'm going to go with one today. Buster Posey, 4.5K at Arizona. He bats second in the lineup for a Giants team that's 11th in runs scored. They're also 7th in ISO against right-handed pitching. Posey, he has 9 home runs with a 290 ISO on the season. Slash is 355, 430, 645. Now, he gets to face off against Corbin Martin in the Arizona bullpen. Martin, in 24.1 innings of MLB experience, split over 2 seasons. He has reverse splits, as the FIP is 12.47 against righties. The K per 9 is much lower, and 8 of his 10 home runs have been to right-handed bats. So, once he's out of the game, then when they get to the Arizona pen, they have the 5th highest FIP and the 7th highest 8 home runs per 9.
Okay, that leaves you, Mr. Eric. Talk to me.
Yeah, out of all of the players on this large slate, I think Gary and I ended up on the same guy. Alex Kirilloff is my top guy as well. He's not going to settle in as a $4,000 player if the scouts are at all right about him. Top 20, according to both Fangraphs, MLB Pipeline. I'm sure basically everywhere else didn't go bother checking every scout in the world, but consensus top prospect supposed to hit for power and contact, and he's actually maybe already doing that, even though his line doesn't show it. He's only hitting 237, but his expected batting average in his 16-game sample is 346. 20.5% barrel rate and a 56.8% hard hit rate. If he had enough batted ball events to qualify, those would rank 3rd and 4th in the entire league. So this is a guy who's already crushing the ball, and he's got an easy matchup and a great park too in Baltimore. So I think easily would be happy with him if he was, several $100s more expensive today.
All right, guys, we continue to cover the bases here. Second base, DFS pitcher. Who is your dude this evening, Stan?
To me, it's Clayton Kershaw. I don't understand the price. He's at 8,000. He's been at over 10K every game this season, except for the opening day. He was 9.5. Last season, the lowest price was 9,000. I mean, I know Houston, they're a good offense, but this price is a little crazy to me. The Astros, they are 30th in strikeouts against left-handed pitching, but only 17th in ISO. Kershaw has a 2.64 FIP, 17% swinging strike rate on the season. He's only allowed 5 home runs in 56.2 innings. Outside of that one inning debacle against the Cubs, where he scored negative 5.4 DK fantasy points, he's gone over 20 DK fantasy points in every other game, with 2 of those over 30.
Okay, Gare Bear, what about you, buddy?
Yeah, this is a really weird slate for pitching. As Stan kind of mentioned, you look at a couple guys and you're like, I don't understand why they're priced this low. Kershaw is definitely one of those guys. Corbin Burns is 9,100, and that makes no sense considering who he is. But I'm drawn in by a much cheaper pitcher, and that's Kevin Gausman, who is just $7,200, despite the fact that he might have been the best pitcher in baseball the past month. If you really just look at the statistics, his last 6 starts, he's got a .90 ERA. His FIP is just over 2 at 2.03. And it's not like he's just been a run suppression guy. He's also striking out 32% of the opponents he's faced in that span of time. He's using his split finger fastball more than he ever has. It's up at like a 36% usage rate. So he's just been incredible. And I really can't wrap my head around how you can get him this inexpensive on a 13-game slate. It just doesn't make any sense to me, especially when you consider his opponent, Arizona. I mean, we talked about Corbin Martin earlier. It's a high win expectancy for Gausman in this game. And Arizona so far in May, they are getting healthier, but they've got just a 74 WRC plus as a team. It's the 3rd worst mark in all of baseball. So I think Gausman checks every box on this slate, and I would probably be willing to pay for him if he was $9,000, let alone $7,200.
Eric, does your top DFS pitcher tonight also check all the boxes?
Yep. My top 2 are Gausman and Corbin Burns, and since we've already been over Gausman, I'll gush about Burns for a minute here. I don't know why he's only the 5th most expensive pitcher on the slate. He's 2nd in points per game behind only Jacob deGrom, who has maybe some workload questions in his first start back from injury. Burns has a tough opponent and park here. He's facing the Padres at Miller Park, but he's transcended to the level that we don't care. He's usable every single time. He's already had 10 strikeouts in 6 shutout innings against these very same Padres. He's incredible this season. His ERA is 1.75, I think it is, and that's actually a underachievement if you look at some of the ERA estimators. FIP has him at 0.84, so he's actually giving up twice as many runs as he should be, and his ERA is still well below 2. I mean, we don't see things like this late into the season. If you look at minimum 40 innings, because he doesn't quite count as a qualified starter because he missed time due to COVID, his strikeout rate, 44.7%, nearly a coin flip. That's trails only deGrom of pitchers who threw at least 40 innings. His 1.3% walk rate. He's finally walked 2 batters after walking none in his first, 6-7 starts. That's the best in that sample as well. And he also gets ground balls too. He's doing everything. He's quite possibly the best pitcher in the league. And you can get him as only the 5th most expensive on this slate.
All right, to the hot corner we go. Gary, and money line or run line bet you're chasing on this 13-game slate?
Yeah, this one's a bit of a coin flip for me, but I think the fact that St. Louis is plus 123 on the money line up against Chicago, I would say in a vacuum, the White Sox are a better team. They're at home. In general, I understand why the Cardinals are underdogs in this spot. However, for as good as Lucas Giolito has been so far this season, I think you could make the case that Jack Flaherty has been better. And while all good things must come to an end at some point, so far this season, St. Louis is 9-0 in games started by Jack Flaherty. They've yet to lose. So I'm just going to keep chasing this. I'm going to take the plus 123 in the money line, and I'm going to trust Jack Flaherty. It's not a spot where I'm like, oh my God, I'd be so shocked if the Cardinals lost this game. But again, they have not lost yet this season with Flaherty on the mound.
Eric, which money line or run line bet stands out to you?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Cleveland over Detroit. As I'm minus 139 last I pulled it up. And that's because I just don't have any faith in Tarek Skubal for the Tigers. He was a guy I liked as a prospect. He had crazily high strikeout rates, like regularly in the high 30s in the minors or even higher. But none of that has translated so far through parts of 2 seasons at the big leagues. Just a strikeout rate of 23.1% this year, and it was lower than that before a couple decent outings recently. So he combines, a slightly below average strikeout rate with an 11% walk rate. That's well above league average, and most worryingly, a 25.2% ground ball rate. Just giving up way too much contact in the air. That's the lowest among pitchers who've thrown at least 35 innings this season. On the other side, Aaron Savali is not at all exciting. ERA of 3.30 isn't quite backed up by the estimators. He's a low strikeout guy with good control and good grounders, but that should be enough to not give up many runs against a pretty poor Tigers team. And Skubal, I'm going to need to see a lot more good starts before I think he can win many games.
All right, Stan, you're up.
All right, I like Oakland minus 1.5 at plus 120. Cole Irvin, He doesn't throw hard. The average is 90 miles per hour on the fastball. Swinging strike rate is only 9.5%. That said, he does have good control. He doesn't walk that many batters. His overall numbers or season-long numbers are inflated because of 3 games against Houston. He allowed 5, 4, and 4 earned runs in those 3 games. In the other games, he allowed a total of 8 earned runs in 6 games. So, he has 4 games with 6, 8, and 9 strikeouts. Seattle, they're 4th in strikeouts against left-handed pitching. On the other side, Seattle's got Logan Gilbert on the mound. He's got a 5.85 FIP. He's allowed 2 home runs in 6.2 innings. Oakland bats, they could get busy here. They're 4th in ISO against right-handed pitching.
Stan, we are rounding third. We are heading home, and I need a game total from you that you like tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to stay here. The Seattle-Oakland game, under 8.5, minus 120. I do like Irvin to shut down the Seattle offense. And, while I think that the Athletics will score some runs, I don't see them going nuclear here. Both teams, they have really good bullpens. The FIP is 3.9 for Seattle, 3.77 for Oakland. The home runs per 9 are 0.91 and 0.79 respectively. So, I like the Athletics to win here, but I like the total under 8.5.
What's your game total, Garion?
I'm going to go to Kansas City against Tampa Bay. The number right now is 8. It is minus 118 for the over on the DKSB. I wouldn't be shocked if this maybe moves to 8.5 before we get first pitch, but this is mainly about the Rays and Brad Keller. Tampa Bay has won 11 straight games, and in that span of time, they alone are averaging 8.6 runs per game. They're just an offensive juggernaut right now, and Brad Keller comes into this start with a 7.28 expected ERA. So I really don't think he's going to shut down this Rays lineup, and 8 of the last 9 Tampa Bay games have gone over the number. So all the trends are pointing in the direction of the over in this spot. And then you've got Rich Hill going up against a Kansas City lineup that I always prefer going up against a left-handed pitcher as opposed to a right-handed pitcher. And even though Rich Hill's been very good recently, we know that Rich Hill can sort of be a different version of himself on any given night. So would I be shocked if Kansas City strung together 3 or 4 runs against Rich Hill? No, I wouldn't. And I think the Rays have a legitimate shot at scoring 7 or 8 runs in this game. So I think we get well over this number.
Okay, Eric, what game total do you like?
Yeah, I'm going with the under in the Giants Diamondbacks game. It's set at 9, and I just don't know how you can set it at 9 in the game that has Kevin Gausman in it. We already talked about Gausman earlier. He's just a true ace now, I think. I think he's done it long enough that we can say that. 1 or fewer run allowed in 8 of his 9 starts this season. 1.66 ERA. It's a little bit better than the estimators have it, but he's got the full package. Strikeout rate just shy of 30%. He got it actually over 30% last year. So it's very sustainable for him to stay at that level. Low walk rate too. On the other side, Corbin Martin is not at all proven, but he's not, some terrible pitcher that I think the Giants are going to get 9 all by themselves against. He's only had 1 start since returning from Tommy John surgery, so not a lot to analyze there. But before the surgery, he was a decent prospect, 50 future value in most places, which means potential mid-rotation starter. Had a 3.13 ERA and a strikeout rate of 28.5% in AAA in 2019. So I think there's enough there that I don't think he's going to get blown up. And then I don't think Gausman's given up more than 1 because he never seems to.
All right, guys, we got some extra bases here. Need you very, very quick on the prop. So, Eric, have at it.
Yeah, Steven Matz under 5.5 strikeouts. That's just too high for me. He's hit the over 3 of his last 8 starts, 5 of his last 15 over the last 2 years. And his strikeout rate this year is actually slightly down from last year. So even though it was hot early, I think we could look at last year's numbers too. 5.5 is just not a number he normally reaches.
Gary, and quick on the prop bet.
Yeah, I actually have the same prop. Matt's 33.3% strikeout rate against left-handed bats, just 20.8% against right-handed bats. The Yankees only have right-handed bats. He's not getting 5.5 strikeouts in this game.
Wayward son, talk to me.
I'm correlated. I'm going DJ LeMahieu, home run, plus 675. You guys, both of them alluded to Steven Matz struggles against righties. He's allowed 1 home run in 6 of 9 games, 6 of the 7 to righties. I'm swinging for the fences on the swing for the fences props.
That's the way to do it, baby. Baseball dudes, your job here is done. We'll dive deep into a shallow NHL slate after this. All right, just 2 postseason games on the menu around the NHL tonight, and here to preview everything in a fun little segment we call Opening Face-Off is RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. Paul, Toronto holding a 2-1 lead over Montreal. Who is your favorite DFS play in this game?
You know what? In such a small slate, you have to go with the winning goalie in a game where you don't expect the opposition to score much, if at all. And yesterday I pointed out that Montreal Canadiens have scored more than 2 goals only 3 times in their last 9 games. Well, after last night, you can make that 10, and you'll make it 11 after tonight's game. I think I'd take Jack Campbell for $8,100 as the most important DFS play in this game.
All right, AJ, game 4 between Montreal and Toronto. Who's your guy?
I'm actually going to look to the other side of the ice, and I'm going to look at Cole Caulfield. You know, he's coming in at 7,000 in the showdown, 10.5 if you want to captain him, 4,500 in the classic slate there. Didn't score in game 3, but he had 3 shots on net, almost 3.5 power play minutes. This kid is going to get plenty of opportunities, no hesitation about shooting it. I'll take it even a step further here. He's plus 275 as an anytime goal scorer tonight. That's 8th best among all the players in this game.
All right, yeah. Let's go dive even deeper here into the sportsbook side. You got a favorite bets for game 4 of this series, AJ?
Yeah, outside of the Caulfield player prop I just mentioned here, I'm going straight up money line in this one, and that's the Habs at plus 148. It's tremendous value when you consider how closely matched these teams are, game 2 notwithstanding. And I think if you're taking Montreal in this game at all, I think you have to take the under here at minus 118. As Paul said, Montreal doesn't score a ton. If this game hits over 5.5 goals, it's almost no way that the Habs are the winner. So I'm doubling down on both of those, get the value for the money line and take the under as kind of a stack, if you will.
Paul, what's the bet for this game on the DK Sportsbook you like?
Look, I don't like the over-under. I don't like the money line, and so I'm looking for a prop bet here. The teams have played 2 very close checking games, as AJ's pointed out, in out of the 3 total. And tonight we're on back-to-back nights, so I'm looking for it to be another grinder-type game where a grinder-type player emerges. And the guy who best fits the bill for me is Zach Hyman of the Leafs. He plays a regular shift with the big boys on the first line and the first line on the power play as well. And around the club, he's known as the king of the empty net goal. And that could be a situation where it makes it very, very easy for me to collect when I take him. Just score a goal tonight at plus 188.
We've also got game 5 here, guys, between Nashville and Carolina. This series tied at 2. Who's going to crack your lineup from this one, Paul?
You know what? In a limited slate, selecting the big guns is key, obviously, but grabbing the productive foot shoulders is just as important. So I look at Jordan Staal as a great value play tonight. He got 3 goals and 1 assist in the 4 games played in this set and has thrown 13 shots on goal in the series so far. I like all of that, noting also that he centers a potent first power play unit and will only cost you $4,500 for all of that.
AJ, what about you?
Like, I think you have to pay up to captain Sebastian Aho in this game in showdown and absolutely get him into your classic lineups as well. Yes, it's a big price tag to pay for him all around, but look, you go back all the way into their final 2 regular season games, which were also against the Predators. Aho has put a ridiculous 29 shots on net. That's, obviously just south of 5 per game over that stretch. That's a fantastic floor. Yeah, sure, he's got just the 3 goals to show for it right now, but Carolina's heading back home in this one. If you're looking for some value, at least consider Nino Niederreiter as well. The offense hasn't been there with just 1 point in the series, but he did register 4 shots in game 4. He gets power play opportunities as well, is on the second line with Vincent Trocheck, and it feels like just a matter of time for him.
Oh, AJ, what about your favorite bet in this game?
Well, I got to stick with Aho here to score a goal at plus 143. The aforementioned Niederreiter comes in at plus 188 to score a goal. That's third best of anybody in this game. But really, my favorite bet across the board is actually Aho with 2 or more points at plus 185. Look, for my money, if I'm going to use the guy in DFS, why not try and double down and take him in player props as well? So Aho is all my money on him tonight.
Okay, Paul.
You know what? Oftentimes there's great value on players of the underdog team. So tonight I'm looking at the Preds' Michael Granlund after seeing him tally 3 points over the last 2 games and knowing that the guy's a streaky scorer. And if this club has any hopes of extending this series and doing well tonight, he has to play a big role. And he's primed for that. He's left winger on their top power play unit, as well as centering their second scoring line at even strength. That should give him ample opportunity to hit the score sheet with a goal and pay out at 330.
Gentlemen, wonderful work as always. We're going to watch Kenny play with building blocks right after this. All right, 3 playoff games enter our lives tonight around the association. Let's see who DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen are building their lineups around. Kenny, who's your building block at guard?
You know, Emerson, it's a difficult decision for me, but I think I can't pass up Devin Booker at $8,100. The reason I say it's difficult is because, the last time, obviously, they played the Lakers, he had a great game in game 1. He went for 7 times value. But, other than that, he's kind of had a little bit of a struggle against the Lakers this season. They've had a good defense. But this defense, is just not the same as it's been all season long. The Lakers down the stretch had a mid-tier defense, and I thought we saw a little bit of that in game 1 as well. Booker, the usage here is just, it's ridiculous. It's undeniable, over 34% in the last 2 games. And I just think that this guy's going to continue to get shots up here. He showed and proved that in game 1 that he is a playoff performer. And the Lakers, they're just looking a little lethargic on the defensive end. And the fact that they have struggled so much on offense, I think they are opting now for some weaker defenders to make up for that. And that should allow Booker to, have a little bit better of a time than he did during the regular season against the Lakers and have another good game here. And also, of course, there's the Chris Paul factor. We don't know if he's going to be 100% healthy. So I like Devin Booker.
Okay. Nick, who do you like as your building block at guard?
I think there's a case to be made for James Harden. You're going to have to pay up. You're going to pay more than $2,000 more than Devin Booker. But, watching that game one against Boston, it felt like Harden just coasted his way through it. And then, when he felt like he needed to turn it on in the second half, he was able to do it in an instant and turn in a great James Harden-like fantasy performance. So, the fact that he's able to do that really at the drop of a hat, makes him a really appealing option. But I'm going to echo a lot of what Kenny said. I think saving the $2,000 and getting Devin Booker at 8,100 after torching the Lakers in game one, that was his best game in more than a month. I don't know what the Lakers were doing defensively in that game. They were scrambling. They're sending doubles seemingly at random. Booker had open shot after open shot. And, unless the Lakers completely change up their scheme in game two, which is possible, I don't really see them slowing down Devin Booker. That they were constantly failing on switches. Guys like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope just were not able to hold up. And while I think this Lakers defense can play better, it's a little bit deceiving. The Suns didn't even get to 100 points in game one. So, if you're the Lakers, you can look back and say, well, at least we played okay defensively. We didn't hit a lot of shots. I mean, Jay Crowder went 0 of 7 from 3, and all 7 of those looks were pretty much wide open. Cam Johnson didn't shoot the ball overly well. Campaign was 1 of 3. This game could have been a lot worse. So I don't think the Lakers defense really comes out of game one with all that much confidence.
Nick, if you were going to build a lineup around someone at the forward position, who would it be?
I like Luka Doncic a lot tonight. And of course, you're going to have to pay up for Luka. He's at $10,600. But I think he just loves playing this Clippers team, which on paper has 2 guys in Paul George and especially Kawhi Leonard, who are kind of ideal matchups for someone like Doncic. But those guys can't guard him. That was the case during the regular season. That was the case in the playoffs last year. And that was certainly the case in game one the other night. So, chances are Doncic doesn't hit 5 3-pointers again, but he's going to take probably 11 or 12. And if he's hot again, that's going to open up a lot of other things for him. He also had 2 blocks in game one. Again, not something you can count on night to night, but the floor that Doncic brings as the guy that basically has the ball in his hands at all times when he's on the floor is huge. I will say I'm going to fade LeBron at my own peril tonight. I don't like how he looked in game one. He's had a lot of game ones like this throughout his career. But I thought he looked heavy. I think he got lucky with a few long threes early on that made his line look a little bit better than it actually was. But he didn't want to attack the basket. He didn't want to take advantage when he had smaller guys like Mikal Bridges on him. I just really didn't like what I saw from LeBron. And I think he does bounce back, but I don't think we get a monster LeBron game tonight.
Okay, we've got a lot more LeBron talk actually coming up a little later when we take a sports book look at tonight's slate. But Kenny, who is your for forward building block for this evening?
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be Kawhi Leonard at $8,300. I'm going to continue to save money here. And look, I'm the first one to admit, I have not been a big Kawhi Leonard guy in DFS all season long. I have not liked playing him. I don't think that he is a particularly valuable fantasy player, but I cannot deny the game that he had in game one. I mean, first of all, we know that he, again, returned 7 times value, just like Devin Booker, and had 26 points. But the biggest thing to me here was the 10 rebounds. When you look at Dallas, one of the ways you want to attack them is on the glass. Dallas does not rebound very well. They were 16th in the league in rebounding rate this season. And Kawhi Leonard able to snatch up 10 rebounds. And I just think that speaks a lot to the way that the Clippers play. They are pushing the tempo just a little bit now in the playoffs. And, they're going to have guys like Serge Ibaka, who's back, get back out onto the wing and shoot in transition. And I think Kawhi Leonard here could get another 10 rebound game. I think he gets you a double-double. And again, that's just something that he hasn't done a lot. But if he can get you a double-double, this is tremendous value here at $8,300. And again, there's a guy who's going to be on the minutes here are going to be unquestioned. And the usage here bumped back up to almost 31% after down the stretch. He just kind of took it easy. So I don't know if Kawhi Leonard was just like chilling and then now he's turning it on and getting more of the ball and taking more shots in the postseason. But honestly, I think that might be the case. The Clippers really did not look like they wanted to win games at all in the last month of the season. And, again, they lost, but Kawhi Leonard was certainly very involved. I think that he could have even a better game tonight. And I love the savings here at $8,300.
What do you do at center for your building block, Kenny? One of these guys is not like the others. I'm looking at Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I'm not. I was looking at Anthony Davis, and I saw that he had 7 rebounds last game, Emerson, which is a little troubling to me. Yeah. I think DeAndre Ayton here, in a game where the Suns, I fully expect them to win the battle on the glass again, is a good value play. Now, we know Chris Paul's involvement. We don't know how much he's going to, if he's going to be 100%. I think he might have just had a stinger. We're not really sure. He's had shoulder issues in the past. But as long as he's on the floor, I think that Ayton's going to get his fair share of lobs, and the rebounds here should come in bunches. The Lakers, just like the Mavericks, not really a great rebounding team all year long. And the difference between the Warriors, who have one of the softest front courts in basketball, and the Suns was $2,000 for the Lakers. They got knocked around. I think they were used to being able to dominate, smaller forwards for rebounds in that last game. I don't know if there's going to be an adjustment here, but I also do know that the Suns are serious about rebounding when it comes to DeAndre Ayton, especially, and the Lakers have had a lot of struggles there. So again, I don't think they're going to be playing. Marc Gasol's not magically going to play like 20 minutes. Montrezl Harrell was his action was limited. I think DeAndre Ayton here has a lot of upside just with the rebounds that he can get you.
Does your building block at center also bring a lot of upside to it, Nick?
Well, it kind of depends. I think center is where I might try to save some money. There's a build you can get, Luka Doncic, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker all in your lineup tonight if you want to go that route, but it means saving up at center. So I'm looking at, Robert Williams at 4,600. I think he's going to be really popular tonight coming off of that 9 block game. But a decent chance that, he regresses significantly just based on the fact that he's not going to block 9 shots again. I'm also looking at Tristan Thompson at 4,900. He's got 25, 33, 23 DraftKings points over his last 3 games. Obviously not a guy with a super high ceiling, but pretty reasonably high floor, should play 25 to 30 minutes for Boston. I am with Kenny on favoring Ayton over Anthony Davis, though, just based on the cost differential. I do think Anthony Davis bounces back. I don't see how he couldn't. I honestly think that was maybe the worst that I've ever seen him play from start to finish. Didn't even have a rebound until like the final minute of the first half. He was beat by Ayton 4 or 5 times for offensive boards throughout that game, a couple of them in key spots. You're not going to out-talent Anthony Davis on most nights, but he's definitely a guy who could be outworked, and that's exactly what happened in game 1. And I think he's going to be more prepared in game 2, but I also think DeAndre Ayton saw what worked in game 1, and there's really not a whole lot of reason to think that he won't do the same thing in game 2. Does that mean he's going to go 10 of 11 from the field and have 16 boards? Maybe not, but if he can get you even 80% of that, I like the value there at that price.
Nick, if you were brave enough to build a lineup around a value play, who would be your building block?
So I mentioned Robert Williams, 4,600. Again, 9 blocks in game 1 should be a popular play. When I start to look at guys in the 4,000 or 5,000 range, it's all about minutes to me. And Marcus Smart is going to play a ton of minutes. He's at 5,800. Hasn't really been playing all that well, admittedly, over the last couple of weeks, but that's someone you plug in and just hope that he plays 42 minutes and does something with those. Mikal Bridges, also in that category. He's at 5,300, played 41 minutes in game 1. I don't see any reason why he won't continue to see huge minutes. They need him defensively. And then KCP was arguably the worst of all the Lakers in game 1. Missed like 7 wide open 3-pointers, was just horrible on both ends. But he's the primary guy to guard Devin Booker for better or for worse. So he's another player that fits into that category of, he plays 35 to 38 minutes and you just hope that he gets hot from 3.
Kenny, what about you? Building block, a value.
Yeah, I've been infatuated with Tristan Thompson all series long. I wrote about how I liked him in the series showdown, and I don't hate playing him at 4,900 either. I just think that he's going to continue to get minutes because of his playoff experience. Another guy, and you mentioned it, Nick, about the minutes. 36 minutes last game for Maxi Kleber. I think that he is a great value play here at $3,400. His money actually went down from $3,500 to $3,400. And again, it's a guy that back-to-back games, he's had over 6 times value, and he is on the floor a lot. He didn't take enough shots for me to really be too thrilled about playing him. But the one thing here was the Clippers' rebounding rate was 45.7% in game 1. They just really struggled on the glass, and Kleber was able to clean up with 9 rebounds. The guy's just going to be out there on the floor. We've seen him hit clutch shots before for the Mavericks, so they do trust him with the ball in his hands. I actually think that he has a ton of upside here. He's not really a guy to me that's going to get, 15 to 20 points here. I really think he can get you 30 points. I think that he might shoot the ball a little bit more in this game. It's also worth noting he had 4 fouls in game 1, and, potentially his minutes were curbed even. Maybe he plays 38 minutes in this one. I don't know. But I can't deny the fact this guy's going to be out here all game long. Pretty good matchup. $3,400. All you're really asking for is 15 fantasy points, really. Fire him up.
All right, you two hang out. We're going to put on our DK Sportsbook goggles and take a look at tonight's slate coming up right after we price check around the PGA Tour with Jeff Ulrich. All right, people, we have a ton of golf to talk about and not a lot of time to talk about it. Jeff Ulrich, it's good to see you. Real quick, what'd you think of that video? Brooks losing his train of thought, the hard eye roll when Bryson was walking by. It's trending all over the world right now. People are loving this.
Yeah, they're loving it. Let's get more of it. We need rivalries in golf. I don't want this, shaking hands after. Let's get at it here. Let's get some animosity on the course. I love that these guys don't like each other. Brooks' disdain is so evident. It's great. People obviously have takes about Brooks. It's a little polarizing, but that was fantastic reaction. Just natural. It's what he was feeling. And you know what? Bryson coming back, posting stuff on Instagram. Let's do it. Let's get more actual rivalries going.
Dude, Bryson was just mashing in the gym, like combining like these shrugs and curls and calf raises all in one exercise. It was amazing. Like absolutely epic. It really was. Also, by the way, give me Brooks, Bryson, and Reed as a trio at the U.S. Open next month. That would be like must-see theater. If the USGA doesn't do it, the USGA deserves to crumble. Okay, so this week it's the Charles Schwab Challenge. I need you to price check for me here, dude. We got 5 guys at 10K or higher. Who would you roster in that group?
Yeah, so I like taking Justin Thomas here. I mean, whenever you can get Justin Thomas in a non-major event when he's not the most expensive player on DraftKings, you're getting a good deal, and B, you're getting exposure to a guy who, quite frankly, can just blow the doors off a course like Colonia. We've seen him do it at a course, at the Sony Open in the past where he shot 59, won by like multiple strokes. He can do that here. That's just what Justin Thomas has in his ability. And I like Colin Morikawa a lot. I think a lot of people are going to flock to him here, and I think you're going to get like half the ownership on Justin Thomas. Certainly, it looks early in the week like projecting, we could see that type of disparity in the ownership. So I like grabbing Justin Thomas here. Ultimately, like these guys over 10K are very, very close this week, but I think JT at 11K is a really good deal.
It hasn't looked right, though, since winning the Players' Championship.
It's true. Putter's been a little bit cold, but, that iron play can spark up at any time.
How about the 9K range, dude?
Yeah, 9K range is insanely close this week as well. We've got a ton of good young ball strikers. Again, Corey Connors, Scheffler's in there. Obviously, Joaquin Niemann. These are all players people are going to like. I like just going with Answer. All these guys are going to be popular, but Abraham Answer at 9,700 is the guy who's just been there all the time. And I think Answer sets up so perfectly for this course. He's firing with his irons. He's gained strokes in like 7 straight events. He was absolutely on fire with those clubs at the Wells Fargo. You saw him close with a 65 at the PGA Championship last week. It's a little bit of fear, maybe a fatigue from that, but I mean, all these guys played last week, and you just look at what he's done with the putter as well recently. Really heated up with that club. Colonial as a course, it's iron play and it's getting hot on the greens. That's exactly what Abraham Answer is doing every week right now. And as not a big hitter, I think that this course gives him a much better chance to succeed. I could definitely see him pulling out his first win here. So I'm going to say Answer at 9,700.
Yeah, I like that pick. T8, that was his third straight top 10 at the, this past weekend. Made it three straight top 10. 9th straight finish of T26 or better, dude. Take me to the 8K department, please.
Yeah, this is like the exact opposite of the 9K range, because while there's about 5 players I feel like you could target in the 9K range, I don't even really feel like there's anyone that you absolutely need to play here. Charlie Hoffman is playing really good, but I don't know if Kelowna is going to set up as well for him, maybe because it's a little de-emphasizes driver a little bit, and his putting just isn't as high end as some of the other guys. I'm going to say that this is probably an area where taking a shot on a guy like Matt Wallace is a good idea. He played extremely well the last time we were in Texas, gained like 11 strokes at the Valero. He's been kind of all over leaderboards all sort of early spring here. And Wallace is a player who, he's not uber long off the tee, but he can get hot with the putter as well. And, there's just a bunch of names here that either look overpriced or I just don't really want to play them because of their form. Brian Harman at 8K certainly is a good play. He is going to most certainly also be the most popular play this week. So I think Matt Wallace here for me offers a lot of appeal for the big tournaments on DraftKings because you'll get him at lower ownership.
Yeah, and I don't think, and we talked about this in everyone's favorite edition of Get the Green each week, Monday edition, when it's Reed and I, not you and Reed. We talked about it yesterday with this course as well. You don't necessarily have to be a bomber because there are so many like dog legs and like just tree-lined fairways on this course.
It's true. And as the third best golf analyst on DraftKings, I concur with that statement. Yep. Power off the tee is just de-emphasized here. Like guys typically average 5 to 10 yards less in their driving distance just because of the setup of the course. You can't just rip driver because the trees overhang everywhere. You get yourself out of position. You've got to have a line into the green. So accuracy off the tee, definitely a bigger deal.
It would not be a strength of Samir's behind the scenes here. 7K, the $7,000 department. I mean, we're going low here. Who stands out to you?
We are, and there's some interesting names this week. Like you've got Sergio down there at 7,500, exceedingly cheap for him. Brandon Grace played well last week. He's down there too. I'm going to go with another guy who made the cut last week, and Harold Varner III, though, at 7,400. Played pretty well. He only finished T49. The only place he struggled was on the greens. And quite frankly, a lot of people struggled on those paspalum greens at Kiowa. They're just a little bit different. I think the speeds gave some people trouble, but Varner tee to green was fine. He gained like over 6 strokes tee to green. It's a player who finished second at the RBC Heritage like 3-4 weeks ago. And look, Harbor Town and Colonial, very similar to courses, old courses. Lots of trees. You can block yourself out if you get too inaccurate off the tee. Varner's done very well at those type of venues. He was T19 at Colonial last year, opened with the 63 here. He's playing good golf. Tee to green is playing very good golf. Yeah, he's got a spike with the putter, but he's shown a little bit more ability to do that this year. I really like Harold Varner this year. I think if you get a dark horse winner, he could definitely be it.
Oh, man. Under 7K. But you know what? I feel like in our 3 years like working together here at DK, this is really where Jeff Ulrich shines. Like you find that diamond in the rough for people.
Look, 2 weeks ago I hit 175-1 winner at KH Lee. I mean, if this is I'm just gonna I'm gonna brag about that for like a year, by the way. But look, this is my time to shine. The scrub. Going down into the the pits here.
Yeah. These are the peasants. These are the peasants on DraftKings right now.
Exactly. This is where I shine. But look, there's 2 guys at 6,700 I'm very interested in this week. One is Henrik Stenson. He gained over 6 strokes on his approaches last week. Now, Stenson still struggling a bit around the greens and with the putter. But, like, when that pops, the iron play is back. I mean, old hit the ball at the pin every hole here. Henrik Stenson is back, boys. I mean, don't shy away from this guy at this point. I think we might be catching him at a really good price this week. It's a good ball striker's course for Henrik Stenson. Again, don't have to worry about off the tee. But I also like Patrick Rogers there at 6,700. Also coming off a good week in Texas at the Byron Nelson. Didn't play last week. Really picked it up with his irons there, though. And this guy's an elite putter. Like Patrick Rogers, like Harold Varner, if you see a guy, maybe pop up in the leaderboard, I could see Rogers being it. Coming off his best ball striking week of the year, he can go nuts with that putter. And he played well here last year, too. He's T14.
Okay, so you and Reed are going to have a lot more coming up today after the 2 o'clock sim. So roughly around 3 o'clock here on the Dream Stream. We do it every week. You and Reed, get the green. Everyone bring your questions about the Charles Schwab, because yesterday we mainly looked back at the PGA and that historic weekend with Phil. Good stuff, Jeff Allwork. Appreciate you, man. We're going to take a sportsbook look at tonight's NBA action right after this. All right, back for more. It is our NBA panel. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. It's NBA high or low. So are the following spreads, totals, or props, like too high or too low on tonight's playoff slate. So like too short or too long. Brooklyn favored by, looks like it's 9 now on the DK Sportsbook. Brooklyn favored by 9 over Boston, game 2. That too high or too low, Kenny?
I think that this number is too low. I think so. Now, here's the thing. I thought Boston was going to be competitive in this series. I thought that they might steal game 1. I thought that they might, maybe win one of the first 3 games. And then, once the Nets started to figure them out, they would just kind of run them off the court. Well, that whole feel out period was not like 2 games. It was like 2 quarters. And the Nets just completely steamrolled the Celtics from there. So I do think that this number is a little bit too low. I think the Nets will probably win this game by like 12 to 15 points. The biggest thing here, and I shouted it from the mountaintops, I said the Nets can't play defense. They're going to stink in the postseason. Well, their defensive rating was 100 in their first game against the Boston Celtics, and that is the 3rd best defensive rating so far in the postseason. So, I think as long as this defense continues to play like this, it's going to be pretty fruitful to bet on the Nets. 9.5, I could see this going up to like 13 points by game 3.
Yeah, and Tatum didn't make a single bucket and a single field goal in the second half. It's also kind of crazy too, Nick, when you think about it. It was just the 9th game since Harden was acquired in that blockbuster trade that Harden and Kyrie and KD were on the floor together. So it really wasn't a shocker to me. It took them a couple quarters to warm up.
No, me neither. And I'm surprised that this has moved from 9.5 to 9. I'm with Kenny. I think it should be going in the other direction, if anything. I think game 1, I definitely didn't think the Celtics were going to steal it by any means, but I felt like the first quarter, especially in the first half, went about as well as Boston could have asked for. I mean, they held Brooklyn to 16 points in the first quarter. They hit a ton of threes early on. Boston led that game by 6 at the half. And then it felt like Brooklyn said, okay, we'll actually start trying now. And they were able to coast their way, to a double-digit win. So I think we get a Nets team that's a little more ready this time around. I don't think they're going to score 16 points in the first quarter. Again, I think they want to come out and send a message. And Jason Tatum played really well in that first half. But, like you said, he really had no field goals in the second. I think I would take the over on one Jason Tatum, Kevin Durant fight at some point in the series. I think KD was able to get under Jason Tatum's skin. And it was just abundantly clear that, especially when Kemba Walker doesn't have it, and he certainly did not have it in game 1, with Jaylen Brown out, I mean, if it's just the Jason Tatum show, it becomes pretty easy to defend, especially when you can throw a 7-footer with a long wingspan like Kevin Durant on that guy. Boston just doesn't have a lot of other options. Like Evan Fournier can't be your number 2 guy in a playoff game against the Brooklyn Nets. So I think this one actually probably ends up in a blowout. I think game one, based on how that first half went, was probably Boston's best chance to steal one. And I think the Nets have woken up and are probably going to steamroll these next three. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this game ends up looking a little bit like last night's Heat Bucks game.
All right, guys, need to speed it up a little bit. Lakers Suns game total was 208.5 this morning. It's now 210.5 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Too high or too low, Nick?
I have over on 208.5. I think about it a little more at the new number, but still probably over. I know game one didn't break 200, but this feels like maybe a little bit of an over adjustment. Neither team shot the ball well, especially the Lakers. I mean, their role players were horrendous in that game. So I think by virtue of both teams just shooting a little bit closer to their average, this one pushes over.
Kenny, what do you want to do here? Too high, too low?
Yeah, I agree with Nick. I would take the over here. I think this is a little bit too low. The shooting is going to come back to normal. And also, I mean, while I am a little bit concerned about that Lakers offense, the defense there was not great. They've not been great down the stretch. They were not great in that game. And I also know that the Suns during the season had been known to push the pace a little bit in close games. I think this game's going to be close. I think the Suns need to be trailing in this game, and I would not be surprised to see them revert back to their up-tempo ways that we kind of saw them, veer into in the middle of the season in kind of a shock. So I do think that the pace could be a little bit higher. I think this goes over.
Kenny, Clippers favored by, it was originally 6 this morning over the Mavericks, now 7 on the DK Sportsbook. Too high or too low?
I think that it's too low still. I think that the Clippers end up running up on the Mavericks. Look, I think that you could say all the nice things in the world that you want about Luka Doncic. He's a great player, but I do think that the rest of this team just lacks a punch on the glass, and they lack a punch on the defensive end, more importantly. And the fact that they don't really run at a very fast pace here, I think that puts them at a huge disadvantage. There's going to be few chances to really create a bunch of offense against this Clippers team. And again, the Clippers didn't want to win a single game in the month of May, I'm convinced. And all of a sudden now they are like back to normal. We've seen it with the Lakers. We've seen it with the Nets. And now with the Clippers, these teams that just didn't try for 2 weeks, now just all of a sudden they're good again. I didn't want to believe that it was going to happen, but I am quickly admitting that it is happening, that teams can just snap and flip on a switch. And then there they go. So I think that the Clippers are back. I think that the Clippers roll over the Mavericks. They're one of the best teams in basketball.
Nick, too high or too low?
I think it's about right. I would actually take Dallas to cover. I'll take the Clippers to win this game, but I think Luka is going to do a good job of slowing things down, controlling the pace, and keeping the Mavs in this game. But I think the Clippers bounce back overall. I mean, Kawhi Leonard, Marcus Morris, Reggie Jackson, Serge Ibaka combined to go 1 of 17 from 3 in game one. I don't think that's happening again. I think better shooting is really going to open things up for the Clippers. But like I said, I think the Mavs have a good chance to keep this close, especially if Maxi Kleber plays in this game. He's questionable, sore Achilles. That's been bothering him for the last couple of weeks. Rick Carlisle, said that, Kleber barely practiced yesterday. So it does seem like something that's a real concern. If he doesn't go, that's a pretty big blow for Dallas on the defensive end, especially.
Okay, Nick, LeBron James, 41.5 points, rebounds, and assists total. I remember you said earlier, you're not picking up what LeBron's been putting down lately. So you just want to tell me why this is too high?
Look, I have to go over here. I know I said that, but this number is just lower than I thought it would be, to be honest. I mean, he's averaging 45 points, rebounds, assists for his playoff career. So, while I didn't love what I saw from LeBron in game one, the fact that he was still able to get to 10 assists, despite, KCP blowing every single wide open 3 that LeBron set up for him.
What's up, everybody? Good to see the Dream Streamers here with us. Sim number 2 of a busy Dream Stream day, of course. Madden simulations. We got the nooner behind us. The Madden matinee lies ahead. I'll even stick around for the early bird special just because Kenny hates the name so much. He's Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. What's up, man?
Yeah, just because early implies that it's early in the day. I think that you confuse the clientele, and it's not. Right. Look, if I'm unhappy, right? I'm unhappy all the time. Who cares? I mean, first of all, I'm actually very happy, but I play an unhappy character on TV, so that's who cares if you make me upset. I care about the good, hardworking people out there that are going to DraftKings.com. They're filling out lineups, and they're deceived when they see it's the early bird special, and they're going, "Boy, early bird." Early bird. It's 4 o'clock. What's early about 4? Nothing is early about 4 o'clock unless you're talking about 4 o'clock in the morning, which is when the French Open will start next week. But that's it.
It's very
nothing early
That is
about
very early.
4 o'clock.
I want to know why you are
The late bird. Let's call it the late bird. If you want to call
the
it
late bird. The late.
you want to
bird
insist on
special?
having it be a bird.
That's
like
that's
the
just-
late
that's
chicken.
not a
How about
thing.
that?
I mean, there's no late bird special. I mean, it's the early bird catches the worm. It's not the late
Also,
bird
what's special
shows up
about it?
late
What's
for the party.
why is it special?
It's just a term. If I'm going to Google.
Why is
I'm
the
just-
4
I'm just gonna
o'clock
go- I'm
sim
gonna Google right now. I'm
any
gonna
more
Google
special
I'm going to
than
Google
the other
early
sims?
bird special. I'm just going to Google early bird special.
Yeah,
See what
and that
pops up.
proves my point. It's unoriginal. Why are we doing early bird special?
A special in some restaurants or similar eateries where some meals are available at a lower price before the usual dinner hours.
What time does it say the early bird special normally is?
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked. Often called the early bird special, 5 p.m. dinner reservations.
Oh,
have become the new
5
normal for
p.m.
many.
So it's not 4 p.m. Oh, okay.
Well, we don't have a 5 p.m. sim, so tell me.
No?
Tell me, is 5 p.m. Eastern time not part of the early bird special sim? Will we not
It's
still
not.
be here at
You don't
5?
call
Fumble.
the you don't call the you
Right
don't call the
away.
nooner. You don't call the nooner the oneer. You call it the nooner because it's a noon sim. 4 o'clock is not when people are eating dinner.
Tara Lynn, who's producing. Bry Guy on the 1s through 7s. Great to have him here. The
The
technical
place-
director, Kyle and Ops. We've got Tara Lynn, TL, saying to Bry Guy,
Not
keep him
TL.
off cam forever, Bry. Uncle
The-
Buck, really, Juicy? Already?
The
Robbie
place that I
Noble,
go
Yo, Adam,
for
looking good, babe. Thanks, man.
lunch and brunch and every meal, they don't even serve food at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock is their in-between time. They only serve like fries because they're just done with brunch or the lunch rush on the week, and then they start dinner at 5. So 4 o'clock is, I mean, I don't think anyone goes out to eat at 4 o'clock. So why are we naming the 4 o'clock sim after food? It just makes no sense. Why don't we name it the nap sim? How about that?
I'm not looking to go to any eatery at 4 p.m.
There you go.
to not get food. That's what I'm saying. I'm not like.
Why don't we call it the fourer?
I'm not dropping in just to have a drink. No, if I'm going to a place like that, give me some food.
But you're not going there at 4 p.m. That's the thing.
Killa here says Kaufman and Kenny got it going early already. It's true. Tom Cruise. Kenny isn't going to let things like facts and figures get in the way of his arguments.
Facts and figures. The fact is that early bird special starts at 5 p.m. That's the fact. Doesn't make any sense to call it the 4 p.m. sim, the early bird special. Facts and figures. You are not listening to facts and figures, my friend.
Salty says, Kaufman, hey man, I missed all of that. Can you repeat the conversation? LOL.
Robbie Noble,
You have
the
to scroll
mayor
back
of
in the
Simland,
YouTube.
agrees with me. Robbie Noble agrees with me.
I love Robbie. Robbie. I
That
don't
is
even
reason
know
enough
what
to change it right there.
Robbie's not the mayor, right? You know, I'm not saying we don't need to have some updated elections here in year 2. Greg Coffin's the mayor. Now, Robbie.
Who?
Greg Coffin.
I don't know who that
Remember
is.
the hashtag Team Always Here. You've seen him. You've
Greg
seen him around.
Coffin?
Yeah, you've seen him around. Now, if like,
no, I haven't. I've never heard
I'm
of that
sure
name
you have.
before.
Now, Robbie.
Robbie Noble's here every sim.
Well,
I've never...
I was just gonna say I would give Robbie an even higher title than mayor, quite frankly. Like maybe we could call him the governor. We could call him the secretary. We could call I don't know. What should like you guys are all here? Weigh in the chat.
Okay,
you know Robbie Noble as well as
can-
anybody. What should Robbie Noble's title in government within the Simland be?
He said, "I'm not the mayor." Here's the thing, though. You're deflecting, and you are missing all these comments that Easy Head says, "I agree with Kenny."
Here is the best, and just to read some of these, Mo says, I'm pretty sure that, I don't know this place, but he says, I'm pretty sure they start at 4. Lindenbaum
Golden
says,
Corral.
well,
You don't know where Golden Corral is?
No, that's not Golden Corral.
He just said Golden Corral. Golden Corral starts at 4 p.m.
I'm seeing like
Luby. Oh, yeah. I don't know where that is.
Whatever that is.
Ashley Edwards says, call it the 4 o'clock snack pack. I like it. It's
still
a snack.
going at 5. Now, I was just going to say, that's the best, as far as a candidate to rename the early bird special. That is far and away the best one that I have seen so far. Is to call it the 4 o'clock snackback. Far and away the best.
Anything is better than the early bird special. I would be all in on the 4 o'clock snackback.
Okay. I mean, I'm all about pleasing you more than anything else. Lindenbaum says Robbie should be the ambassador of Simland.
Uncle Buck says, I've only been here for a cup of coffee. I've been here for almost a year, Cuff.
When did you start? Do you remember?
August.
Do you remember your first sim or who you were partnered with?
Oh, I will never forget it. I was with Emerson, and I came on, and I was expecting to, be talking about Madden ratings, and was just, so prepared to just be laser focused on the sim at hand. And then he was just, grilling me on who I was as a person and what I used to do. And then we just talked. He was singing. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a great It was a great introduction to the Sims. I'll never forget it. And yeah, that's that's more than a cup of coffee. Would be like, hey, you've been doing Sims for a month or 2 months. A cup of coffee. That's a cup of coffee.
No, you have been here for
not 9. It's literally been 9 or 10 months now. It's almost been a year.
You've been here for more than half. More than half of the Simland Dream Stream experience, for sure. We started on March 28th, so you have been around for quite some time.
Evan says
a fair cup of coffee with Kenny would probably take a while.
I've already had 2 cups of coffee today, if you can't tell.
I can tell. DFS Queenie says, doesn't happy hour start at 4 p.m.?
See, even that, you could call it the early happy hour. Someone said snack attack.
I like the what was it, the snack hour that Abby said?
Do you wear pants to bed?
So this
and don't eat pizza? Is that true?
Are you don't know about the me not eating pizza thing? I don't eat pizza. That is correct. And as far as the pants thing, like sweatpants, not like jeans. That was a whole discussion one day.
Okay. I mean, I've worn sweats to bed before, but I mean, I don't normally, but I've done it before. If it's really cold.
People took exception to me referring to sweats or joggers or, whatever as pants. No, jeans or pants or pleated pants or pants. Dockers or pants. You can't call sweatpants pants. Why? It's in the title. That's just ridiculous to me.
Okay, what about the pizza thing?
I just don't eat pizza.
It's weird. Probably Robbie Noble wants to be ambassador. I'll tell you what.
Ambassador.
My girlfriend does not like tomatoes, hates tomatoes, hates tomato sauce.
Yeah.
Eats pizza. So if she can enjoy pizza, I feel like everyone in the world should be able to enjoy pizza. How can you not enjoy it?
Carolyn says, I love pizza so much.
What is wrong with pizza? Is pizza not good enough for you? Is it not classy enough for you? Do you need something fancier?
I do.
Than bread, sauce, and cheese, one of the most incredible combinations ever known to man and woman.
I'm not a sauce guy.
That doesn't matter.
Even baked into my pizza.
Have you ever had pizza?
Yes, I've had pizza.
How many times?
Many times.
When was the last time that you had it?
Many years ago.
Have you ever had good pizza?
Yes. I mean, I think so.
I think you should try a piece of pizza from New York City, or if you don't want to drive all the way here, you could go to Nino's in Connecticut.
He's a bride guy. Is it the fact that it's a circle item cut into triangles and put into a square?
Is it the fact that it's good that you don't like it?
There's way too much geometry involved here, bride guy, for me to enjoy pizza. I just can't wrap my head around it. We never gave our lineups. Not that anything's happened. We're still
nothing that matters.
Cincy in Minnesota. But what have you got?
So I had a feeling in this one. I went with him in my captain spot. I just had a random feeling that he was going to have a good game. I actually, you know what? I just completely faded the Bengals here, and I know that it's risky because
you had to have at least one.
Right, I have Gio Bernard, but no, I hate I, with all due respect to the Bengals, I know that they have some ballers in the Sims. Tyler Boyd, John Ross. They've had good games for me in the past. Was just feeling a Minnesota Vikings beatdown here, so I went with Thielen, and then Cook, Gio Bernard, Tajah Sharp, Justin Jefferson, and Dan Bailey. That's going to be good for me. Anytime a receiver catches a ball here, it's going to be good for me. And when the Vikings have the ball, that's Justin Jefferson with the catch.
And Justin Jefferson is part of my lineup, as well as about half of lineups in our Mad Matinee, the "Oh, hello, Kenny" free roll. I called it that because it's been a while since we've worked together. At least
it's been, yeah, I missed you.
And IU. Also have Joe Mixon, Tyler Boyd, AJ Green, so I certainly did not fade the Bengals. I have Tajay Sharp, who is the new Julio Jones replacement in Atlanta for when Julio gets traded. We could talk about that at some point. And my captain, I went with the masses. I have none other than Dalvin Cook, who is not just owned in basically every lineup. He's in 94.5% of lineups. He is captain in 52.4%. So
in our free roll.
In our free roll.
Which oftentimes reflects what is out there in the free showdown.
Pretty close, yeah. I mean, yeah. I think that the members of the free roll here in the DK Sim Fam Friends League are a little more clued in because they truly are the hashtag team always here. I think it's a little more representative of what the ownership should be. Like in the larger free roll, I'm guessing Dalvin Cook is not 52% owned in the captain and 95% in the flex. But I bet it's not wildly far off. We could check, obviously. What would you guess? Do you have it up? I don't have it up. Let's guess.
Let's guess what Cook's ownership is?
Yeah, in the larger free
I'm going to say 92%.
I'm going to say
92.3.
I'm going to say 89.7.
Okay.
And what about the captaincy?
23.4. No. Yeah.
Way higher.
38.4%.
All right, I'll go 41. I'll go 40.
I love Tom Brady cheats always in the chat. Great. He always brings it. And he just posted Sharp. All right, Sharp. That's what he posted.
So to answer the question, I just pulled it up. Out of 9,200 entries, Dalvin Cook, we undersold him at captain 43.4, and we overshot it at the overall ownership 86%.
Okay. Yes, at 92. So I won ownership, you won captainship. So we were just like always went 1-1.
As usual, DK wins when you and I match up. The rake wins. Minnesota, Cincinnati. Scoreless. Is that what it's called? The rake? What's that?
I said, is that what it's called? The rake?
The rake. The 10%.
The VIG. I thought it was called the VIG.
Yeah, either way. Lyndon Mom says, what about white slice, cough, no red sauce? I'll be honest, Jordan, I haven't tried it.
Really?
Maybe I'll
see. Someone made a good point that it's not, there's not a big emphasis on the sauce in pizza. That's why I'm a little confused.
Of course there's emphasis on the sauce.
No, not really. Not really.
Item within it, but of course there is.
It's kind of like light. It's light sauce.
Tony wants to know, Kenny, seriously, why do you care so much about Koff's taste buds?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Well, do you have an answer? We got to pitch Dalvin Cook. Easy.
No, I care about you telling people that you're advocating against pizza.
I am doing no such thing. Have you or anyone out there in the chat has, in all the times that we have discussed this in the last year plus with various commentators that you have heard me discuss this, have I ever even one time alluded to, let alone said, I don't eat pizza, you shouldn't either?
I mean, as evidenced by the fact that I just said that I didn't even know that.
Ever. Brian says,
how many?
I mean, I would say that is absolutely true, but I'm not even sure pizza is the singular reason why that's the case.
How many points do the Celtics lose by tonight?
I would love to tell you that because 25 is my favorite number and today is May 25th, that the Celtics will win tonight.
By 25 points?
No, just in general.
Okay.
But I wouldn't believe it. I would say they will. I have no idea what the spread is. I will say that they will lose by. I'm gonna say it's close. Let's go 9 points.
So why do you? You knew what the spread was.
I have no.
If that's what it is.
Stop
what? Yeah.
Like on the nose, or is
on
it...
the nose?
Wow.
What gives you confidence that the Celtics can win this game?
Because I don't have confidence they'll win this game. I just said they're going to lose by 9.
Well, keep it close. Keep it close.
I just said I think they're going to keep it close.
Right. So what is going to help them avoid the same fate that like the Heat had last night, for example?
I don't see how, and I'm not saying they will all be better, but I don't see how Tatum, Walker, and Fournier can all be as bad as they were in game.
I mean, Fournier has been bad all season long, so that's...
He's had moments, but COVID had a lot to do with that too. I refuse to believe that it didn't.
I think that he's had some pretty bad games, but and has been a disappointment for Boston. But even if you want to give him that, I mean, what's most concerning to me is that, gosh, I mean, the Nets played good defense last night, last game. Like, we got to talk about that. The Nets played good defense.
I mean, better than you would expect, for sure. I mean, look, the Celtics are not going to go out. I'm not talking about tonight specifically, any game in the series. The Celtics are not going to go out and beat the Nets 130 to 125. They're not built that way. There's no chance. If they're going to win, and I don't mean the series, I mean any games. If they're going to win any games in the series, and I had the Nets in 5 going in, so I give them 1, right? It would be the same way that we saw them play in the first half of game 1. It would be, shutting them down defensively or playing good defense. I wouldn't even say they shut them down. The Nets shot horribly. A lot of those shots could have gone in. The biggest difference first half to second half was first half Nets couldn't hit a shot, and the second half the Nets basically didn't miss. That was the difference. You're not going to shut down that offense, but you could contain it. You could make things a little more difficult. You can go out and win a game against the Nets, let's call it 100 to 95. You can do that. The Celtics are capable of doing that. You're going to need a big game out of Tatum. You're going to need a big game out of Walker. And you're going to need contributions around that. But you need those two guys to combine for like 65 points to hope that you're even going to beat the Nets in a game. I think they are capable of winning a game. I don't think it's going to be in Brooklyn. I don't think it's going to be tonight. I would have been shocked if they actually had pulled that off in game 1. Even if maybe they would have caught the Nets sleeping a little bit first game, 9th overall for those 3 guys together. Maybe with the bigger crowds in Boston, a little home court, support that they haven't had much of the year, they can steal one. But obviously the Nets are going to win the series. They're too top heavy in terms of their offensive talent. So yeah, I mean, it's like the Nets,
that bench has been good though.
The Nets' ability to defend is not something that I really even take notice of against the Celtics, because the Celtics are not supposed to win this series. But is it meaningful going forward in future series against the Bucks or the Sixers, or obviously if they get to the finals? Absolutely. I mean, that's what they're going to need to be and do in order to win.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a saying out there about people who, let's just say, pick games, right? And it's like, you can only be stubborn for so long because it hits you where it hurts. And for me, I feel like my thought coming into the playoffs was the Nets don't play defense. The Celtics defense is going to be a problem early on in that series. And all the teams, Nets included, that didn't care to play competitive basketball over the last month of the season. And the Nets certainly didn't do that. And oh my God, is that Joe Mixon?
In my lineup, Joe Mixon touchdown.
No.
Joe Mixon usefulness on a sim that Kenny's here for, just to soak it all in. We've had our Mixon bets before. Enjoy it, baby.
All these teams that, didn't care, and all these teams that just, rested a bunch of guys, played lethargically, they're all coming out and looking great right now. And
we've
so
had some great games so far in the playoffs.
I mean, have we though?
Yeah, I mean the play-in tournament notwithstanding.
There was one game in the play-in tournament.
Talking about round one. Every game won in round 1 was entertaining.
The Heat Bucks was, right? And then what?
All of them. Every game won in round one.
No, Sixers Wizards game one was not entertaining. No, the Sixers were in control of that the whole time, basically.
It's a close game.
Never thought for 1 second the Sixers were going to lose.
DFS
What about the other games?
I'm sorry?
I said, what about the other games?
I can pull them up because I'm catching up in the chat here too. You know, there's maybe just people trying to make me feel good, but we've got we got some people in the chat that are actually thinking the Celtics are going to win tonight.
I don't see it. Sorry. Maybe. I just think that the Celtics' chance.
I can't tell you how much more interesting it would be if they actually split in Brooklyn and came home with quote-unquote home court advantage in the series.
The Celtics' best chance to win was game 1 and game 2. And I thought that the Celtics, having, come in off a great play-in tournament, I really did think that, they were well positioned to win game 1 or game 2. I wrote that on the DK playbook. Like a fool, I wrote that I thought the Celtics were going to maybe even win 2 games in this series early on. And then the Nets, once the Nets figured it out on defense, or otherwise, right, with their stars not playing together. Mm-hmm. Once it clicked for the Nets, I was like, this is game over for the Celtics. And I thought that it was going to take 2 games for it to click. It took 2 quarters. The Nets now are fully functional, and I don't think the Celtics are going to even have a chance from this point on. And again, the fact that they were able to dominate on defense the way they did, the Nets, really scares me. They posted I think 100 defensive rating, the 3rd best defensive rating in the playoffs so far. That is scary if you're a Celtics fan, that the Nets are playing defense and rebounding, frankly. Those were the 2 things that I gave that you would give the Celtics. They got rebounding with Tristan Thompson and Robert Williams, great inside in that first game.
Who is playing tonight, by the way, or at least that's the expectation.
That's
DFS
good.
Is asking
and the Celtics played good defense too against the Wizards, and they had Robert Williams playing well in that game. They played well on defense really throughout, and they still got cooked. So that's why I feel like they don't really have a chance. And again, you can say the thing about the Nets scoring being top heavy. Be that as it may, they still have plenty of complementary pieces on that team that have been great. Joe Harris, all their bench shooters. I think they have more than enough here to at least, first of all, I don't think they're going to lose a game to the Celtics, but I also do feel like they're going to.
Look, as much as I like talking about the Celtics, obviously the conversation here is not really what's Brooklyn need to do to get by Boston. What is your expectation for? Are you one of those that, going into the playoffs, the Nets were the title favorites? Are you one of those that view them as the team to beat in the Eastern Conference, or do you think they're actually going to run into trouble against, again, be it Milwaukee or Philly?
I have the Sixers coming out of the East, and I still feel good about it. We've only seen 1 game from the Nets, but I do feel like that Sixers defense is. We've seen Ben Simmons shut down the best, the brightest and best guards in basketball, and I wish Fantasy Hawk were here because he would agree with me. I feel like Ben Simmons has shut down Luka Doncic. He's shut down Kyrie Irving. He shuts down everybody. And you take away Kyrie, or at least limit him, okay, with Ben Simmons. Maybe you decide to put Ben Simmons on Kevin Durant. I don't know. He's long enough to guard Kevin Durant. You take Matisse Thybulle, who's been a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. He's been unbelievable on defense.
I love Thybulle.
He's been unbelievable on defense. I love him too.
Even draft night when the Celtics traded Thybulle, I said, God, I was not to say I viewed him being this impactful this early, but I wasn't excited they dealt him. I was actually hoping they would hang on to him.
Who'd they get back for him?
I don't remember. It was nothing noteworthy. It was like Grant Williams or something.
Anyway, that guy is a legitimate impact defender, right? You put him. the thing you always have to remember with basketball and all these superstars is like, you know, you're never gonna like completely eliminate someone, right? Like you could put Ben Simmons on Steph Curry. Steph Curry's still gonna score like 25 points, right? But like he's not gonna go for 40, you know, against Ben Simmons. It's all about limiting these guys. So you limit Kyrie. You put a guy like Thibault on Durant. I think you limit him maybe a little bit. He's gonna have a little bit tougher of a time. Again, maybe you swap. Maybe you put Thibault on James Harden. But be that as it may, like you still have enough guys here where you could easily see, you know, 2 of the 3 stars, like, you know, maybe having slightly worse scoring outputs. And then in that case, who's guarding Joel Embiid? Who is guarding Joel Embiid? Like the Nets struggle down low. The Nets don't have that size, man. They can't have anybody that's going to stop Joel Embiid in the post. It's like this Wizards series. The Wizards don't have any. I mean, they have Daniel Gafford's giving them some decent minutes. They don't have anybody down low who's going to bang with Embiid. Like he's going to dominate that series. He is dominating that series. I don't see a series out there that Embiid can't dominate. I really don't. I mean, the Bucks are going to be a tough test. But if they face the Nets, like the Nets don't have any size down low that's going to come close to, you know, handling Embiid. So I'm a pretty big believer in the Sixers coming out of the East.
Touchdown for all those Dalvin Cook fans. You are not happy because he was not involved. Kirk Cousins to Kyle Rudolph with the score. We are late here in the opening half. The Guru must be listening on tape delay or something here on delayed feed on the YouTube. Celtics are whack. Change the subject. Talk about a team that stands a chance. We've been talking about the Sixers for 5 minutes.
And the Nets. Evans says, "Is DeAndre Jordan alive?" I do believe that he has a pulse right now.
Last I checked, he is living.
I haven't checked the obituary pages, but I do feel like he is still alive. Problem there is that, I mean, he was really ineffective for Brooklyn all season long, and he got usurped by Nick Claxton, who only ended up playing 11 minutes in game 1 against the Celtics because the Nets were just like, all right, Celtics, you think you have an edge on the glass? You think you have an edge on defense? You think you have an edge in toughness? We're just going to play small and say, you know, in spite of you, we're just going to, okay, well, we don't care. We're just going to play our game anyway. They put Blake Griffin down there as the small ball 5 for plenty of minutes, and Jeff Green as well. And it worked out for him. Jeff Green, you know, mainly, but I don't know. I do feel like that they could put DeAndre Jordan out there, that he's still not stopping Joel Embiid.
Look, it's been a
Congo
great
Cap
year
says
for
they
Embiid. MVP attention, obviously.
Jokic playing every game this year is going to get him the award, I think. But
I'm not saying he deserves the award. I'm just saying let's not underestimate his impact. That
right.
You know, it's this year is different than the past. You know, he's taking strides. He's more physical. He's more locked in, more determined, more whatever you want to label it. But you know, whatever adjective you want to find, he's just more focused. Quite frankly, it seems than in previous seasons. Here in the postseason, he's gotten some of the the demons out from under him. Those years he had trouble with Boston. Last year when Philly just wasn't locked in the playoffs at all in the bubble. You know, it's a new season, and obviously they know that they're a favorite in the eyes of many, not unlike yourself, to come out of the East and just playing like they're on a mission, which I respect. And look, maybe coaching has a lot to do with it. You know, they got Doc Rivers there versus Brett Brown. Makes a difference.
By the way, Congo kept saying they like Claxton more. Yeah, they do. He's really young and they love him, but they're not playing him right now. Congo Cab, as I mentioned, he played 11 minutes. Jeff Green played over 20. So that's their plan, is to play small ball, and I'm sure they'll still do it against Philly until they are forced to play someone bigger. And even then, you know, I could see Steve Nash going with an experienced guy like DeAndre Jordan over Claxton, even though Claxton is clearly better because because of reasons. Because a lot of times in the postseason, teams coaches decide to go with experienced pros, and it's annoying. But someone wanted us to talk about the Knicks here. I don't know if you have any thoughts on the Knicks.
Is it a big Trae Young fan who wants us to talk about it?
I will be at the game on Wednesday. Looking forward
What's
to
that?
it. I will be at the game on Wednesday. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, as we know, Game 1 did not go exactly as they would have liked, and obviously spread out with a couple days in between. So, as you said, Game 2 is coming up on Wednesday here. I had the Knicks in the series, not by a lot. I don't remember what I took them at, maybe 6, something like that. I'm not surprised the Hawks took Game 1.
No, me neither. I agree with you that they're going to win.
Fun series.
Yeah. I agree with you that they're going to win.
If they're going to win, and hot take here, I said sarcastically, like, you need to get something out of Julius Randle. He was terrible in Game 1. If Julius Randle is bad in this series, the Knicks will lose in 4 or 5 games. If Julius Randle plays the way he did throughout much of the regular season, they'll win the series. Trae Young alone is not going to do it for Atlanta. The Knicks, believe it or not, the New York Knicks are a more balanced team than the Hawks.
I agree with that. They're very deep is the thing as well about them, is they have so many guards, and the best news that I read about the Knicks was that the Tom Thibodeau's not committing to Elfrid Payton starting, which is, Knick fans everywhere are just going absolutely bananas, rejoicing over that news, because it doesn't get much worse than watching Elfrid Payton try to command this offense. It's really bad. And as long as they just get, they get quickly out there for 25 minutes or so, they're going to be just fine, as Dalvin Cook just adding to his total here before the half.
14-7 game as we have reached the break with Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. We got producer TL, Bry Guy on the 1s through 7s is our TD. And of course, Kyle, the Wizards fan, who has been kind of quiet here so far in this one. He is working the scoring for the manual scoring for you here. Get an eye at the stats. Kirk Cousins, who never hits the bonus, is pacing toward it right now. 150 at the break with a touchdown. That, of course, a little bit earlier on into the hands of Kyle Rudolph. Dalvin Cook, 10 for 36 on the ground with a score. Joe Mixon has a touchdown, just 7 yards rushing thus far. Rudolph, 4 for 45, so the bonus is certainly in play for him. Cook, 4 for 29, taking advantage, some of that value in the air. Jefferson, nice little punt play for a lot of people, 3 for 36. Boyd, 3 for 30. He's your Boyd. John Ross, disappointing, 1 for 12. AJ Green, milk carton life right now. We've not seen him do anything. Thielen, you had expectations for. He has not materialized so far, 1 for 8.
Yeah, not good from Thielen.
We are at the moment. Where are you in this contest? I know the scoring is not completely updated. I was top 5 for a little while. 126?
Yeah, not doing well.
No, not great. Not out of the 145. I was top 5 for a bit.
Not great,
I'm all the way down 52 now. Didn't see that coming is in front with Cook at captain, and I would expect that will be where we'll land. Cook at captain, since that's half the lineups. Cousins, Ross, Boyd, Rudolph, and the Vikings DST. Stats are updated. Thank you, Kyle. Best of luck to your Wizards. Executive session says TL got that juice now. Yeah, Tara Lynn's just slowly taking over the company, I think. She's producing Sims. She's appearing on Sims. She's, 3-person booths, just 2 people.
Shout out to TA.
Yeah. How'd that go, Tara Lynn, by the way, when it was just you and Rossi the other day? That was your first experience on a standard, a normal 2-person sim. How'd you enjoy it? And honestly, I was scared, but it was great. Well, I'm sure the chat made you feel comfortable. I suspect Rossi.
The chat never makes me feel comfortable.
Well, the chat has you instigate the chat.
Chat can't handle the truth, Goff. That's the thing.
I bet Rossi is a good person to work with for your first sim, which I know it was not her first sim, but your first solo. Just her no extra person buffer. I bet Rossi's a good, comfortable guy to do that with.
Also, this is no slight at Emerson whatsoever. We're best friends.
Obviously.
But I mean, that might be the toughest assignment for your first sim because there's just so much energy. It's a baptism by fire.
I can see that.
And that's how I felt. And I would not have it any other way, man. That was such a great introduction to Simland, but it also was just like, I'm like thinking about how overwhelming it was and thinking about like how, that's not an easy task. He was singing.
DFS Queenie says Rossi and Tara Lynn was like watching a Mork and Mindy show. Bride Guy says my first on-air sim was with Koff and it was smooth as glass. Thanks, brother. Speaking of Bride Guy, who is, it's just good to see him parachute back in and hang out with us. It's a special occasion when Bride Guy's with us. You also know that means we're shorthanded. But we're glad to have him here, and I hope he is enjoying being back here. But not just doing what he's doing right now. He's got some on-camera, on-air shifts coming up on Saturday. He is going to be paired and potentially in the lead chair here with Tom Carroll for the 4 and the 6. Appointment viewing on Saturday.
Who was that?
If we're to call that the 4 p.m. snack attack, was that what we potentially
yes.
on? And of course, the 6, the happy hour special.
Who is that that's going to be there again?
Bride Guy and Tommy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Bride Guy. I'm moving this weekend, Koff.
Are you? You finally found a place. You were looking.
Yeah, I did. That's why I'm in a better mood these days.
And what can you tell us about where you're going?
5 blocks away. not very far. Obviously, I'm going to stay in New York City.
Yeah.
Staying in my neighborhood.
Sure.
But yeah, about 5 blocks away, and it's an old building. It's very bizarre.
How's that?
There's a dentist on the first floor of the building.
That's convenient.
It's not like one of those, it's not like one of those places where they build apartment units above a restaurant, like above a dentist. Like it's just like literally the first floor. Like you walk in and there's like a dentist, like on like as one of the units. And then you have next to it is the Church of Christ Scientist, and also next to it is a private school, and across from it is a hospital. So there's just a whole lot going on in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carolyn says, so you've joined a cult.
I'm not sure if anyone in there is going to be a cult member. We'll see.
Seems that you've really moved into a community. Are you gonna switch to that dentist?
I was thinking about it actually. I mean, I don't really have a dentist right now. I usually just like go home for the dentist still, because I've yet to. No, my mother is not my dentist.
You said you're gonna go home.
I do, yeah. I still have
a
dentist where I grew up. I'm in a club close enough where I can just still go for like my yearly appointment or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna end up needing to figure out a dentist in the city, so that could be the dentist. Yeah.
Kelvin says 1 block away in New York is 1,000,000 miles. Well,
it depends on the block. If it's an avenue,
in between.
If it's one avenue away, it feels like 1,000,000 miles. If it's one street block, that's nothing.
Must be said Glash finished 3rd last night. Are we talking about the last minute NBA contest? We might be. I know he beat me in our head-to-head, so I wouldn't be surprised if he did well in the last minute contest. Speaking of which, we got back to the 75er. That's out for tonight, and 3-game slate, and it looks like there are 16 spots still available for the hashtag Koff Classic that is out there for people to join in the DK SimFam Friends League lobby if you would like to. My friends, my family. Get out of here, man. Who do you like in DFS tonight? Have you started to look into it at all?
I mean, in basketball or baseball?
NBA.
I was on the sweat this morning, and I talked about who my favorite DFS plays were. I love Maxi Kleber tonight. I think he's $3,400. And
isn't he questionable to play right now?
He is, but I mean, I think he'll play. I'm a doctor after all.
After all.
But yeah, I mean, as long as he's out there, he was out there for 37 minutes last game. I mean, that's pretty good for a guy who's $3,400. Didn't take a lot of shots, but they should use him a decent amount. I mean, he has taken big shots for the Mavericks before. I think that maybe he could even just get a little more usage there against the Clippers. Also, the Clippers don't rebound very well. Kleber had 9 rebounds last game. So, yeah, I definitely could see things looking up for Maxi Kleber and like him a lot. I also like Kawhi Leonard, and I'm building at guard, I said, around Devin Booker. So those are all the guys I like.
Jordan asking how many entrants in the NBA contest last night. It filled fast. There were 50, still 50, but it did fill pretty quickly. You're right about that. Noah Moon says, Koff, keep the NBA contest to $2. Yeah, I think I only did $1 today, but I should go back to $2. That's a good
I mean, I got to start playing MLB DFS every day.
You should.
I do,
You got a
because
touchdown
last
here,
night,
by the way, and it is
Tajay Sharp.
Tajay Sharp, the new Falcon.
Yesterday morning, I was on the sweat, and I said to play Kyle Lewis. And what did Kyle Lewis do? He hit his first home run in like a month. And this is a regular occurrence
make a DFS
for me.
lineup, my friend.
I mean, yeah, but I the pitcher's right too. I said to play Lance Lynn. He had like a no-hitter into the I don't know, like into like the 7th inning. He wasn't great, but at that price he was. I mean, I don't know. I don't play enough, but the fact that I am making picks every day for DFS already makes me believe that I should just be diving right in head first to doing it every day.
I agree with that. Matty N 773 is in front right now in our smaller free roll. Keep it up. Ducey Koff 21-7 is the advantage here for Minnesota. About 3 minutes to go, third quarter, along with TL, Bry Guy, Kyle, all hanging out. Appreciate you. Thanks for being with us here in the chat. And hit that like. Let's get to 200 at the very least. We got north of 400 people watching. That's just on the YouTube. Never mind the thousands more. twitch.tv/DraftKings, and all of our other platforms, the Game Center, DK Playbook, DK Nation, wherever you're finding us. Thank you for being with us. But we are partial to those of you in the chat, YouTube and Twitch, because we can interact with you. So hit that like, hit the subscribe button. Let's get to 200. Let's hit that, huh? Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Busy Dream Stream schedule today, as you are all used to, obviously. Noah Moon says, Koff, let's get that Ross bomb, please. Yeah, we haven't seen John Ross do anything notable here in this one yet. Sims coming up the rest of the day here on this Tuesday. I will be around for the next one with Jason Rossi, the aforementioned. We've got Jets-Panthers, which honestly just kind of feels like a crime that you are just barely missing out on a Jets sim. So we will have you on our thoughts. Then it will be Brendan Lasheen with Christian DeAndrea. 6 o'clock, the happy hour sim, Cardinals-Titans. Broncos and Giants, Flash with Tom Carroll. That's at 8 in prime time. And Jeff Ulrich, poor Moose. Do not ask him about the Edmonton Oilers, folks. He is not happy. He and Tom Ace will be together for Dolphins-Patriots.
Who's Tom Ace again? Tom Carroll?
What's that?
Why do you call him Tom Ace?
It's stupid, as many of the nicknames are. But the
like
reason,
TL?
Sure, the reason, you know, the two of us and TL will all be together for Packers Saints tomorrow at 2 o'clock, just in case the people wanted to know. Unless she calls out, she has a tendency to do that when she's supposed to be part of a 3-person booth when I'm around. We'll see. It's dumb. It's dumb.
Oh, Tara Lynn says I'll call out.
Because I probably will call out. It's dumb because, do you remember? I assume you've seen the movie Ace Ventura.
No.
Or Ace Ventura, if you would prefer. Well, if you haven't seen it, you wouldn't get the reference, so I'll stop there. But he has a Tom Ace reference. That's what he refers to himself as, and owns anyway. Courtney Cox technically is the one that refers to him as that. Again, you got to see the movie. Burt Breer, MMQB. Matt LaFleur to the Packers media on Aaron Rodgers. We're just going to continue to try and work through this, and hopefully we can bring him back in the building. As we know, Rodgers is not at the voluntary workouts for the Packers. Rodgers was on SportsCenter last night, interviewed by Kenny Mayne on his final day at ESPN, his final SportsCenter. And Kenny, God bless him, tried to get him to talk a little bit about it, and Rodgers did a little bit. He just said it's not the draft pick, it's not Jordan Love. Loves Jordan. Jordan's a good kid. They have fun in the room. It's basically without name dropping the GM, he eviscerated the GM, talking about culture and a lack of appreciation for the people who helped get them to where they are right now. Said it's not the coaches, it's not his teammates, it's not, the players, certainly not the fans, it's not the area, it's not. And it sounds like it's entirely the GM, and we're gonna potentially get to a standoff here. Like either I'm gonna go or he's gonna go. He didn't say that, but that's how it felt listening to it. I don't know if you listened to the clip that's been floating around social media. Do you have any updated thoughts on the Aaron Rodgers Green Bay situation?
I did not see. The only part of that interview I saw was Kenny Mayne saying "F you, Aaron Rodgers" because of the cryptocurrency situation. So no, I mean, look. Here's the thing. I said this on the Dream Stream before. I do think that Aaron Rodgers is a vengeful guy, and I think that he has a giant chip on his shoulder. And I don't think that he's going to relent in this situation. I think it has nothing to do with Jordan Love, even though that guy stinks. And he's not going to be good. And I do know that for a fact without watching him play one snap of football in the National Football League because I watched him in college and I didn't think he was that good at all. I don't think there's anything special about him. But anyway, especially not to trade up for him. But that said, it has nothing to do with him, right? Everyone knows that. It has everything to do with the fact that the Packers organization just decided to take a quarterback without, saying anything to Aaron Rodgers or just out of the blue like that. Pretty crazy. So yeah, I think that again, I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to back off. I think that he's going to continue to fight this fight against the Packers who disrespected him. And I don't think that he's going to ever let go of it. And I don't think that he's ever going to play for the Packers again.
I think he's going to be back. I do. Cousins 195, couple of touchdowns. Burrow 139. We're through 3, 1 quarter to go, 21-7. It's an embarrassment on the part of the hometown Bengals right now. Comfortable lead for the Vikings.
I called the Vikings.
You did. You said you were fading Cincinnati.
And I'm still in 120th.
Just a joke of a lineup.
Yep.
But you did. You had the right team. If you were filling out a free-to-play pool on who was going to win this game, ignoring all DFS plays, you would have been fine. 47 for Cook on the ground, a touchdown, 1 for Mixon as well, who still has just 7 rushing yards. In the air, Cook is 5 for 35, a touchdown for Rudolph, your leading receiver, catches and yards, 6 for 60. And Tajay Sharp, 3 for 30 with a score. Tyler Boyd, it's your Boyd, 4 for 47, 4 for 38 for CJ Uzomah. And AJ Green is finally on the board with a 19-yard catch. John Ross, 2 for 26 for the people asking.
I thought it was Uzomah.
What's that?
What's going on with this Uzomah situation? I thought it was Uzomah.
I'd have to YouTube some highlights of him and find out.
Let's do it.
All right.
That should be part of your preparation for the broadcast, right?
Well, I felt like I had it right, but if you want to call me out, prove me wrong. Well, you can't do it while we're on. There are licensing things. You got to mute us over here.
That's true. I've been used to doing the royalty-free sprinkler sound.
Yeah, exactly. You can do that. That's allowed.
Yeah, it's Uzomah.
This fourth quarter, by the way.
It's Uzomah.
Yeah?
Well, that's what this announcer said anyways. Uzomah.
Okay. Uzomah or Uzomah? Uzomah.
Uzomah. It's the emphasis on the Uzomah. Not Uzomah. It's Uzomah. Right.
Uzomah.
No.
Uzomah.
There you go.
Says Mo.
Oosthuizen.
Uzo.
Right? Am I right?
Oosthuizen. Hit that light. We're almost at 200, folks. Let's get there.
Cough, you excited to talk a little French Open on the Sweat next week?
Am I?
Yeah, are you? With me?
I don't know. It's a good question. I'll talk about anything with you. I think we've proven that.
You've interviewed me about tennis before.
I have. And I hope I get the opportunity to do it again.
You will next week. That's what I'm saying. Are you ready for it?
Do you know it's me?
I mean, are you going to be hosting the sweat at any point next week?
I have no idea. That's sort of where I'm going.
That's
with
true.
this.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
The guru. Unless he tells you how it's pronounced,
no.
I'd say you can't commit.
That actually brings up an interesting point. So that was one of the first things that I ever learned in broadcasting school was pronunciations are the most important, because if you mispronounce someone's name, you immediately lose all credibility, right? And one of the things, again, that I learned was that a lot of times it's good to just ask the player, right? As if there's one name that you're not sure about, because, well, the players sometimes, the coaches sometimes, or the sports information offices or whatever, sometimes just have the wrong pronunciation and they go with it. And then that just kind of becomes the player's name. There was a kid at Fordham where I went by the name of Eric Pascal, who now plays for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And his coach called him Eric Pascal. So everyone thought his name was Eric Pascal. And then my buddy Mike Watts, who now does a bunch of play-by-play all over the place, and you know, we were broadcast partners. He just asked Eric one day. He said, "Hey, how do you pronounce your last name?" And he said, "Oh, it's Pascal, like the Pascal Mysteries." And he's like, "Okay, cool." So that's his name. So then we just started saying Eric Pascal because that was his name. And it brings up an interesting point, because last night on the broadcast, another fellow Fordham Rams, Spiro Ditas, was calling Nikolai Jokic. And my first instinct was to think, Spiro must have asked Nikola Jokic how to pronounce his name. Maybe it's Nikolai Jokic, and we've just been mispronouncing it the whole time. And that is absolutely very possible. There are plenty of players out there who are just nice enough, or
they won't correct
don't want to cause an issue, and they're just going to go with however you say their name is. But sometimes that's just not how you pronounce their name. So I'm very curious. I actually meant to text him to see. I mean, also actually, but I did want to text him. Then I was like, if I text him that and he was mispronouncing it, it's really awkward. So I don't want to ask.
Well, you should ask BK. I mean, he obviously covers all the Denver teams. Maybe he knows.
I don't think he would know. Unless you've asked Yoke. I mean, that's the point.
But
Brian
that's
Anderson.
my point.
Brian Anderson's done so many Nuggets games. Kevin Harlan, all these people, and they've said Nicola. So, I mean, they would know probably better than BK would, because I'm sure they talk to them every day. I'm curious. I really am.
But my point being, maybe BK has asked.
Maybe. I'll ask him.
Been there for a number of years, both of them, Jokic and BK. But it's true, you know, a lot of these players, they will either be too polite to correct you, as you said, or there's also an element of flip-floppery. You see that a lot of the time, whether it's European players, whether it's Canadian players. You do, I guess, some degree with American players. Like we only just last year found out that how long had we been calling Robert Tonyan? We came to find it's actually Tunyon.
Right, exactly.
He just didn't tell anybody. In Boston, we've got the Brad Marchand complex, because he has said his name both ways. And what's really interesting is that, and I didn't even notice this until just the other day, despite how long he has been here, the radio announcers for the Bruins say one, and the TV announcers for the Bruins say the other. So there is no consistency there. And you would think a guy's name is consistent, but I will give you yet another example outside of the sports, just in everyday life. For those familiar with Osmo and our friend Ben over there, I say it that way for this reason. Our friend Ben over there, who does a lot of great coverage, who has been part of the Dream Stream, on the Sweat, and I've interviewed him a number of times, typically around college sports, basketball and football. His last name is spelled R-A-S-A. Now, you might think, just instinctively, you might think Rasa. Most of us called him Rasa, always called him Rasa, and I'm not sure any of us, me included, ever even thought to ask. I think we just looked at it as it's Rasa. Of course it's Rasa. And finally, I was talking to someone else one day, and Ben came up, and he referred to him as Raz. And I went, well, wait a minute. Is it possible that it's not Rasa? Like, why would it be like Ross, right? Or something like, why would it be Raz for Rasa? And so I just asked Ben, after doing like 700 interviews with him, said, have we been saying, how do you spell how do you say your last name? And Ben, being the dink that he is, and I say that in the nicest possible way, he's like, I don't know. So what do you mean it's your name? What do you mean you don't know? He's like, I think it's Rasa, but I've never my parents have never given me a straight answer on that.
I had a buddy who I wouldn't call him a buddy, but he was the Yankees.
I call you a buddy.
That's right. He was the Yankees.com intern at the time, and I'm not going to say his name, but he was like, I asked him how to pronounce his name, and he was like, well, it's this, but so many people say this that I'm just about to just go with it and let that be my name. And I was like, stand up for yourself,
it's
man. If that's
name.
not your name, say that's how you pronounce your name, not this. You know what I mean? Like,
there should be a right and a wrong way to say your name if it's your name.
It's the same thing as Raza, right? Like him just being like, well, it's either way. Like, no, man, it's one way. You know, it's one way that you want it to be pronounced. Like, if someone if someone says Kenny Ducky, I'm not just going to be like, oh yeah, that's it. I'm the Duck Man. That's what they call me. Like,
quack,
no,
quack.
That's not my name. Like, come on now, you know? Stand up for yourself. Have a little backbone. People mispronounce. If Reed T. Fowler wants to be just called Reed Fowler, then I'll just, or Red Fowler, Fowler, whatever it is. I'll call him that because that's his right. He can say, hey, this is my name.
His day.
Just like Tara Lynn. She's not TL. It's not Tara Lynn. It's Tara Lynn. It's one word.
All right. Now you're just getting into nickname territory. We're talking about how people's actual names are pronounced.
Anyway, so I am curious to know about that whole Nikola Jokic situation, though, because again, I side on the thought that he asked him. That was my first instinct. It was like, wow, is it actually Nikola Jokic?
Or maybe he was just wrong. Bad Boy Spot says, okay, you're the Duck Man now.
Or maybe Chris Webber. Chris Webber was saying Nikolai, and maybe he was just trying to be nice to Chris Webber and just also say, or no, it was Greg Anthony was saying Nikolai. Maybe he was just trying to be nice to Greg Anthony and just say the same name. I don't know.
Someone brings up,
I'm the Duck Man.
Someone brings up in the chat too, so many victory formation here to kill the clock. Bummer if you got Dalvin Cook. Any other number of Vikings as well. There are a lot of, especially across baseball, but certainly in the world, people with the last name Perez. I feel like only recently in baseball have more of these guys been
Perez.
Yeah, Perez as opposed to Perez, and that like guys that we always like of the Red Sox. He wasn't always on the Red Sox, but Martin,
right?
Perez being like for years it was
right.
Martin Perez. Perez,
and one of the great things.
Start saying Perez.
As someone who took Spanish his whole life, one of the great things about that language is that there are tildes, and you can see where to emphasize a letter, and that's one of the things that I love. And I wish that, look at Uzama, right? If we had that in English, we would know to emphasize the O, Uzama, instead of Uzama, like you say. So that is very helpful when you talk about pronouncing words, pronouncing names. And I do feel like it's there's certain outlets who just emphasize like we're going to use the accent marks so that way we can tell that people know what their name is. And I learned a lot too about pronunciations this offseason as well with Alex Colome, because the accent mark is on the E there, but it's actually Colome, and it's because there's actually two. I don't know. It's a complicated thing, but very fascinating.
See, I bet you guys didn't know the Duckman here is fluent in Espanol. This is the big stuff that we can
see.
Yeah, we're in the middle of having a really like fun, enjoyable, I think insightful, intelligent conversation. And Tara Lynn says, "Okay, awards." So
Kyle Rudolph. Kyle Rudolph es mi jugador de la dia con 30 DK fantasy points.
Right? Points?
30. Or that's Italian. He's my player of the game here.
Yeah, and he's the Capitan, El Capitan in the leading lineup.
El Capitan, 7 catches for 70 yards and a touchdown. Very well done. And then we have the Babysitter Billy Award.
Right? Got to be John Ross for the Babysitter Billy. 12%.
Yeah, he was. I like that you're trying to emphasize my my picks and tell me who to pick. But no, I do like John Ross for that award. Tara Lynn wrote John Ross before I even announced it. What do you have to go heat up some lunch, Tara Lynn? Are we keeping you from something?
Yeah, well, I think we're keeping
John Ross the third. $7,800. Terrible.
You guys got 15 seconds.
Fantasy 15 seconds. That terrible performance.
Wrap it up.
All right, calm down. I know the Oilers lost.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Coming up next, we got.
Wow, even the producer. That's a sim first. The producer actually turning a mic on. I'm
never would hear Drew doing that.
No, and Madison. That never, ever.
We tried to get Madison to come on the air so many times, and she said, "Nope, not me."
Not.
Yeah, because Madison doesn't like being on air. I love being on air. All right, goodbye.
Sounds like it.
We're moving.
All right, let's get the green. A guy fresh off the PGA Championship. He was a winner there. He didn't, leave with any prize money or a trophy, but he was definitely a winner in his coverage. I hope you enjoyed it. He goes by the name of Reed T. Fuller, and of course we have Geoff Ulrich.
That's how Jeff pronounced it.
Geoff
Canadians
Ulrich.
say Fuller.
Both on the way. For Ducey, I'll be back with Rossi in about an hour. Thanks to Tara Lynn, Bride Guy, and Kyle, if I'm pronouncing that right. We'll catch you a little bit later on.
Oh my goodness, Jeff. I mean, these two. Who decided to put these two together? I mean, I'm surprised.
Oh
I'm surprised.
Bringing out the worst in Ducey. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Ducey is taking a step down, dude. Used to be a lot better than this Ducey. And then I'm just kidding. You guys are great. Yes, Koff. I am fresh off the PGA Championship. I have the Tara Lynn tan here, which is what you go to a nice sunny place. You do some work. You do some good work, and you come back with the tan. So I got that, Jeff. Jeff, it was fantastic, buddy. I wish you were down there with me. I wish everybody was down there with me. It was great. Clearly a very historic win. We'll probably spend a little bit of time on that, but the majority of this show is questions, right? Load up your questions, put them in the chat, Tara Lynn, and then the team and Jeff and I will do our best to answer every single question that you guys have about not the PGA Championship, unless you want to ask questions about that, but the Chuck Schwab Challenge. Jeff, I actually bank at Charles Schwab. So this is near and dear to my heart.
Wow. So this is like a home game for you, basically. This is like, this is like when Justin Rose, plays the Zurich or whatever. Right. He's sponsored. I actually don't know if he's sponsored by Zurich anymore, but
like the Morgan Stanley Open.
This is like, in terms of like, analysts, this is your time. I mean, we should all be backing you here. So, I mean, big week for Reed, but yeah, man, I mean, just to quickly hit on the Kiowa stuff, that was great coverage. Hopefully everybody followed Reed for the week. Honestly, great coverage, guys at the driving range, giving us a little look at the rough before. Awesome stuff, dude. That venue just looked, I mean, was it, just tell me right off the bat, was it as good as it looked? Because it looked awesome.
Better. It was better.
Okay.
Because you got to feel the energy, which, right? I mean, just in general, even if there was no pandemic, right? It was still like the idea of being at a major tournament, not just a regular golf tournament. Like you feel that there's a certain electricity in the air, and then you put Phil in the lead for the most part of that entire tournament, and then you sprinkle in some DFS darlings like Louis, Brooks, Zalatoris was there for a while, Bryson, right? There's guys that were up there. Matty Fitzpatrick was there. He broke my heart on Sunday, Jeff, in the head-to-head against Keegan. That one really stung.
Yeah. Him and Cantley both tripled the 70. Brutal. Cantley cost me a bunch of money if it makes you feel better. So
yeah, it was a bad beat. SVP was there. I tried knocking the ESPN trailer. Be like, SVP, I got a nice bad beat for you. Feature me on ESPN. But no, it was great. It was fantastic. Got to talk to Bryson for a little bit. I'm not trying to drop some names here, but just being on the range, and that's something that I really tried to focus on, is because I want to see, right? I want to see if I'm sitting here and we know someone there. That's what I want to see, because that's where they're working stuff out. That's where they're talking shop. Like Hideki, he pulled up short a couple of times on, I think it was Saturday when he was on the range with a little tightness in his neck. And it was visible, right? Like he stopped and he felt his neck and he did it again. So I thought like that's something that I would want to know about, 20, 30 minutes before the tournament, or excuse me, before the round. Not to say that you're going to change anything, but outside of that and just the sheer ability to walk that course, it's right on the water. The wind is howling. The sun's out. You can smell the ocean. Everything about it was fantastic. And being able to see these guys as close as we could have, right, as the media could have, was great. I think what the last thing I'll say, which was kind of fun, was I was watching Webb Simpson on the range, and then Paul, his caddy, is it Tessitore? No, it's Tesori, Paul Tesori.
Tesori, yeah.
Not Tessitore, that's the ESPN guy. Came up to me and I said, "Good luck." And I think he thought like we knew each other from before. So we talked for like 5 minutes. And he's like, "Oh, like, it looks like you've been working out." And I haven't been working out at all. So I think maybe he thought I was someone else. And then I just looked bigger than like that guy before. But we talked for like 5 minutes. And I was like, "Oh, this is great." He thinks I'm someone else. But that's the thing about these tournaments, right? It's just great to see these guys up close. And I would say anybody who gets the chance, if it comes to your area, your neck of the woods, go. Just go to the tournament, hang out at the range for as long as you can. Follow your favorite golfers. Everybody loves DraftKings. Wore the DraftKings shirt a couple of times. Everybody loves DraftKings down there. Sports betting isn't legal, not yet in the Carolinas, I think, especially not South Carolina. But, even golfers were coming up to me and asking about DraftKings, Jeff. So it was a pretty cool event. Yeah, for Telly.
It's great to hear. Hey, you know what we need to do? We need to get DraftKings to buy the Ocean Course, and then they host the DraftKings Open. Anyways, that's like when I'm in charge of marketing, eventually we'll do that. But we already got some questions lining up here, so this is good.
Okay, so Jeff, before we get started, because we'll get to those questions in a little bit. One thing that you think right now that people aren't necessarily taking a look at the Charles Schwab Challenge in Fort Worth, Texas, that they should. This is Colonial is one of the longest tenured courses on the PGA Tour. I think it's in its 76th year hosting a tournament back like straight. So anything that you think that the guys should take a look at for this week?
So Colonial obviously going to be a different course than we saw last week. Last week, major championship, obviously. You had to just be in insanely good form, with every one of your shots, a lot of pressure. This one's a little bit different. It'll bring more of the field in. We see a lot of the high-end putters get wins here, Spieth, Kisner, Na. So these guys are all live. I mean, I think when you're really parsing down and you're really just thinking about, pivot plays or guys with like potential upside this week, you really do have to consider, like, are these guys an elite putter? Like, have they been just so in the tank that they're, maybe just not capable of bringing through that upside? I mean, guys who are good with their irons, yes, they definitely can have a chance to do well here, but you kind of do need to put in the mix. Like, you got to sink a few putts. So iron play, definitely like the number one thing, but like guys who've just been like hot with the putter as well and okay with the irons should be highly considered too. So it's one of those events, like I said, it'll bring in all different styles of plays. You don't necessarily just have to target like the bombers or anything like that. But, course history can be a factor here too. We see a lot of just old guys pop up here, like Rory Sabatini, names like that. So, all in all, you'll probably see like a collection of names at the top, and the guy who putts the best, like, will probably win. But, like last year we had Morikawa and Berger. Berger gained like 5 strokes putting. Morikawa was pretty good on the greens too, but he still got beat out. So,
that's a really good thing to point out that last year's event, a little bit different, right? 156 golfers. It was the first event back from the shutdown. So everyone was there, excuse me. And I believe it was 65 in ties back then, Jeff. So, you had a pretty decent number of golfers missing the cut. This year, 121 golfers, 65 make it. That's around 55% of the field making the cut. So you're going to have a lot of guys make the cut, probably along the lines of like Augusta, right? Like that. That's where you kind of have to feel that 6 of 6 lineups are going to be pretty high in percentage. But you're right. One thing, if you want to go contrarian, because I agree with you that putting and irons is going to win Colonial, like we see at any of these classical American tracks, right? Like the RBC at Harbortown, Sawgrass. That's what you need. I will say though that driving distance, and maybe Mayo mentioned this in his article, and I thought it was poignant when I was reading it, is that the grandstands are not going to be back, right? The angles that maybe these guys were taking last year might not be possible this time around because the grandstands and the fence, everything will be back to what it used to be as opposed to a wide open course. I still think though that if you want to play contrarian, there's a lot of big hitters here, right? Finau is here. Joaquin Niemann is a guy who does well with his driver. Gary Woodland is another player. Kokrak, right? These guys hit the ball a ton, and that never hurts. It's not a prerequisite to do well here because Kevin Na, Kevin Kisner, these guys can play well here, tee to green. But I would argue that the longer hitters, and especially the ones that played last week, how many people are going to actually chase the guys who played last week, and then the guys who played well, and how many aren't, right? That's something that you guys have to think about as well. As I do think that if you want to play the low contrarian, you can attack some of these longer hitters because we've seen Brooks do well. Finau plays very high here in years past. So that's one thing that I want to focus on if you're building GPP lineups, like 2 of 20, 3 of 20 lineups, maybe just stack a bunch of the guys that hit bombs.
Yeah, and definitely. I mean, look, Phil's grabbed a win here too, back in kind of more of his prime. So Sergio, big hitters like Finau, I mean, they could definitely be like a contrarian move. Woodland, another dude who I don't think is going to be very highly owned at all. He can bomb it out there a little bit. Oh man, I completely forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, okay. As far as missing the cut goes though, it's interesting to note Kevin Na came off a miscut in 2019, won here, cut of the PGA. Tony Finau was second that year. He was like T64. So again, you shouldn't discount players completely just off what they did last week. I think that's a good note by you too. In a lot of ways, not being in contention at Kiowa over the weekend probably saved the guys a lot of energy because that was a grueling test, obviously. So yeah, I wouldn't discount people coming off like necessarily a bad week, especially if they were playing before. I know Brian Harmon's getting a lot of hype. He struck the ball well for 2 rounds, just didn't make enough putts, quite frankly. It's kind of weird because usually it's the exact opposite with him, but it's kind of a good sign coming in. Now he's coming in rested. There's a couple other players like that. Even Justin Thomas, he can make the argument. So I Matt Kuchar's another guy. I wouldn't write these guys off certainly because of one miscut. Yeah, and if I'm taking a look at some of the players, we have a question here from Big Deal. That's double E. Mav McNeely or Zach Johnson or another 6K guy to finish a lineup, Jeff. What are you thinking in terms of 6K? Let's just go down to the bottom here because there's some players. There's some players that I do like in the 6K, but go ahead. Zach or Mav. So, I mean, I would probably take McNeely. I mean, Zach Johnson, I know he's like a course history guy here, but it's playing like garbage, quite frankly. Yeah, I mean, McNeely, you could argue is the same thing, but I think this is kind of what we're going to get from Maverick McNeely, like some spike weeks and then just nothing. Like he's had a second and a fourth in his last 8 starts. And, they actually, if you look at where they've come, I mean, Hilton Head and Pebble Beach, I mean, these are kind of like good comparables, like tighter, smaller, classic golf courses. It's basically what we're getting this week. So McNeely, not an ultimate ball striker, but man, he can get hot with the putter for sure. I don't hate this venue for him, to be honest. I would probably lean him. I think, especially in tournaments, if it's like a cash game thing, you could go with ZJ. There are players I like better than both those guys a little bit further down. Patrick Rogers hit the ball well his last time out. Good high-end putter. I really don't mind going to him, back to him this week. He was T14 here last year. Again, I do want, if there's a high-end putters available, like I'll probably lean them. So Rogers definitely on my list. And then Henrik Stenson at 6,700, man. Yeah, man. That's what I was going to say. Henrik Stenson. Strokes on approach last week. Like, I think the iron game is back. So we're just waiting for like a putting week here. He can spike with the best of them. I mean, when he gets hot. So yeah, some of the guys down here, Jeff, that are really good at putting over the last 24 rounds, looking at fantasynational.com. J2 Poston is 8th in that category of the last 24. Rogers, like you mentioned, 25th. Andrew Putnam is 16th. James Hahn, 24th. Mac Hughes, always a great putter. He's 15th if you want to attack that angle.
And then if you look at a couple of guys down here, one guy that I wanted to ask you about in the 6K, because I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with him, is Cam Champ. Like, he's been playing awful, like just awful. At $6,900, where do we see Cam Champ play well? It's not on long courses, right? Like, it just right now, you would think like the Coil Hollows of the world, even last week to that extent, right? Memorial, maybe. But you got to be a little bit more of a better approach game or a better iron player at Memorial. But these longer courses, Torrey Pines doesn't really play well. What does he play well on these shorter, tighter courses? Yes, the Safeway Open is not really exactly that tight, but this is where he kind of plays well, is that he can hit his 3-wood, his driving iron, what have you, and keep it in the fairway. The one thing that scares me, obviously, is everything else. Everything else is bad, is really, really bad. Yeah. Skill set wise, though, if you're looking at GPPs, if you're looking at, trying to get to that ceiling, Cam Champ at $6,900 is interesting. I don't know what I'm doing yet because it's still Tuesday, but he's someone that I'm interested in because I think a lot of people, Matt McNeely is up there, ZJ is up there for a lot of people. Even in the 7K range, you have Seabass, Fratelli, Sepp, Brendan Todd. There's guys that people are going to play and they're just going to scroll over Champ. And he's someone that if he gets, he doesn't have to do well, but if he gets, makes cut, makes the top 30, it's pretty good because he's going to be like 1% owned.
Yeah, Cameron Champ. I mean, look, here's the argument for Cameron Champ. Like, he had 19 birdies at the Byron Nelson. He had 19 birdies at the Masters. Like, he was starting to maybe turn things around a little bit. Now he's like, the putter has just completely left him, which is unfortunate because when he gets the putter going, it seems like it just draws confidence into the rest of his game. Like, and he can just make so many birdies. But I kind of agree. This is like where I'd rather take a shot with him too. There's going to be more birdie chances available. The green complexes here aren't terrible. Like, you see his around the green game has been terrible too. So, yeah, I actually don't hate it. Like, I think I'd actually rather play Cameron Champ than Maverick McNeely, if I'm being dead honest. Like I said, Champ was starting to show some signs, made the cut. I think his last 2 times he's played in Texas, he's made the cut too, which may be a good sign. So, but the thing with Champ is what you're getting off the tee. It's just what is the rest of the game going to do this week? Like I said, I don't think that the greens here are going to be that big a deal. So if he can sink a couple putts early, I kind of like the fact that he missed the cut last week coming in. I wish he had played better and before that, but yeah, Champ is very risky, but realistically, like, so is McNeely. So is a lot of these guys here. I mean, I like Rogers and Stenson, Patrick Rogers and Henrik Stenson, but those guys are risky too. So I don't know if there's really any more risk with Champ than the rest of those guys. I just feel like Champ probably, better chance to get you like 20, 22 birdies this week.
Yeah. AT&T Byron Nelson is at Craig Ranch, T55, shot a 66 in round 2, 69 in round 4. You like that? Valero, Texas. Today is the T34, right? 67 in the final round. So like you mentioned, Jeff, you take a look at his birdie count there, 3 at the PGA Championship, didn't do so hot because he opened up with that 82. It's probably, if I ever shot an 82 at Kiowa from like the beginner tees, that would have been amazing. But, for him, obviously 82 is garbage. But you take a look at what he did in those last few tournaments. What you have to do here is you have to make birdies. It's like the lowest eagle percentage of any tournament on the PGA Tour. Only 2 par 5s. There's a short par 4. A couple of a lot makes it not a short par. There's a handful of short par 4s. Not a ton of them are scoreable though. That's the big thing, right? So you got to make a ton of birdies. You got to get it close. So yeah, Cam Champ, shot in the dark here. I do like it. And right now, again, on Fantasy National, he's coming in at 1.4% projected roster percentage. Matt McNeely, 3.4, not bad. Tom Hoagie is probably the one projecting the highest right now at 6%, Jeff. And that's, again, take it for what it's worth. But Hoagie right now seems to be the chalk. Let me see here. Questions. There's a comment from Travis Castaneda. Shout out Maui 808 there. I know, Travis, you live in Maui. Said he worked Kapalua Plantation for years and had locker room access and did a lot for the players. Did personal work for Tiger. Ooh, and autographed 3 days in a row. Players dinner hanging with Jesper, I think, Parnevik. Good times. And then first time playing Fortnite, says at Reed Tees, are you looking for an unpaid intern to assist you at the golf course on the weekend? And where do I apply? Is that whenever I play golf? Or is that when I have to be at a major tournament or a PGA event? Because if it's whenever I'm playing golf, first time playing Fortnite, get a ticket. Because I would love for someone to carry my bag and read me yardages. That'd be great. I think when I was like a teenager, I asked my mom, which is kind of weird now for Christmas. It's like, oh, can I get a caddy? If I think about that now, that's a weird request to get from a teenage kid. But yeah, man, if you want to be my caddy, that'd be great. First time playing Fortnite also asks $9,200 left for my last spot. Who is your favorite option, Jeff? So 92 and below, or you can just say 92 to like, let's just say mid eights, or take it from the 8K to 92. If there's one guy that you really like in that range, who's it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, I like just spending up to Woodland, to be honest. I think Woodland is, from the projections I've seen, like he is going to get squeezed out, which is good.
Yep.
I mean, Connors, Neiman, both going to soak up a ton of ownership. Sung Jae always gets some, but you've also got Kokrak and Justin Rose gaining steam below him. I think Woodland gained like almost 7 strokes on approaches. He
looked good
here last year. He played good last week. He just didn't putt well. Actually, what he didn't do well is just drive it off the tee there. But again, I'm not going to discount someone for last week. Like I'm just not. He did fade, but he's been playing. He's been showing a lot better. He's 6th at Valero, another Texas course. I think if you're getting Gary Woodland like 5% owned, I'm absolutely fine with that this week. That's where I think I'm going to go as my pivot there. It is a hard range to figure because these guys are so close.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying you fade all the chalk in the 9K range. Like I'll still have like either Neiman or Connors in a lineup, but I think Woodland, to me, if you got 9,200, yeah, like I'm not sold on Justin Rose. I mean, I just don't really like Justin Rose, and I think I'd rather play Woodland than Im right now. So that's my answer there. I saw someone else throw out Patton Kazire question. I mean, I don't mind Patton Kazire this course. Another dude who can just absolutely go nuts with the putter. I would rather HV3 this week, I think, slightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, really like Harold Varner III, playing solid. Tee to green, and he really likes these type of courses too. Where I think it's a lot simpler for HV3 on these courses. He doesn't have to go crazy off the tee because he can tend to spray it, so he can club down a little bit, and if he gets the driver going, great. But it's just irons and putting, and that's his bread and butter. Like if he gets hot with the putter, his irons are as good as anyone's. So he doesn't have to worry too much about around the green. He has actually been playing good around the green, so I really like HV3 this week, but I don't mind Kazire at all. If you're sold on him, that would probably be where I'd go next. So,
yeah, I absolutely love that Varner call. I was really, really looking at him this week, $7,400. He's someone too. If you take a look at short courses, Jeff, so under 7,200 yards, right? That's essentially what this course is going to play like. The guy over the last 24 rounds on those courses, he's 6th in approach, 2nd in that par 4 range between 400 to 450 yards. First in opportunities gained. So I'm reading stats again from Fantasy National. And opportunities gained is 10 feet from the hole. Doesn't matter if it's on the green or if it's on the fringe or in the rough. He's 6th in that par 4 from 350 to 400. So this guy plays really, really well on these shorter courses. And if you just take away that he still is coming in at 47th in approach, 3rd in those par 4 scoring. His proximity is great. So yeah, he's someone that you won't see it, right? And look, RBC Heritage, T2, Harbour Town, we just talked about Harbour Town being a course that sets up nicely as a comp to here. And look, he just finished runner-up. Now, it wasn't close, right? That week, he wasn't going to win. But look, 4 rounds in the 60s, like 19 birdies. That's what you need here. 19, 20, like around 20 birdies, because there will be bogeys made, but yeah, I love Varner, especially at his price. He might become a little bit popular, but I don't think that matters. At $7,400, I like him a little bit better than Kazire, even though Kazire, look, he's won on these shorter courses too, right? He won the Sony Open, and Waialae is a similar course to this. So I absolutely love that call.
Yeah, Varner, I don't think he'll get super popular either. I mean, guys can go, there's Sergio up there. Some people play him.
Yeah.
Even Vajegas and Dame, like Joel Dahman's going to get a little bit of love. I mean, people can also go down. Like Doug Gim always gets play. So, I think this range will be pretty spread for the most part. So I wouldn't worry too much about ownership down here, which is nice. I don't know if there's anyone else in this range really talk about. I like Doc Redman as well. I mean, I'll play him, but he's really more of a tournament ticket. I mean, just don't know what he's going to bring. He did play well his last time out, but Doc Redman could finish T3 or 133rd, and there's only 121 players in this field. So,
yeah. What do you think? What do you think of this guy? Kisner. What are you doing with him?
Are you gonna brutal lately?
Brutal,
like really bad for him. I don't think I've ever remember a scene where Kisner's played this bad. It's not just missing cuts. Like he legitimately can't hit his irons anymore. I mean, it's not
bad.
good for a player whose bread and butter is just like, wedges and putting, right? So
yeah, it's bad because look, his last he's fifth in strokes gained, fifth in strokes gained total here since 2016. So over the last 5 years, T29 last year, he got cut in 2019, got 52nd in 2018, but he won in 2017, and then a top 10 the year previous in 2016. So, I mean, the course history is there. If you're a course history guy, it's definitely there, right? Like the Kevin Kisner type of game is there, but maybe it's not necessarily him. Maybe try to find like the Kevin Kisner comp, which maybe is like Chase Seifert or like Mark Hubbard right now, who's not looking as bad as Kevin Kisner. But yeah, I mean, look at this cut. Like, how did since the Players, the guy hasn't made a weekend, and so he's not feeling too great. He hasn't. Yeah, no, he's not feeling great at all.
I don't know what exactly is like wrong with Kevin Kisner, but you just look at the stats and pretty much everything is wrong right now. So, again, it would take a pretty monumental effort for him to bounce back. But this is the type of course where like eventually, like he could just get on with the putter and like get, come T20 or something and pay off because he's only 7,200. So I guess I could see it. I just feel like there's too many young players in this. It's a pretty deep field. You could, like I mentioned Gim, but you could even think about a guy who's, if I'm going to play a veteran, I might even just like play Pat Perez over Kevin Kisner. That's how bad he's played. So go with like another veteran high-end putter. So Denny here has a quick question, actually. New to DFS golf. So just meters, the top six usually consists of 2 players in the 9K, 2 players in the 8K, and 2 players in like the value pool. Yeah, I think that's probably most weeks you're going to find better value in the 9K range or the 10K range. Just because, again, we usually get discounts on like elite players. So that does, I think most weeks, that's the way I trend as well. You try and find those 9K guys who are just being discounted, maybe off the elites. But the one thing I'd say about this week, Reed, is it's a smaller field. So it's going to be easier to get 6 of 6 through, which means that you might actually find it better, not better, but you could see more stars and scrubs-ish type of lineups get through because some of those more of those 6K guys are going to get through. And when they get through and it's a little bit of more of a putting course, some of them could spike. So I wouldn't be shocked if I see, this might be a week where you could stack like 2 10K guys and feel a bit better about it. But I think in general, you're kind of on the right track. A lot of the weeks, that's where you're going to go, especially for core lineups, for cash games and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where the ownership falls for these guys at 10K and above, right? Yeah. Of the top 5 guys, there's 1, 2, 3, 5. Morikawa clearly finished the best, the T8 last week, right? Like Berger completely imploded early in the round. P. Reed was actually Patrick Reed played pretty decent on Sunday. JT not great. Spieth, was kind of around but not great. Like Morikawa was clearly the best. So does that mean though Spieth here at 11-2? We haven't really talked about that yet. Not a lot of questions about Spieth, and I'll get to your question first time playing Fortnite about our best plays, and I have to remove Finau, which is hard for me. So I appreciate the prefacing it because I would have said Finau. What are you doing here at the top, Jeff? Because if you GPPs again, tournaments, if you want to win those, it's going to have to be contrarian. And that could easily, like you mentioned, 6 of 6 getting through, and these 6K guys getting through at a higher clip. Like starting lineups with Thomas Reed. Reed's one of the best putters on tour. Thomas isn't, but he's one of the best ball strikers on tour.
Yeah.
Like Reed, Berger burned a ton of people. I know Sam Burns burned a lot of people. I saw a lot of comments there, in the YouTube that Burns withdrawing in the first round burned a lot of people. But so did Berger, including yourself. So like Patrick Reed, Daniel Berger. Yeah, he was bad.
He was actually, it's funny with Daniel Berger. He was only bad on the first 5 holes, which were the easiest holes on the golf course. So it was very strange week. Like he got it going in round 2, but then he started round 3, like +3 again on the easiest holes. And it's like, what are you doing out there, dude? Because he was actually striking it okay on a lot of the other holes, but I would not be shocked to see Daniel Berger bounce back here very quickly.
Yeah.
this is, he does tend to pop a little bit more on the easier courses, which is one thing I'll say, and probably something I should have looked into a little bit more from last week. But still, I don't think it was quite as bad. He just really couldn't keep it together on just a few holes. So I think Berger will be fine. I slightly prefer him over Reed, but again, this range is really close this week. You could mix and match any of these guys. I'll say this: Morikawa is going to be the most popular. I think that he's first in strokes gained tee to green, first in approach stats. He's going to pop in everyone's model. You could even make an argument he should be 11-5. He was second year last year. He's going to be the most popular in this range. I have no doubt. I really like Justin Thomas for a pivot. Justin Thomas shouldn't ever really be. I know Spieth's playing great. He shouldn't be cheaper than Spieth. Now you could make the argument, well, it's going to keep Spieth's ownership down, but I think Justin Thomas is the higher end play. You mentioned his irons. If Thomas's putter shows up on a course like this, he could shoot 22 under, right? So
yeah, I
like the upside with Thomas better than Spieth. I think if I'm going to play two guys, it would be like a Reed and Thomas for sure. You could even do Morikawa and Thomas, because Morikawa is going to be a little chalky, but it's not going to be 30%. Like Brian Harmon probably will be, by the way, but Morikawa, no. But Thomas, I think you'll get you could even get close to half the ownership on Thomas over Morikawa. I really like that this week.
Yeah, that's what it's projecting at right now, is that you're getting Thomas at half the roster percentage that you are with Jordan Spieth, which is absolutely wild. You mentioned it, Jeff. Look, Justin Thomas approach, he's fifth over the last 24 rounds. His opportunities gained, he's second. He's 12th in birdies. So just keep that in mind. Number one in birdies, so is Colin Morikawa, and he's, like you mentioned, number one or number two in almost every statistical category that you could potentially want here. But Patrick Reed, number one in birdies. I mean, his brother-in-law, who's his caddy, gets down, essentially puts his head on the green, and is reading these putts for his brother-in-law. So they also get a pretty good read on the putt, pun intended. But yeah, Jeff, I'm looking at this top range and trying to play contrarian, because if you take a look at the $9,700 or the $9,000 range, this is sort of going to that question from first time playing Fortnite. My favorite play this week is Joaquin Niemann at $9,300. You talked about a guy who's irons, and coincidentally, I was actually standing right next to him and Carlos Ortiz when Phil, we were inside the ropes, and we were watching Phil. And it's so cool to see, because they were also filming everything and seeing it and just being a fan.
Yeah.
But I was next to him. I'm like, oh, this is just this is serendipitous. I'm next to Joaquin Niemann. His irons are hot. He plays well. He came second at the Sony Open, which is a similar course.
Yep.
Was he fifth at the RBC in 2020? Perfect. Joaquin Niemann, first time playing Fortnite, is my favorite play in this range. Or no, excuse me, at this tournament. And in this $9,000 range, I loved Abe Answer, but I think he's going to come a little bit too hot. And when we get Abe at a chalk week, that scares me. When Abe gets chalk, that kind of scares me. So even though Niemann is, I think that when you get him on bent grass, that's something that you really, really want to attack Answer for. So, Niemann.
Yeah, no, I like Answer this week. I wrote him up. I feel like it could be one of those weeks where he just he's just been playing so good. It just happens eventually.
Yep.
At the same time, if we're doing the model thing, looking at stats, what everything's spitting out, Niemann at $400 cheaper than Answer right now is definitely a superior play. I'm not going to argue that or anything. I think I slightly prefer Niemann over Connors this week too for the putting upside. Niemann's actually tracked very well in that regard. None of these guys are horrible plays in any regard. I mean, I mentioned Woodland. I just prefer the guy who's going to get the least love, I think, for tournaments. And again, it's almost like playing Brooks last week. It feels like Woodland this week, although Woodland's actually playing well. So at least we have that to come off of, right? We don't have injury concerns, but it's just, this range is just so full of guys who, you can make good arguments for. So I'll say my favorite play is Answer, but Niemann, again, you could start Answer Niemann and be completely fine. That's that's something that I'll consider for sure. This range is interesting. We already talked about Finau a bit. I talked about Woodland. Scheffler's there too, though. I mean, Scheffler but play as he's T8 last week. He's probably not going to get any love. The guy was top 10 in a major, and so I don't know. Maybe you should play Scheffler, but Yeah,
like a quiet T8, right? Like no one's talking about it.
Like that's what I actually forgot before we came in. I'm like, oh yeah, Scheffler played good, and then you're like, oh yeah, he was like top 10. Like,
yeah.
Anyways.
And like you take a look at his past performances too, right? Again, you need to make a ton of birdies, and on average, he's got 17 birdies over the last 3 weeks. On very different courses. I would argue like Valspar is more like a Carolina course, right? It's difficult. Byron Nelson, I think a lot of people chased Scheffler at Byron Nelson. Didn't exactly work out, T47 there, but yeah, at a very, very difficult course at Kiowa, a top 8. This guy, him and Zalatoris, they keep on churning out these top performances at these difficult courses. Like you mentioned, Jeff, for a guy like Answer, it's going to happen. You just want to get it on before the week it happens, you want to be on these guys clearly. So you're paying at a discount. And right now, Scotty Scheffler, you could argue Scotty Scheffler should be where Answer is, right? Like that's like, no one would be surprised if he was like the highest guy in the 9K range. No one would be surprised too if he was like Will Zalatoris price, just because of how well he's playing right now and how well he's hitting it. One thing that's interesting, and what gets to your question, Denny, I want to ask Jeff this before I forget because I have short-term memory, or is it long-term memory? See, whatever the one where I can't remember things right away, is Phil Mickelson. What are you doing with him this week? Because he said he's playing, which don't know why he would commit to that. But no, good on him that he's committing to like the sponsors and the tournament itself. But what are you doing with him? Because I mean, undoubtedly people are going to play him.
I argued yesterday it's either money or he's maybe chasing points, like Ryder Cup points or something like that. I really don't know. Maybe Phil's just like a super loyal guy and he's like, I committed, I'm playing it, but he's here, man. Maybe he just wants to take like a victory lap. I'm not playing him in DFS. I think that if I was going to play a lone guy here, it would be Ryan Palmer, who, like we saw, actually is like the massive chalk a couple weeks ago. He missed his first cut in a long time last week at the PGA. Again, I kind of like it because now he's rested. This is his home course. Everybody used to make a big deal.
There we go.
Colonial. Oh, it's right. You got to play Ryan Palmer. It's his home course. I was going to be like 2% owned. So that's where I would go. Hoffman is playing good. He's going to be chalk though in this range. If I'm being honest, I don't like anyone in this range. Like Brian Harman is going to be ridiculously chalky. I like him, but I don't really want to play like a 32% owned Brian Harman. So Ryan Palmer, I might consider if I think it's between like paying up for Woodland or maybe going down to Ryan Palmer as like pivots in this range. And I think you'll get really good ownership on them, like 2, 4, 5% for guys who are playing good. So I like that. Some people brought up Horschel. I don't know. I can't bring myself to pay $800 for Braley Horschel, but I do see it. He can really get really hot with the putter. So I'm definitely not going to write him off or anything. But this range doesn't inspire me. I think Horschel, Palmer, maybe Matt Walsh are the guys I consider.
Yeah.
Like I said, cash games, Harman, fine. You're making like a couple big, like 55,000 person lineups. Like, oh man, I probably should get away from Brian Harman.
Yeah, I agree. A guy that I like in there is Matt Wallace, just because he's just been playing well. He's coming. I think he is like the second highest projected roster guy in that range. It's Charlie Hoffman's coming in as a chalk. So that be careful of that. And then, like you mentioned, Brian Harman is getting a lot of love. Is he in that range? Oh wait, no, I don't think he is in that range.
He's
8. 8 flat. Yeah. But like Charlie's coming in almost 20% roster right now projection. So be careful if you don't want to chase a chalk. But you're right. Like that $8,000 range seems like a dead range. So maybe like the ownership is kind of spread across a lot of these guys in that low 8K. I think a lot of people are going to Griot at 7.9. He's soaking up a ton of ownership, so be careful of that. But
Chalk Griot week, what can go wrong?
Oh, geez, what could go wrong with Chalk Griot week? Denny again asked, does Spieth's poor putting continue, or will that change when the greens, or will the change of greens help? So now we're going to Bentgrass. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of guys did struggle with the greens last week. Like, it wasn't just like Spieth or a couple players like Thomas. A lot of guys just couldn't get the speed. It was completely different green surfaces. Paspalum, different for a lot of people. So yeah, I think it will come back right away. Bentgrass is pure bentgrass greens. A lot of guys have played here a ton. Spieth putted well here a lot. So no, if a guy who was normally a good putter had a bad putting week last week, like I would just write it off. Like Brian Harman basically is the perfect example, which is just another reason why people are going to play him. So But yeah, no, absolutely. I think it'll switch. It'll probably switch for a lot of people as well. So
Yeah, and look, the win can play. It can, and this is what Brooks was saying, right, in the infamous viral clip that came out last night, which is fantastic. Just pure joy when I saw that. We'll talk about that like at a later time, just because there's so many things you could talk about with that. But that's what he was saying, right? Is that the putting, it's difficult because the wind can wreak havoc on your on the greens. And that's the other thing, Jeff, that I forgot to mention at the top is that it was here at Fort Worth. Like the wind can play a factor in Dallas. That's why you hear the Texas wedge, which is putting it from off the green, which is to keep it out like on the ground, not in the air, because the winds can just start howling here. And I think 20% of the rounds in the last 4 or 5 years, have played very, very windy. And if you take a look at the forecast now, it does look like we're going to get some pretty heavy winds. I think Thursday, I want to say Thursday, Friday, if I'm not mistaken, or like Thursday, the guys who putted bad, like last week, they might have a little bit more muscle memory about it. But also, too, like Jeff mentioned, especially with Jordan Spieth, he's one of the best bent grass green putters on tour. Like that's just his style. Like that's probably why he's like the shortest odds and the most expensive on DraftKings right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jordan Spieth's record at this event is ridiculous. Like, and I pointed this out yesterday on the Sweat. Like he top 10 here in 2019 and 2020 when he was basically like he couldn't keep the ball in the fairway. He couldn't really do anything good. So that just tells you how much he kind of likes it around here. I think Spieth probably plays well. I don't think he wins okay at the Byron Nelson, but didn't have a great Sunday. So I don't know. It's a weird spot for Spieth this week at 11-2. Really is. I can see the arguments, but it's just really hard for me to ever click on his name when Justin Thomas is less expensive than him.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of that, Spieth, maybe if Spieth was coming in at less ownership than JT, maybe, right, there's an argument, but it's the exact opposite. JT is coming in at half of what Spieth is projecting at right now. So that's something to consider. I saw before my screen completely froze. Someone was asking who Vincent Whaley is, Jeff.
Oh yeah, Vince Whaley. We should talk about old Vince Whaley here. I mean, he got him. He got a late entrant into this tournament because Louis withdrew after finishing second again at a major championship and breaking my heart. But the dude's made 9 straight cuts on tour now. He's a recent grad from the Corn Ferry. He's just mispriced, quite frankly. He's not doing anything great, but he's not doing anything poorly either. I mean, he's got some confidence with the putter going. I just feel like at 6,200, like this is a dude you have to give some respect to because of how many cuts he's playing and how, he's pretty much confident across the board. Like you saw at the Byron Nelson, 69, 65. I mean, he didn't have the greatest weekend, but he also didn't blow up. Like look at those T30, those T26s, like top 30 results. These 6,200, if he gets you a T26 here, you're going to like shake his hand and give him a hug, like that's what you want. I mean, these are really good, like DraftKings production for a guy who's this cheap this week. And again, just not to harp on too much, he was 7K at the Byron Nelson. So his price is mispriced. He was a late entrant. That's probably why it happened. But yeah, you got to give some respect to him down here. I mean, we could talk about other guys in this range, like Jimmy Walker's a Texas guy. He's been hot with the putter lately. Denny McCarthy, we know, can putt. I think I made a case for some other scrub down here. Oh, Anirban Lahiri. But like Whaley's the dude who's making cuts. So it's probably just the guy you should play. Yeah,
and just to rattle off some stats for old Vinny Whaley. 23rd in strokes gained total. This is over the last 24 rounds, his 24 rounds, or just in general. 54th in tee to green, 22nd in short game, which is putting and around the green. And when you split those two together apart, 31st and around the green, 28th in putting, and he's 28th in DraftKings points gained. Jeff, that's a big thing too. Look how many birdies this guy's making. This guy's making a ton of birdies, and this is why he's done well in terms of DK scoring. And these aren't just rinky-dink courses, right? The Wells, Quail Hollow, like a hard course.
Yeah.
Hard course, right? Like Valero, not that hard, but at the same time, T34. So yeah, Vincent Whaley, someone you should definitely consider, especially if you're going right top two guy, top two at the two guys at the top here in the 11 or above 10K range. So yeah, I think Vincent Whaley, if you want to take a shot, a complete shot, he's someone to definitely consider. Let me see here. We got about 8-10 more minutes to see if any of you guys have any more questions. CJ says, thank you for the Whaley info. Yeah, man, that's what we do here.
I mean, it's one of those things. If he was at 7K, we'd probably be like, yeah, I mean, he's making cuts. You could consider him, but he's not a must play by any means. There's a couple guys up there with more upside, but when he's 6,200, again, you want to do a Justin Thomas, Patrick Reed lineup this week. Throw Vince Whaley in there. I mean, absolutely. I mean, you could go with another player. I mean, like I said, a guy like that can get hot with the putter, or McCarthy, but Whaley is the guy who's playing well, and he is making quite a bit of birdies, like Reed said. So he really is, I think, the pure best play in that range. You kind of have to stretch things to kind of talk yourself into anyone else. So it's a bit of a weird one. We don't see that with DraftKings very often, where guys get that mispriced, but again, a late alternate situation there. I definitely don't mind taking advantage.
He's 225 plus 22,500, Jeff.
We didn't really, I was going to say, we didn't really talk about the bets at all. Do you want to close out with a couple bets you're on, or?
Absolutely. I think my first one is Joaquin Niemann and clear that at 2650. I think that, again, like I mentioned, he could be up near where, P. Reed, maybe not P. Reed, maybe like where Corey Connors is, or even, ahead of Will Zalatoris. Even if you're getting a couple of points above it, I think that Joaquin Niemann is someone that shouldn't in this field be around 30. I get why he is, but from the skill set standpoint, I think he's there at 2650. And I also like Chris Kirk. I think Chris Kirk at plus 5,500 is someone that does well, again, at the RBC, at the Sony Open on shorter courses. He's at plus 5,500 right now on the DK Sportsbook, top 5 there at plus 1,000, top 10 at plus 450. So those are the two guys right now that I really like in terms of my betting card, Jeff. But do you like, so the thing that kind of took me off of answer wasn't necessarily how well he's playing, clearly. It's the number. Right, plus 1,700 is wildly short in my mind for answer. So what do you think?
Yeah, no, at plus 1,700, I'm out. I mean, if you can find a better number, whatever. But that to me, I'd need plus 22, something over plus 2,000, right? So, which is fine. I mean, that's obviously, you can shop around or whatever. But again, there's especially on DraftKings. I mean, there are guys this is a week where I don't even mind fading everyone under 5,000. I really don't. I mean, I kind of like the number you're getting on. I like actually, I do like, I don't kind of like, I like the number you're getting on Woodland. I don't know what you got him up there as, Reed, but I think he's pretty strong. I think he's around plus 55. Yeah. Plus 55 for Woodland. So
yep.
I mean, I was considering him at plus 445. So I think Woodland starting off there, guy's T9. I think Woodland's getting ready to win again. His ball striking has returned. He was putting really consistently last year. I think you will see a spike week from him soon. So I really do not mind that number on Gary Woodland. Going down though, we talked about HV3, another guy we haven't talked much about. And I like this guy for DFS as well as betting, but Russell Knox. Really plays these courses well. And I know we're relying on Russell Knox to have a good putting week, and that's scary, but he's made 3 cuts in a row now. He was really having trouble making the weekend. He seems to have found some consistency, and this guy hits every fairway. When his irons get hot, he can get up there with the best in the world with those clubs, and he's not going to have to scramble too much this week, which I love. You just got to have a decent putting week, and we've seen him do it in the past. I really like those odds. I like both Knox and HV3, both in the outright there at plus 1,000 or better, but also for top 10s. These guys, when they spike, they don't finish T18, they finish T5. So I like the top 10s there. I think if you're looking for 2 top 10s, there's 2 guys, Knox and Varner. I really like the odds you're getting.
Yeah, Knox I looked, heavily into as well. I think when you take a look at where he performs well, it's like you mentioned, at these type of courses.
It's these courses,
yeah. And again, talent-wise, you have Kazire there, but Kevin Kisner playing like garbage. Doug Gim, I think he gets a lot of love in the DFS community, but he hasn't gotten the top 10 in how long, right? He just hasn't placed well. He's there. Cam Davis not playing well. So of course, Knox, he's someone that could definitely outperform what his price is right now. especially where he's around, right? DFS wise, he's by like the Zach Johnsons of the world. And no one's probably looking at Knox, especially this tournament. I think like a lot of people, if they didn't do well at the PGA Championship, I would argue that they're taking the week off, right, from DFS.
True.
And like, so these numbers in terms of roster percentage, maybe they're a little inflated, but I don't think so. I think like Russell Knox could easily come in at a low ownership, and like you mentioned, at +1 like 11,000 for his outright and +700 for his top 10. I think it's a fantastic bet in my mind. So, Jeff, I think that'll do it. I think that's a good place to end. Any closing remarks for the Charles Schwab Challenge at Colonial Country Club? Wow.
No, I mean, it should be a pretty good week. Like, it's a good field. I mean, I think you just got to decide, do you want to, eat the chalk there with, the guys in the 9K range or kind of spread it out a little bit more and kind of dip into the 6K range. I think it's a week you can do it. Don't forget, it's an invitational, only 120 man field, 121, I think. There's some dudes in the 6K range we like, Stenson's down there, names like that. So should be a fun week to build lineups. And, we're only a few weeks away from the US Open, which can't come quick enough at this point.
Yeah, and a lot of people begging for a Brooks Bryson grouping or a final Sunday group for Brooks and Bryson.
They got to do it. They got to put them together.
Oh yeah, and how many times do you think now that people who are interviewing either are going to screw up their names, like Brooks and Bryson, right? Like it's the same first two legs. Yeah. Oh yeah, just to trigger both of them. It's going to be great. Yeah, this should be fun. I think the one thing that I'm taking a look at is how are these guys going to play after the PGA Championship, which was a tough test. But these guys are the best in the world. And Colonial is a great course. It's beautiful, but you're right, Jeff. This is all gearing up. It's gearing up for the US Open. It's going to be in San Diego, Phil's backyard. So Can he go back to back? I don't know. I don't know about that. But that's the one major that he needs to complete the career Grand Slam. Spieth had a chance to do it last week. Didn't do it, obviously, but history was made with Phil. And history is made with us because this is our, sixth show?
Sure. I don't know.
And yeah, it's probably one of those. And going for the green, the first of many, though, Jeff, as we keep on going throughout the entire season. Guys, thank you very much. This was a ton of fun. Thank you, Jeff. Follow him at the Fantasy Grind on Twitter. I'm at Reed T. Fowler. And that's about it. Ask us questions on the socials if you have any more additional questions that you guys didn't think of. But with that, we'll say goodbye.
Well, we say goodbye to the one, the only Reed T. Fowler, and the other one, Jeff Ulrich. Get the Green is behind us. It's time to get back to Madden Simulations. He's Jason Rossi. I'm Adam Kaufman. This right here is what Rossi has, it's affectionately been known, at least by me and some others, as the early bird special, the 4 o'clock Eastern Sim. We did have Kenny was with me earlier, Kenny Juicy. The Duck Man, as we've started to call him for some reason.
Oh, he must hate that.
He hates the name. He's very against the early bird special. He thinks that like people don't go to dinner at 4 o'clock. Never mind the time zone thing for people out west. They don't necessarily like it. He has been angrily suggesting that we rename that sim because he doesn't do anything haphazard. There was Abby Rizzle, I believe it was in the chat, suggested the 4 p.m. snack hour. Ooh. Not bad. Can
we put extra C's in it? Like extra. But first of all, can we just break one thing down? People go to dinner a lot at 4 p.m., especially in the summertime. It's a perfect window. You get outdoors. You don't have to worry about the big crowds. You get all the food, the feast. The cooks are less distracted. I'm all about that early dinner, by the way, or late lunch, whatever.
So maybe we don't rename it. Maybe we keep it at the early bird special.
I don't think Kenny should be the one suggesting things if he hasn't lived that lifestyle. That's all I'm saying. If he wants to suggest something like, hey, at 10 p.m. or the 8 p.m. we should call it this because that's where I'm up and bouncing around. Cool.
Mm-hmm. No, I support that. This sim right here, at least for now, is called the early bird special. The Sorry Rossi Glash isn't here this time. Free roll.
I don't believe
because, of course, the last time we were together, it was fun. And I read that now because Hunter in the chat, and we appreciate all you in the chat. Koff, what would you do if Glass showed up at Rossi's this time?
I should have thought of it. But
that'd be fun. I don't think Glass would be able to. Well, I guess it depends how close you guys live together, near one another, because he has the 6 and the 8 today, so he would have had to really hustle home.
I thought about it when I saw this, but I saw he could pull it off depending on how long we go and traffic. It is rush hour now that things are back and bumping here in the greater Boston.
If he could have at least stayed, if he wanted to play comfortably, he could have stayed through the half.
Yeah.
That fast, folks. Who's got the Jets DST?
Smart ones. Our guy Taylor 11 Swift says Jets pulled asking me. Says, do the Jets pull off the upset? I thought he was talking about in hockey last night. I was like, they did, but no, he's talking here. Oh, a start like that could get. I don't know if this is an upset because these are two very meh teams.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, we're to your point. We're talking about two pretty lousy teams. As we know, the Jets last year did finish worse, but it's not like it was by a whole hell of a lot. They both had top 10 picks in the draft. We've talked about it, obviously. It is underway as of yesterday, and so we are keeping track of the standings now, simulating, albeit with the 2020 rosters, the entire 2021 schedule, and this is the first game for both these teams. You never want to start 0-1. It just doesn't look good. Doesn't look right. You want to start 1-0. No blemishes. Start perfect. You're going to hold.
No, I will. One other thing to that note, with this being the Madden season, and this is going to be a 1 o'clock Eastern game in Carolina. Jets travel there. I actually am kind of intrigued by this matchup come week 1. Like yesterday, I had the Jaguars and Texans. I got, aside from Trevor Lawrence, no real interest in the overall game. I think one, like if it was on my local market. This one I'm a little intrigued by because you'll have obviously Zach Wilson under center more than likely. Unless it's like Braga, I think he's the backup quarterback for the Jets. And then if not, then you also have Sam Darnold. We'll see what he looks like in a fresh new offense. He's going to be highly motivated. Don't even bother. I feel like this game could be like an exciting one, at least to start. Because like I said, it's week 1. I've been saying that I had 2 sims yesterday. All week 1 matchups are intriguing enough, like just to see the teams. But I think this one kind of has, I like the storyline with this one, or as you say, it's good, take a left down narrative street for this one.
We are scoreless for now. Jets trying to come up with the first points, first touchdown, ideally, for them at least, of this game. 3rd and goal from the 12. Sam Darnold, who, of course, as Rossi noted, a Panther in real life now, completes that pass left side, and minimal pickup to the 11. 4th and goal. So time for a little Sam Ficken. And with that, what's your lineup look like for this early bird special? We haven't done that yet.
I thought we would go out the whole sim without it. Me and Freeze Pops did it 1 sim. I don't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing, but it happened. My lineup here in this one, I got it's moving. Scores are moving. I don't have Ficken. I put Curtis Samuel in my captain spot. I debated between him and Jamison Crowder. I went with Samuel. Crowder's in there as well. Ian Thomas, Christian McCaffrey, Robbie Anderson, and Hogs. Chris Hogan.
Hogs. Well, after on the heels, even though it was really off the toes or the inseam of the foot, I don't even know. I've got the first Ficken points of the game because I do have Sam Ficken. So 3-0 Jets. Ficken is in my lineup along with Joey Sly because I said I'm with Rossi today. I'm gonna stack them kickers.
You did both?
That is what I'm gonna do. So I've got them both. I got Joey Sly. I got Sam Ficken. A combined $7,600 in the flex. And 3 early points. We'll see what that does for me in the long run. Around them, Le'Veon Bell, who is, I don't even know where he is now. I mean, he went obviously from the Jets to KC. I think he's technically a free agent still, unless I'm mistaken on that. Curtis Samuel, DJ Moore, and my captain is Christian McCaffrey. I decided, what the heck, let's see if he's got something in him today. He's about 76% owned in our small contest, 18% in the captain slot, which is just a tick lower than that of Le'Veon Bell, who is 20.6.
It's a good call. I'm rooting for you over me now.
Thank you.
To stack the kickers. And it's probably a good call because, again, I don't know what we're going to get from an offensive output here. Robbie Anderson can have some big games occasionally. Like, I like Curtis Samuel, usually a double-digit guy, but I don't suspect a monster game from anyone, but nothing would surprise me. Perriman could, catch one for like 80 yards, so let's see.
When you're around, of course, we occasionally get a little wrestling involved in the conversation.
Always.
From Harpo, Dom in the chat says, Adnan didn't last long, Rossi. So to that point of Adnan Virk not lasting long with the WWE, I didn't even know he was there until I saw the tweet saying that they parted ways.
Yeah. You know what? They just misuse people. That's the 2 cents I'll really give it. Adnan Virk should have been a perfect backstage reporter. Kind of like what he does. He's a good update guy, MLB Network. He's in golf. He's all over the place.
Was he doing play-by-play?
He was doing a play-by-play for the matches on Monday Night Raw, which is A, a 3-hour show, and B, he just started the day after WrestleMania, which is a little less than 2 months ago. It's just putting somebody in a bad spot. Like, I'm going to relate this. Everyone jokes in the chat, oh, how do I get your job? How do I do this? Imagine I'm just going to take a random, I'll go with Congo Cab, one of our boys here.
Yeah.
We put Congo Cab right away in there to start the sim. Be the number, like the quote unquote play-by-play, the role that Kaufman is playing currently. Like, it would be, and I don't mean this against Congo. I'm not saying you couldn't do it. It's not about that. But it would be a failure on our part to put you in that position. And that's what they did. They basically put Adnan Virk with his name value. They're trying to really go sports. You have Pat McAfee on SmackDown, but McAfee's the 2. He's not the 1. And they have this guy working I don't know. It was a disaster. And I totally fail for him. He was completely put in a position to fail. And I'm sure he was not enjoying what he was getting on Twitter. I'm sure that's a big part of it. And I know it was, again, mutual, which good on him and good on the company. But just, you don't do that. Like, we're not taking Adam Kaufman today and making him the Patriots play-by-play or whatever, like the Celtics game tonight. And I know you might take offense to that. But, you could do it. You are professional enough to do it. But it is not putting you in, give you a week or two. Do a couple things, get involved. Like, we're not plucking you from your day-to-day job with the radio, your side part of the job with DraftKings, and just plugging you right in day. It's like, there you go, bye. It's like, no, wait, what? That's
to that point. Is there? I really don't even know a whole lot about him beyond kind of like where he's been in his career. Is Adnan Virk even a big wrestling fan?
He was, the way I know it is just I've seen him tweet about it, or he's been a part of like conversations when they were doing more stuff with ESPN in the past when he was there. So he has a passion for it, but I don't know to what level. I don't know if he was every week watching. It was just such a weird thing to do. At the end of the day, that's all it was. It was just a weird thing to do.
Tom says Pat McAfee's just great at everything. Well, he's got a great personality, and also, and I've never heard him in the wrestling role, but I imagine it would go very well because, again, he's put in the right position, as Rossi's talking about. He's the sidekick. He's the color guy. He's not out there giving you. Now, maybe he could do it. He probably could do it, but that's not what he's being asked to do. And they're feeding his strength.
And just the last thing I'll really say about it, we don't have to spend all day, but the wrestling community is very fickle. Like, it makes it's like every sports fan base, but times 3, because you're not a fan of an individual, you're a fan of the product. So, like, imagine, like, when like, you know, a Jets fan gets upset. Oh, wait a minute. Pause it. Joey Sly, let's get it. Come on.
Do it, stack them kickers!
Like a 50... There's a 56-yard attempt. Come on. We need can we just boost perfect field goals? Wow, that was actually, it was good from distance, just accuracy.
Can we boost perfect field goals?
Yeah, that's all I want. I don't care about roster updates. I don't care about anything. I just want field goals to go in from all over the field.
Always. 67-yarders. Good.
Just give everybody the Janikowski power and the Vinatieri accuracy. Call it.
Hit that like, folks. We're almost to 200. Rossi, Koff, TL producing, Bry guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s, and we got Kyle, our game ops man, taking the manual scoring. Great crew. Should be 3-3. It's 3-0 Jets. 2.5 to go opening quarter.
Bad boys. Yeah, I accept the challenge. I host enough. It wouldn't be a disaster. It wouldn't be disastrous. But you say that, bad boys. And I mean that with all due respect. It's another fumble. Like, if
I think a lot of us, you know, there's the, what's the best way to put it? There was a thing going around on social media yesterday about, you know, what's a stigma that you endure, or maybe that wasn't even the word, but that as if you work in the broadcasting industry, what's something you hear from people all the time? And it was a lot of people saying, like, I could do your job.
I could do it.
You know, so like we all believe we could be a weather person, right? You don't even have to get it right. You just, you know, like point at the green screen. Like, no, it's not that simple. And I will be the first to tell you, or the latest to tell you, because I've said it many, many times and others have as well, that this is not rocket science, what we're doing here. We're a couple of people having a conversation. But there are some other aspects to it that may be, again, not challenging, but just are part of the puzzle, putting it all together, that just makes it maybe a hair more complicated, and you have to just lump all those things in together. So there will absolutely be, I think there would be nerves. I think there would be nerves if someone just slid into the chair. I mean, I think we all probably felt it the first time that we did one of these sims. Even if you're an experienced on-air broadcast professional, like when BK was starting, and I only use him as an example because I helped bring him in. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him for years preceding the Dream Stream. I mean, that dude, and this is a credit, this comes from a place of preparation. I can't even tell you the number of questions he asked me about, like, what is this, and what am I doing, and what do I do, what don't I do, like all that, you know, just wanting to be ready. You know, like, he wasn't playing like, whatever, I get Madden Sims, yeah, I'll just sit down and let's go. No, that's not the right way to go about it.
Well, that's exactly it. And by the way, we also have to remember, like, I think the most important thing maybe to all this is there are extreme guidelines to what we do. And we have now just, like, you guys probably wouldn't even recognize it because we're able to kind of weave it at this point. But the other part is, like, also we work for DraftKings. Like, we work for a major organization. So there is so many other things that will never, we break enough fourth wall around here that, like, there's so many things that, like, are no-nos or are just like, hey, make sure we're, you know, pointing things in this direction or that direction. Like, there is a skill to doing what we do.
Tara Lynn says I did that too. It's true. Like TL, who has been with the company for many years, like well before the pandemic and the creation of the Dream Stream and all that, and was a part of I don't know how many of these things, doing the Between the Sims, hosting that content and obviously just like was already on air, but still asked, me and I assume others all sorts of questions about the actual Sims when it came time for her to slide in for a full broadcast, because you want to be ready. You want to get yourself prepared, because it's just a different animal. Again, it's not hard. It's just different.
But you know what? I'm going to also say this, just for the argument, it's not hard, but it's not necessarily as easy. I think we just have done it for so long. Like, I give a huge shout out to both of our behind-the-scenes crew here. Like, Bry Guy, he's on this weekend. Dom's excited. He already shouted out in the chat. He steps in. TL, as you mentioned, we teamed up for 2 Sims this past weekend, our first quote-unquote solo, non-3-person weave, no glass nipple broadcast. So and she was great. It's a conversation, but it isn't like her joke. And I picked on her, but all the jokes aside, she was like, send me what we're going to talk about. I'm like, I'm sending you one of those bubble texts then. I don't know how my dad sends me all the time. I don't know how you send an empty text, but that's what it would have been.
You want to know how to do it? Just hit the space bar and then send.
Hold on.
You can use me as the guinea pig if you need.
I'm going to right now. And by the way, Obi, we all are, bro. We all are.
Yeah.
Anyways, just
and also you do. That's how it works.
Oh, let's say space send.
Contractor, full-time, part-time. You actually do get you get paid by the company.
Yeah.
You do work for the company.
Just saying.
That's just how it works. Call me crazy. Yeah. So I just got a text from you that says empty message.
Oh, cool. I did not know that's how it works. Yeah. Oh,
touchdown,
Darnold. Here he is. Sam Darnold, he'll be.
Could you do me a favor and send me another text that could you write the words empty message? I want to see if it comes through and looks exactly the same as when you send nothing.
I capitalized empty, did not capitalize message.
Yeah, it's identical. Except the difference is obviously when I open it up, I see empty message versus seeing nothing. It's kind of funny to me, I suppose. Don't know why I'm amused by that, but here I am.
George C says, make sure you talk about anything but sports. Your lives are boring. Oh, thanks, man. By the way, George, I don't know if you're being sarcastic, funny, or just think we stink, but which all I can agree on. But I will just say this. I'd rather have a boring life and this be what I do than whatever potential exciting life is. We've all been there.
Mm-hmm.
You can have an exciting life, don't get me wrong, but you want to have an overall. I think having a quote-unquote what people would consider a boring life is sometimes the best compliment I've ever gotten.
Well, I say it all the time, and obviously it's a popular expression. I didn't create it, but how's it going? Not a lot going on right now, but no news is good news sometimes.
Yeah,
it is. So sometimes you just don't want excitement.
You don't. I have had some real quote-unquote excitement in my life, and trust me, I'll take boring.
Yeah, hard pass.
Yeah. Obi-Wan, you're a side piece, not the main thing. Obi-Wan, I'll be your side piece, bro. You just slide in them DMs, dude. We can chat.
Obi-Wan, in truth, wouldn't that be part of, even for many full-timers at the company who are not, front-facing that way? Because he is obviously he is one of the co-founders. He's one of 3 founders, but he is the one that does the majority of the interviews and shows up on CNBC or wherever else talking on behalf of the company. I don't even know why I engage with Obi-Wan sometimes, but it's so short-sighted. It's just dumb.
Yeah. Whatever. I'm not even going to give him that much more thought. But by the way, shout out to our guy Kyle. I saw some people talking about Ian Thomas. He got you. And Smashland gives him the thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, you know what? Oh, I'm done. It doesn't matter.
No. 10-0. 10-0 Jets.
Sim. Yes.
Sims, and yeah, as Glash and Tom would say, talk about the Sim.
Talk about the Sim.
Talk about the Sim. You will see both them a little bit later on throughout the day as well.
the return, actually, sorry, not talking about the sim, but we sparked this conversation via Instagram with some of you and the other,
Yes.
main eventers, not the side pieces or the little guys like myself, in stature and in reality. But the freeze pop on Instagram, I sent it and I tagged you. I don't want to say it because now everyone's going to say that. Why'd you tag me? And I'm sure Tara will be the first one. But I saw a thing. It said like whatever. It's like you're 10 years.
She is Miss Instagram. That's for sure.
I know. In TL, it was an oversight. I'm going to let it go. But you got to let it go as well. We'll let it go together. Right here. It's like a balloon. But anyways, they showed all the freeze pop flavors, not Tommy freeze pop, like the actual freeze pop flavors. And they asked, you're like, whatever, you're 10 years old, your friend's mom bussies out in the summer for like when lunch break. Which one are you picking? And I'll tell you the colors because I can't tell you the flavors because I'm telling you right now, I don't believe some of these. Like, I don't know one of the flavors, but there's basically pink, a lighter orange, a blue, an off-white, which I'm still wondering what that off-white one is in the middle. I don't know what that is.
So is that just frozen water?
Yeah, coconut maybe. There's red, there's green, there's purple, and then there's a darker orange. So there's like 2 shades of orange in here. But which one do you go with?
So I responded to your IG tagging there, whatever the proper way to term that is. I went with grape. I went with the purple. And what I found really interesting was a number of people, a surprising number of people responded to my story, with saying grape. And I did not realize grape was a polarizing take. I mean, I was either getting like, yeah, grape all day, or like grape would be the last choice. There was no in between. There was no in between response. It was I didn't know grape was so controversial in the ice pop, freeze pop community.
Yeah, didn't know that either. I would lean like grape orange, obviously like pink, which I still don't know what the flavor is of pink. It could be like pink doesn't. No one has told me what that flavor is. I just call it pink. Is it strawberry? I don't know. Red's fruit punch. Orange is orange. There was no yellow, which is good because I think all lemon things stink. Which that white one could be.
So does that mean like you don't? Well, I don't know if you're a soda guy anyway. You're not like a Sprite 7-Up, like a lemon lime?
Here's what it is. I've said this before, and I will say it again. And I will stand on. This is the hill. Forget about all the things you've heard me say, and this is the hill I will die on. Ready?
This is the hill.
Climbing up it real quick, short because I am too. Anything lemon flavored is nasty, but here's the reason why. Because it doesn't actually taste like lemon. An actual lemon does not taste like any replicated lemon heads. No, it doesn't taste like lemon. It tastes like some sweet thing. Like lemons are not like they're bitter. But that's my reason. So like 7-Up or Sprite, let's say you mentioned. I don't drink a ton of soda, but I'm sure like I like that. I like some like lemon ice for Gatorades. Cool. But I don't think it actually replicates the lemon flavor. So throw it in the trash.
Would you have a lemon Italian ice?
Nope. Hard pass.
Okay.
Anything lemon. It's like you with cheese. Anything lemon, out.
No, I love cheese.
Well, on pizza.
Yeah, I'm just out on pizza. Yeah. It's not the cheese on the pizza, it's the pizza. Get out of here, pizza.
Oh, anyway.
First and goal. Carolina trying to get some points here. I like lemon. I'd never even thought about the whether or not that it's like faux lemon or truly lemon flavored. But lemon flavored things, again, Italian ice, whatever, a lemon head, like you brought up, those types. I'm in on that. You remember I don't know if you could still find these on ice cream trucks, but you certainly could back in the day. Great whites, it's basically a lemon ice pop.
Yes.
Like them. I enjoy them.
Oh, listen.
What the approach was there?
No, I don't know either. That was just somebody freaking out. That was a brain, like, you could see the thought process. Do I throw it? Do I run? Do I throw it? But yeah, I understand if people like it. I'm not telling people not to like it. I'm just telling you, I'm out.
Well, I was gonna say the white airhead, but that's the mystery flavor. It's not.
Yeah, that could be lemon.
It could be, but it's not. Is there a lemon airhead? There must be.
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but I avoid all things lemon.
I feel like there's got to be how could they not have a lemon airhead? That must exist.
Lisa Robinson, lemon heads do taste like lemons, just with sugar in them. Yum. Hey, if you like it, you're into it, go for it. I'd rather have a lemon. Literally, somebody said, here's a lemon candy. or here's a lemon. I will bite that lemon.
All right, Teddy. Come on, Teddy. Let's go, Teddy. We got a flag, Teddy.
Nope. Oh, told me anyways.
Now, I don't know why. Oh, goodness gracious, the chat right now. I don't know why Obi-Wan must be and all that, whoever else. I think it's actually maybe just the two of them talking about.
Oh, why'd they accept that penalty? Sorry.
Am I not acknowledging last night's NBA slate because I didn't win? What? It
was 2 games.
I don't win all the time. I had a perfectly fine night in NBA. I just didn't win our last minute NBA contest. I'll sleep at night. It was $1. I'll be all right. My head-to-heads went fine.
Will you?
Other smaller contests went fine. Didn't lose any money. It's more of a break-even night than anything, but I didn't lose. I don't understand the stresses that are happening here in the chat about this. Joey Sly, field goal.
I'm stressed. I'll tell you why. Because I now don't know what a lemon shake-up is. Do you know what a lemon shake-up? Lisa Robinson, Rossi, what about a lemon shake-up?
Never even heard of it.
Very interesting. I gotta look. Oh, this is just, again, I'm not telling anybody what to eat. I'm just letting you know I don't like lemon things. That's the hill. Oh, Cricket from Always Sunny. Here's a bag of lemons. Yeah, Tom's microwave.
I really enjoy. I can't think of was David Hornsby? Is that his real name? I
think so.
I really enjoy him on Mythic Quest, which is by the same people that do Always Sunny, actually. Do Always Sunny and did Community. It's the same people that do Mythic Quest, and he's great.
Yeah. Lemon Up is...
Are you a Mythic Quest? I feel like we've talked about this. Do you watch Mythic Quest?
I don't, but I know of it.
Yeah, I don't know if you have Apple TV, but if you do, you need to watch because it's so funny.
I do, and you know what? I'll put it... It will be maybe when there's nothing else like that comes to mind, I will pop it on. Or if I need...
There you go.
Because, like, I'm watching that Mirror of Easttown, which is basically just, like, the most depressing show of all time. So, like, I always, like, last night we watched, and then we had to watch, like, 4 episodes of The Office before I could even think about closing my eyes. Maybe I can add that to the queue.
Neville cleanup hitter. Pizza as well. Koff likes to be hated. I mean different. It is astounding to me. Truly, it is astounding to me that anyone out there, listening or otherwise, gives a damn about my taste buds.
No, I disagree. I completely disagree. They're here, they're listening, they're involved, they're invested. You're part of their, like what I just said about lemons. People have, like, that's part of it, dude. And pizza is such, like, it's like people not liking, well, I guess meat's different now, but like pizza just seems like that universal food. So anybody who doesn't like it, it's striking. Pizza is
I guess it's not so much that it's striking, it's more it has no impact on your life that I don't eat pizza. Nor to your point am I saying, like, you shouldn't eat pizza because I don't eat pizza. You should, like, I'm not running a cult here. I'm just telling you, hey, I don't eat pizza.
I think you're taking it too seriously. Calm down.
You should have heard Kenny on the last when this
Kenny stinks. All right, I said it. Kenny stinks.
I said it.
CJ says, if you had a choice, Jason Rossi, would it be lemon heads or Whoppers? You have to answer. Now that... So I don't like Whoppers. I think they're the worst candy, aside from anything lemon flavored. Duh. But,
Carolyn says it does impact my life, and I don't know why.
Yeah, it does. I agree with that. If I had to pick between Whopper and lemon heads, really despise Whoppers. They're just gross. I guess it's like against my like religion with the lemon head thing, but oddly, I think I'd take a lemon head. I think Whoppers are just such a waste of calories. Like, I don't even want to bite into them. It makes my, like, teeth uncomfortable, my mouth uneasy.
Getting close to the half. It's 10-3 Jets in front right now. As far as our scoreboard here, I'm perfectly mediocre in the standings and in life. 85 out of 141. Our pal, Lord Silverman, who finished in dead last in the 2 o'clock sim, is currently in first place right now of the early bird special.
Nice job. That's how you bounce back so far. Oh, if we can get a Jameson.
Got there. Touchdown.
Hogs.
That helps you. You got Hogs.
Here it is.
I've got hose.
That one.
I've got hose.
And just in case, I just want to say one thing. I got to put a disclaimer out like we do in the beginning of all these. I said Kenny stinks to pivot the conversation. Do I think he actually stinks? No. Do I think some of the things he says stinks? Of course. Just like you all think I stink and things I say stink, which is good.
I don't think you stink.
Well, I might literally. Actually, I just took a shower before this, so I don't actually stink. But you know what I mean. We all have our moments.
Clem says, you know what? This is well put. Clem says, I mean, someone having a third arm just sticking out there wouldn't affect my life in any way, but I'd still think it's pretty weird.
There you go. Or, let's be honest. Imagine a third arm. That'd be kind of awesome. So many more things.
Mean, it would be difficult to shop. It'd be tough to find a shirt that would accommodate 3 arms. But
I need it coming through my chest.
But incredibly handy, I would think.
Oh.
Not even where I was going with that, but yeah.
I want it coming through my chest because then you could like just cut a hole in the middle of your shirts, or if you have a button up, you can easily just leave.
No, because I mean, think about how difficult it'd be to hug somebody.
Whatever. Give them an extra little. You can grab their face while you're hugging them. It gets real personal. You don't hug anymore, by the way.
Have you? Are you at the part of the post-vaccination process and life return to normal and all that, where you are once again embracing with people, or do you have? And there's no judgment here whatsoever. I want to put that out there. Are you a little slow to want to get back to handshakes and hugs and high fives and whatever else is?
I am going the route of the greatest comedian of our lifetime, Mr. Why can't I think of his name all of a sudden?
Robin Williams?
Nope.
George Carlin?
Nope. Greatest, I said. Howie Mandel. Howie Mandel. Fist bump.
The germaphobe.
Yep, going for a bump right now. Unless it's like family, which I actually can't think of the last time I hugged somebody. Like outside of like my immediate family, but like fist bumps for me. And I've always kind of been a fist bump guy. I do love the hand. I love I guess they call it the bro hug, right? When you clap them in.
Yeah, then bring it in. Yeah.
I think I'm going, but I'll be honest, Scoff, where I'm at right now, fist bumps, but catch me about a month from now, I'm going to be hugging. When I start seeing my friends again.
You'll be hugging everybody.
Oh, I'm going to be hugging. And there's going to be a lot of body parts touching kind of hugs too. No room for the Holy Ghost.
Now, I don't know if you were sarcastically calling Howie Mandel great or just picking him out because he is a noted and admitted germaphobe, but he is a stand-up special. I wish I could remember what it's called, but it's easily a decade old, maybe longer, where much of it is focused around like the Bobby's World show and doing that impression. And it's back. I mean, to give you an idea of how long ago it was, it's probably 20 years old. It's what he had hair. It's not, not the shaved head look, but it is. I am not kidding when I say it is one of the best singular hours of comedy I have ever seen. That particular special.
Yeah, I have seen it. I think guys like him, some Ellen stand-up are so like, because whatever you think of these people or what you think of their character, like I just think like they're some of the funniest stand-up. Like I go back to often. I know a lot of people go with like the huge home run hitters and stand-up, but that one you're talking about, I forget the name of it. It's one when he does the glove on the head too.
Yes.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's ridiculous the things he does and says. Hold on. I got a timeout here. Let me just very quick. It did. You can shut the windows. Thanks. Just letting you guys know I turned the AC on now. It's 81 degrees.
No, I don't think so. I know he's famous for the latex glove thing, but
that was in that one.
The stand-up that I'm talking about.
So you're talking about the next, because you said Bobby's World and I didn't catch that in the beginning. That was late because the latex glove one was like late 80s.
Yeah, that was this is more recent. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna find it. Yeah, because and he was part of, like Comic Relief for years as well.
Yeah, he's really funny. He is, and even in the shows he's on, I don't even know what they are anymore. America's Got Talent or whatever. He's good on those shows too. I don't really watch it, but when I do.
Maybe his Wikipedia would tell me. It feels like a good place to find it.
By the way, CJ says Emerson won't hug. he will be licking faces like his dogs do.
Oh, I bet he's already hugging.
Oh, listen, I actually saw him in person in IRL, and all he did was just like touch my upper arms. It was very weird.
I think it's just called Howie Mandel Live, and it was 2006.
Oh, 2006. Wow. He didn't have hair then either?
I guess not.
Or he did have hair, you were saying?
No, he had hair.
He did, okay.
The special that I'm thinking, I don't know, I gotta look it up. Or keep looking it up. Continue my research outside of the sim. I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, Hunter said.
I'll buy the DVD.
All right, add it to the collection.
Put it on the wall. Yes.
I forget. Do you call your wife? If we had this conversation, what do you call your wife?
We have had that. Well, we haven't had the conversation. You were having the conversation. I popped in the chat one day and I answered.
Oh,
DJ Moore.
No, it's Robbie, right? No, it's DJ.
A touchdown, 33-yarder. Either by name, obviously, or Hun or Babe.
Babe.
I feel like Hun is a real go-to around here.
Okay. And there's no judgment again. Same thing as you said before. But I'm just always curious what people call it. So anyway, so you're just, hey, Hun, what are you thinking for dinner tonight? Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. You know what I never understood, too? So, how would you spell Hun?
Hun.
Me too. My mom for years has called me Hun, Hon. And I've always found it different.
Maybe there's marriage and maybe there's kids. That's the Hun is romantically is Hun. The Hun as in mutual human beings of the planet is HON.
I guess I've never actually Googled to see if HON exists in the dictionary as Hun. Maybe, you know what? While I'm here on the internet.
I just can picture you later. Hun, what's for dinner? And you talk, and then you're like, well, that's good. I'm glad. Thank you. We're looking forward to it. But I just want to let you know, I just ordered a Howie Mandel DVD. Add to the collection. Money well spent, Hun.
Hun?
Yes, Hunter. I have seen that, by the way. I've seen that like viral clip.
Hunter,
yes. Hunter. He says, have you seen
Howard, oh God, talk football.
By the way, D. Murray says, I call my wife X. Oh,
got him.
I don't know if that's true or not, but sorry for your bills, but hey, got to move on. If it ain't right, it ain't right. People in Maryland use Hun, H-O-N. It's like a hashtag, but it's definitely Hun. Okay, but it's definitely Hun, H-U-N, says the powers of BWP. Freaks in here saying great energy in the commentary, as always.
Great energy.
Appreciate you. Get to the half here.
Brian Guy says, wouldn't it be short for honey? Yeah, I mean, that's
a great point. That is a award-winning, knowledgeable point by Bry Guy.
So why do we do HUN then? Where did we get it all wrong?
Because we wanted to turn it into like more of like a cutesy thing, like bunny, honey, with HUN. I don't know. I'm making it up as we go along. Hun makes, but the way he just said it makes total sense. But if you really think about the whole thing, why are we calling anybody honey? I'm gonna start calling you sugar.
Do.
Oh, great Simpsons clip with that song.
I'm just scouring the internet for Howie Mandel stand-up DVDs right now.
Well, while you do that, Bridgewater's got a whopping 179. So he's actually doing well. He's got the score. You got 125 from Darnold. He's got the score through the air, and he ran that one in. He's got just the one carry, 7 yards in the score. McCaffrey, 728. Don't like that. Le'Veon Bell, no good there. And receiving for all the yards, it's been spread around. Curtis Samuel, my captain, he's got 4 for 57. The touchdown for Hogan, he's just got 2 for 12. Robbie Anderson, 2 for 40. 55 yards for Brashard Perriman on 3 grabs. Ian Thomas, 3 for 44. So Crowder's got 2 for 43. So the ball's being spread around. No big standout receiver. DJ Moore with the touchdown, just 1 grab, 33. And Christian McCaffrey, 1 catch, 5 yards. Don't like him today. Not liking this.
Emerson's Peloton says, my wife takes offense if I call her by her government name.
Jeez, offense. Right. Like if her name's Brenda, it's like, hey, Brenda. She's like, don't you dare. You don't call me that.
You don't call me that.
The only thing, and here we go, people start using it. Only thing I don't like, and I think I've talked about this once before, is when people call me the best. Don't like that. Because it just means I did something. It just means I did something.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's just like, you can just say, yeah, thank you. Like, you're the man, you're the best. Awesome, you're the best.
But best at what? There's got to be somebody better.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not the best. I just did something.
I just did something.
I'm not repeating that, LT, because I can't tell if that word is bad or not, but he says his girlfriend's name. He says, I call her the Hun.
Oh, Attila, like Attila the Hun,
yeah. It took me a second.
Yeah.
Took me a second. A little slow.
17-10 here in this one as we begin quarter number 3. Rossi, Koff, TL, Bride Guy, Kyle. All here with you. A few hours away from the NBA getting going tonight. Enjoy it, folks. 3-gamer. A like away from 200. Smash that like. Let's get up over 200. Maybe 250 by the end of the sim would be delightful, folks. Smash that like. Hit the subscribe button here on YouTube. Give us a follow on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Bad Boys Pops says Koff, Rossi, when 85% of the sim contest consists of random banter, it's not really that tough as long as you're a good conversationalist and quick-witted. You're good.
Sure.
You know what else? You need to be reasonably well-versed in any direction the sim might go, right? You can't just have no clue about anything. You don't have to be it's sort of the whole jack of all trades, master of none. You don't need to be proficient, don't need to be an expert on a topic. You just got to be able to guide your way through a conversation enough. Now, I don't think that's as true maybe in all sims, because typically we're the ones who gear the conversation, so we're not going to take it down a road that neither of us is capable of talking about. So there's a little counterintuitiveness there. But in those times when we do start talking football, you need to have some idea of what's going on.
Absolutely. Like when Tara Lynn, when we started our first sim, she just started dropping knowledge on me. She came in strong. She was like, hey, hear about Russell Wilson practicing with Drew Brees, throwing the pigskin around? I was like, whoa, here we go. Giddy up. Girl knows.
There you go.
Speaking of, I got a little real sports news here, including news about the GOAT.
Okay.
Some breaking news. Wayne Gretzky, maybe realistically the greatest of all time of any, but
yeah,
stepping down as the Oilers vice chairman. By the way, Oilers, embarrassing. Sorry, just gonna say it. I'm a hockey guy, so absolutely embarrassing what they went through. They have one of the best players on the planet. Also, did not, as much as I'm a hockey guy, did not really know the role that Gretzky held there for the Oilers. I still thought he was somehow involved with Arizona. But anywho, it looks like what the big deals is you're seeing with like NBC Universal moving their rights with hockey, TNT getting hockey. Yep. Looks like he's being courted to join TNT on television. So might be a little move to be like, yeah, I'm all done with this. I'm going in front of the screens again.
That could be fun.
I think it would be great. I think they're going to need a Wayne Gretzky. I don't know what his takes are like, but you're going to need look at inside the NBA, like what that has become, right?
Oh, and the best studio show around.
Exactly. Now, hockey, not saying that they have to try to emulate that the best they can. They need to find that show for hockey, and you're going to need very notable players, not guys, Wayne Gretzky will make you tune in for a minute at least.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he'll keep you there.
No, don't think he will, but he might make you go, oh, yeah, I want to see what he has to say before your local market team plays on the network.
Fact of the matter is, and it's different strokes for different folks, right? Like one of the big things with NBC is you can't just say whatever you want. You'll be reprimanded, which is why some of their commentators, while great in terms of their analytic knowledge of hockey, in terms of personality, are a little bit dry. You're not tuning in. Like Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley in particular, and no disrespect to Kenny Smith, obviously a multiple-time NBA champ, but like Barkley and Shaq, two of the greatest all-time basketball players. I mean, period, ever. Two of the greatest.
Great.
But you're not, and they could, they're capable. That's not what they're there for. They're there to show their personality. Barkley, in particular, is there to make headlines, say ridiculous things, offend, just be himself, quite frankly. He is there to just be himself. So if TNT wanted to go that route, if TNT was looking to try and replicate that show in hockey, and I don't know exactly who you would have on, and I'm sure if people want to weigh in on the chat, but like, you might have Mike Milbury, who obviously didn't work out with NBC. You might have Grapes, Don Cherry, didn't work out, obviously, after a little while.
1,000%, that's the good. By the way, stack them kickers is a nice mentality so far. 3 field goals, 2 touchdowns, just saying. Or 3 touchdowns, actually, so tied between the 2. But he's the guy, because he's the only one, I had a pretty hockey-heavy show that I was a part of for a while, and he was the guy you wanted. He's going to give you the headlines. He may say some stupid stuff too, but so does Barkley. How many times you see Charles Barkley in like a headline that you're like, oh, he said this and he's on hot water, and you see him back the next week.
Dude, they play a game on, and I didn't really get it at first, and then you just kind of embrace that it is what it is. They play a game, and it's a popular one on that show. Like, let's see if Barkley can name who, or Shaq can name who these guys play for.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Like in today's no, it's not. It's actually not their job at all. It's their job to entertain you. That is their job. And if part of their entertainment is not having a clue who a guy plays for, or that, I don't even remember who it was that Barkley interviewed the other day, that it was this whole big viral headline that Barkley he was naming his favorite American players to win, some sort of, be the leading scorer on the slate or something like that, and Barkley didn't know the guy was actually Canadian. Like, that's what they're there for. That is why they're there.
Kind of like us.
In some ways. And TNT could completely attempt to replicate that show. Wouldn't be as good, because it took, that show's been around for, 25, 30 years? It took time for it to become that good. It took time for it to find that mix. And obviously they did that documentary a month or so back about that Big Four, and obviously Ernie Johnson driving the ship. To find that equivalent in hockey, I don't know how easy it would be, how difficult or how long a process, but the idea of doing it would be great, because hockey players, former, current, have incredible personalities. Some of them, you have no idea until you get them in front of an open mic. You just walk around a locker room and hear some of these guys. You get the ones that are willing to talk, could be electric, could be incredible television.
Agreed. We'll see. I think it's going to be fascinating. I think, and earlier, Robbie said something like nothing can save hockey, but I don't think hockey is in danger of anything. I think they know what they are. They're a regional sport, kind of the situation baseball's kind of going through. You just got to highlight certain things, and when you're on national television, get something that grabs people's attention. And I think that's, NBA did it really well, as we just mentioned. It broke down. Well, coughed it.
Voice of Pop, and he's correct about this, says has to be organic, can't be a gimmick. Yeah, you can't force it. You just got to find that right mix, that right chemistry. Curtis Samuel with the catch right there. Someone says, I think it was the Guru from scrolling back. It was B. Don Walk. One of you should at least be a Madden guru, or that's where I got Guru confused. One of you should at least be a Madden guru or even play Madden 21.
I got you.
Well, true in many ways, but at the same time, our pal Obi-Wan said earlier in the chat, out of nowhere, guy hasn't even come up today, says, everybody hates Billy D. Well, one, that's not true. But two, none of us, and I know he's not on all the time anymore, none of us plays more Madden or knows more about Madden than Babysitter Billy. So that is not your end all be all.
No, and I will just say this, being a fan of this series for years, I have logged so many hours of Madden, don't play it as much as I used to, but I will just say that, there is a tendency to it, but again, that's why we have guys like you mentioned, Babysitter Billy, who one of the godfathers, like Zach Thompson, who, by the way, go over to that Madden Sims info page, because I'll tell you right now, I can tell you all the stats about Robbie Anderson, why I like him, his catch radius, his height, his speed. But guess what? If it doesn't come in, it doesn't always come into factor from game to game as well. But I'll just say I don't mind that take though. I don't disagree. I don't think we have to necessarily be experts, but we can at least acknowledge it.
Sure.
So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to have Koff from here on out. Just talk about the statistics for all these guys. Rating.
Earlier in our Madden sim days, and I don't even mean all the way back to Madden 21 or 20. I did it during 21 plenty too, but I don't know. I just kind of stopped a few months ago for whatever reason. I used to shout out a guy's acceleration, or catch rating, or speed, or overall rating, or here are his X Factor abilities, here are his superstar. I would shout that stuff out regularly, along with their salaries. I would give you all of that information constantly, and after a little while, I was like,
they get it.
I'm going to interrupt the flow of conversation of whatever it is we're talking about just to mix in that so and so is $4,800 in the flex in this game, and has the bulldozer superstar trait. Like, it's not, I don't think those of you are here for the most part. I don't think the majority of you feel compelled to have all of that.
And I will just say we're going to be we're right around the corner from the next release, which there's been no news from the new Madden. Oh, hello, cat. My cat just stepped in. There's been no news. So with that being said, once that comes out, we'll be right back on that horse.
I just I'm going to word this very carefully. So I'm continuing my binge of The League, which we've talked about before, and recently got past the episode where all of the guys decide that no one can make a joke about Andre's cat.
Yes.
For anyone that remembers that episode, funny.
I know exactly what we're talking about. I'm living that life right now.
One of those, if you know, you know.
Yeah. By the way, Obi, just because he wants you to make sure he's clear, he said everyone doesn't like you, Koff.
Oh, okay.
He said ask Billy. So Billy,
I gotcha. Well, yeah.
Either way.
My bad.
Everybody hates Koff. It's going to be a spin-off series here on the Dream Stream. You get it.
It worked for Chris Rock. Let's go.
For Heartbeat.
Yeah. 20, that's true. Not for very long. 20-10. Jets are leading through 3. I told Billy over text yesterday that our friendship is on hold until he has started to check out Mythic Quest.
There you go.
Tired of recommending things to this guy, and he just ignores the recommendations.
You're not on that list. He has a certain amount of people I think he he wants to appease with what he watches, what he does, and unfortunately, Koff, you're not making the list. I'm not on the list either. I care less what I think.
Yeah. Yep, I agree.
Just what happens. We all have those people in our lives, but I try to just be pretty straight and narrow. Lay off Koff, says Tara Lynn.
And that's from Tara Lynn.
Yeah, she must be feeling it.
It must be really, yeah. Ian Thomas.
Come on. Let's see.
First of the day, touchdown Carolina.
Gotta be doing wonders for my lineup.
Fidelis says, Koff, how about a daily baseball contest? I've done it sporadically. I've done it a few times. And I have thought about, I don't think daily is going to happen because I'm not interested in playing baseball daily. And obviously, when I create the contest, then I have a lineup. Although I think maybe I'm mistaken. I might be able to create the contest and then just withdraw and not have an entry. So it is, I could look into that. It's possible. But when basketball ends, I'll do more baseball in the summertime, for sure.
Summertime, Koff Sands contest. All right, I'm into that. I like doing baseball because I feel like it's I hate to say this in a bad way, but there's a little more of a crapshoot to baseball. And
well, yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
Sorry, I thought I heard multiple voices in my house. It's weird stuff going on.
Is Glash there?
He might be. Glash?
Glash?
No, I think my wife's just doing different voices upstairs. I think she's playing characters, but I couldn't tell.
Is that to amuse your child or just because?
I think so. I don't know.
Personality disorder.
Probably a little bit A, a little bit of B.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's home now. I have no idea what's going on. When I'm on these sims, things just happen. I'm sure it's like you. You're downstairs. You hear some things, but you don't really know.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Jets can put this game away here. if they want to. They could take that 10-point commanding lead in the fourth.
Where are we at with our contest? 93rd for me. Awful.
Yeah, I thought I'd be doing better, but I'm not. I'm currently in 45th.
Well, McCaffrey's been a real letdown in the captain spot for me and about 18% of other people.
Yeah.
The stacking the kickers has not been poor. They have 13 combined points. Almost 2x value on their prices combined. Andrew, 34-23-2 is in front right now with Perriman at captain. Bridgewater, Darnold, Samuel, Thomas, Hogan. I would not have anticipated both QBs being in the winning lineup, which I know we're not there yet, but it's possible.
Sure is, yeah, because I'm trying to think, who do I really need in this drive? I like Crowder, because I didn't hear him in that winning lineup, so I guess I could use him here. And I need Samuel to start going off, but it's like they're going to work the bell cow, for no pun intended, but Lev Bell, as you mentioned, free agent, which is still a little strange to me. There's a couple of players
out there.
Like a couple of players, I'm like, wonder what's going to happen with them. Like I look at a guy like Larry Fitzgerald, which I just don't want. I don't want Larry Fitzgerald to have one of those just like June retirements. I don't think he's going to retire. I'm assuming he's keeping himself in shape and connecting with the Cardinals, probably a few other teams. But
well, hasn't he said? I might be wrong about this, but hasn't he said that it's Arizona or bust? Either he's going back to the Cardinals or he's retiring, because he's one of those guys that wants to be the one team guy.
I would like that for him. Like he feels like the Tim Duncan of the NFL.
I'd like him to have an actual opportunity at a championship. I would be very happy if he signed with a contender.
Okay. So I'm just trying to think of where that, like, it's funny at this point. It's like, I might as well, is Tampa looking? Does Tampa need like an eighth?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, wherever it is that he would potentially wind up, you're talking about a guy being a, fourth or fifth receiver? It's not, he's a depth guy.
He's on the team.
He's not going anywhere to be dominant at this stage of his career. That's, mentor some young players and come up with 30 catches over the course of the year.
Yeah, that's why I still think Pittsburgh makes the most sense, like from that standpoint. Obviously, Arizona, like I said, I just feel like he has that Tim Duncan quality to him. Class act, never outspoken, never like his play is always overshadowed who he is, which I think is like a little bit refreshing in the leagues that we're talking about in the NBA, the NFL. But it will be interesting. I think it would be very fascinating to see what ends up happening with someone like him. Just storied career. Frank Gore's another one. I think that's out there that I feel will play. I just wanted to see him continue to play.
Somebody will sign Frank Gore.
Yeah, just selfishly. I don't even care if he's good, if he even gets snaps. Like, I just want to see him continue. And he is like, I think he's only like, he's less than 1,000 yards or 2,000 yards away from being like a next level up for the all-time leading rushers. We'll look at that real quick. I know he's up there. I think Larry Fitz somewhere.
Well, Fitzgerald is still in striking distance of, he's already top 5 in most all-time receiving categories of note, but he's in striking distance if he played another couple of years of climbing up the ladder even more.
Yeah, so right now, just going, Frank Gore is the 4th leading rusher. If he needs third. He needs 727 yards to pass Walter Payton. He's not catching Emmitt Smith. That's over almost 3,000 yards. So if he can play another 2 years, get about 300 and change both years, he's going to pass him. Go get him, Frank.
Just needs that opportunity. Halfway through the 4th, 3-point game right now. 1st and goal from the 8. Jets trying to open this thing up again. Bad boys a pop. D-Rod, just a fair warning even before our production crew sees you. Calm down in the chat, or somebody will get put in timeout.
Oh.
I'm not going to be the one doing it, but I know the way this goes. So behave yourselves. Dial it back.
Yeah, let's chill out, everybody. Let's enjoy it. I don't know where everybody is. Obviously, we know you guys are all scattered around the world and the universe, but hopefully it's as nice as it is here in the greater Boston area. It's a beautiful day. Beautiful day for Le'Veon Bell to get stuffed. Yeah, it's just such a nice day. So hopefully wherever you are, wherever brings you here, and whatever day or type happened. Yeah, I know we kind of went all over the place here today, but I hope you're honestly having a great day. It's a nice day out. It's a good day to make sure you're staying hydrated as always. Turn that frown upside down and, say some nice things about people. Not us, other people. The Huns of your life.
The Huns. The H-O-Ns. Third and goal from the 3.
Make a move. Nope.
Pass completed. Le'Veon Bell, but out of bounds at the 7. Lost 4 yards. Hit that like, folks. About 400 people watching the Dream Stream on the YouTube. Denny says, beautiful in Atlanta.
Like to hear that. Shout out to Atlanta, where the players play. Denny.
Robbie says he spreads that good the good vibes. So that's another one. I know we were talking just the other day about the term take and its evolution.
Yeah.
When did vibes become a thing? Like, that's really happened in the last year or two, hasn't it?
I say takes were developed when Twitter came out. I think vibes came when Instagram was developed. Because I feel like that's why
that long. You think?
I think vibes has been around because it was always it was summer vibes, or like I feel like that's been a thing for like a good like well over a handful of years in my memory. Where's TL? I bet you that was.
Yeah, she says it's been around. Coffee, you papa.
I feel like because there was always summer vibes, good vibes. I think all the other stuff like mood, I bet you is more what you're thinking when people say like, "Cough is such a mood today." Like not in a mood, like you are a mood. Like I still don't really understand that, but I use it.
No, I'm definitely thinking of vibes. I guess I've been out of the loop.
You've been out of the loop. You know when loop started, right? 1972. No, but yeah, vibes has definitely been around. I know you're probably Googling it right now. Like there's going to be a website that gives you the origins of vibes.
No, I was just writing Tara Lynn back in our chat.
Oh, jeez. Now I'm on
If as Queenie says, I always say Rossi is always full of positive vibes.
Most of the time. I do have my moments. But even in that, like I always try to keep it on the up and up. There's too much serious crap in reality, so.
On that end, you know what I've learned about you in our Instagram friendship? You're a big meme and just like funny video, positivity, whatever. Like your stories are filled each day with things that are not trending necessarily.
No.
But just fun memes, fun. Like I'm here to provide you with a laugh. Thanks for stopping by.
Honestly, if I die tomorrow, I want that to be on my gravestone. I'm here to help you with some laughs. Thanks for stopping by. Peace. Peace. Keep on walking. Now go over there where your poor uncle that passed. No.
So Eduardo says Vibe has been around, but it's grown significantly more popular in the past 2 years. All right, well then if that is true, Eduardo, I feel vindicated.
Eduardo is also a papa.
Yeah, also a dad.
Yeah.
Also an out of touch dad.
Yeah, just things have
Bridgewater into the bonus, 307 and a touchdown.
Love to see it. See if we can get a late score. Take the dub here for Carolina.
Some had asked about baseball talk, baseball advice for your DFS slates. Well,
let me kick it off.
Darian Thorne here has popped into our Zoom window, and I can only expect it is not just because he desperately misses the Sim Fam and really is showing up early for the 6 o'clock. It's because you got the slate coming up after this one. Gary, I'm going to be offering you some DFS advice, seemingly with Steve Buchanan, because Gary doesn't travel alone. And
does he not? Does he just he has to have somebody with him at all times?
Well, and Buke's just going solo that whole time. No one needs to hear that. He needs a partner. So those two will be together, and it'll be great. Christian McCaffrey, touchdown, first of the day.
So maybe that will help you make some cash in this one. Those guys are going to help you make some cash tonight.
Well, cash.
Well, cash, man. I got to get it. How else are you going to get that Taco Bell?
Abby Rizzle, I believe it was Abby a little while ago too, said, so which lazy commentators haven't created pre-roll for the... Now, I don't know what time it is where Abby is, because she said the 7 o'clock.
So that's probably 8. That's just my guess.
Now, but if that's the case, and I haven't looked at the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby, but Flash is on the 6 and 8. And he's good about creating his contests. So maybe she's on the West Coast to means 10, in which case it would be Moose and Tom. And Jeff definitely has never created a contest in his life. I feel like Freeze Pops is generally pretty good, though.
I gotta say, I kind of give a shout to Moose for it. Not going to do anything more than he needs to do. And he's so smart. He has such excellent advice on most of the things he's going to tell you. But he will never, and I don't mean that is not offensive, and we have talked about it. So I don't think he would take offense when the chat's like, "Oh, Moose Rossi was picking on you in the sim earlier." But he's so funny about that. He's like, "Yeah, man, like I got the 10 o'clock." He was like, him and BK were doing this. He's like, "Not making a contest, so just like jump in the free roll." All right, catch you guys in a little bit. I was like, "All right, respect."
He's here to do what's asked of him.
What's needed.
Strive, as we joke around one of my other places of work, we strive for adequacy.
Hooters?
Just meet that bare minimum. Just do what you're supposed to do. That's what Moose is coming in for. You want me to create a contest? Nope.
Does it?
Tell you what, I'll join the larger one.
Do I make any more off of it?
Yeah.
He might be the smartest man in The Sims.
He's up there. He's a knowledgeable fella. I think we are blessed to have some intellectual people. Moose is in that category. Christian, I think, is a very smart guy.
Yep, not me.
Lamarca.
Oh yeah.
I think Lamarca's a bright guy. It might end there.
If you play an instrument, you're smart.
That's true.
Sorry.
And if you play multiple, watch out.
Yep. Oh, speaking of watching out.
Hello.
Perriman. Yeah, getting down the sideline. He just did the bonus there. It's gonna be close.
1st and 10 from the 17. Jets trying to find a way to win this thing all of a sudden.
He does. Bonus time. Sharp Perriman. 30 yards there. Are they going to play conservative here?
Oh, gross.
Le'Veon Bell was not the play today.
Emerson's forehead says, "I'm smart enough to know that I'm not smart."
It's a quality.
Know your strengths. That's what it's all about.
Highlight them, too. Hide those weaknesses.
For one person at a time. That's what I always say.
Koff's really good at that.
Final 40. I mean, the best news for Bukes and Gary in here is that this one is in no danger of going to overtime.
By them, you mean me. I'm very excited about that.
Yes, you too. Grease the ball. I played the triangle. Does that count?
Can you play it like actually play it? Like, can you play actual songs? Because if so, yes.
Like, could you be part of an orchestra? Or do you just bang on a triangle?
I give it that triangle. Yeah, like, are you just dinner belling it, or are you actually able to play?
You dinner belling it. That's the perfect way to put that.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I used to think I could play things too. Like the drums. Then I got actual drums. Nope. Well, we got in front of them. They were never allowed in the house.
You got to put them in the front yard. Play for the neighborhood.
Perfect.
Take those drums outside. Pick it. Good. Man, yes. We have got a serious number of picking points here in this one.
Yeah, he's got 4 field goals here. 5 field goals.
Up to 14 points.
He was the play.
I'm going to look at his game log. Has he ever touched 14 before? Let me see.
I would say yes.
I see a 12. I see an 11. That's it. This is only the 3rd time that Sam Ficken in Madden 21 has hit double figures. And this right here is a new sim high. Congratulations, Sam Ficken. I'm happy to be here for history.
Love it. He's going to make we'll see what Carolina can do in no timeouts, 25 seconds, but could be putting the Jets into a 1-0 start to this new Madden season here with DraftKings.
I'm glad my mic is not picking it up. At least I don't think it is. You would think, listening to my 3-year-old, now 3-year-old right now, that there was a crime happening upstairs.
Did you check in? Should you maybe check?
No, I mean, it's just, you know the difference between real problems and tantrums.
Oh, yeah.
and this is colossal.
Are you gonna stay on for the baseball? Hey guys, you need a third?
You sure we don't want to go to overtime? Do we have in the matter? Can we go to overtime?
I think that Samuel might be it. That's gonna be your ball game.
You scaring? You want me to be like?
No, the answer is no.
Like Tony Reale, I'll be the stat guy. I'll just you guys need anything? I'll just submit questions from the chat.
No, we don't need anything. Thanks.
All right.
At least he put it politely.
All right, the wrench guy is back on mute.
That was T.
Final.
That ball game. I'm going to quickly do this for you, Koff. My crusty guy there. It's going to be Sam Ficken. Come on. I know a bunch of people hit bonuses and everyone's excited about it. Don't care though. And Le'Veon Bell will be my Not My Kid award.
Man, Curtis Samuel, Sam Darnold, Teddy Bridgewater, Brashad Perriman, also disrespected, but I'm here for it. Sam Ficken, your Krusty Koff Award winner. All right, very good. Lev Bell on the babysitter Billy. Very cool. Yes. So here's what's up the rest of your Dream Stream day, folks. You, of course, have 3 more sims starting in about 45 minutes. It will be the Cardinals Titans, Brendan Glasheen, Christian DeAndrea. Glash will stick around with Tom Carroll for the Broncos and Giants. That after the happy hour sim, prime time. And then, of course, Madden After Dark or, West Coast 7. Moose, Jeff Ulrich, and Tom Ace. Dolphins and Patriots. Should be a good time. I'll be back for the first 2 tomorrow, the noon and the 2. Rossi will follow that for the 4 o'clock. It's a fraud shift for him, just a one and done on a wild weather Wednesday. But coming up right now, it is the slate. All those people that have been wanting to get into a little MLB advice for this evening, well, you've come to the right place. Now just don't leave. Hang out. Steve Buchanan, who hasn't smiled in years, and Gary and Thorne, who can't stop now. These two coming up for you right now. Thanks, Tara Lynn. Thanks, Bry Guy. Thanks, Kyle. See you, Rossi.
I mean, I am smiling now because it is Tuesday evening. I am with one of my good friends, Gary and Thorne, and this is the MLB edition of the slate. And we're going to be talking some baseball with a massive 13-game slate that is coming your way starting at 7:05 p.m. Eastern tonight. It is aces galore. That is going to be the theme of this slate, and we have a ton of things to get to for tonight, so let's not waste any more time. Let's get right into it. But before we do that, let's do salutations and hellos. Garion, good to see you on the show.
Yeah, glad to be here as always, Bukes. Should be a fun Tuesday schedules. You mentioned 13 games. No weather implications, which is always nice, at least negative weather implications. So I can kind of check off that box and not have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. And yeah, a lot of good pitchers, which has created some interesting dynamics in the pitcher pricing.
Absolutely. And we'll get to all those as the show goes on. So as we said, there are so many, and I mean so many good pitching options going on this slate tonight. And it starts all off with the return of Jacob deGrom, who was on the IL due to some side issues. So they say the Mets were actually cautious for a change and putting somebody on the IL when they needed it. And he comes in tonight facing arguably one of the worst offenses in the league, at least on the road, in the Colorado Rockies. If you want to know how bad this offense is, if you want to know just how bad they've been on the road, let's peel those numbers away from Coors Field. And let's tell you how bad this team has been against righties on the road, Gary. And 54 WRC plus, 249 WOBA, a .078 isolated power. Like, my goodness. What is this team even doing when they're away from Coors Field? Are they trying? I don't think they're trying. Yeah, but he is 11,800 tonight, which is 1,100 more than Max Scherzer. Are you going out of your way to play Jacob deGrom? Yes, of course you are. But is there a case where you don't play him tonight and you don't go for that massive strikeout upside?
I think there almost has to be. I mean, I'm not sitting here advocating, you're completely fading Jacob deGrom, because as you mentioned, there are few matchups better in baseball than getting this Rockies team on the road. And the Mets have stated several times throughout today that there are no restrictions with Jacob deGrom. The fact that he only threw 3 innings in that low A rehab start that had nothing to do with what his pitch count would be in this game. It was just being cautious with someone who, like you alluded to, maybe just needed like a week off. The issue is just that there are so many viable pitching options that when you start breaking it down on a per dollar basis, I mean, I don't even feel like I'm getting too cute by saying there are just better per dollar pitchers than the best pitcher in baseball. But, we've got Corbin Burns at $9,100. It's the first time he's been less than $10,000 in about 2 months. And that's understandable. He's got a 45% strikeout rate this season and a FIP below 1. We've got whether or not we can obviously debate whether or not Clayton Kershaw is like a viable pitcher on this slate. He's not really someone I really want to have all that much exposure to against the Astros, but he's
$8K. He's 8,000.
That's crazy. It's crazy. And then, if we want to get away from like the name value guys, you've got someone like Kevin Gausman who has an ERA below 1 his last 6 starts. And he's $7,200 in a great matchup against the Diamondbacks. So this is one of those weird slates where, obviously the algorithm has to adjust for having a lot of pitchers priced, above 9,000, above 10,000. And some guys are just going to slide because of that. But there are so many opportunities to save a little bit of money that, look, I'm going to have DeGrom shares. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't going to have anything. But I do think this isn't a night where you have to go in with like 75 or 80% exposure. I think you can really mix and match.
And of course, like we said, nobody matches up to Jacob deGrom. Okay. He's already faced this Colorado Rockies team, struck out 14 through 6 innings, gave up in Coors Field, gave up 3 unearned runs on his way to 43.1 DraftKings fantasy points. I forgot to get some water and I'm thirsty already. And I'm really pissing myself. And you look at some of the other options on here though, but like, even Max Scherzer, 10,700, like kind of feels cheap for how he's been pitching, but obviously not the best matchup. But Joe Musgrove, Jack Flaherty, who I think is going to have almost no ownership at all.
Yeah, I would
going
agree.
against the White Sox, but has been pitching phenomenally. Corbin Burns, the list just goes on and on and on. But for me, I worry about fading DeGrom because if I do, and it's not going to be a total fade, but like, you're really kind of debilitating the rest of your lineup if you take him because he's almost 12,000.
Yeah.
But it's like he's worth every penny. And this is a guy who was in his rehab start against that low A team, like you mentioned, and he hit 102 miles per hour. Like these minor leaguers are barely making minimum wage. They have families they're trying to feed, and now they have to go against Jacob deGrom. Like it's just totally unfair and unnecessary, but it happened.
Yeah, it was
you
like
can't change
prank, honestly. It's like, remember when I think it was not Bryce Harper, it was Chris Bryant showed up for like some sort of viral ad campaign to a university and was pretending to be like a foreign exchange student, and they're just like, this guy's Chris Bryant. Obviously. Yeah, like going against low A dudes throwing 102. That's not legal.
Yeah, that's so unfair. These guys are just trying to make a living. Like how was your day at the field, honey? Oh, it was terrible. I had to face Jacob deGrom. By the way, I'm playing low A ball. So I'm looking at this whole landscape of pitching tonight. And immediately, this is who I wrote up today. I landed on Joe Musgrove going against the Milwaukee Brewers. Now, we saw the Brewers handle Blake Snell last night. But at this point, it seems like everybody's handling Blake Snell. Because if there was like a matchup where Blake Snell, at least in my opinion, that he was going to maybe right the ship, it was going to be last night against the Brewers. That did not happen.
Well, to be fair to Blake Snell, he has had one good start this season. And to bring this full circle, it was against the Rockies in San Diego. So to really reinforce how bad the Rockies are when you get them outside of Coors, they can make Blake Snell viable.
Right. So now we have Joe Musgrove, who is 9,500. Going up against the Brewers, who he faced already who he faced already earlier this season, also struck out 13 in that game through 7 innings. And Musgrove has been pretty damn good lately. Aside from that 4 runs he gave up against the Giants earlier this month, it's been nothing really for the rest of the teams that he's faced. So I look at him at 9,500. And I'm not saying that you're going to get Jacob deGrom numbers out of Joe Musgrove because that's just an expectation you can't put there. But at least of the most expensive guys tonight, if anybody's going to even kind of snip the production that we think we're going to get out of Jacob deGrom at a cheaper price point, in my opinion, this is probably the guy. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would disagree that he's the one to target as someone who could match, particularly DeGrom's production. I think he's in a good spot tonight. I mean, I think streaming against Milwaukee has just tended to work. Yes, they have
Right.
Christian Yelich back. It seems like he's also starting to be in a pretty good place. I know he sat on Monday, but he hit a home run on Sunday. So if his bat gets going, that does change the composition of this Brewers lineup. But this is still a team that strikes out a lot. So that's always good. I would just say if there's someone who has the same level of upside as DeGrom or could even be comparable, to me, it has to be Corbin Burnes just because of the strikeout rate.
Sure.
The matchup isn't great against the Padres and a version of Fernando Tatis that is just, I mean, he can't be stopped right now. It's kind of insane. However, we did see on Monday that when San Diego goes up against an elite right-handed pitcher, in that case, Brandon Woodruff, they were shut out. So, elite pitching can overcome elite offense. So I think I wouldn't worry too much about matchup when it comes to Burnes. Maybe it's a bit of a knock on Burnes in a cash game that he's going up against the Padres. But I think in a GPP, you don't worry about the matchup. You just focus on the fact that, again, he's someone whose FIP is below 1. He's got a 44.7% strikeout rate. He's never left a game this season with less than 9 strikeouts. So
right.
I think you just know what you're getting with Burnes. It's almost like a 25-point floor, and he's got the potential to hit 40. So that's really, to me, the only guy who kind of profiles like DeGrom. But I do think there's a lot of people on this slate who have the potential to come out of here tonight with 30 DraftKings points. I think Musgrove is on that list.
Now, I'm glad you brought up Burnes because this is what is interesting to me. Is you look at his game log in the past 4 games that he's played, one of them was against San Diego, 34.5 DraftKings fantasy points at 10,800. That was fine at that price point. That would be excellent at 9,100. But then after that, 16.5, 23.7, 25.7. It's kind of surprising when you think about how dominant Burnes has been. And I think it kind of comes from these numbers that we see here. If you go through his numbers every time he goes through the order, first time through, he's untouchable. He's literally untouchable. You go through his numbers the first time through a batting order. His FIP is in the negative. He breaks the algorithm. Negative 0.35. Like, that's so stupid and unheard of, but he's done it. He has K rate first time through the order, 60%. 60%. That is so dumb and stupid and like video game numbers. Then it starts to level off a little bit the second time through and the third time through, and that's understandable. That should happen. But he does kind of waver a bit. So it makes me kind of wonder, like, I believe
because I hear this argument a lot and I understand it. Like it makes sense and it's accurate to say Corbin Burnes is worse every time you go through a batting order. But again, when your standard is 60% K rate and negative FIP the first time through, of course you're going to be worse the second and third time.
No, of course.
And he's still an elite pitcher, even if you just isolate the second and third time through. So I get what you're saying. And I think the one thing to maybe worry about when it comes to that is how much is Craig Counsell concerned about these numbers? Because if there's anything the Brewers have kind of shown their cards about the last couple seasons, whether it's Burnes or whether it's Woodruff. And part of this might just be that neither of those guys has ever been someone who's thrown 200 innings in a season, as rare as that is nowadays in baseball. But you look at some of these pitch counts, even though he's been great in starts, 92, 78, 87, 81. It doesn't seem like Counsell is afraid to take this guy out in the 6th inning, even if he's been dominant that night. So
right.
I would say my worry is less about Corbin Burnes and more about Craig Counsell.
Well, okay, but this is what I was getting at, okay? So you look at that, okay? And like you said, like a 60% K rate is just ridiculous, okay? So if he levels off at 36 the second time around, we'll take that with anybody. But does that worry you when it comes to a team like the Padres? I don't worry if that happens when he's facing the Royals. I don't really care if that happens when he's facing the Cardinals or the Marlins. Like, offenses I'm not worried about. You have to worry about the Padres offense. So if that starts to level off against the Padres, and let's say he doesn't have, that immaculate first run through the starting order, then you start getting through those other numbers now, the second and third time through against a prolific offense like the Padres. Is that where the worry comes from? And that's kind of what I was getting at, because when you're talking about those numbers, okay, like they're elite, Nobody's just going to regard those numbers, but when you're facing a team who also, by the way, has the second lowest K rate in the league against righties in the Padres, that's where I start to get a little bit of worry.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you do want to sort of microanalyze and think about Corbin Burns in the sense of this is his second time seeing this team in a month.
Yep.
Is that comparable to the second or third time through a lineup? I mean, it's an interesting way to look at it. I would say, again, kind of like as I was alluding to with like the cash game versus the GPP argument with Burns, I'm not looking at Burns on this slate as a cash play. So things like that don't really worry me in a GPP because I will agree. I think his floor is probably a little bit lower than it usually is because San Diego's just a really good team. But I think his ceiling is always just among the highest in baseball. So the fact that he's, again, around $9,000 when I think he should be above $10,000 regardless of matchup, regardless of who's on the slate. Like, just make sure Corbin Burns is above $10,000. I think that makes up for a lot of the issues, the perceived issues.
So looking at the lineups that are released as of right now, Corbin Burns facing a Padres team that has an average K rate of 24.6%, which is the 5th highest in the league. So there are some guys that are striking out. The man who is facing the one with the highest K rate in all of baseball on this slate is Jacob deGrom, 28.6% average K rate against that Rockies team. Take that information as you will. Somebody in the chat was just asking who is winning the AL West at the moment. It's not the Mariners, but they were dealing with some COVID issues, so I'm sure that was the issue. So don't worry about that. Things will right the ship. The Mariners will be back in front in the AL West in no time. Need a cheap outfielder for tonight, Robbie. We'll get to you on that. Robbie also was saying that he wants you to do a sim soon. I'm just going to go ahead and say no. So let's continue on with the show. Let's go on with some cheaper pitching options for tonight, because truly, like, there is just a plethora of options at the top. I really don't think you can go wrong with most of these guys. I will point out, though, once again, I do really like Jack Flaherty as a tournament option for tonight against the White Sox. Perceived tough matchup. It is a tough matchup, but if there's a split that you don't want to pitch against the White Sox in, it's with lefties.
Yeah.
Righties, not so much. Righties, you can kind of get away with, but Flaherty has been excellent this season. 9,300 tonight. Like I said, I guarantee you he's going to have very little ownership. Nobody's going to have really high ownership overall, except likely deGrom.
Yeah, deGrom.
Which means that premium salary hitters are going to be a must in tournaments because everybody's going to be using deGrom. So if you can get some of those higher priced bats in your lineup tonight in tournaments, that could be a way around that. But I do really like Jack Flaherty tonight. It is in Chicago, so he will have to deal with the DH. So there is that in mind. But of the guys who probably won't have a lot of ownership, Flaherty's my guy in that realm.
I feel like both sides of that game, honestly. Like we're talking about pitchers who are just priced lower than they usually are. I mean, Lucas Giolito at $8,700. I know the overall stats aren't amazing, and it's still kind of due mostly to that 11 a.m. start in Boston. Like, that's still throwing off a lot of his ERA indicators. Like, it's really funny.
Yeah.
But I believe, didn't Giolito strike out 14 guys the last time he took the mound? So you've got that kind of 11. He struck out 11 guys last time he took the mound. You've got that kind of upside at a dude who right now is priced $8,700. And as we've talked about a lot, the Cardinals are a super hit or miss offense. Like, there are nights they look great, and there are nights they look among the worst in baseball. So depending on what version of that team you get tonight, I think Giolito could be someone who's a huge value.
Only problem with the Cardinals, though, is that they do not strike out much at all. That lineup tonight has a 21.3% K rate. That is low.
Yeah.
That is low. But again, if you're looking for a tournament pitcher, Lucas Giolito has that upside that he can do some damage there for you in a tournament. Going down the list a little bit here, it gets really interesting. Really, really interesting, because we were talking about all the guys that you can pay up for tonight, but there's a couple names down here that kind of like, draws my attention. I'll tell you who one of them definitely isn't, and that's Zach Greinke. Guy sucks, okay? I'm not going to waste any time on him. Just don't play Zach Greinke. I don't care if he goes out there and throws 30 DraftKings fantasy points. I'm not playing him ever. All right, so let's just get that out of the way. But let's talk about Clayton Kershaw at 8,000. Clayton Kershaw at 8,000, I had to make sure that he was actually pitching tonight. I don't know how he ended up at 8,000. And I was sitting there trying to think about, like, when was the last time that he was this cheap? Like, I can't remember. So then I was like, is he doing a lot worse than I realized? Like, did I miss a start? I'm like, yeah, he had that weird start against the Marlins. We gave up 5 runs, but like, it's kind of been business as usual for him. So I'm like trying to figure out why he's 8,000 tonight. Now, I wouldn't say he's in the best matchup on the road in Houston, has to deal with the DH. That's not great. But you want to talk about somebody who can easily go out there and strike out double digits. Clayton Kershaw is probably that guy. So I'm trying to figure out, and I've been like thinking about this all day long. Not really, but it's, this is a show. You got to be somewhat dramatic. But what's the ownership going to be like on Clayton Kershaw? Is it going to be through the roof? Or is people going to kind of not even realize he's on this slate? Because if Clayton Kershaw is on a slate, since I've been playing daily fantasy, he's at the top. So he's on a slate. You don't realize he's on this slate until you start going down the list a little bit.
I'm kind of interested too. This is a really unique situation, like you were talking about. Like I think there was a point, I want to say like 2 years ago, right when we were really in that, like, oh man, is Clayton Kershaw done? Like he's had the back issues. I think he was like 8-6 or something one slate, and we were like, wow, 8-6 for Kershaw. That's crazy.
Right.
I mean, I don't think this, again, is sort of an assessment or a downgrade on Burns or Kershaw or Giolito or Flaherty. It's just the result of a slate that's packed with aces. I mean, this is kind of the opening day effect, really, where we get crazy. Like I remember Brandon Woodruff was like 7-6 on opening day. And it's like, yeah, well, he's the 11th best pitcher on opening day because all the aces are out there. So I think what's going to end up happening with Kershaw, and this is sort of in the same vein as what you were talking about with the Cardinals, is first and foremost, you've got a team in the Astros that just doesn't strike out ever.
Not only do they not strike out, they have the lowest K rate in the league against lefties. And I think it's like 16%. Like it is so low.
And it's backed up by everything. Like they're always among the league leaders in lowest chase rate. They're always among the league leaders in lowest swing strike rate. Like they just do not strike out. So for Kershaw, that's tough. Obviously, you've got a lot of Astros in that lineup that have great splits against left-handed pitching, whether it be Alex Bregman or whether it be Carlos Correa. There's just a lot of guys who prefer left-handed pitching and have seen a lot of Clayton Kershaw, surprisingly enough. You'd think in an interleague matchup that wouldn't happen. These teams have met a couple times in high leverage situations. But I think what's going to ultimately occur is Kershaw is going to be like 5th or 6th on a lot of people's lists. Like if you're making up a list of the pitchers you want to use tonight, you're like, oh wow, Kershaw at 8,000. You kind of make a note of it. Then once you get to the end of the list, you're like, oh, he's about 5th or 6th on my priority list here.
Yeah, right.
You're gonna reach a point where you generally use 3 or 4 starters if you're using multiple lineups, and he's just not going to be in a lot. So I would say 5%. Is that a crazy sort of 5% ownership?
It's probably realistic. So like, and honestly, that's probably the worst answer I wanted to hear, because I'm like, okay, well, if he's at 5%, like I kind of have to
want to use
him. Like that now it's like, now I'm always being forced to use him. Like, so this is probably, here's what I'll say. If you want a hot take for tonight, well, I don't even want to know if I want to call this a hot take. He's going to make or break the slate tonight.
Yeah.
I feel like he really could. Because if he goes out there and shuts down the Astros, like, goodbye if you're at the top of the leaderboard, because his ownership's going to be next to nothing. But he also could be that one that if people are, overexcited by him at 8,000 and his ownership is sky high, like truly, like I didn't think like that I would get to this point, but like he might dictate how this slate goes.
Yeah. One thing now that I'm thinking about it a little more too is I guess this is a slate that there's so many high end options at pitcher. There's a couple really good mid-tier options, whether that be Gausman or Kershaw or guys of that nature. If you want to include Giolito as like mid-tier at 8.7, that's really about your definition of mid-tier. But once you get past like Gausman, there's very few pitchers I trust.
Sure.
And very few pitch. It's a weird slate, and there's a lot of aces and it's a lot of gas cans. So what could end up happening is a lot of people sort of, maybe if you don't want to use Gausman and 80% of your lineups and you're looking for a different SP2, maybe people do turn to Kershaw and just say like, this is the cheapest I'll ever get Clayton Kershaw. He helps me fit some guys into a lineup. If I'm using, pick your big name guy, whether it's Scherzer or whether it's DeGrom. So maybe just out of sheer desperation, I could see Kershaw being a little bit more popular, but I do think the Astros scare a lot of people away.
Now, talk to me about Gausman a little bit quickly here, because I know you said you really like him. You trust him tonight going up against the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's obviously a fine matchup because the Diamondbacks have been nothing impressive against righties, really against anybody all season long. They strike out, just about league average. Like it's an average matchup. And he's at 7,200. And, again, you want to talk about somebody that's probably going to get overlooked. Kevin Gausman is definitely one of those guys, but he's striking out guys over a batter an inning at this point, 67 strikeouts over 59 and 2/3 innings. So he's been pitching extremely well. Seems like that whole Giants staff really has been pitching well. When you think about Discofani, Alex Wood, Kevin Gausman, like they got some diamonds in the rough there. Apparently they just need to figure out their offense. Just give me a little bit more on Gausman, because I'll admit I wasn't really he wasn't really on my radar too much, but I'd be happy to put him on if you can tell me enough.
Well, I think he's definitely someone who, when I was doing my research, I wasn't setting out to be like, oh, this is a Kevin Gausman night. But when you look at his stats, you look at his game log, you're like, wow, has he really been that good so far this season?
Exactly.
And he kind of has. Like, he had one bad start where he gave up 5 earned runs. And aside from that, he's only given up unearned run or less in every other start he's made this season. And sometimes you have guys who so his last 6 starts, he's only allowed 5 earned runs. He's got a .90 ERA. He's got a FIP just over 2. There you go. Some water.
We got some in-house delivery. Go ahead.
There we go. But sometimes you see these runs and you think of a guy as like, all right, he's doing the run suppression thing, which is nice. But is he doing it like Kyle Hendricks? Is he doing it like Hyunjin Ryu, where yes, they don't allow a lot of runs, and that's nice, and there's real life value in that, but are they getting strikeouts? Because you still have to do that, even if you're not allowing runs. In that same 6-start span, he's got a 32.3% strikeout rate. So he's really just checking every box right now. In Arizona, I know they're getting healthier. Ketel Marte is back. They're also getting Carson Kelly back tonight, which is a huge lift, even though, again, he's better against lefties, but he's just been good in general this season. So they're getting some actual major league talent back into that lineup. But for May, they have a 74 WRC plus, which is the second lowest mark in the National League. They're only better than the Pirates, which is not the kind of place you want to be.
Sure.
So I think there's a lot going on for Gausman tonight, and his price point. I think if he's scratched tonight and he ends up on Wednesday's slate, suddenly he's like 9,500.
Yeah, right. You're totally right. I didn't even realize this too until I opened this. He hasn't gone less than 6 innings the entire season.
It's nuts.
What the hell? What is with this guy?
He's using his splitter a lot more than he ever has. But even that, I saw that. I'm like, I guess that could kind of explain it, but I don't know. I just think there's some magic in San Francisco right now.
All right, let's move over to the hitters, because I think there's a lot to talk about there as well. Like I said, there's so many options you can use at pitcher tonight. We just went over a bunch of them there, but I do want to talk about hitting, because there's a lot of good hitting options here tonight. When you have these massive slates, hopefully you have a decent amount of pitching you can choose from, and usually you have a lot of hitters that you can choose from as well. If there's one guy that has just been hit by both sides of the plate so far this season, it's been Brad Keller. He hasn't just been bad. He's been really bad for the Royals. And he faces a Tampa Bay Rays offense that is suddenly ignited. Red hot. Like, this was an offense not even a week ago, I feel like, that we were talking about. We're like, oh, you got to pick on this Rays offense because they're striking out at over 30%. Like, it's been bad. Then all of a sudden, they took the steering wheel and they just did a complete 180. Now they're going on the right side of the highway. They're doing everything that they need to. And now they get somebody like Brad Keller, who has a 392 WOBA and a 4.63 FIP against lefties, and a 404 WOBA and a 5.54 FIP against righties. So both sides of the plate are hitting him hard.
Yeah.
So you take those numbers out of jar A, sprinkle them in jar B, which is occupied by the Rays offense, and good things should happen tonight. The Rays are one of my top 3 stacks for tonight. Is that kind of where you're leaning to as well, or are you looking at another stack? And I know I have a feeling you and I are on one too as well, but we'll get to that one in a second.
Yeah, look, I think it's easy enough to say, we both like the Twins. We probably both like maybe you want some exposure to Cleveland against Detroit. Those are pretty 2 tried and tested opponents, but maybe Brad Keller's struggles kind of sneak under the radar for some people because, like you said, he has been aggressively bad. I believe he
Yep.
has a 7.28 expected ERA. That is one of the worst marks in all of baseball.
Right.
He's just been terrible. And when you look at this Rays lineup over the past 11 games, they're on that 11-game winning streak right now. They're averaging 8.6 runs per game.
It's insane.
Not to get off topic, and I'd be actually curious to see if this line has changed at all, but I know this morning the total for this game was 8, and I aggressively jumped on the over because the Royals could clear that themselves. It might be up to 8.5 now in the DraftKings Sportsbook, but yeah, Keller, he's just bad. And I think when you look at the ways you can stack Tampa Bay,
8.5.
It is up to 8.5 now. Okay. But you know, if you want to use Brandon Lau, I think he's 5,100. You know, someone who for the season doesn't have the greatest numbers in the world, but when he faces right-handed pitching, he's been fantastic. So very easy to use them. Austin Meadows at 4.9, G-Man Choi at 4.7, like, you know, left-handed bats against a right-hander. Yandy Diaz is always kind of weird just because he's got no power whatsoever, but he hits some premium lineup spots and he's cheap.
Right.
So you're drawn to him. And he helps. Like if you're going to use DeGrom, he's almost a vital part of the stack because you just need someone cheap. But like Taylor Walls, another great example, like second base and shortstop eligibility, just 2,200. He's a switch hitter, hitting 6th. Like that's a really nice price point to help out and make a stack inexpensive on a slate where you're going to need some inexpensive stacks.
Look at this lineup. Lefty, lefty, righty, lefty, 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 lefty. That entire lineup, except for Yandy Diaz, is going to be batting lefty against Brad Keller tonight. Like that is a lineup that you want to be stacking, in my opinion. And it's not overly expensive. So I know you talked about, you know, using Yandy Diaz, who has no power, 3,100, but like I look at this and I'm skipping Diaz. I'm going right down the line. Choi, Meadows, Lau, Wendell, probably Walls.
Yeah.
All lefties against Brad Keller. Like that is what you like to see. That is a lineup you definitely want to stack. The other one that I'm specifically going for is, and when you just mentioned it, is the Twins going against Dean Kramer. Let's just call him terrible.
Kramer?
Let's just call him Dean Horrible because that's how he's been when he's taken the mound so far this season. There's nothing redeeming about what he's done. He's got some of the worst overall numbers on this slate, going up against a Twins team who rested a lot of guys last night, actually. Like they didn't have Nelson Cruz in the starting lineup. They didn't have Luis Ariz in the starting lineup yesterday.
Weird, like nagging injuries.
Yep.
Where Cruz is day-to-day. So he's not in there again tonight. I believe Polanco is back for this game. I know Max Kepler is back for this game. Yeah, Polanco's hitting fifth. Kepler's hitting leadoff. So Arias is not in the lineup again, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I know we both wrote him up over on the DraftKings playbook for this morning because he was just $3,200 in this great matchup.
Right.
He's not in there, but at the very least, Max Kepler is only 3.9. So it's not like you're paying some massive premium now to get the leadoff hitter for the Twins. It's still pretty cheap, but it's kind of crazy that if you want to stack the top half of this or the top third of this order, the most expensive bat is Josh Donaldson at 4,100. That's not even expensive.
No, not at all.
This is a surprisingly cost-effective lineup.
And what I like about this stack, and quite frankly, probably this game in general, is that both bullpens have been overworked lately. Baltimore, 15 innings pitched over the past week, 28 and a third. The Twins, 26 innings over the past 7 days. Neither bullpen has been overly effective in that span either. So you're talking about a game that could have some fireworks overall early on the slate. This is probably one of them. Because I'll tell you, Jose Barrios never does anything for me. No. Never, ever, ever.
He's like the young right-handed Rich Hill, where you catch him on a certain night, you're like, wow, this guy's amazing. And then most of the time, you're like, I have no idea what version of Barrios is going to show up on any given night.
Yep. And he's also like 25 years younger, too.
Yeah, something like that.
And still can't figure it out. But like, he does nothing for me. Obviously, Dean does nothing for me. So, like, if you want to talk about like stacking a game overall, this is probably one of the ones to do so because, like I said, both bullpens are really overworked too as well, and both have not been overly productive. We just saw it last night. That game was going for an easy under, which was at 9 runs. They combined for 8 runs in the 8th inning, both teams. Like, just absolutely exploded on the bullpens, both teams.
Yeah.
So you factor that in, the fatigue, and then they both were used heavily last night. This is a game where, both starting pitchers might be hung out to dry, even if they don't want them to be, because those bullpens have been so overtaxed. So the Twins are another stack that I'm definitely looking at.
Yeah, well, Kramer's given up 3.21 home runs per 9 to left-handed batters so far this season. So whether it's Kepler, whether it's Kirilov, who's in a great spot tonight, has the dual position eligibility too, so you can slot him in at first base or an outfield, depending on what your lineup needs. He's someone who you look at the surface numbers and you go like, all right, he's been fine. His advanced numbers are incredible. His expected WOBA is like 453, which would be among the highest marks in all of baseball, prorated across an entire season. So he deserves a lot more production than he's had, and I think he's going to make up for some of that lost time against Baltimore tonight.
Let's talk about stacking against Steven Matz, because that's another area I'm looking at tonight. And you can, attest to this, our resident Toronto fan, even though your team doesn't even play in that country.
Nope.
But it's been a while. But Steven Matz started off the month of April as a Toronto Blue Jay, doing well. Maybe the Blue Jays found something. Maybe they figured out Steven Matz. Maybe that's why they grabbed him. And then the calendar turned to the month of May. Oh, that's right. Steven Matz is just not a good pitcher. In the month of May, 21 innings pitched, 394 WOBA for Steven Matz. A FIP of, which I just closed by accident, 4.43.
Yep.
Home run over 9 innings, 1.7. I think the wheels have come off. The nice early things for Steven Matz. Now you're facing a Yankees lineup who will be without DJ LeMahieu. There's one notable lineup loss for tonight because he's having a child. So that's a little more important than trying to beat up on Steven Matz. But, Matz has just not been that guy that we saw early in the season. Had a nice start against the Phillies. Who hasn't had a nice start against the Phillies lately, but it got beat up by the Red Sox, beat up by the Astros, beat up by the Athletics. Now you're facing the Yankees. I feel like this is not a stack that's going to get a lot of attention at all.
Well, you kind of brought it up earlier in the sense that, I guess there are some elements of this stack that aren't crazy expensive just because they are missing LeMahieu, they are missing Stanton.
Yeah.
So you can grab someone like Gio Urshela, who's been consistently underpriced for the better part of a couple months now. He's just the cleanup hitter. That's what he is now. He's always under $4,000. So in an opposite hand matchup, that's nice. Voit, I know he hasn't really done anything since he's come back from the IL, but still $4,000 for your leadoff guy. A lot of power there. Gleyber Torres finally hit a home run towards the end of last week. He's 3-7 hitting second. This is someone who's always had good numbers for his career against left-handed pitching. He's always had good numbers hitting at Yankee Stadium. So this is a surprisingly cost-effective stack, at least when you consider the Yankees. The one guy who might be hard to jam in there, and therefore his ownership might be low, and it kind of makes you want him more, is Aaron Judge, who has incredible numbers against lefties so far this season. I think he's got a WOBA above 500 against lefties,
right,
in 54 plate appearances. So he's been incredible. And to your point about Matz, I think there's a pretty easy sort of rule of thumb when it comes to Matz, because you do look at some of his advanced numbers and it's okay, his expected ERA is lower than his ERA. Maybe he's had some hard bat hit luck or whatever. Matz just can't generate swinging strikes in the strike zone. The reason he was okay against the Phillies, as we've talked about before, the Phillies have a 30% strikeout rate against left-handed pitching, and he was able to strike out 9 Phillies. He was able to get some swings and misses. A team like the Yankees, exceedingly low strikeout rate against left-handed pitching. Matz's own strikeout rate goes from 33% against left-handed bats to just 20% against right-handed bats. And there's a lot of right-handed bats in this Yankee lineup. So this just seems like a really bad spot for him.
So I did this to LaMarca on the show on Friday. I'm going to do this to you now. I didn't tell him about this ahead of time, but give me a stack that you think is just going to be totally off the wall, and you think that could actually, be worth using tonight. So I'll start off because I'm springing this on you.
Okay. I hope you don't use the word thought of because I'm worried if you do.
I am loving the idea of stacking the Reds against Max Scherzer tonight. Okay. That is such a tournament stack. That is something that like I love doing because if there's anything about Max Scherzer, he's still pitching amazing for his age. You know, something that, you know, Zach Greinke can't do, and Scherzer's a year younger. But Max Scherzer gives up a ton of home runs.
Yep.
Especially at home. Scherzer's numbers at Nationals Park over the past few years have been not that great. And against lefties as well. So, you know, there's a couple of power lefties in this Reds lineup. So off the wall stack, little to no ownership. I have the Reds against Max Scherzer. Is it going to hit? Probably not. But if it does, I will send you my Venmo later in the evening. Give me one.
So I've got two that you can consider. One, and I kind of talked about this earlier in passing, the Royals against Rich Hill. I mean, I don't know what version of Rich Hill is going to show up tonight. And I think we've said a lot of times that we prefer Kansas City when they get the opportunity to face left-handed pitching. It's just you like Whit Merrifield more against the lefty. You like Jorge Soler more against the lefty. Maybe you even use Adalberto Mondesi in his first game of the season. He has been better against left-handed pitching than he's been against right-handed pitching throughout his career. So I think if Kansas City came out of this game with 5 runs, I wouldn't be shocked by that. The other team that I sort of have my eye on in a matchup against a left-hander who exceeds expectations is Seattle. I don't think anyone wants to use Seattle right now because Seattle's just the team that is hitting below the Mendoza line and gets no hit all the time. But they've got some guys in that lineup who do well against left-handed pitching. Mitch Haniger has been incredible against lefties so far this season. You look at someone like Kyle Lewis, who has the potential to be good against left-handed pitching. Tom Murphy throughout his career has a lot of power, especially for a catcher against left-handed pitching. Right. I just don't trust Cole Irvin. Like I know the numbers have been fine, but across his last 3 starts, I think some of the sheen is starting to come off. He's got a 6.72 xFIP in those 3 starts, and he's only struck out 6 guys. He's got an 8% strikeout rate his last 3 games. So I think it's about to come apart for Cole Irvin. And I think Seattle could be that team. You're like, man, Seattle scored 9 runs tonight. How'd that happen? And it's Cole Irvin mostly.
I mean, you definitely don't have to sell me on Seattle because I was one of the first people
playing to the home crowd here.
Yeah, I was one of the first people.
John Cena coming out in a Bukes jersey.
I was one of the first people in the universe to take them to win the AL West back in February.
Yes,
remember that February. Talk about not a family friendly word, but that's how you describe me when it comes to that bet. And there's another thing that you can describe, and that's how you wrap up a show. And I'm about to do that right now. That is going to wrap it up here for the MLB edition of the slate. Still plenty of Madden action coming your way tonight on this beautiful Tuesday night with the games that are coming up. If somebody could bring that up on the screen so I can read that. In the meantime, I want to thank all of our producers, including the incredibly good-looking Tara Lenazak, who was happening here, and now she's going to get me those games. I just called you very nice-looking, and you still haven't gotten the games up on the screen for me to read. So if you could do that, that'd be great. But good luck with your lineups tonight. Good luck with your bets. We hopefully had a good show here and got some good information here. Carolyn took way too long, so guess what? There's Madden games tonight, and you can watch them. Just watch the games, watch the screen, and then you'll figure out what's coming up next, because I'm not waiting anymore, and I'm not going to tell you what's coming up. For Gary and Thorne, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll catch you on Friday.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the Late Slate Madden Sims here in the DraftKings Dream Stream. There it is. You've only been saying it for a year and a half, Brendan. Christian, how are you? What's up?
I'm doing well. I'm having a nice little Tuesday. A lot of errands being run. A nice trip to Costco. I went to the grocery store and bought like 10 2-liter bottles of soda. And now I get to spend the next hour 15 minutes with you, Brendan Glasheen. I feel great. What a wonderful, wonderful day. And you know what? I'd gone maybe 8 whole hours without thinking about your nipple until I saw the name of our free roll, and thank you so much for that. That would have been unfortunate had I somehow forgotten about the horror Emerson unleashed upon the DK Sim fam yesterday.
Yeah. Yep. The free roll is titled Wax. So Christian has to keep thinking about it.
Thank you.
126 entries. What does your lineup look like for Cardinals Titans?
Well, I wanted to pay down in the captain spot, so that meant no Derrick Henry, no Kyler Murray. They're on the roster, of course, because those guys are real difficult to fade. My original build had like A.J. Brown, Jonnu Smith, and Corey Davis in there. Corey Davis in the captain spot. Then I went back. Corey Davis, for as good as he was in the real NFL, has been he's at kind of a low ceiling here in Simland. Not a guy that's really going to go out there and give you too many big performances. He's only broken double digits once in his last 5 Sims. Maybe this is the difference maker, but instead I swapped him out. I put A.J. Brown in there at the top spot. So I got Brown. We'll see what he can do for me. I got Jonnu Smith, the new tight end one in New England. I got Derrick Henry. I got Kyler Murray. I got DeAndre Hopkins. Who knows? And then, of course, if we're doing a punt play in Tennessee, it's going to be my guy, Kari Blasingame. I'm just going to hope for some I formation, goal line carries, and maybe the ultimate vulture, the fullback dive.
So my lineup build is very different from yours. I wanted to pay up at captain. I did. I put Kenyon Drake there, rostered Henry, rostered Kyler Murray, Max Williams, Adam Humphries, the slot receiver, wideout 3 for Tennessee. And all I had left to fill, I guess I could have gone with more of an actual punt play, but I played the Cardinals defense. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, the Cardinals defense does have that star power, which is always pretty useful in Simland. You got Chandler Jones, you have Patrick Peterson, you have some guys who can really make a difference, but some of the guys who really did wonders for him last year aren't great here in Madden. Hassan Reddick, first and foremost among them. He had that breakthrough 2020 season, finally living up to that first round draft pick pedigree. And now we don't see him nearly as much in Simland as we did on Sundays this past fall.
So we are still in week 1 of this Madden season. Tennessee hosting Arizona. I remember looking at the Cardinals' schedule, and for like the first 4 weeks of the season, they're going East Coast, West Coast, East Coast, West Coast. Like, kind of stinks. Like, the travel they've got to open the season is kind of brutal. Let me just double check to make sure I'm accurate. You know, usually you'd like to look before you start. I don't want the St. Louis Cardinals, ESPN. I want the freaking Arizona Cardinals. Sheesh.
See, now you can upset the best fans in baseball, Glash, throwing that out there like that.
Yeah, well, Freeze Pops is on a date. We'll discuss. Okay, here it is. At Tennessee, week 1. Week 2, home Minnesota. Week 3, at Jacksonville. And then week 4, at Los Angeles. So they go back and forth quite a bit to open the season.
That's a fair amount of travel, and that's like you also get to the point where, like, where are you taking your breaks in that? When do you actually get to go home? Where is the?
It's kind of a pain in the neck.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Now, look, it's the Jaguars week 3. They probably should win that game, but I don't know. Maybe that's a good spot for Trevor Lawrence by his 3rd week. He's like, all right, I feel okay. I think we all like the Cardinals' build and construction. Are they ready to win? Because you can't, in that division, as we know, you really have to be ready to go right out of the chute.
Yeah, I think there's a very real possibility the Cardinals have a good season and still finish last in the NFC West as Corey Davis, once my captain and now no longer rostered, making me feel great about my decisions here. 1st and 10 coming up from the 24 of this Cardinals defense. I need to see a little bit more from Kyler Murray. I didn't think he made the leap last year. He did turn the ball over a concerning amount, 12 interceptions, 9 fumbles. He wasn't taking big shots downfield the way that you might think. And yeah, part of that had to do with the receiving core behind DeAndre Hopkins. Those guys that they drafted were not world changers and game breakers. I mean, you really had to count on a lot from guys like Andy Isabella and Keyshawn Johnson and Trent Sherfield, who I don't want to impugn the name of Trent Sherfield, great special team player, former Vandy guy. So of course I love Trent Sherfield, but he's probably not the kind of guy you want to be relying on. So I do like that they went out, they added a few new weapons. They got AJ Green, we'll see what he can do. They got James Conner to absorb those Kenyon Drake carries. They brought in some useful players there. It's just, I am skeptical of Kyler Murray. I don't think he's going to make that Josh Allen year 3 leap. I think he's still going to be kind of a middling guy, and I think he had such kind of an outlier year when it came to rushing touchdowns last season. I think he's destined to fall back down to earth a little bit. And I think this Cardinals team is going to be around 500 again.
Well, like you just said, if you want to use Josh Allen as a barometer, consider this, that Josh Allen's competition at the position in that division, Sam Darnold, Tua, who didn't start till the middle of the season, slash Ryan Fitzpatrick, and then Cam Newton in New England. So there was the throne was available to be taken.
Yeah.
Josh Allen not only played great, but also kind of a soft landing in terms of the competition.
For sure.
But now that we all think that division's better, for Kyler Murray, it's Matthew Stafford for win now Sean McVay, a team that went to the Super Bowl just a couple years ago. Same can be said for Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, a team that was in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, drafted a quarterback, still even take the Trey Lance pick out of it. We like to think they're going to be healthier at other spots, including Garoppolo. And then, you got 12-4 Seattle from a year ago.
Yeah, that Niners team was just so snake bitless last season that it's easy to forget that just a year before that they were in the Super Bowl. They were a couple Jimmy Garoppolo passes away from being a world champion. It's Christian Kirk on the board here early for the Cardinals. And then the core of that defense is still there. Yes, they still need to figure out what's going to happen with Richard Sherman, who did very well as a Niner before injuring himself last season. He's an older guy, but he's bigger, so I think there's still going to be a market for him. Anyway, this is a defense that was number 1 in the NFL in 2019, lost a ton of guys, and they only fell all the way back to 6th. So just put a stable, not even a world-beating offense on the other side of that, but a stable offense, and you have a playoff team right there. Plus, I mean, as we all know, that is a very fun array of playmakers. Raheem Mostert, Brandon Ayuk, who looked like the real deal, Deebo Samuel, and then you look at the guys that they added in free agency, in the draft. They kept Trent Williams in town, which is a big deal. That dude absolutely mauls guys, and that's a huge, huge thing for a quarterback who spent last season getting injured. Trey Sermon is a guy who I loved at Ohio State. I liked him a little bit at Oklahoma before then, but at Ohio State, he showed up. He looked like a true RB1, and now he gets to add to that loaded tailback platoon in San Francisco. They're going to have a lot of firepower, even if Jimmy G is only throwing check down passes.
Great to have you all with us tonight. Started the late slate. Flash and Christian. We have producer Michael. Andrew is here. 2 gentlemen from Ops, Kyle and Robert. So thanks for being here, everybody. Moises hanging out on YouTube. Moises says, happy you're talking about the Niners. Very rare. There goes Kenyon Drake.
Smash Lana called it too. He said, today's the day Drake explodes. So far, so good. Multiple 20-plus yard runs already in this one. We're only one drive into this game. Cardinals threatening to take the lead here in the latter stages of the first quarter.
River Rat, Miami Misfits, also on Twitch. Kyle, congratulations on the humanities test. Rays are red hot. How do the Rays keep doing it? I don't know how they do it. Where is Blake Snell now? He's not on the team anymore, right? Where does Blake Snell pitch?
He is a San Diego Padre.
I mean, that team just keeps pumping out great arms. And a team that could have easily been derailed by that decision. There they are, right back in the mix. Must be the Kyle's good luck charm. Must be. Wow. There it is. Must be. How are you? Also, big year expected, I think, for Raheem Mostert for the Niners if he can stay healthy all season.
Yeah, I think we all know he's probably not going to, but I would be a fan. I would be very happy to see that. And that's, I mean, the fact that he has been so injury prone. It's good because it does keep some of the miles off his odometer. This is a guy who is 28, going to be 29 next season, but he's never played a full. Oh, he has played one full year as a pro. That's right. He played a full year in 2019 in part of the platoon, stepped in that starting role last season, and was very good when he was healthy and available. Dude is fast as hell. And like, he's just such a great story. This is a guy who absolutely worked his way up from multiple practice squads, bounced around the league, found a spot in San Francisco. And speaking of finding his spot, DeAndre Hopkins found his spot in the end zone. Cardinals take an early 7-3 lead, extra point pending.
Steven Gostkowski had the first points of the sim, 30.8% owned. Check that, 34% owned, Steven Gostkowski. Hopkins, 41.8% overall, 6.9% in the captain spot. Kyler Murray coming in hot at 74%, 19% captain. Kenyon Drake with a high captain percentage, as we shouted out, Smash Shalanta. Drake, 12.6% in the captain. Tom's microwave, speaking of heating up, beep, beep. The microwave is cooking with the touchdown. Loves to see it. I like this take from Jordan. If the Cardinals are above 500 after that start, they are for real. Well, I mean, that's the beauty of it. I think all those four teams can be for real. But at some point, to what Christian was saying, at some point, someone will fall out of the race based on how you do head-to-head in your division.
And I think if you're going to call out one team for limited coaching or lack of coaching, it's going to be Arizona in the NFC West. Kyle Shanahan looks legit. Sean McVay has been to a Super Bowl. Pete Carroll has won a Super Bowl. And then at the end of the spectrum, you have Cliff Kingsbury, who was a curious hire. I mean, let's not forget he had been fired by Texas Tech months earlier. He was settling into not a head coaching role, but an OC role for USC, sure. So a high-level offensive coordinator role when the Cardinals came calling. And, I mean, he hasn't exactly rejuvenated that offense to the point that you would expect from a guy known for the air raid offense. 16th in scoring in 2019, 13th last season. Yes, they are getting better, and obviously Kyler Murray making the jump would be a huge part of that. But I am just there. If you were dealing with questions, what team could have the most go wrong outside of injuries, just in terms of regression, in terms of bad decisions, the Cardinals top that list in the NFC West. They are the most vulnerable of those four teams.
Marcus wants to see a vulture in this sim, Anthony Ferkser, which actually I think he's on the Bears, right?
The Berserker?
He's in Tennessee, right?
Yeah, he
tight end 3.
Yeah, I guess he hasn't signed anywhere yet. Let me see.
No, that makes sense because when we were doing Madden 20, to go way back, it was Delaney, Walker,
right,
Jonnu Smith, the tight end 2. And then Ferkser.
Okay, so Ferkser re-signed.
Ferkser was in Chicago in 20.
He was not. He's been with the Titans since 2018.
Oh, I don't know who the hell I'm thinking of then.
Yeah.
No, we'll just move on.
Only Walker. So Ferguson re-signed on a 1-year deal, just not up on contract yet. Because that's what I assumed. Like, why would you let Jonnu Smith go and not re-sign Ferguson, who was very good in the sweep of Jonnu Smith? He's
Great waiver wire pickup.
Yeah, exactly. Like, dude plays mean. Like, he's a beefy guy. He's more of an H-back build than like a true like big tight end. He's only like 6'1" or 6'2". But he's got good straight line speed. He can knock guys over, and he could be up for a decent role in Tennessee this coming season. I can't really think of who would really push him for too many snaps there. Jeff Swaim, no. Jared Pinkney, a former Vandy guy, but a guy whose stock dropped so badly in his final year of college. He hasn't even played a single snap in the NFL. I don't think he has any season stuff. So, yeah, Berserker there got a real upside to him in terms of season-long fantasy. Maybe you spend a late-round flyer on him as your tight end, too. And, Jeff and I were talking about this last night, Last year was a dumpster fire for tight end play. Really tough to rely on anyone. So, hey, why not give Anthony Ferguson, a former Harvard standout, a shot? Kick the tires on that dude.
2nd and 10 for the Cardinals. DeAndre Hopkins has the touchdown if you're just joining us. Kyler on the run, connects with Drake. That is not enough for a first down, 3rd and inches. We see Lewis Daniels in here, Poppy, the guru. Thanks for being here, guys and gals. First time playing Fortnite over on Twitch. Robes. Hey, Robes. Robes is the one who normally likes when I unleash about Mr. Aaron Rodgers. He was on SportsCenter last night.
Oh, was he? I hadn't heard that.
Just a little foreshadowing. I am wearing Packers colors. I may or may not have been busy doing some TikTok projects before we went live.
How long do you take per TikTok? Like, what's the average time investment there? 90 minutes?
No, Christian, no. Well, maybe based on the beginning, but 25, 30, probably the average.
Okay. So it's like 30 minutes to get what, like 45 seconds a minute? Is that rough? I'm just trying to work out the conversion, the currency rate. What's the exchange rate between Clash time behind the scenes and Clash time on camera?
Yeah, then when you put it that way, you're making me have to evaluate my life. I guess.
Oh man, I came in too heavy. That one's on me. That's on me. Anyway,
I'll do the math at some point.
Through one quarter, we have one touchdown. It was a Kyler Murray to DeAndre Hopkins hookup in the end zone. One field goal from the Titans off one drive. They have also punted. No one with more than one reception right now. But in terms of guys you need right now, Kyler, DeAndre, and Kenyon Drake, who is having a pretty solid start to this one. Drake, if he keeps this up, should easily eclipse triple digits. We'll have to wait and see. Big play coming up for the Cardinals, 3rd and short. And they're going to throw for it, and then they're going to get it pretty easily there.
Yeah. Christian Kirk. Is that a guy that we should be high on this year? Am I making this up that like Christian Kirk, it's not going well in Arizona?
I mean, Kirk is one of those guys who's always just been kind of disappointing. I mean, I think everyone expected a little bit more out of him just because he was electric at Texas A&M. He looked like he could be that perfect slot guy. And this is a guy that came ready built into college. His first year against SEC defense, has a 1,000-yard season, a whole bunch of touchdowns. This is a guy who averaged almost a touchdown every other game as a pro. Even better than that. He just or in college rather. So Christian Kirk was a guy who was, he looked like he had that kind of like X factor ability, and he just hasn't developed the way you would have hoped. In 2018, it was understandable because his quarterbacking was garbage. And you'd hope that he would really kind of create that connection with Kyler Murray the last 2 seasons, but his catch rate hasn't been great. It's actually declined each of the last 2 years. His yards per target have been uneven. He just hasn't been reliable in any real way, shape, or form. And listen, this is it for him. This is the end of his rookie contract. So if he doesn't turn it on in 2021, he's probably going to hit free agency. And he's staring down a contract year at the same time that he's going to have to compete for targets with DeAndre Hopkins again, and whoever else I mentioned earlier there in that lineup, AJ
Isabella, AJ Green.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a little bit to worry about if you are a Cardinals wideout right now who is trying to make his name and trying to secure that dense, thick second contract that sets you up for life. There's a lot to worry about there. Rondale Moore is there as well. Yeah, that's what I think of. And Moore is a guy who has a lot of similar qualities to Christian Kirk, a guy who burst onto the scene in the NCAA immediately as kind of an undersized slot playmaker who could do a little bit of everything. And Christian Kirk definitely is at risk of having his spot usurped by the former Purdue standout, or he could rise to the occasion and get himself something like 5 years and $40 million on his next contract if he shows up and can be even 80% as good as the Cardinals hope he can.
Our man Thomas Perez in the chat, Kirkland Dodger, first place in our contest titled Wax. And that's a catch by Kirk. Speak of the man at the 13, 22-yard gain, first down Cardinals.
Look at that, 4 for 62 already, so having himself a game. Christian Kirk not exactly in the circle of trust here in Simland. Only 8.2 fantasy points per game. Cost you $6,200 to throw him in the flex. And he's coming off a 3.9 point performance. So understandably not the most popular guy out there. Christian Kirk today going off at 29% rostered in the free roll. 2.5% you got him in the captain spot.
Brother Phil. Hello, Brother Phil. How's the Janet Jackson of Simland today?
Oh,
God. Moving on. Yes, the Sun is out west tonight, taking on the Seattle Storm, going for the 3-game sweep and looking to stay undefeated.
Nice.
The sweep out west, that is, the road trip.
Oh boy, Kenyon Drake. The day continues for this guy. Woo!
Let's go. Captain Drake, smash Lanta. Let's go.
Goodness. So he is having himself a day. Christian Kirk. This has been a great day to stack up expensive Cardinals because not only Kenyon Drake coming to play, DeAndre, Christian Kirk, Kyler Murray, whose name I forgot for a brief second there because I might be broken inside. All those guys having great first halves here. Cardinals take an 11-point lead on the road in the bachelorette party capital of the world, Nashville, Tennessee.
As a reminder, Drake, 44% owned, 12.6% in the captain spot for the $250 free contest. That one has a two-way tie for first with Kirk in the captain spot. Cardinals D, Hopkins, Drake, Tannehill, and Murray. Love how Smash Lanta has already clipped the outburst from me about putting Drake in the captain and says that's going in the demo reel. The unofficial production assistant of Simland.
Yeah, if anything good happens on stream, it's like an 85% shot that Smash is going to have that ready for us seconds later.
Yeah. Pretty cool, but also pretty dangerous. But I'm here for it. I'm here for the danger. Ha! I laugh in the face of danger. Lion King. Good film. Kind of a dark film, though, by Disney.
Yeah.
Simba there is cheering, I can't wait to be king, basically asking for Mufasa to die sooner rather than later, when you really think about it.
Oh, yeah.
So, you shouldn't show the young DeAndrea that film if you were a good father.
I think we've watched parts of it. I don't think we watched the wildebeest scene because neither her nor I would be ready for that. When he crawls under dead Mufasa's limp paw and no, don't like it. Not a fan.
The death of Mufasa is more sad than the death of Skip Perkins.
No one cried when Skip Perkins died. If anything, we celebrated. We treated it like the news about Osama bin Laden, and we took to the streets and partied around the White House saying, good Lord, You have finally shown your light down upon us, and you've taken from us one of the true evils on this world. Something that hates our way of life and our being more than anyone. That was Skip Perkins.
Lem asks, Brendan and Christian, who is the most famous person you've ever got to drink with?
Ooh.
That's a great one.
Wow.
Captain Evil is Clem.
Yeah. There are a bunch. I mean, if we're talking like actually sat down at a table with, like, might be Bobby Lashley, the current WWE champion. He and I were hanging out in Nashville for a Strike Force event when he was breaking into MMA. And he was a super nice guy, and we just ran chatting for like 45 minutes. If we're talking like in the vicinity of, at the NFL Combine, everyone go, oh wow, AJ Brown, is he gonna house this one? Oh, Captain! The spin move and then the accelerator. Titans back in this one with a 60-yard strike from Tannehill to A.J. Brown on 3rd and long, too. Big play there. The nice part about, the Combine is that everyone kind of goes out to the same hotel bars, so you're just kind of like, okay, I'm hanging out here, and you're talking with other sports writers, but Kevin Stefanski's next to you, so you get to rub elbows with him a little bit, and then over in a booth somewhere is Bill Belichick, and I mean, I've had drinks in the same room as Bill Belichick, feet away from Bill Belichick, but I dared not approach Bill Belichick because I didn't want to get roasted to death.
Did you ever write something bad about him? He might remember you.
And very possible. Although what could you possibly write bad about Bill Belichick aside from his complete inability to draft wide receivers, which I have written about several times. I can't imagine we disagree all that much.
The first person that comes to mind for me is Bill Raftery.
Ooh, nice.
Which is, I mean, in the sports world, I think he's pretty famous.
Yeah.
So I just texted Sarah because oftentimes I might have a beverage around Sarah, and she said Tuukka Rask was at my birthday party, but
what? Yeah.
Well, we didn't invite him. He was just there. He was like across the room.
Yeah.
He was also like at the end of the bar with like a beanie on. I think he was trying to, be hidden from society, which bad idea to go out to a restaurant, but that doesn't count. I actually spoke to Bill Raftery. Had a few. I mean, it wasn't a very fluent conversation, but it happened. Onions, yes. Tom's microwave. So what's his name? Jay Williams was someone else. Played Duke.
Yeah.
Todd Walker. That was pretty cool for me. Todd Walker, who played for the Red Sox.
He of the not World Series, ALCS Dingers.
Yeah.
Briefly there in a major way. Great flow, too. Todd Walker had some phenomenal hair.
Todd Walker was doing a baseball game on SEC Network in South Carolina, and I was there for minor league baseball. And Todd Walker was just, we knew the play-by-play guy, me and the guy I was doing games with, and we ended up just having, we went out to dinner together. So it was the four of us. I'm like, I kept looking across the table at Todd Walker like, I used to love rooting for you when I was like 12.
Hey, buddy, you remember that time?
Looking at him like a weirdo.
Remember that time that you beat the Yankees?
Yeah.
That was pretty
cool. Oh, Kyle Palmieri, who plays in the NHL. That's a good one. Sarah's met Chandler Jones and Gronk, which is pretty cool. Sarah was at a Beyonce Jay-Z concert at Gillette, and she shouted to Chandler Jones in her 5-year-old voice, "Hey, Chandler, I went to Syracuse." And Chandler Jones loves that. He's seen Syracuse people in Foxborough. And Sarah got a picture, and Chandler called Gronk out of the bus because Gronk's got connections to Buffalo and upstate New York. And so Sarah's got a great photo with Gronk and Chandler Jones.
Nice.
Bad Boys of Pop. Pretty sure I drank with every boy band from the late 90s, early 2000s. Justin Timberlake. That's pretty sweet.
Nice. Rick Welch at Ric Flair's house, which I can't imagine the debauchery that went on there, but That sounds awesome. I'm sure it would. The man was wheeling, dealing, styling, and profiling. So very exciting. I think
What
a lot
a
of
great
people.
question.
I think a lot of people.
I like that was a fun little topic.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have drank with Ric Flair stories in their lives.
Explosive shot. I drink alone. Yeah, with nobody else.
Yeah, Paul Molitor. That's a good one.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. One year when Jay Cutler came back to Vandy, still just a nothing grad student. I had friends who knew him. We drank with him one night, and he had his rookie contract, so he was buying. He took care of the tab that night, which was very nice of him. DeAndre inside the 10 to set up first and goal here.
Scott Van Pelt, the guru. Was that Maryland? Guru? Just curious. Yeah, that's Andrew. Wow. We've got producer Michael here as well. Robert and Kyle from Game Ops. Hit that like button for us if you don't mind. If you're enjoying the 6 o'clock sim, I'll be here with Freeze Pops next. The 8 o'clock sim.
Oh man, Moises, welcome. Glad that you tuned in all the way from Cuba.
That's awesome.
Yeah, very cool to hear. That's what I don't remember what our current. I know we lifted the travel embargo. I think it got put back on, but obviously Cuba is a place I would love to visit for many reasons. But part of it's just the old cars, man. Just being able to see those convertibles go up and down the street would be awesome. Get some fine smokables and maybe a little bit of local Havana Club as well. Lot to like.
Destiny says Patrick and SpongeBob, which I guess there's some truth to that. You're watching TV. Oh no! Wow.
Wow, very nearly disastrous as Kyler puts it on the turf, but fortunately a lineman jumps on it. 3rd and goal coming from the 8 here. We're going to figure out if the Cardinals are going to take a 2-possession lead or if it's just going to be a 7-pointer here. Got 8 yards to go to get that touchdown.
Bad Boys at Pop, Christina Aguilera as well. Probably the craziest time I poured champagne on the top of the head of the VP of Reebok.
Sure.
You probably didn't get free shoes or free anything for that. Right now, Rich and Trish leading our contest with AJ Brown, captained, Henry, Tannehill, Drake, Christian Kirk, and Jeff Swaim as the punt play.
Ooh. And the Cardinals going to get risky here. Is it going to be a handoff to Drake? No, it's going to be the do-it-himself from Kyler Murray. The C's open up, and he walks into the end zone to take an 11-point lead. Titans are going to get the ball back here. 40-ish seconds left, and they're going to be trailing by 11 when they do so. But they do have 2 timeouts.
Simon on Twitch, he used to work at the Ritz-Carlton and got to bartend Tom Arnold, his wedding, for a few hours.
Really? Wow.
Chris Farley was his best man.
I did not realize Chris Farley was his best man. That's one of the nice things about being up here in Madison, too, is that, like, if you are out at a bar that's been around long enough and, like, one of the old owners is still out there, they have all sorts of Chris Farley stories. Like, one of the guys I'm friends with owns the college club downtown, and he said that he would regularly throw Farley out because there would come to a point in the night where Farley had been served so much that he would just stand at the jukebox and pull his pants down and wait for someone to come talk to him. Just bare ass, just bumming through songs until someone kicked him out of the college club.
Bad Boys at Pop, I did it because they gave us free shoes and we were celebrating our new Reebok commercial.
Nice.
Oh, so you were at a point where you already got everything you know.
That was a celebratory, like, in the locker room after winning the division championship. It wasn't I'm mad at this guy, I'm going to dump a glass of champagne on his head. Yeah. This was a straight-up celebration. Shake it up and fizz it.
New first place, someone now in first place in the $250 free contest called Captain Futon. This would be the cousin of the Kenny Ducey race car bed with Kyler in the captain spot. Wes on Twitch. I've built the cabinets and the houses. Whose houses? I met Harrison Ford, Arnold, Jay Leno, a few others in the Jackson Hotel.
Jackson Hotel.
Oh, what is that? A town?
Oh, yeah. It's a beautiful little mountain resort in the great state of Wyoming. Love it. It's part of Wyoming and Montana had this sudden kind of influx of Hollywood types who wanted to get away from it all. So like for a while, like Bruce Willis and Demi Moore really kind of ran their own town in the middle of Montana, and they just kind of infused to the point where like they brought people bought in and opened up a cinema and stuff like that there, and then just suddenly they were just gone. Clock winding down here. The Titans going to take one last play, get it down to like 4 seconds, and see what they can do. Tannehill is going to all right. It's going to be one last play. It's going to be one last handoff, and doesn't end in much. So Henry not having a huge day, a couple PPR points, only about 30 rushing yards. Titans offense really kind of sputtered there, except for that long touchdown strike to A.J. Brown. They've been a little bit uneven, whereas the Cardinals have been straight cash, homie. Touchdowns. Kyler Murray ran one in on his own. Kyler Murray to DeAndre Hopkins, and a very, very nice Kenyon Drake touchdown. Your 3 Arizona tutties on the day. 154 through the air for Kyler.
103 for Tannehill and a score. 6 for 11 passing. On the ground, Kenyon Drake, 8 for 68. 1 touchdown. Kyler also almost fumbled, but he got rescued by his offensive lineman. Henry, 6 for 31. Kyler does have a rushing score. Tannehill, 1 for 8. I love how the laminated sign is back. Postroute.substack.com.
Yeah, people hated on the napkin, the written napkin so hard, and then I guess my in-laws did as well, because when I came back up, they had thrown it away. Wow.
Receiving, Christian Kirk, big half, 6 for 81. Max Williams, the tight end, 3 for 35. Hopkins, 2 for 22. A.J. Brown, a 60-yard touchdown, which is his only catch, which is thank goodness it was for that many yards, because it's making your captain pick there look.
Made me feel a little bit better. Yeah, it's 63 more yards than Derrick Henry has right now on his 2 catches. So Derrick Henry, and if this weren't a PPR situation, you would be regretting his passing game presence.
And that's pretty much the deal. Corey Davis has 37 yards, 3 sacks for Simmons of Tennessee. Destiny on YouTube. I am adding your username to the DK SimFam Friends League because you've asked so many times. Problem Kid Gaming, I love how you guys are dressed like Jets fans. Green hat, green shirt.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it could
also
really
supposed to be the Green Bay green.
Could also be Packers. Could also be Philadelphia Eagles. Could be. I mean, I feel like the fact that your brain went right to Jets suggests that something may be wrong with you.
Okay, very good. We are back in Sim, Tennessee. Cardinals up 11. Rossi's fat cat. Hi, Lampy. Hi, Leafy. Say hello back. Oh, look, and Cena's in the chat. Sent the invite as well. Brother Phil, Glash, until further notice, is the Janet Jackson. The Janet Jackson experience. Problem Kid Gaming says, nope, it's Jets. Okay. Very, very good.
It's Brendan. Mr. Glasheen, if you're nasty.
Oh, my God. Damon says, have you met Nip Perkins?
Not reading that.
Let's move on. Thank you so much for being here, everybody, for the 6 o'clock sim. We have the next one will be Freeze Pops and I. It really could be an awful game. I don't have high hopes. Denver and the Giants.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that. And let's be honest, in like the real world, that'll be very interesting. We can see what Teddy Bridgewater can do. We get to see if Daniel Jones can save the jobs of his front office and really connect with that brand new receiving core where he's got Kenny Galladay now, and he's got Kadarius Toney. Like, there's lots of light there. He's gonna have some real legitimate options, but here in Simland, it's like, oh, let's go watch Danny Dimes fumble a couple times, and let's watch Drew Lock throw passes to nowhere. And it's good. You know what? Stack the defenses in that one. Oh, wait, that's right. The Giants defense kind of sucks too. Go buy in hard on the Broncos, D. That's what I say.
Jeff Ulrich for Madden After Dark with Freeze Pops. Dolphins at the Patriots. Brother Phil, we're going to move on. All right. a lot of analysis here. Producer Michael, Christian, after hearing what Rodgers said yesterday, do you think he'll be back with the Packers?
I think he's trying to exercise every option he has, but he doesn't have a lot of cards to play in this. Like we've said before, he's sitting out this mini camp, so it's going to cost him $90,000. And then if this one doesn't cost him anything. Next one is a 3-day camp that'll cost him about $90K, and then after that come the real fines. So that's when we're really going to realize, like, he can peel off $90K and give it to the NFL's charitable wing, no problem. After that is when things will get complicated, and I don't think it's going to come to that. I think he might hold out a week, maybe 2 weeks, and try to force the team's hand on Brian Gutekunst to. It's very clear that is who the problem is with, even though he didn't say specifically, I hate Brian. He went out of his way to praise literally everyone else in the organization, the fans, the great city of Ashwaubenon. Basically, single out everyone but Brian Gutekunst in a way that singled out Brian Gutekunst in a very, very obvious way. So I think he's pulling out all the stops to get Gutekunst out of there. I don't think it's going to work. The Packers are not the kind of organization that's going to fire a general manager based on one player's thoughts and feelings. I feel like it's going to get a little bit worse, and then ultimately the two sides are going to come to terms on something, because Rodgers just doesn't have a lot of outs here. He's under contract, and I think his whole goal is to force Jordan Love into the starting lineup in camp, make the Packers see how overwhelmed he is, and then panic and cave into his demands. I don't think that's going to happen. Oh no, things getting worse here for the Titans. Byron Murphy with the pick.
Cardinals deep.
First and goal coming up now for the visitors. This could be a 3-possession game in a matter of seconds. Great interception there.
The Cardinals D in our contest. 7.9% owned, 0.8% in the captain spot. Must be, yes, I did get into Koff's NBA contest for tonight. We had a good night. You, myself, and Obi-Wan, top 3. It was a good night. Good night in basketball. Tonight's a tougher slate, though, I think. 3 games. Very, very curious.
Yeah, I didn't even get in. I'm not getting in on the donate to the Kaufman Kids Foundation, but I did get in on the free-to-play pools on the DraftKings Sportsbook. So even if you're not in a state where there is legalized sports betting, I currently am not in the great state of Wisconsin, but can still jump in on those pools. You make 8 predictions on the outcome of tonight's games. You can win your share of $5,000 as Murray inside the 5. This one probably coming back after a hold. It is indeed. So 2nd and goal from the 20 about to happen here, which is not ideal.
Let's see. Of Power. This is a simulation. Computer against computer. Check out the Madden Stream info page for all settings.
Oh, boy. Ooh, I thought Mex was going to break in there, but instead...
Is that Isabella? Is that Isabella?
I thought that was Max with 2 X's. Let's see.
Andy Isabella, 17. Wow. That would have been an all-time vulture.
That really would have been. I would have been shocked. I would have been literally shocked.
How often does that guy do anything?
I mean, hardly ever. And yet, number 17. Wow. I thought we were both just seeing Max Williams' number funny, but no, that's wild. Andy Isabella in Simland, 2.1 fantasy points per game, 2,200 to get in your roster. We haven't seen him do anything in like 20 sims, and they're very nearly broke in. But you know who did break into the end zone? Another 4th and goal touchdown for the Cardinals. This time is Kenyon Drake. He's really making it impossible to hate him today. Just absolutely balling out. His 2nd touchdown of the day. He's having a great game. He may be our crusty cough player of the game in this one.
There you go. Love the Drake. Of Power says, I don't feel like reading the info page.
Yeah.
Easier this way. I kind of respect that. No, I don't want to go read the page. Just tell me.
Yeah.
I mean, you're welcome to. I bring up the page because, look, Google really is a simple process. But I understand. That's fine. I'm happy to help. Yeah, well, since I maybe producer Michael asking you your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers. I'm kind of surprised and a little offended that he didn't ask me what I thought.
Yes, you've been so quiet on Aaron Rodgers that I mean, it's been hard to really intimate how you feel about him, where he stands in the pecking order. How would he compare to, say, Tom Brady?
I mean, I'm not here to make a comparison. I just know if Tom Brady was upset. Last time I checked, when Tom did his little documentary, he didn't remind everybody that he won the MVP when he was suspended. And you notice how Aaron on SportsCenter last night? Well, I won the MVP. Talking everybody up. He sounds like he's above everybody. It's like, dude, you've won one of these things. It's not that unique. It's just he talks down to you. Him and Kenny Mayne, and I love Kenny Mayne on SportsCenter. Fantastic. Even like Kenny, though, he's like, yeah, I'm one of the best ever at SportsCenter, and you, Aaron, are one of the best ever. So let's just talk like we're better than everybody else. We're the standard around here. I get it. I really do get the gripes that he has. But man, sometimes when that guy opens his mouth, I'm just like, dude, you just sound so obsessed with yourself. It's gross. How about forget the MVP thing and win the freaking title? If you're so talented and so gifted, and you are the Packers, you are the organization, because that's what he did last night, which I think is okay. Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson, Tom Brady. Brady wanted that with the Patriots at the end, didn't get it, so there was resentment. Tom got out. Aaron's hoping he can get what Russ just got, what Deshaun Watson we thought he'd get, but of course a lot of things have unfolded in the last few months with his situation. Aaron Rodgers is now kind of doing what Brady did. At least Brady had 6 titles when he did that. It's just my thoughts. I'm done.
Titans begin to move the ball a little bit here. Big mountain to climb for them. 18 points in about 10 plus minutes. A.J. Brown with his 2nd catch of the day. Brown and Corey Davis have been the engines behind this offense. Not a ton of Derrick Henry today. And nothing from Jonnu Smith, which a heartbreaker if you got in the lineup or captained him, because he can occasionally be devastating here in Simland. First down from Derrick Henry.
Clem, I don't really understand the second half of your comment, but the first one is problematic for my life. If Aaron Rodgers played for the Patriots, you would get so excited.
Man, don't worry. The second part is problematic for all of our lives.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Again, this has nothing to do with his talent and his ability as a player. I mean, would it be cool? I suppose that the player, the talent is top notch. Maybe best ever in terms of talent.
boy, is that Swaim instead of Jonnu Smith? Come on, guy. Get out of here. Jonnu Smith now getting outplayed by his tight end, too. Ugh. Not great. Not great.
Patriots, though, are a long shot to get Aaron Rodgers, but I don't think Bill Belichick has any interest in paying for Aaron Rodgers. As much as he says great things about the man. Scotty Too Hotty hit the like for the Rodgers bashing. Robert Hood from Ops. Where do you think Julio ends up? This is a team here that, in the latest reporting, Tennessee is one of the favorites to get him.
They are. And hey, listen, if you are into the Julio movement news, we have just the thing for you over on the post route. That's postroute.substack.com. Not only did I break down just what a Julio Jones New England Patriots deal would look like and what it would mean for the Pats, but we also brought you 4 other destinations that would make a lot of sense for Julio. And personally, one of those teams that didn't even make Sarah Hardy's write-up, but I think could be a common sense fit, the Colts. The Colts right now have a ton of salary cap space. They need to revive the career of Carson Wentz. They have money to spend. They can absorb that deal from Julio Jones, not only in 2021, but into 2022 as well, when they're slated to have more than $77 million to spend. As Derrick Henry off the milk carton and into the end zone. Titans have some new life here. Well, they still have quite a hill to climb. The Colts could make some sense. As Kenny Ducey points out, the Jets have the space to make it work. And, since they're going to win the AFC East anyway, why not add Julio Jones to a win-now situation, according to Kenny Ducey, who, as we all know, is never wrong. The Titans make a ton of sense. And A.J. Brown was straight up like, listen, bring him here. I'll give him number 1. He can take it over. Let's go. It's just who is left on that Tennessee roster as far as wideouts go. Adam Humphries is gone. Corey Davis is gone. Jonnu Smith is not a wideout, but he is a top pass catcher. He's gone. So it's kind of A.J. Brown and a cast of misfits. Bringing Julio Jones, and that team gets dynamic again. So like that one there. And hey, I mean, why not? Why not? If you're the Ravens, you don't have a ton of space to make it happen, but you can work it out. Why not continue your upgrade and overhaul of the Baltimore receiving core? Get Lamar Jackson back on track by bringing Julio Jones into the mix. Just every team in the league could use a Julio Jones, and it's just so bizarre because this is a Falcons team, Glash, that has gone out of its way this offseason to make a bunch of win-now moves. They kept Matt Ryan around. They restructured his contract, which means he's going to be around for a couple more years in the future as well. They drafted Kyle Pitts. Everything they've done has screamed, we're going to take another shot at it this season. But trading Julio Jones is a win later kind of move. So why wouldn't they just hold him, keep him in the lineup, release a guy like Russell Gage, like Matt Gono instead, use that money to sign your first-round draft picks, your other draft picks, and go from there. It's a weird situation, and you can read all about how trading Julio Jones to the Patriots would be the most Falcons move ever right here on the postroute.substack.com.
Rich, who we shouted out earlier, Rich and Trish, first place in our contest. Jeff Swaim arriving, as you mentioned, 1 catch for 17 yards. Drake has 71 rushing yards, 2 scores. Derrick Henry owners, a lot of folks own him. He's in the 50s right now for yardage. That touchdown salvages playing him, but the leading lineup in the free public contest, still first place does not require Derrick Henry. Third place does not have Derrick Henry. Fourth place doesn't have Derrick Henry. You have to go down to 6th place.
Yeah. So. Brutal. And Christian Kirk, 14 points in the flex. A.J. Brown, 16 plus so far with a couple catches that quarter. Corey Davis still having a nice game. So there are plenty of guys who are showing up and performing around Derrick Henry. It's going to come down to this fourth quarter. And Kenyon Drake, you got to think he's going to get a lot of carries here, trying to protect a lead. Could be a good day to get him in triple digits. We'll have to wait and see if Drake is going to have a great day or merely a pretty good one.
Christian Kirk, Big Sims, 6 for 81. Corey Davis, 3 for 60. Humphreys, I played Humphreys, 1 for 9.
Look at the guys who are currently outplaying Johnny Smith: Jeff Swaim, Andy Isabella, Adam Humphries. They're also those guys are all also outplaying Larry Fitzgerald right now, which is a bummer. We've had some prime babysitter Billy type performances in this one today. So far, Smith, the locker room leader there, to pull down the Not My Kid award tonight.
Problem Kid Gaming at Christian DeAndrea. Does it feel awkward without the headband?
Honestly, it feels a little bit more comfortable with the backwards hat on right now. Normally it would be frontwards, but it's got some logos on it. It's a wonderful local NBA team that I'm repping right now with the old school Mitchell and Ness. I mean, you guys in the Zoom can see it right now. It's a great hat, very solid. It's deep too, because I got a weird shaped head, so I need like the deeper hat. Sadly, I can't find my Pittsburgh Pirates 70s throwback pillbox hat. The yellow with the black stripes going around the circumference of the hat, and it's a pretty great hat. Is Henry? No. Christian Kirk on that one. I don't know why I saw Derrick Henry there. I saw the star power underneath a Tennessee guy with a number in the 20s, and despite the fact Tennessee does not have the ball, I thought Derrick Henry, because again, my brain is broken in a very specific way.
So Kirk is closing in on the bonus. Must be is asking if my ears continue to grow on camera. Must be my ears grow the same way you think Cam Newton's stock just keeps growing with Bill Belichick, and you're so delusional. He's not playing 10 more years in the league. Just stop. Stop. He doesn't love Cam Newton. He loves that Cam Newton is $3 million. That doesn't mean Cam's a bad guy. That doesn't mean I'm not rooting for Cam. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I hope Cam balls out this year. But oh my.
Speaking of balling out, Harold Landry there, not fooled by the option. I'm sorry, Rashaan Evans, not Harold Landry. Evans, former premier draft pick for this Titans team, looking like a guy they can rely on in that front seven, taking down Kyler Murray and setting up a big down here. It's going to be 3rd and 8. If they can hold the Cardinals to a field goal, the Titans are still kind of in this one. If they give up a touchdown here and fall down 3 possessions, this one is all but over.
Marv is in the chat, not Marv Albert. Go Cubs, says Marv.
Disagree. Drake can't stretch it out to pick up the first down. 4th and inch is coming. The Cardinals have been pretty aggressive today, Glash. They've gone for it in 4th and short in goal line situations twice, scored touchdowns each time. Might as well go for it here. Turn a 2-possession lead into a 3-possession lead. And yes, I like it. Keeps the clock running, and I don't love the format up front, but plenty of room for Drake. Oh, too easy. And he shunts aside a defender up to 81 yards on only 12 carries. This drive will continue, and the Titans' comeback hopes dwindling, fading away as Rossi's fat cat. I have cornrowed before, but it was a long time ago. It was for Halloween when I dressed up as Bronson Arroyo, which was a deep cut Halloween costume when I was living in Pittsburgh, going to school out there. So
wow.
Yeah.
Is that Kirk again? That might be the bonus. It was. That's the bonus.
So over 20 points for him now. If not for this amazing Kenyon Drake day, he would be looking at the crusted cough numbers. But you got to think 2nd and 1 from the 2. We're going to see a couple Kenyon Drake carries from here. They have been giving the ball out of the shotgun formation with 6 guys up front. No, they are going to pass it, and it is going to be incomplete. Weird risk to take there. Stops the clock, sets up 3rd.
If you have a like to give, if you don't mind sharing your like, smash that like button on the YouTube stream. Only 9 away from 250. Appreciate you very much. Also subscribe to our channel on Twitch, 50 plus on Twitch. Follow us there. We're just shy of 3,000 followers on Twitch. There's Drake.
Is he going to? No, just shy. So we're going to see him go for it again here. Again, 3 for 3 on 4th and short, and it's been Drake or Murray keeping the ball on each of those. Pretty useful, and I mean, if you're going to go for it from the 15 or wherever it was. He might as well do it again. Nope, they're going to kick a chip shot field goal with Zane Gonzalez, make it a 14-point game. Don't love the about face here, but hey, if you got Zane Gonzalez and you're waiting for him to kick something other than an extra point, there you go. 31-17, Cardinals leading on the road in Nashville.
Scott says, what's up? Hey, Scott. Ashley says, yes. Yep. Ashley, I don't know what you're yesing about, but I'm into it. Oh, I think, Ashley, are you in first place now? In the public contest? In our free roll, Mavry is in first. Kyler captained, Henry, Drake. So Henry's in the leading lineup in our contest. Kirk, and both kickers. A Rossi suggestion we always receive. Stack the kickers. Problem Kid Gaming, best underrated NFL team at Glass. Chargers, right? I don't know if they're underrated anymore because they've got a quarterback.
Yeah, that's exactly. I think they might flip over to possibly properly rated, maybe even a little overrated, depending on the constraints and expectations placed upon them. I mean, if one team is going to get absolutely smashed by terrible luck, it's going to be the Chargers. Few teams really embrace their curstitude quite like this Chargers franchise. Best team, though, best underrated team right now. There are some options. I feel like we're not really talking about the Dolphins after a 10-win season.
Well, talking about them and then also giving them credit. I guess that's when someone's underrated. Aren't we saying we're sleeping on them? We're not giving them enough. Like, I feel like the Cardinals are one of those teams, and we given them some here in the sim.
The Vikings, if they can get a average season from Kirk Cousins, I really love the Dalvin Tomlinson signing. They do really well when they have that beef up front in the middle of their line, and Tomlinson can absolutely bring that. I think the Vikings could be a nice turnaround contender this year. And I guess we've been talking about the 49ers because they mortgaged their entire future to draft Trey Lance. So I guess they don't really qualify, but if you want a team that's going to make the leap from forgotten about to pretty good, that does seem like the right way to go. Is Tannehill going to sling one? Are you kidding me? Swaim again?
Rick Welsh and Niffin say, Rick says the Colts. I think that whole division might be underrated. And the Titans got a lot of attention going into last year, right? Because of that AFC Championship game appearance. The Colts, because of the uncertainty of what Wentz and Frank Reich will look like, I think folks thought, well, Phillip Rivers will slide in and make a lot of things better, which was partly true. They got a great roster. It's a good football team. But Rick is right. I think Rick, exactly. If Wentz ends up looking like the MVP Wentz from just a few years ago, the Colts should be more of a story than they were when they got Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
The ceiling's higher with Carson Wentz than Phillip Rivers. And I guess that's not saying much when you really break it all down.
Higher ceiling, lower floor, and Rivers did come along nicely with that team. He built that relationship that revived T.Y. Hilton's career. The nice thing is that Wentz is going to have a solid complement of playmakers. The offensive line in front of him is great. The running backs around him are great. And that Michael Pittman, Paris Campbell, T.Y. Hilton combo at wideout is pretty useful. I mean, it's kind of he had everything fall apart in him in Philly thanks to injuries and thanks to their reliance on a bunch of iffy guys, if they either for their rookie or young guy status or because they got injured. You don't really have that same kind of concern in Philadelphia, or in Indianapolis rather. So he should be better. The question is, if that last year in Philly broke him to the point that it made him just untenable. It broke him to the point where the Eagles were like, we're done with this guy. We can't do this anymore. Get him out of here. Even though we have to eat $36 million of dead cap space, this is over. That's the problem.
Congo Cap, I would say the Raiders, but of course people will laugh and think it's a joke. Well, Congo Cap, we just know you're a Raiders fan. So it's like, of course you think they're going to be fine. Which, I hope you're right, for your sake. That is a throw across the body.
Works.
Corey Davis.
Dangerous. So Davis continues to churn. We saw our first Jonnu Smith reception, but he's still getting outscored by 3-catch Jeff Swaim. And now first and goal coming from the 3. Clock is ticking. This does not bode well for the Titans. If they wanted to have a shot in this one, they needed to score before the 2-minute warning. Instead, if they don't get it, oh boy. Oh, the corner blitz, perfectly timed. 80 seconds left. You're down by 14. Titans have to go here. Instead, we might see them burn a timeout and regroup. Let's see what Tennessee chooses behind virtual Mike Vrabel.
We brought up the Chargers, so to be fair, and Jordan Warren just brought up Raiders as well. Let's watch this second and goal. Tannehill, complete touchdown. A.J. Brown.
Again. So a good day to have him in the lineup, not doing a ton, but the catches he has made have gone for touchdowns, 2 of them now, as his decent day continues. And he's in my captain spot. It's going to give him something. Like 30 plus in the captain spot. I'll take that. That's okay. That doesn't suck.
So Jordan Warren says the Raiders are kind of underrated. They should have made the playoffs. They have great pieces, but they shoot themselves in the foot. Reminds me of the Bears. Well, if we're going to say the Chargers are probably being talked about as they should, or even in some ways a little overrated, but I think it's a big reason. The big reason why is that there's some optimism in the unknown, meaning we're excited about what we see out of Justin Herbert in year 2 because he just got thrown in there and made things work. Fun, flashy new quarterback, new coach because Anthony Lynn was so bad. What changes? I know the Raiders have made some changes, like they got Kenyon Drake. What have the Raiders done? From a philosophical standpoint, for us to be like, yeah, like I'm in, Gruden still feels like, all right, old news. Derek Carr is what he is. Not to say they're bad, but they're just like, there's nothing there that's making us like, oh, maybe. Like, they didn't do anything for me to really change my mind about them.
No, and everything they do is so 50-50. They make a great move, and they make a terrible move. They do something that makes a ton of sense, and they do something that makes no sense. They sign Yannick Ngakoue to bolster that terrible pass rush. Great, good decision. Then they go out and sign Kenyon Drake for $11 million. What? Why? They draft Alex Leatherwood in the first round. What? Why? But then Trevon Moehrig falls to them in the second round. Okay, great. And then in the third round, they draft a couple day 3 guys. Like, what is going? It's so weird. It's so tough, and that's probably going to do it for the Titans there. First down for the Cardinals. They're going to escape with a 31-24 victory. The Raiders are going to be the team that goes out there and beats some very good teams and loses to some very bad teams. They're probably going to be about 500. They'll be anywhere from 7-10 to 10-7. They could make the playoffs. They could fall short. They're not going to be a disaster. They're not going to be a contender. And that's just like, it's just the way Gruden has built his roster, the way he has made this team. It is wildly frustrating. I can only imagine if you are a Raiders fan to see, oh, that looks awesome. Hell yeah. And then to immediately days later see them go screaming in the opposite direction. As this game coming to a close, Glash, I think we know who the Krusty Cough and the Babysitter Billy are going to be in this one. As great as A.J. Brown was, Kenyon Drake with 28. Now, you know what? Let's do it. Let's give it to A.J. Brown over 24 points in the flex. Only 27% owned in our free showdown. So, you know, let's give him the honor there. A.J. Brown, you were the one bright spot for an otherwise desolate Titans offense. But on the other side of the ball, I mean, not even on the other side of the ball, same side of the ball, Jonnu Smith got outplayed by just about everyone, including Jeff Swaim, including Andy Isabella, including, I think, Adam Humphries. Now, he and Adam Humphries both had 1.8 points in the flex. That guy's got to be your Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award winner. So A.J. Brown, yay. Jonnu Smith, boo.
All right, Mike Bizzle, I'll read one of your comments. Last chance you. I've heard great things. Got to check it out. He's been binging that show. I didn't read any other comments about Julius Randle or the Celtics, so I felt kind of bad. Mike Bizzle's team always here. Murray, 241 on the touchdown. Tannehill, 214, 2 scores and a pick. Right now, based on Kyle and Robert's calculation, Johnny Cash, 44, first place in the $250 free contest with Drake and the captain. And Rich and Trish, 12, been shouting this lineup out, this username out. First place in our free roll with A.J. Brown in the captain. Drake was 7 yards short of the bonus, 93, 2 touchdowns. Henry, 61 and a score. Kyler Murray, just 6 rushing yards. Tannehill, 28 rushing yards. Kyler did have the rushing score. And, big game for Christian Kirk, 8 for 103 and a touchdown. Keep your eyes on the game center. We need to go. Christian, good stuff. Are you back tomorrow? I think we're back tomorrow.
Yeah, I got noon and 6 tomorrow, and in between I'll do a little swimming. So
Ravens, Raiders, we're back tomorrow.
A Raiders game for you, Congo Cab. We can talk more about Colton Miller's rise and whether or not Alex Leatherwood can be any good then. How about that?
Okay, very good. I'm back here at 8 o'clock. Very excited to reunite with Tommy Freeze Pops. It's been a couple weeks since I've seen Tommy, so we'll see how he's doing and if his Freeze Pop remains frozen. Coming up on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Ross Tucker, Emery Hunt. They review the 2021 draft picks from the AFC South.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. And your boy had way too many Daddy Sodas 4 days in a row. Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. Not ideal. I wouldn't recommend it. Now, it's a heck of a lot of fun when you're doing it, but paying the price this morning, that's okay though, because the show must go on. I love talking about football. I love breaking down prospects, and I love my guy, Emery Hunt. It is AFC South Day here on the College Draft Podcast. You can check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. The key is, and I've noticed a lot of you have been watching the clips, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. YouTube also, where you can check out Emery. He's kind of a YouTube god. Football Game Plan on YouTube, at F-Ball Game Plan on Twitter. And of course, if you're still curious about the undrafted free agents that your team got or other things that we don't get a chance to go over here on the College Draft Podcast, you can still get footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. And it's a cool time of year, Emery, to be doing this because you're starting to get a little bit of bites and nibbles of information coming out of some of these rookie camps and OTAs. Although a lot of these teams, man, it seems like they've really dialed back the intensity, so you're not getting a great feel for how these rookies are performing thus far.
Yeah, and it's shocking because, again, if you're a rookie or undrafted guy, you kind of want things to be a little bit normal for you so you can show off your skill set and make an impact or impression. But at least we now know that, these 90-man rosters are sort of locked in. And it was also surprising that a lot of teams haven't signed the abundance of undrafted free agents that we're used to seeing in a normal year.
Yeah, I guess I read somewhere where they're still waiting on some guidance as to how many guys they will be allowed to bring to training camp. But I don't see why it wouldn't be 90 at this point. But I also, not to go down that road, but I also don't understand why these guys aren't all fully vaccinated so they don't have to wear masks and get tested every day. But everybody has a right to their own opinion, I suppose.
Right, wrong, and different, right? It seemed like that would be the easiest thing to do if you're a player. Like, man, let's get vaccinated so we don't have to test like we had to test all throughout the pandemic season.
Don't really understand that. 90-man rosters. We'll see. I would think that they would do that, but maybe they'll wait the next 2 months. They got 2 months to see how things go with the offseason program. It is interesting, the less OTAs they have, a lot of these teams have had negotiations between the players and the coaches, and they've kind of gotten rid of mandatory mini camp, some of them. I know some of the teams, they negotiated that they're just wearing flip-flops out there. So that way, because, let me explain this, okay? I think people know this, Emery. I know you do. What happens is anytime the camera is on, you know that you are being evaluated. So they can say, just have it be a teaching tempo. But as soon as you are going against the defense, as soon as it's a 1-on-1 or 11-on-11 or 7-on-7, that guy wants to have a favorable evaluation. He wants to look better than you. He's going to go a little bit harder than you. So then you're going to ratchet up your intensity a little bit. He ratchets his up, you ratchet yours up. It just keeps until you're basically going full speed just without pads. I mean, that's how it ends up going. And I do think that that's an understandable goal for the veteran NFL players to not have to want to deal with that. I guess the flip side I would say to that is those guys don't have to go. It's voluntary.
Well, listen, I learned my first week of two-a-days in college, voluntary doesn't mean voluntary. After a couple days of a two-a-day practice freshman year, I'm like, whew, I'm kind of tired. And the coach was like, well, workouts is voluntary in between, these two-a-days. So I was like, all right, cool, voluntary. That means if you want to. So I went in the locker room and took a nap. 6 minutes into my nap, strength coach comes in there. What are you doing? I'm like, yo, coach said voluntary. From that day on, anything that meant voluntary actually meant mandatory. Learn my lesson. And you're right. Once the camera is on, evaluation starts. There's no, half speed or 75%. Nah, it's full speed. That's tape out there.
6 minutes into the nap. Oh, man, that's amazing. All right, so today we've got the AFC South, which is a very, very interesting division. And, we say it every week. Look, we spend so much time leading up to the draft. The least we can do is go over each team's draft and all of the drafted players. And Emery knows more about the undrafted guys than anybody. You should start a whole new business called Undrafteds Are Us or something like that, because nobody knows what Emery knows. All right, let's get to the Texans. They only had 5 picks. It's an interesting draft because I know they got a couple guys you really liked. We've talked about them before. They had 2 third-round picks, Davis Mills and Nico Collins, who, I don't know, played like a combined 8 college games total. It's unbelievable. Both highly recruited, highly touted, very talented, Emery.
Yeah, and if you're Nico Collins, man, you're ecstatic that you got drafted in the 3rd round because you went down to the Senior Bowl and was able to show no rust, no, lack of preparation. You went down there and had a really good week of work. And for a guy that's a bigger receiver that has the athleticism, I think that week down there in Mobile played itself out well for him because he was able to showcase, hey, I didn't lose much. I still have some upside. Even though I took the year off, I was out there working and got himself drafted. For Davis Mills, I think he was a direct beneficiary of the pro day process. Not much traveling going on. So we were starving for football content. Stanford, televised their pro day. And it's easy for quarterbacks to look good in a pro day session, especially when you have, networks commentating on pro day throws. Kind of ratcheted up his stock because, like you say, he barely played a lot of games and had an injury history, but found himself not only getting drafted in the 3rd round, but going to a spot where he has a chance to compete for a starting job with Tyrod Taylor there with the uncertainty of the Deshaun Watson situation.
They also signed Jeff Driscoll recently. They traded for Ryan Finley. They are all in on quarterbacks that are not very good. I mean, they are all in. At Ryan Finley, what did they trade? I need to look that up. He's one of the worst starting quarterbacks I've ever seen. I'm sure he's a great kid, nice kid, awesome college career, but goodness gracious. All right. In the 5th round, they got 2 guys I thought would have gone higher, Emory, and I think you thought as well. Miami tight end Brevin Jordan and TCU linebacker Garrett Wallow, who I know was a favorite of yours.
Yeah, to me, those 2 picks saved the Texans draft because Brevin Jordan, ridiculously talented flex tight end or H-back. I think people soured on him because he didn't test like Kyle Pitts, but who does test like Kyle Pitts? But Brevin Jordan was very productive for Miami, especially in the passing game. And you know how I felt about Garrett Wallow, number 1 inside linebacker, former high school safety turned inside backer, still has safety-like athleticism and safety-like instincts and eyes from the 2nd level. And so, to me, I think Wallow is going to end up starting as a rookie for Lovie Smith. He is exactly what they want, or he wants, at the inside backer position. So I thought they got a steal there. And Jordan, even though the Texans have some work-withable tight ends, they have some talent there in that tight end room. I'm interested to see how he's utilized and able to get on the field.
Anything noteworthy about either Roy Lopez, the D tackle from Arizona, in the 6th round, or any of their undrafted guys, Emory?
I'm looking at their roster, and they signed Ryan McCollum out of Texas A&M. I loved his tape. I thought he was versatile enough to play guard or tackle. They have him listed as a center, so that shows you what they think about his versatility. But I thought he should have gotten drafted over a couple of his teammates. So I thought that was a really good pickup for them, kind of helped bolster their grade, in my opinion.
All right, let's move on to the Indianapolis Colts. They've got a pretty good roster as it is. And with the 21st pick, they took back-to-back edge guys to start their draft. Round 1, they took Kwity Paye, the edge rusher from Michigan. Seemed like there were mixed opinions on him. Round 2, Deo Adeyingbo from the DN from Vanderbilt. When did he get hurt? January? He got hurt during the pre-draft process.
Yeah, and tore his Achilles, so he won't be available this year at all. So it's kind of a wait-and-see type pick, a futures pick, so to speak, to bring back an old-school reference. But you're right, with Kwity Paye, I think, for him, from my perspective, it was a guy that's very active, that looks like he's doing a lot. And I know nowadays the in vogue thing is to talk about pressures and things of that nature. But to me, pressures sound a lot like not getting there, and sometimes you want guys to close the deal. And granted, some pressures make sense where you're moving guys off the spot, you're forcing a bad throw. I get that part of that point of pressures, but you kind of want to see guys finish the drill. And I thought for Paye, it was mostly a lot of activity and not a lot of productivity. And Odingbo, I like a lot, but you won't see him this year. And that's your first 2 picks. So I kind of thought they could have gone better or done better in better directions with those first 2 picks in a draft. That was really, you had Joe Tryon sitting there, and they let Tryon go down to Tampa Bay when I thought he probably would have given them more bang for their buck right away.
The next 2 picks, I don't know much about. Kylan Granson, tight end from SMU. I never even heard of that guy. And then Sean Davis, the safety from Florida.
Now, those 2 picks I like. Granson is your classic flex tight end. It's kind of like Trey Burton, a H-back type that can really get down the seam, get down the field. You see him sacrificing for catches all the time. So he has good receiving skills. You expect him to have that coming out of that SMU offense. So I like that fit. I just wonder where he's going to fit in amongst a Mo Alley Cox and a Jack Doyle, 2 guys that seem to be prominent in their offense at that position. So, he's going to be the 3rd guy. And Sean Davis is impactful. I'm talking about he gets from, hash to sideline or hash to alley really quickly and explodes into the runner. The question you have about him is health. Can he stay healthy? He missed some time in, I believe, 2018 and last year. You want him to be out there on the field. It seems like the Colts always are the landing spots for safeties with, injury history. You had Bob Sanders, Malik Hooker, and now Sean Davis. But all three were talented. You just hope that they can be out there to maximize that talent.
It's a good point. Is Malik Hooker even on a team right now? I don't know that he is.
Right. I don't know.
So 2 things about Malik Hooker, man, while we're on the Colts. Unbelievable high school basketball player. I saw him in the state championship game. They won it for Newcastle. By the way, never played a down of football in his life till his junior year of high school. Kind of like Adafe Owe from Penn State. Didn't play it down till junior year. But in 1 year as a starter at Ohio State, Hooker had like 25 interceptions that 1 year. It was unbelievable. He had like 2 a game. It was crazy. Just hasn't really been. It's interesting how often he gets injured given how little wear and tear he has. Like he didn't play till junior year of high school. He didn't play much his first 2 years at Ohio State. In his 3rd year, he was unreal. He goes pro and he's a first-round pick. He hasn't really played that much football. All right, their last 3 picks, Sam Ehlinger, the quarterback from Texas. Mike, is it Straken? I'm not sure.
It's Strong.
Strong, the wide receiver from Charleston, West Virginia, D2. And then Will Fries, really a guard tackle from Penn State.
Yeah, I didn't understand the Ehlinger pick because, you drafted a quarterback last year in Jacob Eason, and you can argue, with your cousin if Ehlinger or Jacob Eason is the guy. We know Wentz is the guy there. So I didn't understand the necessary need for getting a quarterback. Strong, I really like. And first of all, we need to take a trip to University of Charleston in West Virginia. Cousin Daniels 3 years ago was with the Bucks. Last 2 years ago, the Falcons drafted John Kaminsky from Charleston, who played down the Senior Bowl. This year, Mike Strong gets drafted, and Kenny Randall, the defensive tackle from Charleston, who we'll talk about later with Jacksonville, is with the Jags, signed as an undrafted free agent. What is going on at Charleston for them to produce all of these pro prospects? I need to find out.
It's a really good point, Emery. That's a lot of guys for a D2 program. A lot of guys. They're doing something right, either in the evaluation process or the development process. And I'll tell you what, Penn State did something right by moving Fries to guard last year. He would not have gotten drafted at tackle. He went into guard and played pretty well and showed he can play both and gives you a chance to be a guy that provides depth at both guards, both tackles. What did you like about Strong?
6'5", 225, plays his height. He's explosively fast, so he can get down the seam in an instant. He could be a deep threat in addition to being a strong red zone threat. And this was someone that had, I always like to talk about having a great sense of timing. So when the team needed a big play in a passing game, he made it. And he also has really good nuance for being such a taller guy. Like I'm talking about his release off the line of scrimmage, his ability to stack and track the football going downfield. He's not afraid of contact, so he plays big like I talked about and has the speed that matches up well with the NFL level. So he's bigger, taller, faster, explosive, dynamic. I think he's going to surprise some as a rookie and make some plays.
Let's move on to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They had a bunch of picks. I don't want to spend time on Trevor Lawrence, but I do want to ask you, evidently Travis Etienne in their first minicamp, Emery, he was exclusively played at wide receiver. And I asked Greg Cosell this last week on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast because I was curious. Is he that good? Like, is he that good of a receiver that he could actually do that? Or do you think they're just doing that so he becomes a better receiver for them out of the backfield?
I think it's the latter point, Ross, because we know he can run the football. Give him a lane, he's gone, right? But now you see, okay, rookie minicamp, where you're there for what, 3 days on the field. So let's get him some work knowing the offense as a receiver in the passing game. Let's develop him there because we know he can run. We know if we hand him the football, ain't much nuance in the run game in terms of what you need to know and what you need to do. More so blocking than actually the run plays. So why not spend some of that time, that limited time that you have with him, developing him in a different asset? So now when he comes back to OTAs and veteran minicamp, he's going to be more apt to understand the totality of the offense as opposed just knowing what he has to do from tackle to tackle. Yeah, throw him out there in the slot now. Let him get acclimated and working in space, running routes, catching the football out away from his body. Get him that work because we know what he can do when you just hand him the football.
And so you think he can do a lot of those receiver things?
We saw him this year grow in that area with Clemson, and that's one of the reasons why he went back to work on the passing element of his game. And yeah, I think he can do so to the point where I'm not saying he's going to be Marshall Faulk to where you just line him up and just let him just go, but he's going to be someone that you can trust out there in a matchup situation. And it also gives you the opportunity to get both backs on the field at the same time to where defensive, personnel has to adjust. So you get Robinson on the field and Etienne on the field. Now you don't know if it's a run play or a pass play. And if it's a pass play, your linebacker really can't cover Travis Etienne that's now a polished route runner or a polished receiver coming out of the backfield.
Round 2 was Tyson Campbell from Georgia and Walker Little from Stanford.
We talked about Walker Little in our preseason show, how he quietly was one of the better tackles in college football in the Pac-12, but he just hadn't played a lot, injury concerns, and he opted out this year. And so health permitting, I think they got to steal with Walker Little. And Campbell is an athletic guy, long, lengthy press corner, can run with anybody. That seems to be what Urban Meyer is trying to build out there in the secondary. But I would keep an eye on Walker Little. Health, notwithstanding, if he's 100%, man, they got a good one in him because I really like his game.
Rounds 3, 4, and 5. You got Andre Cisco, the safety from Syracuse, Jay Tufele, the D tackle from USC, Jordan Smith, the edge rusher from UAB, and Luke Farrell, the tight end from Ohio State.
Yeah, I didn't know Luke Farrell was in this draft class, so I didn't have a grade on him. I thought he went back to Ohio State. But you talk about Andre Cisco, just like Walker Little, health permitting, he is the class of the safety position. To me, this is someone that carried a first-round grade. I had a high grade on Cisco, but he had a freak injury, pre-game where he tore his ACL. So you're hoping that he's coming back healthy. But if he's out there 100%, he is tremendous, can play any safety spot, can also match up in the slot. Tufele is an upfield penetrator, quick off the ball, can be disruptive. That's something they sorely need on the interior. And so if you're looking at Jordan Smith, long, lengthy, can set a physical edge. He's 6'7". I think his upside is as a pass rusher. He can drop back in the shallow zone area and really thrive there also. So it gives you some work withable tools for a guy that's 6'7", about 255.
Emory, you mentioned Luke Farrell. Is there any faith that you have that Tim Tebow as a tight end can work out? Like, what are your thoughts? Let's just be objective. Your thoughts on Tim Tebow trying to be a tight end in the NFL?
I didn't see an issue with the tight end room. First of all, I like Tyler Davis, who they drafted last year out of Georgia Tech. I'm a big fan of James O'Shaughnessy, who they took, who got into the league as a drafted guy out of Illinois State, and he has some athleticism. I like Ben Ellefson. This guy out of North Dakota State can play H-back. I think he's very good and deserves more of an opportunity. So I didn't see the issue there. I thought they were solid at tight end. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Tebow. Now, where I feel strongly about Tebow is the fact that if you want to talk about someone that got railroaded out of the league, I think he should have been allowed to be the backup to Peyton Manning when they brought him in and still worked on his game, because clearly he had some it to his game that allowed them to be successful and win games. So let's continue to work on his passing and work on his ability to get him where you need him to be throwing the football. So his whole story is sad in and of itself. But the tight end, I think, is going to be tough because they have a pretty solid depth chart right now, in my opinion, at that position.
It's interesting. I talked with Cassius Marsh, the outstanding special teamer and edge rusher for the Steelers, for today's Ross Tucker football podcast. And I said, if the Steelers had signed Tebow, to play tight end, what would be your mindset if he was lined up across from you trying to block you? He said, abuse this man. Like, the guys they want to beat anybody trying to block them, but in their mind, they cannot let a quarterback block them. Like, in their mind, he's a quarterback, and like over their dead body, they're going to let him, like they are going to, I just hope he knows what he's signing up for. I said it before, they are going to be very aggressive with him physically. And those techniques as a tight end or H-back or fullback, how to make those blocks, those are different things to learn. And if you're not real familiar with them, you're going to get earholed. Like you're going to get hit bad.
And that's the part I have when people quickly want to move just put him in a slot. Like every running back. Yeah, put him in a slot, let him run routes. Like, bro, you realize you move him to that spot, he now has to beat cornerbacks and not linebackers. There's difference in techniques involved in playing different positions. You just can't ask a wide receiver to gain some weight and play tight end. So you damn sure can't ask a quarterback to go and play tight end that hadn't done it before. We saw Blake Bell get eased into that tight end position while at Oklahoma. We saw, I think it was Jay Reamersma that was at Michigan.
Yeah, way back in the day. Wow, nice pull, Emery.
You know what I'm saying? And then go to Buffalo and grow into that position. So we've seen it happen, but it takes time. You just can't. You see it recently. You can't move defensive linemen to offensive linemen and expect them to start right away. Rashad Coward did that with the Bears. It takes time to get acclimated to the different techniques of the position. I want to say this though: Jacksonville undrafted free agents, they killed it in that realm. They had undrafted free agent haul that was better than some teams' classes with some of the dudes they picked up.
Interesting. Okay. What about the Tennessee Titans? We've talked a lot about Caleb Farley, their first-round pick, and the multiple back surgeries. Day 2, they took Dylan Reduntz, the OT from North Dakota State, Monty Rice, the linebacker from Georgia, and Elijah Molden, the cornerback from Washington.
Them adding Molden and Farley aced it for me. Those are two guys that are always around the football. Ball skills, ball instincts, ball awareness, football IQ. Give me those guys on the back end. That's the playmakers. Those are guys that make it tough to throw the football against any secondary. And when you combine those two with the health of Christian Fulton, who they drafted last year in the first round, I believe, or second round, man, their secondary got better. And I think their secondary is going to be good. Health permitting, once again, that seems to be the theme with the AFC South draft when we talk about these prospects. But if Farley is healthy, Farley is a lockdown corner with ball skills that has upside. He was a receiver coming into Virginia Tech. So he still, quote unquote, is a neophyte in terms of playing a position, but he played it well. Molden just understands ball and understands zone coverage, understands spatial awareness. He just gets it from a passing coverage standpoint, and he could turn the ball over. So give me all of those guys right away. And Rice, I believe, is more of a depth guy. I think he's going to be a special teams ace. It just kind of reminds me of what they have already and David Long out of West Virginia. So I thought they replicated that effort there. But I love those two cornerback selections there. And Radens to the tackle, plug and play. You come from North Dakota State, where it's run game defense, and you go to Tennessee, where it's run game defense. It's a plug and play guy right away. He's going to start as a rookie.
Round 4, they got a couple guys I heard a lot about leading up to the process. Dez Fitzpatrick, the receiver from Louisville, and Rashad Weaver, the DN from Pitt.
Yeah, Rashad Weaver and his teammate, I forgot his name, but they were bookends at
Patrick
Pitt.
Jones?
Patrick Jones. Both guys played well off each other, and Weaver, I think, has more of the heavy hands that sets a physical edge, strong edge, and does a good job versus the run. Has a little bit more pass rushing savvy than Jones. Jones is like a twitchy guy that he splashes with those big plays like that. But I like Weaver. Weaver is consistent. He's solid. He's going to be someone that's dependable. And Fitzpatrick is a pro's pro already as a rookie. He just goes about his business, runs his routes very well, consistently, No flash, but is consistent in that regard. But also is consistent in catching the football. There's no issues, I feel like, with Fitzpatrick, and I think he's going to be someone that's going to see a lot of minutes as a rookie.
Finally, round 6, they had 2 picks. Brady Breeze, the safety from Oregon, and a guy that you were the first person I ever heard bring him up, Racey McMath, the receiver from LSU. Last summer, you talked about Racey a lot going into the season.
Yeah, Racey is someone, you go back to his high school tape, tremendous athlete, explosive, fast. LSU, we know about their receiving core and their depth chart, so he was more of a special teams guy. They got a little bit of playing time at wideout, so the upside is through the roof with him. He's going to be someone that's going to be a better pro than he was a collegiate, but we know at worst he's going to be a core special teamer, maybe a gunner, on coverage units, but that's someone that's going to get better as he gets more acclimated with the pro game, gets more reps. So I'm excited to see him. And Breeze is another one of these core special teams. He was on all special teams at Oregon. So what I love about the draft now, and I really started to incorporate that within, my process, scouting and grading. When you look at guys and you look at, do they play special teams? How many special teams they're on? And how consistent are they in those roles? Man, that's how you also strengthen yourself in the draft. You can draft guys that teams maybe like, or players, maybe people maybe like, I don't know about this guy. Well, they drafted him specifically to bolster their special teams because that's a third of the game. And if you can win at least 2 out of the 3 aspects of a game, you're going to win a lot of football games. And special teams is so critical, especially in coverage units and also in the return game.
Here's what everybody needs to do. Please subscribe to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL so you get all of the other shows that we produce and the highlight clips. If nothing else, just check out the highlight clips, or you can check them out on social at Ross Tucker Pod. Follow Emery at FBall Game Plan or Football Game Plan on YouTube and get 40-1 odds on any basketball game this week over at the DraftKings Sportsbook. 40-1 odds on any team in any basketball game. I mean, come on. There's some that you have a pretty good idea who's going to win those games. Go ahead and put $5 on one. You can turn it into $200. That's promo code Ross, limited time, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Other than that, AFC West next week as we close out the AFC. The keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Hey, hello? Is this thing on? Yep, we're live. What's up? How's everybody doing?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, long time no sim.
Yeah, for real, dude. I feel like we haven't done a sim together in like a month.
It's definitely been a couple weeks.
It really might have been.
Wow. How you doing?
How are you, man? I feel like I should reintroduce myself. My name is Tom. I live in St. Louis. I'm a Boston sports fan, and
you love Busch
like a hot
Stadium.
dog is a sandwich.
That's right. That has been a topic of conversation on these streams before. How long were you gone?
Last Tuesday, I think, was my last sim, Tuesday or Wednesday, and then yeah, I've been off for a bunch of days. My sister was in town, was showing her around St. Louis, having some barbecue, riding around on the golf cart, having some Diet Cokes. All fun stuff. She left this morning, so we're back on the sim grind.
Nice. Saw you at Busch Stadium. Looked like fun.
Yeah. Watched the Cardinals lose to the Cubs. It was honestly insane how many Cubs fans were at that game. It felt like it was a Cubs home game. When the Cubs won, it was as if we were at Wrigley Field. Honestly, it was wild. So shout out to Cubs Nation, traveling strong down to St. Louis and repping hard on Sunday Night Baseball.
I always forget. Well, I guess I don't forget. I just reminded myself it's one of the great matchups in baseball. One of the good rivalries in baseball.
They pride themselves on being the friendliest rivalry in baseball because, of course, the Midwest, we're friendly out here. Yeah.
All right.
Our stadium is your stadium.
Gotham is yours. What's your lineup look like? This is a pretty smelly matchup. That's the name of our free roll.
It's stanky. I got Jerry Jeudy in the captain spot. Saquon, Gano, Daniel Jones, Sterling Shepard, and Cortland Sutton. So, I don't know. We'll see. These teams stank.
It's a good approach in terms of your mindset and coming back from a week off here, just to go, see how it goes.
Yeah.
That. It's typically
to be
the
honest,
mindset.
right before I was off for a few days, I was actually kind of killing it, sneaky, in some free rolls that I would join just randomly. Not sure how that happened, but, I just made a bunch of random lineups, and for whatever reason, I was finishing like top 15. I think I came in second in one of those. It was ridiculous.
Hey, can you confirm you have not won one of the free rolls yet?
I've never won a free roll.
So Tara Lynn won the other day.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Like her second week making lineups, like legitimately submitting lineups, because her first couple, the way she was approaching it was actually it was a fun little bit. She would purposely play a backup quarterback just to be like, I beat 8
but then she'd have a ton of cash for everyone else. Right?
Yeah, true. Well, she'd play like Dak Prescott and then Brian Hoyer or something. Just to be like, I still beat 8 people with a backup quarterback in my lineup.
It's a good bit.
So we were all, I forget who I was doing the game with. I'm like, wait a minute. By now, I feel like every commentator's won one of these things. And I said, I think Freeze Pops, it's been a while since we've been together. I don't think he's won one yet.
0. Wow. I cannot believe Tara Lynn has won a free roll and I haven't. I feel awful. No offense to Tara Lynn, but I mean, she's a rookie. She's a rookie at calling Sims and making lineups, for that matter.
Right.
I'm over here making lineups almost every day. I mean, you think law of averages.
Yeah, right. Just go off of submissions.
Yeah.
Like, just go off that number. It's pretty crazy.
It's
yeah,
stupid.
you suck.
Wow. Yeah, dude. Tara Lynn beat you. What does that say about you, dude? It says I stink. And that these things are so random.
I don't know if BK's won yet either.
Ooh, that feels like someone that has not won, but definitely has said that he had the winning lineup at some point before setting his lineup every single time.
Oh my Lanta. Oh my smash Lanta. Sterling Shepard, 45-yard touchdown.
That's good for me. I have him in my lineup. Hey-oh!
Nice. I do not. We're off to a good start in this one.
What a catch. Wow. He backhanded that.
Taylor 11 Swift on Twitch says, wow. Good to have you here, Taylor.
Do you think that that's Taylor Swift?
Could be. Taylor likes the game.
Yeah, she's a gamer. She's into new tech.
Evan says, dude, it was almost wire to wire. She was rocking it. Talking about the sim that Tara Lynn won, the free roll she won. Justin Cravens, what's up? Much appreciated.
The Batman.
The Batman. David D. Sean Williams, my guy TC Fresh, what's good?
What's up?
Ryan Anderson. Robbie Noble. Good to have you with us. James says good evening.
James, hello. Which of these two teams is going to have a worse record next season?
Denver, assuming, does not have Aaron Rodgers.
Correct. Well, I mean, I guess you could take it either way. If you're confident they're going to have Rodgers, I guess you could say that they're going to have a better record.
Wow. Plus, you got to consider the Giants do play in the NFC East.
I can see both of these teams finishing with like 8 wins.
That's not that bad. 8 and 9.
I think the Giants improve. I think the Giants take a step forward, to be honest. They had the right stuff cooking at the end of the season. And I think if Teddy Bridgewater is the Broncos quarterback with the weapons they have, they'll be in a lot more games than they were last season with Drew Lock just throwing the ball to anyone wearing a helmet. It didn't matter which helmet you had on. If you were wearing a helmet, he would throw the ball to you.
Well, the concern, too, with Denver is Bridgewater, and can he stay on the field, right? Like, when he's in there, he's been good. See those 5 games with the Saints and even the sample we saw last year in Carolina. I think Teddy Bridgewater is a perfectly fine bridge guy before you find
that's a good one.
Before you find like the quarterback you really want. And we're going to get a punt in just a moment. If you missed it, Sterling Shepard, 45-yard touchdown from Daniel Jones. It was a great pass. Simon, so Smash Lanta Classic has already clipped the touchdown call. So proud of him. Simon Slay says, there is your top shot moment.
Hey, well, that's great. Did you see Smash Lanta's little highlight reel he put together the other night on Twitter?
Oh, yes, I did.
That was good stuff. That's very good stuff.
Are you you're aware that we're in a new Madden season, right?
Yeah. So we're gonna see this matchup in real life, correct?
Correct. We're simulating the entire 2021 NFL schedule.
I love that.
It's gonna take us like 6 weeks.
Is there a place where I can go to like look up the records of these teams and these games?
Yes, my friend.
Because that is something I will be very curious to see. You know how the computers think that this game is going to, play out over the season. Here we go. Got a little Google Doc action. All right.
That's one of those things that producer Michael will be feeding us as this tournament, this season, I should say, not a tournament, a season unfolds. As more games happen, right? Because it's still so early. This is still a week 1 matchup. In fact, this must be, it doesn't even matter if this is on Sunday or Monday. Actually, did I see this? That there's only one Monday Night Football game week 1 this year.
Oh, interesting.
As opposed to the 2.
They usually do 2. I liked when they would do the 2. Huh. That's kind of annoying. You know what it is? It's probably because they added that extra week to the regular season, and ESPN probably only has rights to a certain amount of Monday night games, so they had to spread it out.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
That ball knocked away. Jones 6 of 7, now 3rd and 5. Justin Cravens, please give a shout out to Smash Lanta for me on Twitch. That dude is talented and funny. There you go.
Shout out.
I've never seen that before. Hey, can you shout out to this guy that's also here? But I don't want to go to that dark place called Twitch.
Nah, he's a YouTube loyalist. I get it.
Yeah. Congo Cab, Raiders, Ravens on a Monday night. That's tomorrow. That's actually one of the sims we'll have tomorrow. Matt Silverman should have done a roster update before this started. Well, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Sorry, Matt. Here we are. If anything, you've been here so long, you know exactly what the depth charts look like. You're going to be even smarter. Your brain, your mind, and your head are prepared for the season.
Yeah, you're going to know what the teams used to look like.
Oh, this time last year was mind-boggling because all the moves were happening. Brady, Phillip Rivers.
Oh, yeah.
Just all over. I'm like, oh, this is still scarring me inside.
Was Cam Newton still with the Panthers?
Cam Newton was a Panther.
Yeah. That's funny. Bridgewater was a backup on New Orleans.
Yeah.
Who was the starter in Denver? Probably wasn't Drew Lock. Or was it? Yeah, I guess going into the season he would have been.
Yeah, it was
Lock.
Lock.
About 2 years ago.
Flacco was the backup in 20. Cody. What's up, Cody?
Tyrod Taylor was the starter for the Chargers. Oh no, Phillip Rivers was still there. Gotcha.
Correct.
So was Jacoby Brissett the Colts guy?
Yep, Brissett. Brissett was fun. Brissett would sling it, chuck it.
Brissett, sneaky good.
Yeah, got that good throw power. Now we never see the guy. It's too bad. Now he's backing up Tua.
Love that.
Brother Phil says, I have my reservations about Teddy B in Denver. Don't know if he has the arm for bad weather out there. At least Locke has that big arm. Even if he's raw, he may beat Teddy out for that gig.
I think it'll be a competition for sure. I was talking to BK about this on a broadcast at some point, and he says that it's no lock. You see what I did there? That Teddy Bridgewater is going to be the starter if things remain as is and Aaron Rodgers doesn't go.
Yeah, and then you wonder if indeed it is Bridgewater out of the gate, what that does to Drew Lock's psyche and everything.
Yeah. Yep.
Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater knows firsthand what it's like. You're a guy, then you're not the guy. Go somewhere else. That's what's. I think that's actually what's helped Bridgewater is he just gets out of the place he was, right? I'm in Minnesota, did my thing, got hurt, but I got out of there, got a chance somewhere else. I mean, that's what it kind of feels like. If you're drafted by a team, you get the starting job, however it may be, because someone got hurt. It was just your turn, your time. The team invested in you, and it doesn't work the first time. I feel like most of the time you got to get out, go somewhere else, and figure it out because you're just so. The team is just so done with you. And I'm not saying, I guess that I guess certain situations it's like see Sam Darnold, like just get out, leave, go.
Yep.
Drew Lock is like kind of like in the middle, right? Because they didn't invest a lot into the pick.
Right. No, I think you're totally right there. I think if things don't work out for for Locke in Denver, go somewhere else, start from scratch.
Now, and who's to say, like, maybe, and we're at the end of the first quarter, hey, maybe it works out because it's not like Drew Lock can be like, well, you guys drafted me 5th overall, you know. Why am I not the guy? Like, I think Sam Darnold, because he was so highly invested in, just like mentally ruined.
Yeah.
And the
No,
Jets were like,
I could see Darnold having a really bad year, to be honest.
So, yeah, whole lot going on there in terms of our discussion. Not in the sim. I mean, the touchdown was awesome. Couple of punts. Sterling Shepard, 45-yard touchdown. Glash and Freeze Pops. Producer Michael Andrews with us. And Robert from Game Ops.
Robbie.
Cody says, as a Vikings fan, that Teddy Bridgewater injury was devastating. I was so excited to see what he was building there. I'm going to pull up Teddy Bridgewater's Pro Football Reference page because after Minnesota, he went to New Orleans, right?
Correct. Yeah, he was on the schneid for a while, getting that leg fixed because that thing was messed up, and went to New Orleans, studied under Breeze, had that nice little run there, and then went to Carolina last year to prove that he could still be a starter.
Right. So, yeah, right. So 2016 didn't even play.
Right. Out for the full year.
Full season out after going 11-5 in 2015, selected to the Pro Bowl with Minnesota.
Yes, he was good, man.
2017, one game played. He threw 2 passes with Minnesota. Who was the quarterback in 17? Cousins?
No, I don't think Cousins was there yet.
Case Keenum.
I think it was Case, right? Wow. Yep, because I remember Case doing the that Viking thing when they won the Miracle game with the crowd.
Skol! Skol! Skol!
That thing.
That was a great moment.
And then they lost.
18, we all remember the 5 games he filled in for Drew Brees, which, again, credit to Bridgewater. He totally maximized that opportunity and 100%. Got a job with Carolina.
Oh, that should have been picked.
I also said something about injuries. He started 15 games last year. He only missed 1 game.
Yeah, but it's still one of those things that you worry about just because his injury was so bad that it's like you have to imagine that there's a chance it could always happen again. Like it's almost a miracle that he's playing football still.
Yeah. Well, right. And in terms of like the confidence to fully commit.
Right. And I know it was a few years ago at this point, but still, like I don't think you ever really ever fully commit, fully get over that injury, recover.
Wes says, Glash, ask how much time is left on the clock.
7:09 left in the second quarter here. 7-0 Giants.
Whoa,
7:04
fake.
remaining.
A fake.
Oh, man. Love that, Joe Judge. Going for it.
That sim. I know what Wes is talking about. Do you remember the sim that, Robert's making... Robert from Ops now. It's something about the scoring. Got it. Do you remember the sim that we did when you did the play-by-play? That was freaking hysterical.
Oh, yeah.
Problem with Big Gaming, the best DK duo, Rossi and Lamarca. Two very good dudes right there.
That's an interesting combo. I'd like to hear the very opposite ends of the spectrum from an energy perspective. So I think that might work.
Yeah, Lamarca brings it. Sometimes he'll just start singing or drop a joke or a quote from a movie. And you're like,
but
whoa.
He's a wild card, you know? Whereas
Yeah.
Rossi's going 100 miles an hour at all times.
God, so the chat is saying that Sam Darnold was the quarterback. I'm sorry, not Sam Darnold, Sam Bradford. And then it was Keenum.
That's right.
Wow. That's crazy.
Sammy Sleeves up there in Minnesota, just continuing to get paid. That guy made so much money for such a brittle boy. He's a very brittle boy.
Oh, Celtics are getting smushed, huh?
Yep. Saw that coming. Oh, good thing Tatum scored 60, though.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what you would say. You jerk.
What a fantastic comeback ever. I mean, this is amazing. It's going to lift his confidence. We're gonna give Brooklyn a hard time.
Okay, but you say that in that voice, but, I mean, we saw the play-in game, man. My man brought the heat against the Wizards.
Oh,
We're building here, Glass. We're building. He's still young.
Ooh, the Wizards. Gonna cast a spell.
Okay. We're building.
Yeah, it would have been really good for us if we won a game or two in this series. It will really build for the future. A little young, little shining shamrock in the yard will bud more with a win or two.
Yeah, dude. It's just going to do wonders for his confidence. Hey, look, no Jaylen Brown. They just have no chance in the series. I just don't get hurt. No one have any catastrophic injuries. Just cut your losses.
But dude, 60 points against the Spurs. Where were you?
The two that I was on the Dream stream with you while Koff tweeted from his home, and you were upset.
That's when you wanted us to fight, and I was just saying, like, not impressed. Woohoo!
Yep, I wanted you guys to fight. I tuned in for a fight, and you know what I got? A love fest. I love you, Koff. Oh, I love you, Glash. People don't even realize we text outside of these Sims.
I don't say it like that.
You're my hero, Dad.
I do admire the wording, though, in the sense that outside of the Sims, as if you can't send a text during the Sim.
No, nope.
You know, you gotta leave the bubble to send texts.
It's its own world, man. I gotta admit, like, I've been off for, you know, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast a little bit. I feel like I've just been so out of the loop. Like, over the next few days, I'm gonna just get little bits of information, like, oh, okay, that happened. I gotta, like, catch up, you know?
Yep, that's how it usually goes. It's gonna happen to me pretty soon, because I'm out for a week in June.
Oh, is that the vacay, or you just got WNBA duties?
Nope, going away. Leaving all of you for a week.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces passing, I'm homebound. Yeah, Celtics stink.
Yeah. So, Andy James, this is water in a jar.
Oh, you're mason jarring it.
Yeah, I didn't lose the water bottle. I know where it is now, but I left it somewhere. I actually left it at the Mohegan. Thankfully, someone grabbed it for me.
You wicked hipster guy. Drinking water from a mason jar?
If you're a day one DK Sim fan member, the jar was the move March to right around now, Memorial Day. So
what was your washing regimen with the jar? Did you wash it after every day? Was it multiple
No.
days between?
Now that you say it, they probably should have washed it more. Smash Lanta, you know what to do. First down, Drew Lock to is that the Hamler? I think so.
Oh, KJ? No, I don't think it was. I don't know. I don't know the numbers. I'm talking.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
Hamler.
talking crazy here. I don't know what I'm talking about. Woo!
Wergy, too, first place in our contest with Daniel Jones in the captain spot. Barkley, Shepard, Tate, Giants DST, and Noah Fant.
I'm in 19th.
Nice.
So there you go.
You got to get a win here, man.
It's ridiculous. I might have to just make like a 5-person contest and tell other people to not join. Like invite 5 other DK Sim broadcasters, tell them to not make lineups, and just let me win as a confidence booster. You know, just like Tatum getting 60 in a meaningless game.
Yeah. Like, we know you can score. That's my overall take on that, is all I was really getting at. So.
Confidence, Glass. Confidence.
Robert says, I can make a terrible lineup to make you look better next time.
Please do so. Thank you. Join the late slate Madden After Dark. Throw in a crud lineup. Help me out here, guys.
Sterling Shepard with the touchdown, if you're just joining us. 45-yard score in the first quarter. 34% owned, 4.8% in the captain spot. There was something, producer Michael fed this to us earlier in the day. We did not get into this in the 6 o'clock. Judy Batista with the report that NFL team presidents are told on a call today 30 of 32 teams already have approval for full capacity stadiums at the start of the preseason.
Let's go. Love that.
And the only exceptions to that are Denver, which is featured here, and Indianapolis, which I kind of get Indy in the sense that they're inside. I mean, there's other teams in the league that play inside. Peter O'Reilly of the NFL, training camps can have fans in attendance. Most camps open July 31st. It's great news. It's exciting.
Yes. The world is getting back to normal. Yay. Honestly, going to Patriots training camp was one of my favorite things to do when I was living in New England still. It's one of the remaining free things you can do surrounding professional sports that's actually really cool, where you get very close to the action. And if you're into the autograph thing, it's good for the kids. They always bring people around. I don't know if every team is like that, but the Patriots have a really, really nice setup.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It used to be one of the toughest things to get to because folks would pick up on that, right? Like people figured, oh, I don't want to spend money on tickets to a game.
I'll just go to training camp and sit there in 95-degree weather.
Different sport, but you know, the Red Sox did that in Fort Myers. We'd drive 3 hours from my grandmother's house and go $2 to get on the bus in Fort Myers from the Red Sox. So from the ballpark, so now it's JetBlue Park. Take a 10-minute bus ride to the practice fields, and you
for $2.
Yeah, $2. You walk right up to the chain link fence, and you're watching Bogarts, or you're watching, at the time it was like 07, so watching like Daisuke Matsuzaka was the big news of the year that year. Freaking awesome. I mean, low key training camp / spring training.
That's good stuff. If you're just like a really hardcore fan and you want to bring your kid to a cool thing, like that's a cool thing to do for very inexpensive compared to, you know, bringing them to the whole shebang where they're probably just going to ask for chicken fingers the whole time anyways.
Yep. Well, and that's the other thing too, like for events like that, you can pack a lunch, you can pack a little cooler, like they're way more lax about stuff. And for especially for kids, like the players, so here's a quick example. Jason Varitek was huge about this. If you were a kid, Varitek would only sign autographs for the kids. Like he'd skip over the old guy looking to get a baseball autograph for eBay.
Yeah.
But he'd go to the kids with the glove and the whole thing. I mean, it makes their day, and
that's why
really,
he had the C on his chest, Glash.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why he's the last guy to have the C.
So
Tech.
Those are some of the best moments I've had as growing up as a sports fan.
Oh, definitely. Down at McCoy, I mean, shout out to the Paw Sox. Rest in peace. Now they're the Woo Sox. Hate that. But yeah, McCoy Stadium used to have you'd have the 2-liter bottle of soda that you cut out so you could put a ball and a Sharpie in it, and you hang it down on a string in front of the dugout, and everyone would sit there kind of camping out like they're fishing in front of the dugout. Guys would come out, they'd sign the ball, put it back in there, you could lift it back up. Oh, some of my favorite memories as a kid.
Brian Anderson, I thought after that first quick score we'd have a shootout. Yep, not happening.
No. Two really bad teams, guys.
Daniel Jones to Ingram for a 3rd and 1. Not enough for the first down.
Bad Boys of Pop accusing Veritek of ageism.
One thing I think you did miss, or you and I have not done together that I enjoy quite a bit, is doing the schedule game.
I love the schedule game.
I think the schedules come out for all the teams. Was that last week or the week before?
Last Wednesday, maybe, or 2 Wednesdays ago.
That feels like not long ago, but now it might have been easily 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And just, win, loss, win,
Love
loss. Do you want to play the schedule game?
I would love to do it.
Okay. That was me inviting you.
Hey, so
I was waiting for you to ask.
Hey, so if you talk to you have your mom talk to my mom, and then we can have a sleepover.
Do you remember that?
Glass, put a note in your desk.
Dude, when we get out of school on Friday, I'll have my mom bump into your mom. We'll do pizza, and we'll play COD later.
And then we'll watch the Kids' Choice Awards on Nickelodeon.
Yeah. And then we can order stuff online. Okay. Give me a second. I'm labeling my worksheet here.
Okay.
Label it 1 through 18. T for Tom, G for Glash. And then we'll
yes. Got some accountability here.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've got so many sheets of paper in my this light is very bright. There's just a bunch of random A's, Arizona, Philly, but I Rossi Glass. So I have the Rossi predictions for the Cardinals and the Eagles. I've got Kenny Ducey has the Jets going 10-7.
Of course he does. By the way, the Nets are up 71-47 as they go into halftime. So,
I have Ducey Jets, Ducey Bills, Ducey Giants. Ducey had the Giants. We each had the Giants winning 6 games.
Okay, yeah, that's right around what I think they'd get.
Whatever.
Without looking at their schedule, they feel like an 8-win team, but 6, I can see that.
Bad Boys of Pop, dear Lord, no schedule game.
No.
It's the most boring thing ever.
Not true. Not if you love football, Bad Boys.
Well, it's
hey, Bad Boys of Pop, random before we get into it, and I know we're getting to half here, so we'll go over the stats, but I played your guys' biggest hit for Morgan and my sister when we were driving around showing her St. Louis the other day. I'm blanking on the name of your song. I apologize, Bad Boys of Pop, but whatever the top song is for your band on Spotify, we were rocking to it in the car. It still slaps, in case people are wondering. So, as he rips us in the chat, I'm telling him that I streamed his song, and my sister followed on Spotify and was very excited to hear that you watch these Sims.
All right, let's look at stats. We'll do the schedule game in the second half, which I don't find it to be lazy, to be honest.
No, I don't. I enjoy it. It makes you think about a lot of different stuff.
Hello, remember, it's May. We have several months till the start of the season. When the schedule comes out, we need something to talk about for an hour.
Yeah.
7-3 New York. Jones is 10 of 14 for 113 in the touchdown. Drew Lock 11 of 16, 98 yards. Driscoll with an incomplete pass on a fake punt. Melvin Gordon 7 for 37. Barkley 5 for 11. Yikes. Must be says Tom and Brian C. ruined the schedule game. Tom
What?
who?
I haven't even been here.
I don't know. Maybe a different Tom. I don't know.
Who's Brian C?
Brian from the chat, I suppose. Because Brian likes it. Brian's like, oh, can we do the schedule game? How did they ruin it? I'm curious. Because it happens all the time. Shepard 4 for 77 and the touchdown. Hamler 3 for 33 and Sutton 2 for 30. Everyone else is kind of. Hey, so earlier today on the Sweat, the guys went NBA high or low. Freeze Pops just told you the Nets are destroying the Celtics. 2 more games later tonight. LeBron James, prop play tonight between the Lakers and Suns. Check it out.
Okay, Nick, LeBron James, 41.5 points, rebounds, and assists total. I remember you said earlier you're not picking up what LeBron's been putting down lately. So you just want to tell me why this is too high?
Look, I have to go over here. I know I said that, but this number is just lower than I thought it would be, to be honest. I mean, he's averaging 45 points, rebounds, assists for his playoff career. So, while I didn't love what I saw from LeBron in game 1, the fact that he was still able to get to 10 assists, despite, KCP blowing every single wide open 3 that LeBron set up for him, says a lot. I don't like LeBron to come out and go for like 38 points in this game and just dominate like we've seen him do in the past. I think he's still going to have to feel it out as a scorer, but he's always rebounded well in the playoffs. He turns it up, another like 50% just in terms of effort on the glass in the postseason. So I think he can get to 10, 12 assists, 8 to 10 rebounds. And then if he can just get to 25 to 27 points, that's probably enough to push him over. So I'm not super high on LeBron. I'm more so just, low on this number, I guess.
All right, yeah, minus 125 on the over there. Kenny, what do you think? Is this actually too short?
It's way too short. And when you look back since 2018, Emerson, I did some looking. There are only 2 times where you can point to a game 2 where LeBron didn't increase his scoring output over game 1. One of them was he had a 51-point game, so obviously he's not going to go more than 51 points. And the other one was a game where he played just 26 minutes in the first round of the postseason last year against the Blazers when he was, obviously 26 minutes. You're not going to improve over 23 points. I think that history tells us that LeBron's going to have a better scoring output here. I would not be surprised to see him hit 30, 32 points. And if he does that, yeah, I mean, of course he's going to get, 9 or 10 rebounds and assists, considering the fact that this battle on the glass has been, the Suns, they are good at rebounding, but they're not the best at rebounding. And LeBron certainly can make a dent there. I think that he could have 35 points, and this is an easy cash.
All right. Be sure to join us weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time for The Sweat. They do a great job. They preview the day in sports. They do sporty things as it pertains to real sports. But here we are in Simland. We are a priority here on the Dream Stream. 7-3 Giants. The big play of the first half. Sterling Shepard, 45-yard touchdown. Bad Boys of Pop. Literally yesterday, a listener commented that they love The Sims and would tag team with their friends to help call games when I couldn't watch. They have driving jobs. If you guys have more insight into the games, driving guys wouldn't have to worry about that.
So let me get this straight. So there's some guys driving around, and they are driving. They made some lineups. They want to know what's going on. So they have buddies. Call them. And the driver, in theory, puts them on speakerphone and does their own play-by-play of the sim for their friends driving so they know what's going on in the games. The Sims. Am I getting that correct?
I think that was well done. Good summary.
Okay. That's awesome. Those people have very good friends. I would never do that for one of my buddies ever. But shout out to the truckers that love Simland. We love you. This is for you. Do it for the truckers. 7:34 to go. Third quarter, 7-3 Giants. 7:29 to go. Drew Lock takes the snap, misses Noah Fant up the middle. It's going to be 3rd and 5 here at the Meadowlands. 7-3 Giants. 7:27 to go here in the third quarter. 3rd and 5. 7-3 Giants leading Denver. 7:27 to go in the third. 3rd and 5.
Must be. You still haven't explained why they ruined it.
I want to know how I'm involved here.
Yeah, because it must be does like to troll me, so maybe he's just trolling me again.
It's possible.
All right. After all that, let's play the schedule game. Okay, let's do the Giants. Pull it up. Got it all labeled. See, why? I don't want the San Francisco Giants. I want the New York Giants.
No.
Go away, baseball.
You have to type in New York Football Giants. That's what you gotta. It's football Giants.
All right. Well, rapid fire. Here we go. Week 1, home against Denver.
Win.
I will say win. Week 2, at the football team. Short week on a Thursday.
Loss.
Agreed. Loss. Week 3, home after 10 days of rest against the Atlanta Falcons.
Ooh, I'm going to say loss.
I will give them a win.
I'm high on the Falcons.
Okay. At New Orleans, week 4.
Loss.
Agreed, loss. Week 5, at Dallas.
Win.
I say loss.
Dallas is randomly bad at home against NFC East opponents.
Yeah. Well, it all kind of evens out, I suppose, but really difficult division games to pick. Week 6, home, Rams.
Rams, they will lose to the Rams.
I got them losing that game, too. Week 7, home against the Carolina Panthers.
Win.
I'll give them a win. Monday Night Football at Kansas City.
Loss.
Loss. Week 9. This is the game before the bye. Home against the Raiders.
Raiders. We'll go with a win.
Okay, me too.
I don't feel confident about it, but
I hope Congo Kev isn't listening to that particular part.
I'm sorry, Congo.
We really are. You can tell us we're wrong when it's week 6 and the Raiders are 4-2. Week 11, out of the bye, at Tampa, Monday Night Football.
I mean, come on. That is an absolute L.
Yeah, but what if the ghost of Eli is on the Pirates?
I will say this, Giants played the Bucks really well last season, and they are coming off a bye, so I bet it's a closer game than we're probably giving them credit, but yeah, I think that Bucks take care of business.
Week 12, home, Philadelphia.
Win. Philly's going to stink next year, I think.
We'll find out by week 12 what they're made of. So it's their first matchup with Philly at this point in the schedule. I will say win. Week 13 at Miami.
Loss.
Agreed, loss. Week 14 at the Chargers.
Loss. I think Chargers take a big step forward.
I agree, loss. Okay, a week later, home, Dallas.
Win.
I agree. I think they're going to split the Dallas games. Day after Christmas, at Philadelphia.
Win.
I say loss. Philly will get a game there. Week 17, at Chicago.
Let's go with a loss.
I will say loss as well. And then finally, they wrap up at home against Washington.
Loss. Agree.
Okay, I have it 6 wins, just like I had before. So I'm not even looking at the sheet I used, whatever it was the last week and the week before. 6 wins. You have them at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wins.
There you go. Yeah, so 7. They feel like a 7 or 8 win team to me.
Gone fishing. Yeah, the Giants played 2 Monday night games at KC and at Tampa.
And they probably have Sunday night games built into and Thursday night games because they're the Giants. Like, it doesn't matter how mediocre they are, they will be on national television.
Oh, actually, that only comes up 3 times. Week 2 at Washington, Sunday. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's Thursday night football.
So that they don't have any Sunday nighters as of now.
No Sunday night games.
I can see them getting flexed into an SNF. You always have the New York Giants on your football screen. It's just how it works.
Hey, buddy thinks they're going to go 11-5.
Yeah, he called us liars and fat mouths. You're a fat mouth.
Must Be says, by the way, Glash, first you called me must buy for months. Then you started calling me a pawn. Well, Eddie Pawn. Just be grateful I'm reading your dumb comments, for crying out loud.
Yeah, must be. What? I don't know what goes on sometimes. Like, sometimes you're cool, sometimes you're feisty. Like, we got to find a happy medium for you, brother.
Now I'm a hairy elephant. Which, that's pretty cool. I think elephants are awesome.
Elephants are sick, dude. They have those huge snouts, just spraying water everywhere.
Yeah.
They
Joke's
got
on
great
you.
memories.
I like elephants.
They live for a long time. They're huge, so they could, take care of business at the zoo. They're the big boys on the block. I'm Team Elephant.
Yeah.
Crimson Tide, very good football team.
Must Be's good people. He's in here just giving us crap, which is
100%.
good. Regular season wins. I'm just going over to the our friends over on the sports book just to look at a comparison. Just to make sure that, it's not, or, our talk is normally crazy talk, but it's not that crazy.
I bet we're both right around there.
7's their number.
Yeah, that feels perfect. That's why these things are difficult.
Okay. That was fun. Let's do the Denver Broncos because still
I'm having
nothing is
fun.
happening. I mean, now the ball is at the 13-yard line. Saquon has been stinking. It's been better, I guess.
Saquon is never good for me. And I know that you can probably look at the numbers, blah, blah, blah. Every time I have a Giant sim, he's not good. I always feel like I'm putting him in the Babysitter Billy conversation. It's like Saquon hates me.
Yeah, Saquon's still in my captain spot, 13.6.
That's not good.
Congo Cap says, thanks for reading my comments, Clash, especially when I get under your skin a little bit. Well, that's like part of the fun.
That's the point, yeah.
It's just a damn cough, man. Tommy's saying you're sometimes too high, sometimes too low. He's looking for a happy median.
That's right, man. No, let's keep it level.
Okay.
Let's keep it level here.
Do you, at the end of the day.
All right, Broncos.
Yeah, let me pull it up. So we have to be consistent. We both had the Giants winning against the Broncos week 1.
Okay.
So 2 losses right there. Boom.
Boom.
Boom. Oh, you know what? I don't know where it is. It's in my desk somewhere with a bunch of papers. Jeff Ulrich and I did Denver with Aaron Rodgers, without Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, okay. All right. I would like to just do it without Aaron Rodgers. I'm not playing your games. You know what? Actually, it'd be kind of fun to do it with Aaron Rodgers, too, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I like that game. I'm stealing it, too. Let's do it.
Oh, you want to do... Oh, that's creating more work, and I'm running out of space on my paper now to do.
Okay, how about this? I can do the paper for the Aaron Rodgers one.
Okay.
Unless you want to have like a running record of these things.
This is from a Connecticut Sun broadcast of a graphics package. I just literally made enough room to write it on here. So I do kind of want to go back through these and like hang them up as well.
All right, I'll let you keep the paper then. You'll just have to figure out some more.
So when it's like week 10, I can tweet at all of you. You said they were gonna be 9-8. Well, look, they're 5 and
whatever math is. I'll let you find some more paper. You can do it though.
The one paper I took a photo of was the Ducey Jets going 10-7.
Got to take a picture of that for when he eventually backtracks.
Okay, we'll just do without Rodgers for now.
Okay.
And you have paper ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I can do it with Rodgers. We'll do it without first.
Okay, without first. Well, yeah, I like that idea. Jeff and I tried to do both at the same time. That was hard. Oh, we tried to do Packers with and without at the same time. Okay, here we go. So, they're losing to the Giants, according to our predictions. They go to Jacksonville week 2.
Ooh, loss. I'm just going to pick against Jacksonville no matter what until I have them to have to pick games with when we do this eventually for Jacksonville within the next X amount of months.
Week 3, home Jets.
Loss. No, win.
Yeah, win for me too. Week 4, sorry, Kenny. Week 4, not really. Week 4, home Baltimore.
I will say loss. The home thing makes it more difficult to me, because Denver is a tough place to play.
Yeah, but at that time of year, it's not that nasty yet, and Baltimore's got the right offense to beat that kind of team in those elements, right?
Yeah, but it's not like a cold thing; it's more the elevation thing,
Yeah. Week 5 at Pittsburgh.
That's tough because Pittsburgh might stink. I will say loss.
Really tough call that you only had to pause for a couple seconds for you to be convinced it's a loss. Ooh, it's tough. Pittsburgh might stink. Loss. Pittsburgh will get off to a good start. Then that's
exactly what they did last year.
They always stink at the end because Big Ben just can't keep his body up.
Yeah, and Tomlin refuses to play any defense other than zone.
All right, here we go.
Oh, fumble! Lucky.
Hope the truck drivers hear us.
Lucky.
Congo Cab, block your ears. Week 6, home Raiders.
Let's say win.
Yeah. Stay tuned.
Oh, wait. No. Timeout. That's Raiders. Raiders are at home or Denver's at home?
Denver is home.
Okay. I'll give them a win.
Win. I'll look at stats here. We'll pause. 6 weeks in.
Okay.
2 wins, 4 losses for Denver. Daniel Jones, 14 for 20, 147. Drew Lock, 12 for 20, 97. Still just 1 touchdown in the sim. There's still a good energy in the sim.
Oh, it's fantastic energy.
Thank you. You too. Barkley, 10 for 40. Gordon, 7 for 37. Phillip Lindsay, 2 for 16. Daniel Jones, 1 for 15. And then the biggest play still is the first drive. 1 for 40, 1 catch. Oh, Shepard's got 4 catches. 1 was for 45 yards and a touchdown. Everyone else is stunk. Hamler, 3 for 33. Fant, 2 for 16. Sutton, 3 for 29.
Yeah, Shep had the catch that was like...
Yeah. Does Judy have anything?
Sick. Doesn't look like it.
Slayton have anything?
Look like it. Whole lot of stankers out there.
Got Robert from Ops here doing his thing. Andrew and Michael from our production team as well. It's been, a lot of defense. Giants D, 10% owned. Broncos D, 6%. So Slayton does have 2. Judy has 2. So everyone's on the board. Right? Like the big name.
For the most part, all the people that matter, I'd say. Ashley Edwards saying, Broncos will not beat my Raiders. Y'all tripping. Look, I think the Raiders are better than them, but I feel like they always split. And I could be wrong there, but I feel like the Raiders, one of their wins every year always comes against the Broncos, even when they were bad. Broncos, one of their wins always comes against the Raiders.
Well, I'm with Christian tomorrow for Raiders Ravens. I do want to do the Raiders schedule to prove to Congo Cab that I can, give them some victories. But I don't think they're going to win that game.
I just think they're going to split.
Yeah, we'll get there. They don't play them again till the day after Christmas. Yeah, Christmas hangover in Vegas. Which that is kind of a factor.
Too much eggnog.
A lot of folks, to be fair to Congo Cab, a lot of folks when the Las Vegas Golden Knights first got in the NHL, they had an insanely good home record. They went to the Cup final that year, right?
Yeah, sure did.
And a lot of people were like, "Oh, it's these teams, man. When they're flying into Vegas, they're going out having a good time." This past year, we didn't get that because, the pandemic, you couldn't be going places.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's a factor. I don't know. I like that take. Okay. Week 7, short week for Denver at Cleveland.
Loss.
Agreed. Loss.
Blowout loss. Mark it down.
Week 8, home to the football team of Washington.
Loss.
I agree. Loss. Week 9, at Dallas.
Loss.
Loss, yep. Week 10, this is the game before the bye. Home, Philadelphia.
Win.
Agreed, win. Week 11, bye week. Week 12, out of the bye. Home, Chargers.
They will lose to that team.
Okay, I'm going to give them a win here. Like, this might be the one time out of a bye.
So you're thinking come out of a bye. Yeah, they look good. Division team.
We'll see what the Chargers look like. I think the Chargers are going to be good. They're not going to be dominant, though. I don't know. The Chargers could be in a great spot.
You're thinking like 10 wins.
Yeah. Chargers are going to still probably lose some games they should probably, and we'd think, would win.
Yep.
So I'll give Denver a win. I mean, at this point, you've got them at 3 wins. I've got them at 4. I think Vic Fangio...
That tracks.
Huh?
That tracks for me.
Week 13 at Kansas City.
Oh, come on. Absolute loss. Take
Loss.
the L.
Week 14, home Detroit.
Win.
Win. Week 15, home Cincinnati.
I'm going to say... Oh, wow. Look at this.
Pick 6?
Yes. Yeah. Okay, Callahan. 56 yards to the house. Denver DST people are probably hyped right now. I wish I rostered both defenses. I actually kind of thought about it for a hot sec. And I was like, you know what? No, don't get too cute here. And I looked at the projected totals for both defenses, and I was like, they're not good defenses, really, in Madden. Denver, I think both are better in real life than they are in The Sims. So,
you know what I think about when I roster a defense? I try to figure, do they have a lot of superstar trait X factor guys?
Yeah.
Like just a dude that can make a play.
So the smart way to look at it. Robert from our ops team saying to let the chat know to give him a minute on that touchdown. So it'll be a minute before that is updated for those wondering.
Okay. Thanks, Robert. You want to make these sessions interesting, create contests, and let us play against you. You have to stick to what you call. Well, no, we have the right to change our mind. If Aaron Rodgers is traded tomorrow, then I don't believe in this record.
It's called nuance.
We welcome the chat to suggest what you think the Broncos are going to do. And then we can see what we predicted or what we called out. Does that connect with you, the people? Do you see or feel the same way we do? And if you don't, you explain why, and then we'll read it. And hopefully we just get to a point where we agree to disagree. Or we can tell you your take stinks.
You stink.
Like Bad Boys of Pop backing up the idea that Vegas is going to be good at home next year. When we were in Miami, New York, and Vegas as a boy band, we would go nuts.
Oh, you mean when he was in No Authority? I looked it up during the break when I said I forgot your name. I'm sorry, bad boys. I played the song for everyone on the production team, though. We all thought it was fire.
And yet, also, Bad Boys of Pop, yeah, it is fluff. It's 10-10. These two teams stink.
It's May.
It's May. The schedules came out last week. It's relatable.
2 weeks ago. All right, next game.
I'm done selling the segment. I like the segment. It's staying. You want to talk about movies or serials, go call the other two hosts. On your own time.
We talk sports here.
Yeah, really. Anyway, thanks for being here. Week 15. Denver is home against Cincinnati.
I'm going to say a win for Cincinnati.
Okay, so a loss there. I'm kind of with you.
Yeah.
Hopefully Joe Burrow is healthy at this point.
Same.
Here we go. Congo Cab. Turn the volume up. Day after Christmas. Denver at Vegas.
I'm going with the Raiders.
I agree. That's a loss. There's a win. Congo Cab. We're fair. To you. Week 17 at Los Angeles.
At Los Angeles Chargers. I am going to say that is a loss.
Agreed. Not a good finish here coming up for the Broncos, and then they are home against the Chiefs.
Against the Chiefs. Yeah, that's a loss.
Season.
Yeah, that's
the
big,
only
big
way that's a win is if Kansas City has got locked up stuff and they don't need to play for anything.
Yep, good call. Which is a high probability because they're stacked.
Because even the second best team in the AFC, who do you think that is? Buffalo?
Buffalo, maybe. Browns. But I'm not a firm believer in either one of those teams yet. You know what? Give Denver a win for me.
Yeah, that's 5 wins. They could... I mean, we could obviously give back a game from earlier in the year, and they lose this game like we think they should do.
Right.
Maybe Denver's losing the game for a better draft pick because you have them at 1, 2, 3, 4 wins. If they win this last one, 5.
I'll put them at 5.
And if I have them winning, that'd be 6.
Yeah, that feels right. That feels correct to me.
Jay Duncan, it's May, and Glash doesn't want to shave anything anymore. Sums it up. Can't say I blame him.
Shaving stinks. Eyebrows, face, back.
I ran out of costume wear, to be perfectly honest. Bruce Harding, don't believe in everything you hear from these guys. Oh, please don't. No.
Don't believe it. Believe everything I say. Listen to me. All right, let's do the schedule with Rodgers on Denver.
Okay.
Because I like this. I like this thought. This thought experiment here.
Problem Kid Gaming says, stop giving Denver and the Raiders sympathy wins. That's where we're at now. We're pressured by.
I'm definitely giving Denver.
Teams.
100% giving Denver sympathy wins.
I like that. Sympathy wins.
I can see them going winless. They stink.
We should do 2 versions of these. Sympathy style.
Yeah.
If we did sympathy style, your team, the team you root for, would be 17-0.
Yeah, exactly. And then 0-17 to the other ones.
Yeah, I think in week 13 that quarterback's going to be injured and we're going to win. So, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, week 1 at Giants with Aaron Rodgers.
Oof.
I'm saying win.
Win.
All right, that's a win for you and a win for me. At Jacksonville, I'm saying win.
Win.
Versus New York, I'm saying win.
Wait, hold on. I meant to ask because I know that the chat, they always get on me for this. What are Aaron's weapons looking like? Does he have enough to work with?
I think he'll be okay.
Okay. Just want to make sure he's got enough weapons because I want to be fair. You know, if they don't get him enough help, you know, he might not be okay. So
give him weapons, Glash.
All right.
So he's getting the win versus the Jets in week 3?
Yeah, 3-0.
Okay, at home versus the Ravens, I'm saying yes.
Loss.
Oh. Okay.
Loss to the Ravens, 3-1.
Okay, at Pittsburgh, I say win.
Loss.
Okay, let's see. We're going home versus Vegas. I say win.
Win. Sorry, Congo Cab. Could have had him.
At Cleveland, I'll say loss.
Loss.
Versus Washington, I will say win.
Win.
At Dallas, I'll say win.
Win.
Here we go. Week 10 versus the Eagles, I'll say win.
Win.
Week 12, so week 11's a bye week. Week 12 versus LA, I will give them, and they're at home, I'll give them the win at home versus the Chargers.
Win.
Okay, wow, I have a lot of wins for Denver. Okay, at Kansas City, I'll give them a loss.
Loss.
That's the safe play. Lions, win.
Win.
Bengals, win.
Win.
At Vegas, I'll give them a loss there.
Win.
Week 17 at LA, I'll give them a loss.
Loss.
And then week 18 versus Kansas City, it's another situation where like both these teams might be really good by the looks of how we just said they're going to be.
But
so
division on the line potentially.
True. Oh, true.
So,
I'll give it to Kansas City then. I'll say KC. So Denver. I'm gonna say Denver with the L. They're gonna end the season on 3 straight losses.
That's not good. Wait a minute. Can you give me?
So you have them losing the week before in LA. And then that you have them winning in Vegas 2 weeks before that.
All right.
So this is at home versus Kansas City for the division.
For the sake of just, I'm curious what my total is. Give them the win here. I think. Okay, I'll put it to you this way. I think they're going to win 2 of their last 3 somehow. Vegas, at LA, home Kansas City. They're going to win 2 of those 3.
I'll give you your total here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You got them at 12.
I feel good about that.
So that would make them 12-5 by the new schedule, I believe.
And they start
1, 2, 3.
I've got them starting like 3-3 or something like that.
You've got them starting, 3. You got 2 straight losses. You got a win, like 4-3 to start the year.
I'm okay with that.
I have their win totals high for me, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just 6 wins to start the season. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got them at 12. Oh, okay. I got them at 12-5. I have them hitting a rough patch to finish the year.
I think it just using the Brady to Tampa model. It's not going to be
okay. You think it flips?
Won't be all beautiful to start, and then there's a nice little landing there in the middle. I think when you see look at the schedule right in the middle. Philly home, bye. Chargers home. The KC game's a tough one, but then home Detroit, home Cincinnati. There's like a grace period there.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter, we see you in the chat. Hunter, Robert told us. Robert from Ops, he's getting on that touchdown. He said he needed a little bit to get something fixed.
Wow. Okay, so we both got the Broncos at 12-5 with Aaron Rodgers, and without him, we have them around 4 or 5 wins.
9.
That's pretty.
That's
7 pretty crazy. So maybe we're not giving the Broncos enough credit without Rodgers.
Maybe.
That's what Brother Phil would tell us.
Right. The defense. Yeah. Got to factor that in.
O-line. Players of the game?
Game-winning field goal by Gano.
Is the player of the game Denver's defense for scoring that touchdown?
Might be. The Shepard play was pretty good.
I know, but like, are we really giving him player of the game for that one really nice catch in the first quarter?
He had 4 for 77.
Okay, let's give it to him. He gets the one nickel.
4.8% captained. So he wasn't awful.
Give him the one nickel. Congratulations. Guys, Morgan's home.
And the Giants won the game. So I don't think, that Denver touchdown is still not updated in the game center. So, folks, keep your eyes on that. Robert is on it to get that touchdown in there. Any parting words? You're here at 10, right?
I am back with Moose. Saquon is the Babysitter Billy Award winner. Just, 15 for 63, no tuds. Not great. But I'm happy to be back. I enjoy the schedule game, and I look forward to playing it with you again in the future.
All right. Good to see you, man. Glad you're back.
I'm glad to be back, dude.
All right. Have a good time with Jeff, right? Jeff Ulrich is back at 10?
Heck yeah.
Okay. Speak of the devil. Pat Mayo and Jeff Ulrich coming up here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. They're going to discuss the 2021 Charles Schwab Challenge, DraftKings picks, along with their favorite values for the week. Mayo previews the course, debates the best roster construction for the week, and explains which players are best suited for DFS cash games and which should be deployed in guaranteed prize pool tournaments.
Bringing him in because he's owed an appearance on the show because we fought the last time he was on. He said K.H. Lee. I said Wyndham Clark. He cashes a 200-1 ticket on K.H. Lee to win and turns out to be a pretty good DraftKings play himself. Wyndham Clark, he's fine. No K.H. Lee, put it that way. Jeff Ulrich from DK Live and Awesemo.com at the Fantasy Grind on Twitter. Congratulations, sir. You won this round.
I did. Good timing, man. I don't know. Heating up a little bit in the betting area. You'll have to see it, but yeah, it was. I don't know. It was a cool sweat. I mean, I don't think I've hit a guy that big for a while, if ever. So it was cool.
Yeah, a 200-1 winner. That's like It's funny because we throw out these 200-1 winners almost every single week. Spoiler alert: They never win. So that's one of the. I don't think I've ever hit a 200-1 winner. That hasn't been like in running.
Yeah, I think 200. It's definitely. I'm almost positive I've never hit someone that big, but I have hit like I hit like 150-1 on the Corn Ferry Tour with Curtis Luck last year. So that's another big one. But it's like I was telling people, if you hit one guy over 100-1 every year, like you were laughing. So nice to get it out of the way, I guess.
Well, realistically, I made this promise to Feinberg at the very beginning of the year. I was like, I'm just not going to bet anyone over to 80-1. If someone over to 80-1 wins, good on them. It's going to happen from time to time. It just doesn't normally happen. Yeah. Even when it comes down to it, you're probably not going to pick the guy that is 300-1 who wins. Like, I don't know anyone who bet Jim Herman, for example, at the Wyndham last year. Yet every single week you look at my card, there's like 5 guys over 100-1.
Yeah. If you're betting over 100-1, I really recommend if you do it consistently, you get access to like the good books with the good each ways, not the good books, just the good each way bets that are out there. Or you also bet them top 10 in some kind of way. So you do that mix and match because it's not going to cost you much to invest in the outright. But again, like I had an each way on KH Lee to like top 8. So that's where you're really getting the good bargains, at least in my opinion, on the each ways on those guys and on the placing. You throw a little on the outright, or if you're doing it each way, it's 2 bets anyways. But that's why I consistently have guys like that on the card as well. And also, I do think that every week there's a handful of guys that are 100-1 and maybe shouldn't be. Now hitting them is like almost impossible. But again, if you're getting them each way or top 10 or something as well, I do think it actually creates like a pretty good bet.
Yeah, at the Byron Nelson, Patton Kazire really bailed me out with his, he came in second. So
Exactly.
he came in third. He got the top 5 each way. I was like, all right, it's not bad. That's like
What was he? He was like 100-1 there, wasn't he?
He was 150-1. So that really paid out nicely for me.
Exactly. Perfect example. And I mean, last week I had a couple guys at 70-1. same thing. So if you're doing those, the bigger odds, yeah, they're harder to hit, but mix and match with either the each way or the top 10. It's like a betting, thing. It just works if you do it consistently.
We're here to talk about DraftKings pricing, though. So let's talk about the course before we jump into what the actual salaries are for the field this week at the Charles Schwab Challenge. Colonial CC, the longest running course at a single event on the PGA Tour, the Charles Schwab Challenge. It's been known as many things, even over the past decade, but Colonial Country Club has been the host course for this tournament since 1946. Got some baby boomer vibes going on to it. Daniel Berger is the defending champion. This was the first one out of COVID a year ago. It's a shade over 7,200 yards. It's on bent grass greens. The field is 121 players this week. So over half the field is going to make the cut. This is down from 156 a year ago. They tried to jam as many people into tournaments coming out of the COVID hiatus to get people chances to win money. Last year, it's back to its invitational status this time around. So it's a capped field, one of the smallest on the PGA Tour that actually has a cut line this year. So upwards of 60% of players could end up making the cut, depending on how many get into that top 65 in ties. The only other real DraftKings note is for showdown purposes, get your guys starting on the back nine if you can help it, because holes 17, 18, 1, and 2, pretty easy. The rest of them, not so much. So there is an advantage on the wraparound from 17 through 2, more likely to generate a birdie streak, which, if you're dealing with fractional points and things like that in DraftKings Showdown, is something that you want to do. I went over that on the research show. You can go check that out. Came out Sunday, where I break down the modeling and everything like that. I even tweaked the model just a little bit as well. Maybe I'll check that in the newsletter. That comes out Wednesday evening. So subscribe to that in the description of the video and pod. Free. You can unsubscribe to it anytime you want, but sometimes it has some good info and sometimes it has some really good giveaway opportunities. So if you like free money, get it on the newsletter. What is it? An email that you delete and don't read? Who gives a shit? Just give me your email, okay? Thanks. What do you make of this course? Because it feels like a course where almost any style of player can win.
Well, first of all, the showdown thing, man, with the starting on the back nine, I was like, you're making me just feel dumb right off the bat. I mean, this is something I'd never think about, but I know there's people who do approach showdown like that, and it just probably shows you that I should never play that format. But anyways, that's a good one to start off. You're right. It is kind of one of those courses, though, where realistically, if a guy shows up and gets hot with the putter, he can win. I mean, it doesn't matter if he's a bomber. Like Phil's one here as an example, just booting it all over the course, got hot with his irons and got hot with the putter, and he picked up a win here. So definitely not what you describe as a typical Phil course, but a good example of just any kind of guy can really grab a win here. But it's tended to be, a playground for the Matt Kuchar types. I mean, you just look at the last few winners, Kisner, or Rose, Spieth. I mean, just elite putters, guys who don't necessarily do much off the tee, but they get hot with their irons, they get hot with their putters. So it brings in a ton of different styles in play. Obviously, we want to emphasize approach games. Morikawa last year, really hot with the irons, but you've got to kind of consider that, you could get out putted here by a Brian Harmon. Sand traps here, they're tough to play out of. Good sand players have good records here. So it's an interesting course. It actually played pretty tough last year. I hope the greens are tight and fast again, because they were last year, and that made it the 7th toughest course on tour. I think if they do stay fast, you'll see more guys with Morikawa and Corey Connors have a chance here.
Well, just based on the player that you've described, get a hot putter, be good out of the sand, hit irons okay, doesn't matter your distance. And with the current run of just geriatric players winning events on the PGA Tour, not even just Phil, but Stuart Sink, Brian Gay. Yeah. Does that mean Zach Johnson's going to win over the past 24 rounds? He's second in putting, third in sand saves. I think he's won twice here anyway.
Yeah, he has won a couple times here at least. I mean, Zach Johnson playing right now, Pat. So if he wins, that would be, it would break everything. But at this point, we can't really rule anything out, right? I mean, with what Phil did last week, obviously, just an insane. I guess he told everyone he was about to win or he was on the verge, but I mean, it sure didn't look like it. So maybe Zach Johnson is the same thing behind the scenes, just telling everyone. But you're right; it's kind of the same style of veteran player, but he's pretty far. He seems pretty far gone right now. He was a little consistent there for a bit, but outside of the putter and short game, I'm not that interested in Zach Johnson.
He did in his 2 rounds at the PGA Championship. He did gain strokes on approach. It was the only thing that he gained in. It was the first time that he gained an approach in ages, despite the fact that I think he made the cut at both Wells Fargo and the Valspar, which is, putting and chipping was how he got it. I think he gained 6 strokes putting in each of those events. So maybe he can get heated up. I don't know. Here are your top 15 putters per Fantasy National over the past 24 rounds who are in this field. Reed, ZJ. If you gotta ask what it is, you can't afford it, big man. Patton Kazire, Ian Poulter. There's another old dude. Kokrak, Denny McCarthy, Brendan Todd, JT Poston, Brian Harmon, Joaquin Neiman, 10th. Camilo Villegas, Higgs, Im, Stallings, and, of course, everyone's favorite, Mackenzie Hughes.
Neiman's interesting, isn't it? I noticed he was popping with the putter recently. Looks like he's found a little bit of confidence. I think that would spark most people's interest the most. I mean, Reed is always up there. So you look at that list. Is this Camilo time? I don't know. I mean, another name I was kind of surprised to see up there, or just looking at it right now. Anyways, I mean, he can get a little bit hot tee to green. So interesting list. But of those players, Brian Harmon definitely like the prototypical dude who does well here. He's got a good record here. Certainly made the cut here the last 5 years. That would be the guy that stands out the most to me in that list. But Neiman definitely being in the top 10 putters right now, or top 15, whatever we were talking about there. That is interesting for his chances this week for sure. He was T8 here on debut back in 2018. So.
Yeah, I think that was the week he turned pro, or the week after he turned pro. It was one of his very first events as a professional coming out of the Masters with his amateur status. One of the reasons that I like him here is that around the green is just so de-emphasized. Like, if he's having a good week, he's going to hit 78% of greens in regulation. And these are small greens. That's what that type of player needs to do to win here. If he's relying on his chipping and putting, he's absolutely screwed to begin with, because that's been bad, really bad. But if the putter can be decent, which it has been, we know the ball striking is going to show up.
And Neiman has been he can obviously just get as hot as Connors with his irons as well, but he's definitely shown he can pop more with the putter. So I'm interested in him out of all those names the most, probably from an outright perspective, but also from a DraftKings perspective, I think too. He's only 9,300 coming off a solid week. His other win was on bent grass, if you want to read anything into that, but a very similar course. A bit of a ball striker's course where he just putted the lights out for a week too. And I mean, he won by a touchdown that week, I think. But, he doesn't necessarily have to get super hot with the putter to win. If he just putts consistently, he can also fire with the irons. So, yeah, I agree with everything you said. I mean, I don't think it's a tricky, crazy course where he's going to, short game himself out of it, take a 4-chip or something. Neiman is really interesting at that price. Definitely the guy, like I said, I think I like the most just in terms of pure upside in that range. I mean, I like Answer too, but everyone's going to be on Answer, and Neiman is a lot cheaper for DraftKings.
Yeah, we're recording this very early in the week, so you'll want to go on to fantasynational.com to check out the ownership projections later on, deep on a Wednesday, to really see where everyone's gravitating towards. I have no conception of who is going to be popular this week and who isn't, only because I looked at the betting board when I ran this through with Feinberg, and I couldn't really figure out who I wanted to bet from the top. And I think that leads us into the guys above $10,000. Jordan Spieth, the most expensive player on the board at 11-2. But then you have Justin Thomas, who's the number 2 player in the world, and he's cheaper than Spieth, which I can see, kind of. But he's still $11,000. You got Morikawa at 10.5, Reed at 10.3, Berger at 10,000. Those are your big 5. Those are the big 5 in terms of the betting odds. Actually, Answer is around Berger in terms of the betting odds this week. But I just think you keep riding Colin Morikawa here and just hope it's one of the weeks that he putts, because if it's not, he'll come in 8th, and if he putts well, he'll win.
I mean, Morikawa is first in strokes gained tee to green, first in strokes gained approach over the last 50 rounds. He's just so prototypical perfect for this course. He's going to hit a ton of fairways, which, is really the only important thing you have to do off the tee here. Just try to not get yourself in too much trouble that you're blocked out. He's going to fire at every pin because he's the best iron player in the world. He doesn't have to worry too much about chipping and putting. So, I mean, just the putting aspect really is what we're worried about here. He's playing pretty well. He's not so off kilter around the greens or anything that we have to worry about that. Yeah, I mean, he's the best, of the top 3. I think Justin Thomas, obviously, if his putter shows up here and he just plays his iron games like he does every week, I mean, he could easily win here by 4 strokes too. But Morikawa's $500 cheaper. You don't necessarily have to worry about, Thomas coming off a miscut or anything like that. So Spieth maybe deserves to be 11-2. He's just so good at this venue. I get it. But, Thomas or Morikawa down there, yeah, I would play them either. And it's a pretty big savings. We're talking about $500, not like a couple hundred. It's $500 between Thomas and Spieth. It's hard for me to make an argument to not have like Morikawa as your top guy there.
The issue is like Morikawa is my top guy of this bunch, but like I would have Thomas and Spieth so close behind him, and I'd have Reed and Berger at the same time, like not too far behind them. Like I don't think there's a lot that separates these top five guys, which is making it really difficult for me of where I want to start my team. So I take two of these guys, or do I say screw it, play none of these guys and play four guys from like 95 to 8,000, then fill out the rest of my team? Because that balance build is kind of enticing too, because there's a bunch of guys in that range who I think are actually quite good. And have a legitimate chance of winning this week. And a bunch of them like the high eights. Like if I can go 2 low nines, 2 high eights, 2 low sevens, I don't hate that build, I don't think.
No, I agree. And look, we're obviously talking about like the guys over 10K and how we'd rank them and stuff like that. And I agree. It's close. I mean, Patrick Reed here is a guy. I mean, we're talking about this being a bit of a putting event. He's probably the best putter, and that includes Spieth from the stats of the top five. Although Berger and Spieth are both extremely good in that regard too. But I agree. I mean, you look at this event, and I don't think I'd have a problem just starting in the 9K range. I mean, we're early in the week here, and some of these guys are going to be popular, but they're also going to eat into each other's ownerships, right? Like Corey Connors and Joaquin Niemann basically the same price. They're not both going to be like 50% owned. At least I don't think they're going to be. Gary Woodland's coming off a great week. Scheffler's coming off a good week. Everybody gets a little bit of Tony Finau in their lineup, and Answer is more expensive. So I think that's actually going to keep his ownership somewhat reasonable. So I think starting with two in this range is exactly what I want to do. Now, for uniqueness, you might, as we get more ownership projections later in the week, say, okay, Justin Thomas is coming in at like 8% or something. I'm getting a piece of that. But if we don't get that, if we do get like spread ownership from like 9K and above, then yeah, I'm just starting in the 9K range, because Corey Connors, ball striking stats, ridiculous at this point. Answer, putting, and an iron play, just like the perfect fit for this course right now. Niemann, we just talked about. Woodland. I mean, I can definitely, if I was leaning right now, just we're not worried about ownership or anything like that. Yeah, I'd probably start in the 9K range, maybe even take 3 or 2, and like you said, and then dip down in the 8K range.
And even the 9K range, I'm finding it really difficult to parse, because you can make a very compelling case for a lot of these players. Like even starting with Zalatoris, who I just continue to play and bet every single week. It didn't work once, but that's okay. I lose every week anyway. It's not usually Zalatoris' fault that he's not the reason that I'm losing all the time. But I do worry about the putter with him. Is like, can he get it hot enough to do it? Now, at the Masters on really fast bent grass greens, it wasn't a problem for him. So if he can continue to ball strike the way that he's doing it right now, maybe he's sort of like a discount Morikawa at this point, who just kind of hits it slightly longer, obviously not as accurate off the tee, but the irons have been not as good, but 92% is good, which is a pretty compelling case for someone here. Then you just drop down. You mentioned Answer. I'll probably just fade Answer and hope he has a bad week, a bad putting week or something like that, because I bet Connors, I bet Niemann. I can see myself starting my lineups with those two guys.
Yeah, you look at the structure of the 9K range, and I mean, I think some people just get on Answer just because they don't want to miss. But it does feel like Zalatoris could be the guy who people just like, well, they take your same philosophy. We're all going to be talking about how guys have lit it up on the greens here, and Zalatoris can't putt well enough here. But like, let's not forget, I mean, Justin Rose came here a couple years ago and just like basically hit it to within 10 feet every hole. And I think he only gained like a couple strokes putting that year. So it certainly can be done. I also think, you look back last year, Morikawa got in the playoff. He had a good putting week, but it wasn't crazy good. It was just solid. He lost in the playoff. I mean, he easily could have won the event. So I think this is actually a pretty good stop for Will Zalatoris, if we're being dead honest. I mean, he is just firing with the irons so well right now, so pure. Yeah, if the course plays a little bit tougher, I really do think that favors the guy with like the stronger iron plays, whereas it should become like a little bit less of a putting contest. So all in all, this 9K range isn't like much easier than the 10K range to sort out. I mean, I think I'm probably okay leaving Scheffler out of lineups this week. iron up game just still isn't there. If he gains like 10 strokes putting or something, fine, that'll beat me. Finau, I'll probably leave out. It's kind of in contention last week. Again, a guy I'm just not worried about getting too hot with the putter. So for me, if I'm paying up in the 9K range, it's going to be Answer Zalatoris. If I'm paying down, we already talked about Neiman. Got to get a piece of him. And, Connor's going to be chalky, but God, that's going to be a hard fade. He's just so consistent, such a good fit for this course.
One of the things that you can do is you can find a pivot in this 9K range. So of the top players right now, Berger is in single digits, and this is very early ownership. But I do find that the early ownership can be somewhat indicative of, hey, this is obviously people are just logging in, looking at it, and be like, oh, I like that guy, and that guy. So it's pretty damning about the guys that get left off, because everyone stars everyone at the beginning of the week. Then you work your way back. At least that's how I do it. I start a whole bunch of people, and then on Monday, and then on Tuesday we talk, and then I go through it again and remove some guys from the list. Maybe you'll talk me into one or two, and I'll add them. And then by Wednesday, it's like, oh, I need to get rid of like 50% of the people that I have highlighted right now, and then I'm good to make my core. And I think that's how most people's process go if they start doing it early in the week and don't just jump in on a Wednesday. So Berger, it just seems to be the one no one really wants from the 10K range. Then you get into the 9s, and there's like 4 guys, if we go down to 8,900, that people just are not clicking on. Like, they're projected for sub 5% ownership right now. Right. Scheffler, Woodland, Im, and Rose.
Interesting. I would have thought Justin Rose might have got a little spark. I guess people don't think he's going to gain 11 strokes putting again this week like he did last week. Well, I also thought Scheffler.
The whole reason is it's the Rick Gaiman method of they're just getting sandwiched out. Like, Finau and Answer are going to be super popular. Connors and Neiman are going to be super popular. Scheffler's right in between them.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, you might see Scheffler get a little bit of love later in the week. Obviously, like Pat said, we're a little bit earlier than usual, but yeah, I'm not shocked. I mean, like I said, my first inclination is also to just like not worry too much about Scotty Scheffler this week. So right off the bat, Scheffler, quite frankly, I think Scheffler long-term might actually be a better player than Corey Connors, but that probably opens up the spot for him as a good pivot in this range. So, you're looking at this range. I mean, you could go down to Woodland. He's played okay in spurts. Justin Rose, again, I just never play Justin Rose, so I'm not going to play him. Although I am a little bit surprised people aren't interested in him being a former winner here, but I can kind of get that. I think Scheffler, to me, is probably the most attractive of those pivot names. A Texas guy, obviously. The irons haven't really been there, but I guess you could kind of make the argument that, again, we have seen guys just, put the lights out here as well. So, and I mean, like, he's certainly capable of elevating for a week. So yeah, Scheffler probably the most attractive of those pivot names. It's going to be hard to get off the chalk here, though.
It is. Really I would say of the pivot guys, I can buy into Scheffler. But if we're looking at sort of the prototypical type of player that can do well here, hits a lot of fairways, needs to get hot with the irons, but if they go nuclear with their putter, all of a sudden it's a game changer. I think that's Sungjae, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. T10 here last year has had like really hot putting rounds. Absolutely, for sure. Sungjae is probably where I would lean over Woodland. Again, Woodland just been a little bit too inconsistent for me, and I think Sungjae at his best probably a better putter as well. So yeah, you could also drag it further. I mean, Sungjae's had some pretty solid par 70 results, Honda Classic and stuff like that. He was good at the RBC Heritage. So I think this track ultimately sets up as a pretty solid like Sungjae track. A guy who can just do good at everything. Has he been firing with his approach well enough? No, but like Scheffler, I think that he can definitely pay off this salary with like a good week. I don't think his game is that far off. So not a player like Scheffler and him aren't players I'm going to bet outright. At least I don't think I am. Maybe I think if of the two, I might have a little bit more interest in Sungjae, but we'll see what the odds are like later in the week. But I definitely can get behind them as DraftKings pivots because these guys are consistent. They're not like broken right now in any one aspect of their game, and they can get hot with their putters. Like, they're pretty good putters. So I definitely see the value in Sungjae and Scheffler in this range as pivots.
Yeah, it would be Im over Scheffler for me as the pivot play. And again, we'll see how this ownership projects out as the week goes along, because it's sort of tier 1 Connors and Neiman for me. And I like Answer and Zalatoris, and maybe I'll start some lineups with Zalatoris over Answer, or even Finau at that point. But those are the two guys that I really want. Im probably the pivot in that range, but I have a lot of interest in Jason Kokrak too, which I don't. He had a bad Sunday. Okay, I mean it's Jason Kokrak at a major championship. This course is kind of perfect for him along the same lines of Connors and Neiman. Is just if you're going to do well at this course, around the green doesn't matter. And then that's the one thing that those three players share is they're all horrendous around the greens. Connors did gain strokes putting in 5 consecutive events before now losing in 3 straight, but not a ton losing. That's okay. You can lose 0.4, Corey. That's perfectly acceptable. Just don't lose like 8 like you used to be doing, and we're on the same page. And Neiman and Kokrak have just been straight up putting well.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, like we don't talk about like emphasizing putting too much on this show, but again, I think this is a week where you don't have to cut a guy out or something. Like you don't have to cut Corey Connors out, but if you're making decisions for GPPs, like in terms of upside, when you factor in ownership and just like pure, like who can get you like potentially 5 strokes putting, like it's Kokrak or Im down there. I don't disagree at all. And that's kind of what makes these events like a little bit harder to predict because we're relying more on putting, but it's also like, I think what you have to do with these events. Again, I'm not necessarily just going to straight up fade Corey Connors just because, Sung Jae is like a slightly better putter or something. Well, he's more than slightly better, but it is like something I'm going to factor in. I'm definitely factoring in on bets this week and stuff like that. Like guys, I think could pop for massive putting weeks. And I think you have to do this at the top as well when you're coming down. And who are you going to leave out? Are you really going to lean on Neiman here, or are you going to lean on Connors? I think that's going to be the big one for me because I don't want to play both of them. They're probably just going to be too much ownership. So if I'm leaning one, it's probably going to be Neiman. He's putted better, but you could also make that argument. If you got to decide between Connors and a less chalky play like Kokrak or Im, they definitely bring better upside from the putting perspective.
In the $8,000 range, I think I have the top figured out of what I want to do. Me in the world, actually, looking at the ownership, Charlie Hoffman projects to be the highest owned player in the field, at least right now. I bet him at 55 to 1. It's Charlie. It's in Texas. I can't recall a time where he's actually had better form coming in. He's 4th in the stats model over the past 24 rounds. He can putt a little bit. Didn't do so much on the weekend of the PGA Championship, but the ball striking was still immaculate, and that was against the best players in the world. This course really suits him a lot more, I think. So I love him at 87, and I really like Billy Horschel at $8,800. He's won in Texas before. The names that you rattled off about guys that have won here, like it's a Kuchar course or it's a Kisner course, well, those are the guys who just play well in Austin. Billy Horschel just won in Austin, so he actually has 2 wins in Texas, now that I come to think about it. And the irons have been really good. The driving has been really good. And if we talk about someone who can get scorching with the putter, it's Billy Ho.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, we're talking about all these guys in the 9K range, and they're all great ball strikers and stuff like that. But realistically, like the winners here have been like Billy Horschel's, like we said, Kuchars and Spieths and Kisners. Like those are the guys who actually grab the trophy. So again, I definitely don't hate it as a pivot off Charlie Hoffman. I think Hoffman might be a guy I get exposure to in betting and then just fade in DFS for that reason alone. I'm just not sure. I mean, Hoffman's obviously had some good putting weeks in his career. It's not like he can't do it, but I think I would rather take a shot with a guy like Brian Harman too in this range at 8K, coming off a miscut. Actually gained like 4.5 strokes, I think, ball striking last week. He just didn't putt well for like the first time in like a year. So now he comes to Colonial where he like never misses the cut, knows these greens well. I'm okay fading the Hoffman chalk here. I don't think it's a bad play, but again, if you're gonna like start with Neiman and Connors or something and then go with Hoffman, I mean, well, you might as well just like, I don't even know, but it's just too much exposure. It's just too much ownership right off the bat. So Hoffman probably be the guy I fade. His salary's up a bit. He's playing great, but I like going a little bit, more for the putting upside in this range for sure too.
The 4 highest projected owned players on a Tuesday morning, at least. We'll see if this holds up. Chris Kirk, the highest owned of any player at $7,600. Emiliano Grillo, the second highest owned at $7,900. Brian Harman, the third highest owned at $8,000. Then Charlie Hoffman at $8,700 comes in as the 4th highest projected owned player on this slate. I mean, those are the guys that we're kind of talking about who win this event. I get that. Out of all those 3 guys, I'm most comfortable eating the Hoffman chalk, I think.
And he's definitely played the best tee to green. So fair point. We'll see how that shakes out later in the week. But yeah, I mean, Grillo for sure, You come to a course, Emiliano Grillo, everyone knows, he obviously had the hero ball to win, or not to win, to make it felt like a win, I'm sure for some people, to make the cut on the last hole last week at the PGA Championship. He's gained 7 strokes on approach in his last 2 starts. It's ridiculous. So people see that. They see he's played well at Colonial. He almost won the year Justin Rose won. It's hard to get off. I mean, the guy's under 8K in price. He's making a lot of cuts, and when he does make the cut, he's generally like getting himself into contention or top 20ing. So, been a very solid DraftKings play, like when he gets across the line. So, I don't know. I mean, all these, obviously, all these guys are going to be focused on. So, I think the real struggle this week is just like finding appropriate pivots, because it does feel like that's hard. I mean, we talked about guys in the 9K range. And I think there's legitimate, upside with Sanjay and Kokrak, but it feels harder as you get down here for sure. I mean, I like Matt Wallace, but he's never played here before. He does have a tendency to just kind of like, go through peaks and valleys. Is he reaching another valley here? You could definitely make that argument. Tringali, I don't know. I still think Tringali's going to get some ownership this week anyways, but could be like half a Harmon or something like that. Is Phil the pivot? I don't know. I mean, like, do we just play Phil again? I don't really want to do that, but
yeah, I have Phil and Ryan Palmer currently projected at 2% ownership. I think I play Palmer.
I definitely play Palmer.
It's his home course. How could that fail?
Yeah, that was like 5 years ago, right, Pat? Like when we broke into the industry, that was like the one thing. Everyone's like, Ryan Palmer's going to win this week because this is where he played. That was like the analysis for the week. So I guess everyone just forgot. Maybe it's like it's become like so less of a thing. But yeah, I mean, Ryan Palmer's playing fine. I mean, he's actually putted quite well this year if you look back too. Coming off a missed cut at the PGA. Again, I actually don't hate that. I mean, you look back to a couple of years ago when Kevin Na won. I mean, Na missed the cut at the PGA. I think Finau was second that year. I think he finished like T64 at the PGA. So I don't hate backing guys coming off missed cuts. I mean, it's kind of why I like Harmon as well. So I would definitely say Palmer, in the mid 8K range. I mean, Porschel, I think is fine too. But if he gets a little bit of ownership, the guy who gets like 5% owned is Palmer, who we've seen be like extreme chalk, less than a month ago. So, yeah, I think that's a guy I'll definitely have a little bit of interest in this range.
Yeah, there's the 3 guys in a row: Palmer, Mickelson, and Na are going relatively just pass by, so people can play Brian Harmon and Cameron Tringali and young gun, according to Tim Andercust, Kevin Streelman.
I knew you'd pick up on it, but when Phil walked past Streelman yesterday, oh my God, like I felt bad for him. I'm like the guy just wants like a little shout out here, Phil. But yeah, Streelman, normally I think coming off a normal week, you'd be like, this is, Streelman sets up well for this course. Good ball striker. Can he get hot with the putter? Probably not, but definitely didn't look like he was comfortable putting, in the 4th round last week. You would consider him. I don't know. It's like a kind of like one of those career results where I just don't know if I really want to, chance that this guy hasn't had like a little bit of fatigue or something. But you could definitely think about Streelman. I'd probably rather pivot to Streelman than ride another Phil wave, try and ride another Phil wave or something, because Lord knows what Phil's going to be up to the next couple days. So
are you
Streelman could
hold on? Are you surprised Phil is still? I mean, by the time that people see this, maybe he's withdrawn, but I can't believe he's still playing.
It's got to be some kind of sponsor. Like there's got to be something. It's like Charles Schwab or something. There's something we're all missing here. Like that under the table, or maybe it's not under the table. I don't know. But there's definitely been a commitment from Phil, and I'm sure that there's a reason. I think if there wasn't a reason, and by reason I mean like money, then I think Phil probably wouldn't be here. But that's just my speculation. Phil is a pretty loyal guy too. So maybe there's this event has done good by him in the past. I don't know, but I was a little bit surprised to just see, I'm going to Colonial, like straight up, very, very succinct. Didn't have to think about it at all. Obviously, he's had this in his mind for a bit. And I guess the other thing you could think is like, is he just like chasing Ryder Cup points or something? Like, is that in the back of his mind? I don't know. I was trying to figure that out too. Like, why is this such a big deal? But those are the only 2 things I could come up with.
Now that he's won a major, I don't think that they can keep him off the team.
I mean, I agree. I like he's the perfect. He's the thing about Phil is too. He's the perfect captain's pick, right? Like he's. I know if it's Phil and he's competitive and he's going to want to play, but like if you have to sit him for a round, like he's 50, he's a captain. He's probably going to be a captain's pick. Like he's not going to make a huge stink and like go at Stricker or whatever. I mean, he's a guy who's just going to keep everything loose. He's going to be talking to the media so the young guys don't. I think I would even pick him to be honest. I think it would be a great captain's pick because it's like the Euros picking Westwood, right? Like it's just the guy who keeps everyone loose, who's like, he's out there, like nothing's gonna bother him this week, and he's gonna be the one who can go up and take the brunt of it and have fun with the media while the other guys focus. So yeah, I think Phil would probably work out in that way for sure.
Just trying to look at the European team right now. Victor Perez is still in on points for them, and I don't know if he makes it. If he ends up having to be a captain's pick, I just can't see that happening. And maybe he ends up like heating up, so it won't be that big of a deal. But and Feinberg pointed this out too, just kind of what you said, that having Phil on the team alleviates so much pressure. But if it comes down to it, like the last spot is Zalatoris, Phil, or Scheffler. Like Phil's getting that spot, but I think I would take the other two instead.
I mean, yeah, the other argument is obviously you want to develop the young guys. And I'm generally the person who's like, you should be doing that. Like, when they leave off, I don't know, like I can't even remember who was young the last time we had a Ryder Cup because it feels like forever ago now, right? But I'm generally the guy who's like, yeah, you should be developing Tony Finau or something like 5 years ago. Like, why aren't they taking him and giving him a shot? But I also feel like, again, you've got to go with the team dynamic here. And it's a way is a way. So that's the one thing I'd say. Everyone's hot, obviously, right now. We want to give Phil as much credit as possible. But if Phil is still like making cuts and like looking good and hitting bombs, so to speak, and it hasn't like completely gone in the gutter or something, I mean, I think he's definitely got to be considered. I mean, I just think from a team dynamic, it's a thing that would help the U.S. do a win more than like picking Zalatoris, who Zalatoris is pretty special, but I still feel like it would the team dynamic with Phil and just the experience as well might give them a bigger boost.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now. It's so hard to figure out like the 2-tier point system for the European team. But who's in and who's out? Who's in right now for? Okay, here we go. Rahm, Fleetwood, Hatton, and Rory. And then right. Hovland, Casey, Westwood, Fitzpatrick, and Perez are all on the teams. That leaves like Lowry, Willett, Casey. No, Casey's in, sorry. McIntyre, Guido, Sergio, Molinari. Like, all those guys are feasible picks. I know Molinari's been playing like crap, but what if all of a sudden he just starts heating up and he's Francesco Molinari again? He was their best player at the Ryder Cup last time around.
Well, I mean, Sergio's making the team.
Well, okay, right? What if Poulter wins Colonial this week?
He'll be on the team. Like, there's no question. I mean, I feel like Sergio and Poulter both have extremely good chances of making that team. Like, okay, who are the guys who are close? Like Bobby Mack.
I just closed it because I'm stupid. Bobby Mack, Guido, our guy Guido. He's up there. I think he's 16th in the standings now. So you have him. Matt Wallace is getting pretty close. He's probably having the best year. Wiesberger's pretty close. Yeah. Lowry's pretty close, especially after his top 4 finish at the PGA Championship. He's been playing really well. I think he had a top 10 at the Players too. So there's guys up there that could feasibly make this team.
Lowry would be a hard lead off right now. I mean, he is playing really good. Top 10 at the Players and a top 10 at the PGA to go along with obviously the Open win. Lowry, Poulter, Sergio. Like I won't be shocked if that's it. Now, you mentioned a guy like Matt Wallace. Does this Guido guy win again? I don't know. I think he pretty much have to grab another win.
He in fact he didn't win. He came second.
Oh, that's right. That's right. My bad. What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into your Madden After Dark contest. My name's Jeff Ulrich. We got one more sim to go on this fine Tuesday, May 25th. Sounds about right to me. We got the Miami Dolphins. We got the New England Patriots. We've got, I don't know what accent that was. And we've got Tom Carroll joining me, as per the usual, back from his vacation. Just the life of luxury, you know, taking all this time off, making us all work. I'm just kidding. I'm glad you're back, Tom. How's the time off, buddy?
It was great, man. I had my sister in town, showed her all around St. Louis. We ate great food. We, did our thing, and it was a blast. So I good to have some time off. Glad to see the fam, but I'm happy to be back.
Yeah, man. I kind of like this matchup. Sim Miami is actually a decent team. We get a little bit of obviously now we're following along with the week 1 schedule from 2021. So this is obviously one of the matchups. But yeah, I think this one's going to be kind of interesting. I like how it plays out. So hopefully everybody's having a good Tuesday. I actually didn't get a lineup in because my wife started texting me right when we went on air.
Moose, what are you doing?
Dude, it's lineup or my wife texting. Like, if I don't text her back, she would, I'm sleeping in the basement tonight. Who did you captain?
I put Devontae Parker in there. He blows up sometimes. Dolphins are a fun team, but they're sort of hit or miss. Like, Beretta can sometimes go off. Sometimes Devontae Parker won't do anything. But I was just like, you know what? Let's go with Parker. So threw him in the captain spot. Dolphins DST, threw them in there. They have a fun defense. Sometimes they'll, scoop and score or pick six. Beretta, as I mentioned, he's kind of boom or bust for me. But I figured, hey, let's, shoot for the boom here. Yep. Then I went with Edelman, Bird, and Cam Newton for $10,400. Had a lot of money left over, clearly. And I was like, you know what? Throw Cam Newton in there.
I'll splurge. Yeah. A little cheap Patriots stack. Can't hate it. Cam's pretty good in these sims. He runs too. So
decent.
Bird doesn't cost much. Edelman's easily their best receiver. So I kind of like that line, if I'm being honest. Yeah, sounds like something I would make and then come 88th or something.
So we can pretend we have the same lineup if you want, since you don't
Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's just pretend that I made your lineup. Unless it sucks, then you made it.
Nope.
All righty. The Miami Dolphins getting the ball first. DK Sim fam, what's up? Welcome on in, guys. Smash that like if you could, coming on in. Is this your second one in a row then, Tom? Or?
Yes, number 2. Number D.
Dose Sims for Thomas.
I was on with Glash on the last sim. First time him and I worked together in a very long time. You and I have been working together a lot.
Yeah, it's true. We both.
Which I'm not mad about.
We both like the After Dark. We're both night owls. Both definitely. Men of dark.
we're both not on the Eastern time zone, so we kind of.
That's true too.
We're good for these spots.
On Eastern time zone, so we're
exactly
de facto more awake. Tua, little dump pass. Oh, Breida, I think. Broke tackle.
Right, we'll take the catch. So Jeff, I was thinking today because I recorded the pod with Morton, so we do a little current events at the beginning, and we talked about the Julio Jones situation.
Okay.
And obviously Morton played with the Falcons, so he had his take. I'm a Patriots fan, so I said I want Julio Jones in New England. They seem to be a team that's on his radar because he's good friends with Cam Newton.
Yep.
Do you see that being a problem? Because let's say the Patriots bring in Julio, everyone's all excited, yada, yada, but Julio's coming in with the expectation that Cam's going to be his guy. Cam ain't going to be the guy for long in New England if things work out the way they're supposed to. So I could see this being awesome and being happy about it, and then 6 weeks into the season, Julio Jones being a problem in the locker room. Hey, I wanted to play with my friend, and now I don't get to play with my friend anymore.
I mean, I see where you're going with this, and I think it only becomes a problem if Mac Jones plays over Cam Newton and he's obviously worse. Like if they force Mac Jones. One, I don't think that's going to happen because Bill Belichick.
I can't see Belichick doing
just
that.
does not roll that way with QBs. Like he is like
or anyone.
Yeah, exactly, or anyone. So
right,
the dude sat Malcolm Butler in the Super Bowl. Like
yeah. I remember.
Yeah, every Pat fans remembers. Kaufman.
Dude
Kaufman thinks that cost them the Super Bowl. I won't even get into that. Oh, anyways,
I think it doesn't help. I mean, the guy played 96% of the snaps that season on defense, and then you sit your CB1 for the Super Bowl, and at halftime you had given up more yards than you have ever in the entire season. You think maybe you make an adjustment, but no, he had to send a message. Okay, Bell. Okay. You cost.
I know that's a sore one for Pats fans, but it's a good example.
It hurts still. They probably wouldn't. They probably wouldn't have won still. Wow, is he breaking this?
Oh yeah, he got caught there as James. Oh, so Sony Michel, excuse me. 50-yard rush there for Sony Michel.
Jeff, I don't think they would have won. To be fair, I don't think that it would have swung the game.
It was a weird thing. I mean, I still don't really know why he got sad, but
no one does really.
No, I
mean, I'm sure people know, but I don't know.
Anyways, that's like one of the weirder ones for sure. But back to the point of Julio Jones, I think Julio knows the situation. Like he wants to play with Cam, but he also knows the Patriots just drafted a first-round quarterback. And if the Patriots are winning and Mac Jones is out playing Cam Newton, I don't think Julio's going to care. It only becomes a problem if the Patriots force Mac Jones. But
and I guess if we're thinking about it, if Cam Newton is benched for Mac Jones, it's because Cam Newton's playing poorly.
Exactly.
Right?
Like the ball's not going to Julio Jones if Cam Newton gets benched because it's like Cam is playing that bad. So, if Julio and Cam are working, I mean they're gonna keep Cam out there. So some of it falls on Julio too, right? So
totally catch the ball, Julio.
So I mean, the Patriots are pretty good at like diffusing situations like that. Like unless it's like a Belichick made situation like the Butler thing, but Cam Newton I don't think is going to be as good as Malcolm Butler was, just in terms of his positional play. So I'm not too worried about that one. I wouldn't be if I was a Patriots fan, but it's something to consider. Who was that? Is that H to the Izzo? Yeah, it was. No, wait. 44. Dalton Keene.
All right.
Keener.
A rare sighting. The tight end 3.
Tight end 3, he's a fullback too, isn't he?
Who knows? Who knows who anyone plays what position with these crazy numbers, right, Tom Brady?
That's right. 44, he could have been on defense.
Juan Flores saying, did Julio just go to New England? No, not yet, Juan. No, not yet.
No,
just one of the teams that people are throwing around. Sony Michel? Yes.
Wow, big drive for Sony Michel.
Big time.
Didn't have the afterjets or the afterburners to finish off that long touchdown run, which kind of speaks to him not being very good for Madden, but
or in real life being drafted as a first-round pick.
We're being honest, but
that's another story for another day.
Yeah, he did finish off the drive, and that's all that matters. Because
Sony Michel is someone that I used to roster quite a bit when I first started doing the Sims. Anytime I had the Pats, because I don't know, he was doing well here and there, and then recently just stank fest from Sony for me. So that's a welcome sight. Although he's not in my lineup, but it's just nice to see my man Sony doing well.
He very much like his boomer bust. Like he will
totally.
He will go for like 4 touchdowns, but then he'll also obviously,
I feel like running backs in general in Madden are like that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, there's
outside
a lot
of Dalvin.
The guys that don't catch a bunch of passes or who have a passing back that they share snaps with are complete.
But like even McCaffrey and Saquon, like they're not as good as we say they are.
No, they're not as dominant as. There's only a couple backs that are super dominant.
It's really to me the only one that's jumping out is Dalvin Cook.
Dalvin Cook. It's actually weird. Like Breida is a better back than like McCaffrey in a lot of ways. Like he just seems to catch more passes. Maybe because his quarterback is more limited and he dumps off more. Like it's weird. Gurley's pretty good too. That's another one.
Yeah, sneaky good. But he can boom or bust on you too. I'm telling you, Dalvin's really the only guaranteed running back. That's going to be one of my new takes. I'm workshopping a take here with you, Jeff. This is called the lab, people. Doing a little lab work.
And you're not wrong. I think you look at the averages too. There's probably a significant gap between him and like second place back in terms of average. A little pass.
I'm trying to think who would be. Is Aaron Jones the next? Derrick Henry, though. Matt Gainey on YouTube saying Derrick Henry ? Are you serious? He really isn't as dominant as Dalvin. Dalvin Cook's on a different level in Madden, man. Because Derrick Henry's very one-dimensional.
Dalvin gets those passes for sure. Derrick Henry is pretty solid, man. Though it's true.
I think that if you have the Titans, you have to roster Derrick Henry. I think there's no question about it. But because he is so one-dimensional, he can get shut down.
Yeah, I agree. Dalvin Cook probably number one. Derrick Henry definitely in the running for number two.
Ooh, nice move by Beretta. Mostert also in the conversation
Mostert,
for
Mostert.
greatest player of all time. Yep, Ashley hitting that as well.
Throwing that out as soon as we brought it up.
Congo Cab, Sony Michel scored for the Patriots.
Yeah, Sony Michel had about 65 yards on one drive.
Matt Gainey saying maybe Madden, yeah, but when it comes to power back, he is A1. Yeah, in real life, I mean, we're just talking Madden Sims here. In real life, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, in case anyone's just coming in, that's we're talking about Madden usefulness.
Right. The reason why we said Raheem
downside.
Mostert and Todd Gurley in that conversation.
we're not having a conversation of best backs in the NFL.
No, I'm not telling you to pick either one of those guys in the top 10 of your fantasy draft. I will say pick Dalvin Cook number one.
Yeah. Scotty says Cook, Henry. Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe change it. Anyways, he threw out a bunch of backs, but. Yeah, the other guys bust more than Cook. Like, the other guys do. I mean, Cook busts every now and then, too, but anyways.
Destiny Flores saying that they are 7th in our contest. It's very early, Destiny. Minute 40 left in the first quarter. Early. It's a ridiculous username. Ridiculous username, Destiny. Devontae Parker with the grab. Love to see that. Juan Flores with a, quote, random take. What if Julio goes to Jacksonville with Lawrence, Etienne, Robinson, and Chark at Freeze Pops? I think if Julio Jones goes to any team, that team gets better. He's not one of these receivers that's past his prime, at least for my money. You can tell me if I'm wrong, Jeff. I think Julio Jones still has really good football left. I think he just had a weird injury-plagued season. That dude has been really good from the jump. He's never dipped. I saw a stat the other day. He has the most yards per game average of any receiver that's had a certain number of games started. And he's leading that category by, I think, 9 yards is the next closest guy. I think he averages something like 96 yards a game receiving. I think the next closest guy was T.O. at 86. I mean, this dude is a monster. I think you add him to any roster, he's immediately your wide receiver 1 or 2 on almost every single team.
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's two teams. Is there two teams that has two better wide receivers than Julio Jones on them right now? I don't even know. Could we think of one? I mean...
Well, I can tell you which teams he wouldn't be the wide receiver 1 on. It would be Green Bay. It would be Green Bay. It would be KC. Those are the two that jump out to me immediately.
You can make a case. AJ Brown.
I mean, that's a great fit, though, right there. Tennessee would be an excellent fit.
It would still be a good fit, yeah, absolutely. But as far as teams that have, the closest might be Lockett and DK Metcalf. And I don't really think Tyler Lockett is better than Julio Jones. I'm just saying.
I would argue that Julio Jones is better than both of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, Metcalf just has such
Metcalf
raw
is
talent,
great. But it's
right now today. Yeah, I could.
I think I'm still taking Julio. But if I'm building a roster long term, maybe it's DK.
You take end of first there, guys. But yeah, that's an interesting conversation. Not much going on there. We had the one touchdown. Sony Michel, obviously, only 42 yards passing for Tua. Cam Newton, 29 yards passing. So passing was just non-existent in that one. But Sony Michel did most of the damage on the ground. And what did he end up with? 63 yards and a touchdown. So 2 carries. So he had 50-yard carry and then a 13-yard carry.
That's a big first quarter right there.
What's it? And what was its ownership? Did we get his ownership? It's in here somewhere. Sony Michel, 2.4% owned, 23% owned in the big free roll. So, not heavily owned as he normally is. I'm actually surprised he's even that much owned, but.
Juan Flores saying Julio to Baltimore with a bunch of question marks. Yeah, I think Baltimore would gladly take Julio Jones. He would be the best receiver in Ravens history the first snap he takes in that uniform.
Yeah, I mean, Anquan Bolden is very good, but you're right. I mean, Julio Jones would be the best receiver.
It's a different level.
On a few teams. Yeah, no, absolutely. Julio, I think Julio has a lot of left too. Like, I don't think he's done. He's starting to build up these soft tissue injuries. And also he doesn't, the one knock on him as like a high-end, like elite receiver is that he doesn't score touchdowns at the same rate as some of the other guys. So people like to knock him for that, but I don't know. I feel like some of that is usage by the Atlanta Falcons. Like, I feel like he could go to a team.
It's not like he has end zone. It's not like he has end zone drops.
No, exactly. Like I said, I mean, so I don't know. I don't really know what the touchdown thing is with Julio, but whatever. I mean, like Tom said, the dude's just a yards cruncher, man. Like he's a beast in that regard. So he would certainly help any team he goes to. It's gonna be really interesting to see where he goes. I like the Chargers. That's where I'd like to see him go.
Ooh, wow. That's a big receiving core right there.
Yep.
I like that a lot.
Throwing the ball.
That's like the lengthiest receiving core of all time.
Yeah.
With Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, and Julio freaking Jones.
Look, maybe the Chargers send Mike Williams back. I don't know. He's on like the 5th-year option or something like that. So that could happen. But
that's probably a nice little return, right? Because they're looking for draft picks. If they can get a guy like Mike Williams, I mean, he still makes your team good next year.
Oh, yeah, no, Mike Williams has upside.
I think he's one of the most underrated receivers in the league.
Yeah, no, I don't mind him. He just couldn't stay on the field last year. Also was working with a rookie quarterback, so they had a little bit of, issues at getting on track sometimes. But no, I mean, I don't dislike Mike Williams, but I think that it's plausible. Maybe like he's a downfield threat guy. He's kind of a cheaper replacement for Julio. I could see it. The Falcons do want to clear salary, so that's like one thing. Because I think actually, you know what?
Yeah, because they owe Matt Ryan, I think, carry the two, about $298 bajillion.
They do. I think Mike Williams actually has a big salary this year too. That might be the problem. So maybe that wouldn't work.
Howard Evans saying Steve Smith in response to my Ravens best receiver to ever put on that uniform take. I think you could make the argument that Steve Smith is a better all-time receiver than Julio. If you're going resume versus resume, you could make the case. I would disagree with you, but at this moment in Julio's career, he would be better than Steve Smith when he went to Baltimore. Juan Flores saying, as a Raiders fan, would love to have Julio after the Antonio Brown debacle.
Oh, man.
Yeah, bringing in the disgruntled receiver helped you last time. Try it again.
Mike Williams has a $15 million cap hit, it looks like, so that's not happening.
Yeah, geez. Moises Villarreal saying, I'm a 49ers fan. Only trade that makes sense for Julio is the Packers if Rodgers stays. I'd be curious to hear more on why you think that's the only trade that makes sense. Moises. And I'm not dissing you. I'm just curious why you feel that way. Well, I think the 49ers are an interesting fit, actually, because I think he's the clear wide receiver one if he goes there. He's worked with Shanahan in the past. You got to love bringing in a guy he's a really good pro on top of the fact that he's just a really good player for a guy like Trey Lance to learn from just to how to be a pro in the league. I like that fit a lot in San Fran.
It'd be a good fit. San Francisco doesn't necessarily need him. Like they have Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, who I like a lot. But yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, if you can fit him in, you can fit him in. I think probably the reason he was saying that about Green Bay, whoever threw that out, was just Julio wants the best chance to win, and I think the best chance to win would be Green Bay. So
that would be really, really cool, man.
Yeah, I assume that's kind of why it was being thrown out. So
him and Devontae Adams together that would be among the best 1-2s ever.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like
just from an on paper standpoint, going into the season. I mean, we're talking like Randy Moss, Chris Carter. I mean, that level of skill.
Yeah.
Urban Legend saying, I think Julio Jones is the third greatest receiver ever. He's only behind Jerry Rice and Randy Moss. I think he's a wildly underrated receiver from an all-time standpoint because Atlanta hasn't won as much as people probably would have liked them to. And I agree with that. I mean, they've underachieved. Obviously, they should have a Super Bowl. But I don't know that I'd put him that high yet. I don't.
Yeah, you're putting him in front of a lot of guys.
Yeah, I mean, T.O. and I mean even guys within his his peer group like Calvin Johnson.
Yep. At
his peak was incredible. Larry Fitzgerald. I think
Antonio
I'd probably
Brown.
put ahead of Julio. Yeah, Antonio Brown at his peak, no doubt, was
He does,
one of the
but
best players we've
Julio
ever seen.
Does deserve to get mentioned with those guys.
Totally. He's underrated. He's underrated from that standpoint, no doubt.
Noon back to pass. Hit the corner. I think he's out. He is out.
Yeah, he's out.
No, not going to do it.
They
Fourth
didn't
and
even
goal.
think about it.
Had him open, too. I think that was Bird, number 10.
The folk hero coming in.
All right. Here we go, Nick Folk.
Folk.
You give the I almost called them Packers. Patriots 10-3 lead.
Howard Evans throwing out Lynn Swann and John Stallworth. Yep, from the Steelers back in the 70s. There you go. Another great 1-2.
Yeah, Steelers have had a lot of good wide receiver combos, man. Like Antonio Brown there with for a while.
With any number of guys, yeah. I mean, Antonio Brown and Player X for a
Emmanuel
5-year
Sanders,
stretch.
Mike Wallace.
You had Hines Ward and Plexico Burress together.
Yep. No, their receivers have just been, it's just like ridiculous.
It's insane.
And now just today, it's like still they have Claypool, Deontay Johnson. Like these guys are young. Like Deontay Johnson's like his.
Are you a Juju Smith-Schuster hater as well?
Yeah, kind of. I'm not a hater.
I work with so many Juju Smith-Schuster haters.
When a guy is overrated, he's overrated, and
he's so young though. Like we're calling this dude out on like not the largest body of work.
It's kind of It's not even that he's like bad. He gets built up to be like everyone was just like, oh well, Antonio Brown's on. That's fine. They have Juju Smith-Schuster who's just as good. Like no, like he's not as good. He's fine. But he's not as good as Antonio Brown. And I think that's where people just sort of put their nose up.
He's no replacement. Yeah, that if you're saying like, oh, they don't need Antonio Brown, they have Juju Smith-Schuster. That's just patently just bad football take. Antonio Brown at his peak was unbelievable.
But I think that's what a lot of people were doing, especially that first year, because Juju was getting drafted so high. And I think that's why people are down on him now, super down on him, because everyone's like, well, this guy's a bust because, we all drafted him as like the wide receiver 6. And look,
it's because you're all fantasy owners. Take your fantasy hats off for a second. Put on your football glasses.
And look, he's fine, like I said, but yeah, I would rate him as the third best wide receiver on that team. And to that point, I really don't know why he didn't go out and sign with a big contract with another team.
That was weird. He took less money to stay in Pittsburgh, but hey, That's a credit to that organization.
And again, he's a good guy. Like, I'm not trying to like.
I am personally rooting for him to have a great season, just
Sure.
so I can make fun of everyone I work with that he's a good.
You can
receiver.
definitely make fun of me, just like you can make fun of me for saying last week that Phil Mickelson was never going to win a tournament.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up, of course. Hilarious. Just hilarious timing on your part.
I mean, 51 years old. Like, I don't. What an out of
Amazing
nowhere
timing.
win. Just a ridiculous out of nowhere.
Well,
thing.
he had played well at that tournament semi-recently, right?
He made a few
So
cuts.
there was a little momentum.
He wasn't in contention at anything. I mean, he definitely had made cuts on the PGA, like a T25 here. I think he had a T21 at the Masters, but then his last start before the PGA, he finished like T70. Like, he barely made the weekend, and then he sucked. So I don't know, man. It's just the guy is an otherworldly talent. He put it all together for 1 week, and it was very cool to watch. That's for sure. Regardless,
The same way Tiger won the Masters.
My bad takes. At least with Tiger, we had some, like, Tiger was, here's the thing. Tiger, for that event, when he won the Masters, I'm pretty sure it was like 18-1. Phil was 250-1.
Okay, that's
like
very
being
good points.
generous. Like, that's like, like he was
That's because
probably
he
more
is
like-
Phil Mickelson.
Exactly. Like, if you had another player of his age who wasn't Phil Mickelson, was just a slightly less popular, like if Ernie Els had been playing as good as Phil
500-1.
500-1, exactly. So that's people compare it to the Tiger win, and it is like just from a feeling standpoint and from a watchability standpoint. I'd argue this was even more entertaining than the Tiger win, but I had more feels for the Tiger win because it was such a huge comeback win. But like from a comparability standpoint, Tiger was already being competitive. Like, this was just like, where did this come from? Why? How? So
it's hilarious. Tate
It
saying
really is.
hating on Juju can bring you bad juju.
Yeah, I know.
There we go.
So Tate,
it's a good
Tate
joke.
from
I
Ops.
had to make sure I read that one. I had that in the holster for a few minutes there.
Yeah, the Phil thing though, it was so cool. Like, to me, we've all been watching sports during this whole process in the world, and the bubbles, and the Super Bowl was cool, and there's been some cool moments. But like for me, as a golf fan, that was the best moment we've had in like 2 years. Like, it's probably it was the real
Tiger since Tiger
easily, and we've had like since the pandemic, that was like the best golf feeling we've had in a while. So it was really cool because we had golf throughout the pandemic, but there's no fans. Honestly, it's kind of weird. Like, watching it, it's just weird. That was like the most normal I felt watching sports in like 2 years. Like, well, not 2 years, a year and a half, whatever it's been. So
yeah,
over a year. It was very cool to be able to sit down and watch because just haven't seen anything close to that for so long. So.
How weird is this DJ thing?
DJ?
Back-to-back majors doesn't make the cut?
Oh, Dustin Johnson.
DJ.
Yeah. I don't know.
How weird is this? What's going on?
I actually don't know. He said he had a little bit of a knee issue before the PGA. I think most people just laughed it off. I think he's just going through a bad patch. I don't think it's anything major. I'll have to keep an eye on it, but dude will probably warm up in the summer, come get his money like he normally does. That was a drop. I thought that was caught first, but dropped there in the end zone by the Dolphins. I think he's just going through a bad patch. He's a guy who gets wins every year, so you'll probably see him in the summer. He just was so good towards the end of last year that he had to cool off eventually, but it's kind of gone the other way now. It's like a few question marks around Dustin Johnson.
He's the first he's the first person to win the Masters and then miss the cut in the following two majors.
Interesting statuette.
That's historically strange.
Very strange. Is that Devontae Parker? No. Jakeem Grant, right? 19?
The Dream.
Jakeem the Dream going in for the touchdown right before half there, folks. Tua with the touchdown. Cross-body throw. Wow. Maybe we'll see that next year. Who knows? Yeah, Andrew from Ops saying, Phil wasn't even the favorite going into Sunday. He was at the lead. He wasn't even the favorite.
Hilarious.
That's how dissed he was by the sports books.
But like smart, right? Like why would he be the leader? Like the old
Brooks
guy going to
Koepka's-
peter out on the last day.
Brooks Koepka's one shot back. Brooks is going to be the favorite, right? So, but again, I mean, like it just brings up to the point. Not only did we overcome those odds pre-event, but he wasn't even close to being the favorite. Going into Sunday. So.
49KT Red Gold saying that they just want us to be quiet and fix the stats from the last game because he wants his money. 49KT Red Gold, it is being taken care of. It will be fixed by the end of the night. So just sit back, relax. If you have some money coming your way, it will do so. The stats will be corrected as we do manual scoring here. Human element involved, so
it is.
Just take a chill. Take it a little chill pill.
As Tom brings up, though, it is manual scoring, so sometimes we will delay the payouts a little bit just to make sure everything's right. They're always get it right. And if you do have any questions, guys, you can always send a kindly, nicely worded email to DK Support. They'll get back to you. Those guys are awesome as usual. I even sent them a request, something about some golf question. I forgot about it, and then I got the email back. I answered it. Very nice.
Wow. That's like finding $5 in your pocket when you didn't
Pretty
realize
much.
it, you know?
Pretty much. Kyle got 84% on his humanities test.
Wow, let's go, Kyle.
And he wants
Let's go.
Glasheen's schedule for tomorrow. Let's give Kyle
Kyle, you missed me and Glash were on the broadcast together.
Kyle, look what happened. You were
8 o'clock,
studying so
man.
hard for your humanities test, and you missed the Glasheen broadcast. I'm going to tell Glash, wow, he's going to be heartbroken, buddy. Heartbroken.
He'll be happy you got an 84, though.
He is on tomorrow, Kyle, 6 p.m. Eastern with Christian. Ravens and the Raiders.
The Raiders.
So there you go. You get your Glasheen fix at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm not going to go through the rest. I'm
Bruiser
surprised.
B asking what points are missing. I got to be honest, Bruiser. I don't know. I was just reading the comment in case that was actually the case.
Yeah,
You
we're
seemed
not
upset.
actually sure if there's
He felt authentic to me.
I mean, again, if you ever have questions about the chat, or the points or the totals, look, that's not our job. Tom and I don't track every single point.
No.
We have guys
Nope.
behind the scenes doing it manually, but you email support or you can tweet at DK Assist as well on Twitter. So we always try and get
Urban
it right.
Legend. Oh, sorry, Jeff. Just I
it's okay.
saw this interesting comment from Urban Legend. Says he heard that Justin Blackman is trying to make a comeback to the NFL. That's a guy that I was convinced was going to be awesome as a pro.
He was
Convinced.
awesome when he played.
But he just it didn't happen for him long term, you know.
No, he
And-
had off the field issues.
Right. And when he did play, you're right. He was great, but it just didn't work out the way I thought it was going to. So if he is in shape and he has his life in order off the field, 100% would take a shot on him. Same thing with Josh Gordon. If Josh Gordon's clean and he has everything in order off the field, that's a guy I'm taking a chance on every single time. Both of those dudes.
Yeah,
They
Josh
are
Gordon
monsters.
Josh Gordon may have used his last.
Yes.
I understand
100%.
what you're saying. I don't disagree. I'm just saying he may have.
If someone's willing to give him a chance and he is clean, then I don't begrudge them because he is that
absolutely.
talented.
I don't either. The Blackman thing will be interesting though. That dude was a beast coming out of college.
So good.
He was good in the NFL when he was on. But yeah, just a quick update, guys. The stuff from the last game, it is getting looked at. So we recognize there may have been an issue, but they're looking at it again. I don't have the specifics, but anyways, guys, we're gonna throw to this guy. I love this analyst. He's great. He was on the Sweat earlier today. Oh, it was me. I talked about Justin Thomas in this week's Charles Schwab Challenge, the golf event coming up this week. It's going to be at Colonial Country Club, and look what I had to say. Here we go. Yeah, so I like taking Justin Thomas here. I mean, whenever you can get Justin Thomas in a non-major event when he's not the most expensive player on DraftKings, you're getting a good deal, and B, you're getting exposure to a guy who quite frankly, can just blow the doors off a course like Colonia. We've seen him do it at a course, at the Sony Open in the past where he shot 59, won by like multiple strokes. He can do that here. That's just what Justin Thomas has in his ability. And I like Colin Morikawa a lot. I think a lot of people are going to flock to him here, and I think you're going to get like half the ownership on Justin Thomas. Certainly, it looks early in the week like projecting, we could see that type of disparity in the ownership. So I like grabbing Justin Thomas here. Ultimately, like these guys over 10K are very, very close this week, but I think JT at 11K is a really good deal. All right, guys, welcome back in. Hopefully you soaked up my massive golf knowledge and all the things I said about Justin Thomas, who I actually really do like as like a big field GPP target this week. I'll probably be rolling some of him out, but we got to get on to the second half here, guys. We got Madden Sim to deal with. Demir Bird, 4 for 65 yards. Devontae Parker, 3 for 39. Picked up the pace a little bit. We got 10-10 tie here. We got Jakeem Grant and we had Sony Michel for the touchdowns if you're just tuning in. Sony Michel, big yardage on just a couple carries, but
we are in 28th, if you were wondering, Jeff. Our line.
Oh yes, okay, that's pretty good.
Yes.
We'll say
Not
I'm
bad.
in 28th since that's a pretty solid lineup then.
This is a team effort, Jeff.
Fine, we'll do we. Fine. We did have a Dalton Keene sighting. I don't know. Not much else going on there, but yeah, not big yardages from either quarterbacks. I think Sony Michel kind of approaching the bonus as far as receivers goes. Not one else though. So
Somebody in the chat, I lost it at this point, randomly said only true NFL fans know who Peyton Hillis is. Peyton Hillis was awesome that year, man.
2012 Madden cover boy Peyton Hillis.
He was a beast. So good.
Bowling ball.
Big
man.
dude. Looked like a fullback back there. Toting the rock.
Like I don't even know how I got his chance. I think like 3 people in front of him got injured, and the Browns like, well, we better give it to the fullback.
Took advantage of his opportunity.
Yeah, ridiculous. He got drafted as like a top 5 back by everyone, and he was just awful. And he was out of the NFL in like a year.
Yeah.
Didn't he turn? I think he turned down a huge guaranteed contract too. Really, just did not work out for Peyton Hillis.
A true flash in the pan.
Yeah. No. True flash.
Remember, I picked him up after he had a crazy good week 1 that year. He was really good in my season-long fantasy. In that same year, I picked up Arian Foster, who was like sort of an unknown at that point too, and I had a great season. I ended up losing the playoffs.
Arian Foster.
I felt really good about 2 great free agent acquisitions.
Arian Foster was
another guy that was, I think, he's sort of your archetype great running back who's only good for X amount of years and then just
yes.
But at his peak, very good player.
Oh yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of like a Terrell Davis. Just had like a few good years, but those few good years were. Ooh, he was so good for fantasy too. Scored so many touchdowns.
Yeah. He was their offense.
Totally. Yeah. Edelman there stepped out of bounds. Justin Cravens, what's up, man? Good to see you.
The Batman.
Chat. This guy's talking about golf. Love to see it. Who's my pick, Ralph, Rafe? Ralph? I don't know. Who's my pick in golf this week? I'll give you a couple. I think Abraham Answer, he's got to get a win soon. This could be the breakout spot. I like Harold Varner III as a sneaky pick, though. So those are kind of my top 2 guys. If you want a couple other names, I like Russell Knox, like Doc Redman. But I'm going to go Answer from up top. This guy's got to get a win. It's just ridiculous. Who was better, Jamal Charles or Chris Johnson? It's a very interesting question.
Ooh. I would say Chris Johnson, just because his peak was so much you don't see guys rush for 2,000 yards, right? And I know Jamal Charles was good catching the ball out of the backfield. He had probably more size, but Chris Johnson's speed was special. We'll still talk about Chris Johnson 30 years from now because of that 2,000-yard season and what he did from a speed perspective. Jamal Charles is a guy that is more likely to be forgotten about.
Yeah. No, Jamal Charles was a sick player. He was really good. But yeah, Chris Johnson is like, yeah, he just, his top end was ridiculous.
He had a 2 or 3 year stretch where it was just insanity.
Straight up, just impossible to stop. Like, so quick in the open field, ridiculous. That guy was ridiculously fast.
Shout out to ECU.
I think Jamal Charles did have a longer career. I don't know if it was that much longer though.
He may have, but even so, I mean, it's probably close. And I think Chris Johnson's
I don't even know
peak.
if it's close. Yeah, I mean, Chris Johnson's best years were ridiculous. Yeah.
Here, let's look this up.
Yeah, give me the gist on Chris Johnson. Like how many big years did he have? I want to say like 4 to 5, but
So Chris Johnson actually played from 2008 to 2017. So a lot
he had
longer
a couple
than
years at the
you
end with like
probably
the
thought.
Cardinals where he didn't do much.
He rushed for 1,000 yards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight years to start his career. Had a 800-yard season with the Cardinals in 2015, and then his last 2 seasons in the league, he only ended up playing in let's see, that would be 7 combined games over. Well, 8 games. 8 games.
Sony Michel getting in again.
And this is what happens with running backs, man. I mean, when the carries stay high, things start to dip, right? I mean, his first season in the league, 251 carries, 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns. Second year in the league, 358 carries, 2,006 yards, 14 touchdowns.
Yeah. What was his
Insane.
best year? What was his best year?
That's his best year, his second season.
Okay.
Rushed for over 2,000 yards, almost had 400 carries, 14 tuds.
What's his second best year?
His second best year was his third season, 1,300 yards, 11 touchdowns.
That was his second best year, 1,300 yards?
Yep. Then he went down to 1047, 1243, 1077, and then just everything after that's below 1,000. And his last 2 years were just, non-factor.
Yeah. That's much more flash in the pan than I remember Chris Johnson being.
I mean, but we're looking at a really, really strong 6-year stretch.
It's true. No, it's true. Yeah. That's true. But you shouldn't discount that much. Here's Jamal Charles as a comparison. So his rookie season, he didn't rush that much. Only took 67 rushes. Second year, 190 rushes, 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns. His best season was he had a big receiving.
His third year, I'd say, was his best year.
Yeah.
No,
not really though.
Either his third or his fifth season.
His sixth season was pretty good. Look how many receivers.
Well, yeah, he did. Yeah, that's where he was all pro. He had 12 touchdowns.
Actually, okay, here. In 2013, he had 19 touchdowns. He had 700 receiving yards and 1,280 on the
I gotta be honest, I was looking at the wrong year for that row. Yep, that's the year.
It's it's pretty comparable. But yeah, I'm still gonna give the nod to Johnson because he had that one big year. Like realistically, they sustained production for about the same period, like 5 to 6 years. But Johnson's best year with the 2,000 yards, you kind of got to give him the credit. But like, that's pretty sick to get 19 touchdowns in a year. Like receiving,
Totally.
He had almost 2,000 yards receiving and rushing combined.
Jamal Charles had 5 really good years.
Yep.
With 1 year interrupted in between that stretch of where he was injured. 5 really strong seasons.
I took him first in all my fantasy drafts. So.
Yeah, a lot of people did.
Yep.
But 5 years really good. Chris Johnson was 6 in a row really good. With the one historic year in his second season.
Sony Michel, killing it. 2 touchdowns now. Juan says he took James White instead.
Ooh.
17-10.
Those are good guys to comp, though, because they're kind of your perfect. And honestly, I kind of want to look at Arian Foster's stats now.
Yeah.
Because he's sort of in that vein, right?
I want to see Arian Foster had 2 years where he just scored so many touchdowns and had like almost 2,000 like complete. Like he probably had over 2,000 total yards, like receiving, rushing.
His second year in the league, 2010, he had 16-16 for yardage, so 1,616 yards, 16 receiving touchdowns. No, sorry, 16 rushing touchdowns, 2 receiving, so 18 total touchdowns.
Was that his biggest year in terms of touchdown production?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
So for a 3-year stretch, it was 1,616, 1,224, 1,424. Then he was hurt, and then he came back and he rushed for 1,246.
I remember the first year he broke out, he was like, I think you could have got him off waivers or something. Like he was just like a last round pick. Like
yeah, that's how I got him. The same year I had Peyton Hillis.
Yeah.
In his final good season, he had 8 rushing, 5 receiving. By far his best receiving season.
Yeah.
From a touchdown perspective. In his first year, his first good year, by far his best season, he had 393 total touches between catches and running the ball. Insane. That's Marshall Falk level production.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Arian Foster's 2 big years, like just insane.
Wild.
Absolutely. First time playing Fortnite, what position you looking at, man? Give me a position in terms of breakout guys. I like Deebo Samuel a lot, assuming Julio doesn't go there. For wide receiver, I think he's like getting that's a pick. Tua getting picked, just throwing it to the other team. Not a good scene for Dolphins fans there. It's Stephon
Matt
Gilmore.
Nelson wants us to do LaDainian Tomlinson now. I guess we're just going to do this now, running back from the 2000s.
You know, we're
I don't
if you
mind
think those stats were sick, once we bring up LaDainian Tomlinson, like prepare to have your mind blown. Like,
yeah. So from 2001 to 2008, LaDainian Tomlinson rushed for 1,000 yards every single season. 10 touchdowns, 14 touchdowns, 13 touchdowns, 17 touchdowns, 18 touchdowns, 28 touchdowns, 15 touchdowns, 11 touchdowns. In 2009, he only played 14 games, rushed for 730 yards, but had 12 touchdowns still.
Yeah.
Insane production. And that's just running the ball. Catching.
What was his best year?
His best year total, I would say, it was the year he ran for 28 touchdowns, caught 3. He had 2,323 yards from scrimmage. But you could make the argument that some of these really early seasons he had were even better.
Yeah,
didn't have as many touchdowns, but like his best season yards from scrimmage wise was his 3rd season. He wasn't even an All-Pro or a Pro Bowler, and he had 2,370 yards from scrimmage.
Ridiculous.
His touchdown totals, this is receiving and rushing together, 10, 15, 17, 18, 20, 31, 18, 12, 12. To start his career.
Sick.
162 total touchdowns.
Just don't see that kind of usage anymore, or very rarely. I guess Christian McCaffrey. Maybe Dalvin Cook. It's like the list.
His second year in the league, he had 451 touches. And then followed that up with 413, 392, 390, 404. Insane.
Like, just as a reference, Derrick Henry had 378 rushes last year and 19 catches. So he was still under 400 touches. And, like, Derrick Henry seemed like he touched the ball, like, every second.
Yeah, and he, by far, the highest usage.
Yeah. So...
They don't do that, but they don't do that to guys anymore because they know it ruins their careers unless you are LaDainian Tomlinson, Emmitt Smith, Walter Payton, like guys that have insane motors. and bodies, honestly. Like, you need to have a different body to handle that.
You got to be different. You know, shout out to your grandma, but I'm different kind of thing.
This also is a good time to remind people that my grandma's best friend's daughter's husband's first cousin is LaDainian Tomlinson. Have I told you that one before?
No.
Shout out to Grammy if you're listening still. Her best friend's daughter's husband's first cousin is LaDainian Tomlinson.
Friends, daughters?
Yep. So,
Cousin.
Yep. Daughter's husband's cousin.
Husband's cousin.
Yeah, is LaDainian Tomlinson.
Okay, I think I'm there. That's.
Do you want to try it again?
Nope, that's good. Let's not overload my brain. Let's not do that.
Yep.
Sony Michel, 75 yards rushing. Just keep track of that. He's got 2 touchdowns, so he could get the bonus here in this last half. Tua turning over the ball. Patriots taking control, up 7. Moises says Derrick Henry will fail soon because of workload, and he says it 3 times. But
possible.
I mean, all running backs will fail eventually because of workload. But Tom's right. Like, some of these guys are built different. I think Derrick Henry at this point, we have to kind of give him credit. Like, he's a little bit different. The guy just
gets better as the season goes on. That's the
really
craziest thing about him.
Like, the more touches you give Derrick Henry, the better he goes. So
yeah, it's wild. He's a different cat, dude. And I think he would be an all-pro player at like multiple positions. He's just like that good of an athlete.
Just even watching Derrick Henry play NFL is like it's like watching Andy Reid in like the punt, kick, and throw competition or whatever. You know, like,
no, it's actually a great call by you because you see these pictures like Derrick Henry after the